its economic strategy stupid.
Chapter 2. Technological Stagnation is a Choice.
A cursory glance at Google Trends reveals that interest in robotics and automation was far less intense throughout the last decade than interest in proposed solutions to the problems that these technologies are supposedly creating, especially Universal Basic Income, UBI. Automation, the process of applying technology and organization to do more with less, with robotics being its most identifiable manifestation, has become a key topic in the sprawling soap opera of American politics, yet the phenomenon itself is not really understood, discussed, or debated. The usual self-proclaimed experts have clearly defined opinions on this issue. The pamphlets of the World Economic Forum, WEF, continually emphasize that the acceleration of technological change and the resulting effects, whether mass unemployment or the inability of national regulators to keep pace with innovation, reinforce the need for centrist institutions like the WEF, institutions that are increasingly being weakened by resurgent nationalisms and competing ideologies. The Davos crowd takes for granted that the U.S. economy is experiencing extraordinary levels of automation and that this is the leading factor behind dislocations in various regions and sectors, as opposed to, say, trade policy or offshoring. Unwilling to question either of these assumptions, metropolitan orthodoxy is increasingly turning to UBI as the only solution to problems such as wage stagnation and the mass unemployment expected in the not-so-distant future. For example, Bill Gates, a moderate by most measures, and Elon Musk, the tycoon provocateur, have both indicated their belief in the unstoppable rise of artificial intelligence and job-killing automation, and hence the need for a UBI. Gates, in particular, stressed the need for a tax on capital equipment that would fall under the nebulous description of robotics. As far as both are concerned, artificial intelligence and robotics stand to make large portions of the workforce redundant, and the only question left is how to mitigate the impact. Within the Democratic Party, the highest-profile speakers on this issue are Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Andrew Yang. Ocasio-Cortez has staked out a position as the interlocutor between old-school democratic socialism and the culturally woke urban elite wings of the American left. During the most recent South by Southwest event, she emphasized that automation did not have to be painful. It is the low value society places on not working and the reluctance to impose significant taxes on capital spending, e.g. Bill Gates's robot tax, that are the problems. The second, perhaps more interesting case is Andrew Yang, the outsider presidential candidate. Yang manages to circumvent the tired culture war talking points of most other Democrats and IG-knowers' old media for popular and non-adversarial platforms like the Joe Rogan podcast. He also discusses issues that attract attention among disproportionately influential internet subcultures, with praise coming from the left, classical liberals, and the new right. His affable nature and interest in big solutions, alongside his acknowledgement of globalism's failures, endears him even to some of President Trump's early supporters, who have become disaffected with an administration that is less and less distinguishable from establishment Republicans. Yet Yang's arguments are actually very similar to President Obama's warning about automation in his 2016 farewell address. The two even had a previous relationship, with Yang selected as a champion of change in 2012 and a presidential ambassador for global entrepreneurship in 2015. Both argue that automation is destroying too many jobs, making people resentful and causing them to blame immigrants and global trade. In fact, their assessment that automation is deindustrializing the country more than globalization is inaccurate, but the counterargument has not yet gained sufficient traction among the expert class. UBI is also gathering support among more hardline Marxists. A fully automated society can pair nicely with communist utopia, with both often described as inevitable even when they are historically unprecedented. An increasing number of socialists today, particularly in the United Kingdom, believe that technology can provide the necessary bridge to a utopia with no work or want. But the idea of universal luxury is tenuous given that luxury is a positional term, and thus is by definition unattainable for most of the population. If the baby boomer desire to find authenticity and break through bourgeois orthodoxy rested on everyone's desire to be different, and in the end looking very much the same, the pursuit of egalitarian leisure similarly rests on the assumption that everyone can attain above-average wealth. Such hopes will lead to similar disappointment. As for the Republicans, while the trade hawks of the Trump administration talk frequently of the threat of China's massive industrial expansion, they tend to speak little about robotics. And while Republicans have attacked speculative proposals like the Green New Deal, they have shown little interest in offering an effective alternative for a broad-based, technology-focused investment push. nor has there been much of an attempt to rebut Yang's arguments on automation. As for President Trump himself, although his irreverence toward the political establishment is opening new ground for discussions, his rhetorical adventurism does not extend to generating new solutions. He has stumbled into well-known discussions, notably regarding the automation of piloting, but shows little interest in pursuing an alternative narrative to that of his opponents. The fact that the current U.S. Chief Technology Officer, Michael Kratsios, was only nominated in March 2019 indicates a lack of prioritization. If anything, the more dynamic elements of conservatism accept the central premises of the popular automation consensus. Tucker Carlson, who has frequently voiced desires to move beyond conservatism's stale economic orthodoxies, did not push back on Yang's premise that automation is going to create massive unemployment. Yang even mentioned in his interview with Carlson that automation destroyed 4 million factory jobs in the Midwest, though this patently contradicts a mountain of evidence, which stresses the primary importance of China's accession to the WTO in hollowing out both high and low value-added U.S. manufacturing since 2000. In short, across the political spectrum, there has been far more interest in discussing reactive measures to address the secondary effects of automation, rather than investigate the nature and consequences of automation itself. And there has been little effort from either party toward developing a comprehensive automation strategy to energize U.S. manufacturing. But such a strategy should be the first priority. Whether it comes from the right or the left, there needs to be a more rigorous understanding of robotics and automation, what it has done to U.S. industry, how impactful it will be in the foreseeable future, and who will benefit if America does not pursue an automation strategy. Is automation the problem? Robotics helped Trump win. That is what Carl Frey, economist and scholar of automation, argued in a 2017 analysis of robotics and voting patterns in 2016. He went so far as to argue that, at a 10% lower robot exposure, Michigan would have swung in favor of Clinton. These are fine margins indeed. We are talking about just thousands of machines. That such speculations are quoted as gospel in the MIT Technology Review is itself a problem. These conjectures are based on Frey and Michael Osborne's 2013 paper that has come to define the debate on robots and automation's impact on society. The projections they laid out were daunting, with the authors suggesting that up to 47% of U.S. jobs and 35% of UK jobs were at risk of automation through 2035. More than any other study, Frey and Osborne's analysis formed the basis for a number of public reports, including one from the Bank of England. In the years since, however, there have been multiple studies contradicting the findings of Frey and Osborne, with two coming from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Both OECD studies found the risk of automation to be significantly lower, with the first study finding only 9% of jobs at risk of automation across the OECD. The second found that 10% of jobs in the United States were at high risk, while 12% of British jobs were at high risk. A major reason for the disparity was that the OECD studies broke jobs down into tasks and considered not just whether technology could hypothetically automate a task but whether it would be profitable. Frey and Osborne's 2013 paper did not analyze the issue at this level of granularity. But even when such counterarguments surfaced, they were not disseminated with anything like the same fanfare as the original narrative which matched elite expectations. In fact, no amount of evidence to the contrary has dented the apparent irresistibility of the mass automation unemployment argument for decades. Dire warnings of mass joblessness were being sent to President Johnson as early as 1964. The mainstream media has also frequently promoted the standard establishment talking points arguing that anyone pointing to trade rather than automation as the source of job losses simply does not understand economics. This is a popular message among the punditariat, to the point where publications like the New York Times misrepresent academic studies to propagate the notion that U.S. manufacturing employment was not destroyed by the China shock but by rapid technological innovation. The Economic Policy Institute, EPI, highlighted one instance in which the Times referenced a 2017 paper by economists Darren Acemoglu and Pasquale Restrepo to assert that automation was responsible for the majority of the decline in manufacturing employment over the last 15 years. Restrepo and Acemoglu's work actually indicated that robotics led to a mild decrease in U.S. employment, 670,000 jobs between 1990 and 2007, or 40,000 jobs each year, a 0.34% decline in the share of the working-age population with a job. In the same report, the two economists actually found that Chinese accession to the WTO had at least 3 times the negative impact of robotics, contradicting the way the paper was presented in the Times. Acemoglu and Restrepo also found that capital investments as a whole, including non-robot IT, were neutral in regard to their effect on employment. Josh Bivens of EPI asserts that there is near zero evidence that robots displace jobs or significantly lower wages, with much more evidence pointing to offshoring and reduced bargaining power for unions. Further work from the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation finds that the churn of jobs lost and gained by technological disruption has been at a record low in the United States. Regardless of whether the impact of robotics on U.S. employment was incrementally negative or positive, a scholarly consensus is emerging that it was dwarfed by the offshoring of jobs to China following WTO accession. Another study co-authored by Acemoglu found that competition with Chinese imports cost the United States 2.4 million manufacturing jobs between 1999 and 2011. In addition, the argument that robots were the main culprit in the decline of U.S. manufacturing employment is not substantiated by what was actually happening in U.S. robotics, nor is it consistent with the experience of other countries. U.S. manufacturing jobs plummeted from over 17 million in 2000, when China joined the WTO and the bipartisan consensus in favor of trade liberalization was at its strongest, to under 12 million in 2010. The number stood at 12.7 million in 2018. Were it the case that these losses were mainly the result of automation, why did a 33% loss in manufacturing jobs from 2000 to 2014 coincide with a 22% decrease in the number of manufacturing plants? Presumably, replacing labor with capital equipment might lead to some efficiencies in the closure of brownfield sites, but these large machines still have to work somewhere. The assumed correlation between robotics deployment and losses in manufacturing jobs becomes even more tenuous when one considers countries other than the United States. A 2015 Brookings analysis finds a small negative correlation between growth in robotics adoption and job loss. Take the United Kingdom, whose use of robotics has been paltry in comparison to other European countries, and whose manufacturing employment decreased by over 50% between 1993 and 2007. By contrast, Germany's manufacturing employment decreased by less than 20% during the same period, despite adding significantly more robots. Most countries lost some employment during this period due to supply chains shifting in favor of China and the developing world. Inhibiting or simply being apathetic about capital investment and automation will not save a country's workers from unemployment. It will more likely cause them to lose further ground in an increasingly competitive manufacturing environment. And if robots are causing the decline in manufacturing employment, how can 2018 be explained? U.S. manufacturing employment surged by 284,000 new payrolls last year, the largest percentage increase since 1984, around 2%. At the same time, the Association for Advancing Automation reported that 2018 saw a record deployment of industrial robots, particularly in sectors other than automotive, where robotic density is already high. According to the Robotic Industries Association, RIA, robot shipments to North American companies grew 7% in 2018 compared to the previous year, with a 41% increase in shipments to non-automotive companies. Specifically, the RIA said 35,880 units were shipped in 2018, with 16,702 of those shipments being sent to non-automotive firms. In this instance, increased shipments of robotics are correlated with higher growth rates in manufacturing employment. A counterargument might be that employment is shifting from easily replaceable production jobs to management, but as Manhattan Institute fellow Orrin Cass notes, the ratio of production workers to managers has been remarkably stable for decades. If robotics do not have a significant negative effect on employment, then what has been ailing the U.S. economy? Contrary to elite conventional wisdom, it is the opposite of too much automation. Key industries have experienced long-term stagnation, and America is losing the ability to compete in critical technology subsectors. Establishment commentators still insist that the main losers of the 2000s were low-value-added sectors like apparel, and despite lower job numbers, productivity has risen due to automation and capital investment, in essence making the United States more competitive than ever. Neoliberals and free traders assert that nothing would have stopped the loss of jobs to China and that their value was minimal. But this view is contradicted by numerous metrics. First, consider the scale of the decline. In 2000, the United States produced about 18% of the world's manufactured exports. By 2012, that number had fallen by half, to around 9%. Even relative to the EU and Japan, the U.S. decline has been precipitous. During the same period, China's share rose from about 5% to 18%. Furthermore, the United States has become a net importer of high-technology products. A 2015 report by the Brookings Institution found that the United States ran a $632 billion trade deficit in advanced industries in 2012. This is not what one would expect in a country that is supposed to be replacing low-value industries with high-value ones. Productivity cannot be the answer either. The idea that robots are putting people out of work presumes that declining job numbers are due to productivity growth. But gains in U.S. labor productivity have slowed in recent years. Between 1995 and 2002, labor productivity growth was 3.3%, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, while from 2007 to 2016 productivity growth was just 1.3%. When considering manufacturing productivity in the United States, the decline is even more pronounced in recent years, with multi-factor productivity declining 0.8% between 2007 and 2016, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS. The slowdown in productivity growth also correlates with the slowdown in capital investment growth across both hardware and software. Domestic investment in the wider U.S. economy averaged annual growth of over 7% between 1994 and 2000, but posted annual growth of under 1% from 2001 to 2013, according to the Aspen Journal of Ideas. This is not what one would expect in an economy replacing workers with machines. The post-Cold War consensus that shareholder capitalism would generate improved capital investment did work for a short time, but it has clearly brought diminishing returns in recent decades, and even declines in domestic investment growth after the Great Recession. BLS data provides further insight. The information economy which was promised has not materialized. The share of high-tech output and employment in the United States has been stagnant for decades, a trend that is projected to continue. The United States is also losing its edge to competitors in standard measures of innovation. As Brookings notes, the U.S. share of global R&D and patenting is falling faster than its share of global GDP and population, meaning that U.S. slippage cannot simply be attributed to demography or macroeconomic convergence. This story is certainly true for non-federal R&D spending. While business R&D investment in the United States jumped from $328 billion in 2000 to $458 billion in 2016 on an inflation-adjusted basis, the rate of R&D growth as a share of GDP over the same period has basically been flat, inching up from 2.61% to 2.74%. If your economy is dependent on innovation as opposed to the low-hanging fruit of a growing labor force, this is insufficient. Moreover, businesses are investing a much smaller share of their revenues in riskier, early-stage basic and applied research than in later-stage development, and the global share of business R&D performed in the United States has fallen significantly in the last decade. Anemic growth in private sector R&D is troubling as it was supposed to compensate for stagnation in government R&D spending. In the 1960s, U.S. government R&D funding exceeded the rest of the world, public and private, combined. But since peaking in the late 1980s at 1.2% of GDP, U.S. government R&D has fallen to 0.8% of GDP. As with robotic adoption, the United States is experiencing stagnation while competitor economies undergo massive expansion. Although U.S. federal R&D increased by 3% from 2000 to 2012, China's increased by 110%. Without significant change, the relative decline of America's historic advantage in technological innovation will continue. Stagnant capital and R&D investment, low productivity growth, and backsliding in the face of increased competition, notably from China, are the primary reasons for stagnant U.S. manufacturing, and this can be seen when focusing on output, which has increased by only 8% since 2019 years ago. There has not been a comparable period of stagnation in American manufacturing in the modern era. Where there has been extensive growth has been in computers and electronics. But even this supposed bright spot has been heavily overstated through the use of arcane statistical jiggery-pokery. Susan Hausman of the Upjohn Institute has found that the current measure of output does not merely account for the number of semiconductors or computers produced, but increases alongside their quality, so while the number of products produced could stay the same or even decline, the output technically goes up. This, in effect, has provided the illusion of growth in manufacturing when, in fact, productivity growth, employment, and share of global exports, including high-tech, are all down significantly from their peak in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War. With all this in mind, the fact that, in today's political rhetoric, fear of automation supersedes fear of America being leapfrogged by other nations becomes all the more baffling. While robots are almost always identified as one of the problems facing U.S. employment, they are actually part of the solution. With improved returns on investment, higher productivity, and greater ability to compete on the global stage, companies that have high robotic density are much better prepared for the global manufacturing environment of the next decade. Robotics are also critical to the much-touted but as yet unrealized aspiration to reshore manufacturing operations to the United States. Moreover, robotics are an endpoint technology, combining computer science, mechatronics, advanced machinery, electronics, and connectivity into high value-added platforms. This creates very high barriers to entry when it comes to deploying and producing new robotic solutions, and those countries that develop these capabilities will have a strategic advantage for the foreseeable future. As noted, the United States is something of a laggard in this space, especially when accounting for its enormous research and innovation pedigree. Overall, there are estimated to be 260,000 industrial robots deployed here, with the majority being located in the Midwest and Upper South, the regions with the highest concentration of automotive manufacturing operations. Compared to America's top-tier competitors, these numbers are modest. From 2008 to 2017, the annual supply of industrial robots in the United States increased by an average of about 24,000 per year, 219,000 in total. This growth has been faster than Germany in absolute terms, where annual supply increased by between 20,000 and 22,000 per year, but Germany is a much smaller economy. US GDP is about 5 times that of Germany, and the US population is almost 4 times Germany's. In South Korea, an economy about 1/12 the size of America's, annual robot installations increased from 12,000 in 2008 to 39,000 in 2017. When accounting for robot density, the number of industrial robots per 10,000 manufacturing workers, the United States also lags behind South Korea, Japan, Germany, and other countries. This is gradually changing, as 2018 saw a significant acceleration in deployments of robots in non-automotive industries, suggesting that America could gradually gain ground. But when controlling for wages, the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, has highlighted that the United States has been lagging behind East Asian companies for years. Industrial robots being expensive pieces of capital equipment, the return on investment is quicker when wages are higher. Controlling for wage levels, ITIF found that the United States is deploying 49% fewer robots than expected, while China is deploying 153% more than expected. Again, it appears that American capital investment is not adequate to meet the country's competitive challenges. Going forward, the International Federation of Robotics, IFR, forecasts that U.S. shipments of industrial robots will increase, but they will be modest compared to the global picture, with China being the clear frontrunner. Altogether, the United States significantly lags behind its key manufacturing competitors, including China, Germany, Korea, and Japan in industrial robotics deployment. This is not to say that the United States does not have advantages in other areas of technology, notably an ecosystem of manufacturing providers who have some of the most advanced cloud and Internet of Things IoT competencies. And the United States is still a leader in many non-industrial robotics applications. In the mobile robotics space, Amazon is deploying automated guided vehicles across its warehouses and distribution centers at scale, and when it comes to competencies like simultaneous localization and mapping (SLAM) to develop autonomous vehicles, the U.S. ecosystem remains the strongest. Other advanced capabilities like deep learning-enabled machine vision and advanced motion control are still being pioneered by U.S. companies. More nascent markets for robotics like exoskeletons also represent an area where the United States can rely on its higher education apparatus. That being said, Americans pioneered the first robotics company, Unimation, but were unable to translate this innovation into development. Innovation alone, without the right manufacturing ecosystem, is not always enough to create successful industries. A more comprehensive strategy is required. The case of the consumer and commercial drone industry highlights the ability of Chinese companies to outcompete their U.S. rivals and take majority market share across the world, even in fairly new technology opportunities like commercial unmanned aerial systems. Although the United States was the first to deploy unmanned aerial systems, China's drone industry has now surpassed America's by most measures. America may still have advantages in cutting-edge defense drone technologies, but China has captured entire technology markets indirectly related to the military, like small unmanned aerial systems, below 25 pounds. DJI, the Shenzhen-based developer of high-end consumer and commercial drones, has close to 80% of the global consumer drone market. Meanwhile, an American drone manufacturer that was hoping to compete with DJI, 3D Robotics, 3DR, failed. The reason behind this failure was not simply price point or design, but quality. American drones like the 3DR Solo and GoPro's Karma, burdened with go-to-market issues, were both retired promptly, while DJI's products are of sufficient quality to be used in mining, construction, and other industry verticals. What allowed the Chinese company to develop a superior product was that DJI's assets, manufacturing, design, and management, were all located in Shenzhen, allowing shorter R&D cycles and improved organization. By contrast, 3DR and other American competitors had their headquarters in Palo Alto and their factories in Tijuana. Control of the value chain in effect gave Chinese hardware companies a massive competitive advantage over Silicon Valley, to the point where one iteration of the American product was competing with 3 Chinese models on the market. This has far-reaching consequences, as DJI's worldwide dominance of the drone space provides the company with potentially enormous troves of data, and until 2017, their drones were being used by the U.S. Armed Forces. On this issue, the CEO of 3D Robotics said, "I love the idea of other companies making hardware, so we don't have to and we can focus on the software and services side. We're a Silicon Valley company and we're supposed to be doing software, and there are Chinese companies that are supposed to be doing hardware. Unfortunately, while most of the revenue for commercial drones is tied to software and associated services, the fundamental component is the platform and cameras. DJI can partner with any number of analytics providers because it has a monopoly on the essential segment in the wider technology stack." Belatedly, American and British drone enthusiasts are coming to the realization that Chinese domination of the commercial drone space is a problem, and a number of companies are now pitching themselves as all-American in response. This example shows why Silicon Valley's unique position as the innovation center of the world is receding. Simply asserting supremacy in software while China dominates hardware and plows enormous amounts of investment into R&D is leading America's technology sectors into irreversible decline. The consumer drone industry should serve as a stark warning to policymakers. If the White House's budget requests for science and technology programs offer any guide, the Trump administration does not consider increased public investment in science programs as a fundamental part of U.S. technology policy. White House requests for big cuts perhaps need to be taken with a grain of salt, as they have been replaced with big increases in congressional appropriations. Nevertheless, the Trump administration has yet to articulate a more comprehensive industrial policy that prioritizes the need to build and maintain dominance in key emerging industries like advanced computing, robotics, quantum technology, etc. This is unfortunate because it should represent the necessary complement to the moves the administration has made to challenge China's trade practices and to encourage capital equipment investment in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Additional resources are being earmarked for the Defense Department. But without a thriving civil manufacturing and industrial base, the U.S. military advantage will inevitably deteriorate. There is, however, a precedent for a more robust approach, even for Republicans, arising from the Reagan administration. Throughout the 1980s, the United States was developing something akin to a technology-focused industrial policy. Project Socrates, as it was called, was the culmination of a Defense Intelligence Agency program headed by physicist Michael Sikora, which sought to achieve 2 objectives. 1. Utilize the full range of intelligence capabilities to determine the underlying causes of ICA's declining economic and military competitiveness. 2. Use this understanding to develop the needed solutions. Compared to the 1980s, the goals of this project appear far more difficult now. Among the key elements of the project was that it distinguished between technology-based planning and economy-based planning. While the latter denotes the optimization of funding, the former refers to the effective acquisition and utilization of technology to gain a competitive advantage. This perfectly encapsulates the principles behind Beijing's Made in China 2025 plan, which measures success not in terms of GDP but with discrete metrics like gaining self-sufficiency in the production of servo motors for industrial robots, or broader aims like becoming the #1 developer of supercomputers. 26. Following Reagan's departure, the end of the Cold War, and the Bush presidency, Project Socrates was labeled an industrial policy and discarded, since then only discussed intermittently in obscure corners of the internet. But the time to update and re-engage with this approach appears imminent, as the geopolitical situation more and more requires it. Between the left's suspicion of technology and the right's inertia on economics, the push towards any revitalization of technology-based planning is going to face a long fight. No intersection of technology and government is going to be isolated from cultural attitudes and preferences. Venture capitalist Peter Thiel has made this point by juxtaposing the technological advancements of the first half of the 20th century with the relative stagnation of recent decades, and the cultural attitudes associated with each. Establishment thinking on technology and economics since the end of the Cold War was perfectly captured by this paragraph from Wired magazine in 1997. Open, good. Closed, bad. Tattoo it on your forehead. Apply it to technology standards, to business strategies, to philosophies of life. It's the winning concept for individuals, for nations, for the global community in the years ahead. If openness is to be celebrated, anything perceived as closed must be condemned. This pertains to most expressions of national interest, national technology strategies, and trade policy. As Thomas Friedman once hyperventilated, protectionists are dummies, losers, incompetents, hippies, rednecks, dinosaurs, closet socialists, or crypto-fascists, who share more with the mullahs of Iran than bankers on Wall Street. Fast forward to the present, however, and we now face a situation where the fastest-growing economies are not open or based on free trade but are consciously mercantilist and non-democratic. At the same time, the democratic West, which supposedly encapsulates the virtues of openness and connectedness, is in relative, and by some measures absolute, decline. It is a searing indictment of establishment thinking that the values of the Western elite are not being emulated in the developing world, whose leaders increasingly see the state capitalism of East Asia as the way of the future. For liberals who routinely invoke being on the right side of history, this shift is a harsh judgment that they so far show no intent of heeding. Meanwhile, Western attitudes towards technological innovation itself are changing. Dissatisfaction with Silicon Valley is leading many on both right and left to consider wide-ranging antitrust regulations. At the same time, physical technology like robotics, and the apparently imminent dawn of autonomous trucks and automobiles, is viewed by many as destructive, with some seeking barriers to limit their adoption. The intellectual and practical unraveling of neoliberalism has unleashed creative forces on both the left and right that are not so acquiescent to discredited economic orthodoxies, particularly on issues of technology, industry, international trade, and externalities, such as the environment and the integrity of communities. But while populists on both left and right continue to rise against established elites, they have not yet sufficiently focused on the necessity of having a strategy to compete in the most advanced technologies. Indeed, the prevailing understanding of technology is that it is something largely separate from or oppositional to the state. This is a delusion, and one that has created an unsustainable situation. Failure to reimagine and revitalize the public-private partnerships and wider strategic outlook that helped the United States win the Cold War will make America's long-term decline inevitable. Government responses to COVID-19 will reshape the U.S. economy for the next decade. But why did America's economy deliver such slow growth during the previous decade, as well as before the 2008 global financial crisis? Why has the U.S. economy consistently generated rising income inequality and sluggish investment for so long? Answering these questions helps establish the baseline for understanding how the COVID shock might change economic structures and outcomes. Most explanations for slow growth, both before and after the financial crisis, focus on singular causes like aggregate income inequality, or the rise of a shareholder value model for corporate governance, or increased trade competition, globalization, or the financial sector's disproportionate power and profitability, financialization. These explanations are important and, in many respects, correct. Yet they are also largely incomplete because they ignore the sources of profit, even when they discuss the rising share of profits relative to wages, or of financial sector profits relative to manufacturing sector profits. In understanding American capitalism, the origin of and distributional conflict over profits matters as much as the distributional conflict between profits and wages. Looking at firms' profit strategies and the organizational structures they construct to pursue profit explains the dynamics and malaise of the U.S. economy. Put simply, changes in corporate strategy and structure from the post-war era to the current era changed the distribution of profits among and within firms and led directly to our present problems. While the distribution of profits across firms was highly unequal in both eras, changes in corporate strategy and structure have concentrated profits in firms with small labor headcounts, a low marginal propensity to invest, and relatively easy tax avoidance. Reduced investment and worsening income inequality in turn slow GDP growth and aggravate social and regional tensions. While these changes are generic to the rich countries, they have gone furthest in the United States. As William Gibson has put it, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. Broadly speaking, firms in the mass production era, or as academics like to call it, Fordism, sought oligopoly profits by controlling asset-specific physical capital. That is, machinery that could not easily or profitably be redeployed to other uses. This specialized equipment was extraordinarily productive relative to more generic machinery, enabling huge economies of scale. High productivity deterred potential competitors from entering the market because incumbent firms could easily ramp up production and lower prices, starving potential rivals of profits. Yet with asset-specific physical capital profitability, to say nothing of profit maximization, required uninterrupted production at near full capacity. Otherwise, a firm would have expensive equipment sitting idle and suffer diseconomies of scale. This imperative of uninterrupted production had three important consequences. First, firms vertically integrated or brought production of components going into final products in-house to assure a continuous and timely flow of the parts they needed. Even something as simple as a can of soup requires a wide range of inputs. More sophisticated products like the automobiles eponymous of Fordism typically require 10,000 discrete parts. Missing any single part could halt production. After the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, for example, shortages of plastic speedometer needles, among other things, caused car assembly factories worldwide to halt production. As late as the 1970s, GM was making 70% of the value of its cars inside its own factories. Second, as a consequence, these large, vertically integrated firms necessarily had many direct employees. But in-house production of components, and even more so the need to run assembly lines continuously, gave workers a credible threat to firms' profitability. Strikes that interrupted production. Sit-down strikes in the 1930s, legislation legalizing collective bargaining, and a second wave of strikes immediately after World War II produced a temporarily stable bargain. Basically, firms agreed to share oligopoly profits with direct employees if workers ceded control over production to management. The 1950 Treaty of Detroit between the UAW and GM exchanged a 5-year, no-strike contract for wage hikes in line with average productivity growth and inflation. Third, big capital investments and big unionized workforces had positive macroeconomic consequences. Gross domestic product is conventionally divided into consumption, including government transfer payments, like Social Security, government spending net of transfers, and investment. GDP growth is thus the growth of any or all of these components. Firms' high labor headcounts combined with unionization to flatten the income distribution, boost ing aggregate demand as workers consumed more each year. Firms' strategic use of large fixed investments in physical capital, which served as a barrier to entry, generated continuous investment. This had strong multiplier effects, again bolstering aggregate demand. Finally, as John Kenneth Galbraith argued in 1967, firms' desire for stable inputs and demand in largely national markets oriented their political behavior towards seeking macroeconomic stability and predictability. Capitalism has winners and losers, though. Not all firms succeeded in creating an oligopoly or inserting themselves into the public or corporate planning routines that Galbraith charted. Fordist-era firms thus tended to polarize into two groups: larger, more profitable firms with stable markets, and smaller, less profitable firms in unstable or marginal markets. In a complementary fashion, markets and employers also sorted workers into two groups: largely male, white workers with stable, higher wage employment in large firms, and largely minority, immigrant, and female workers with unstable, lower wage employment in smaller, less profitable firms. Planning, rent sharing, and a dual labor market generated tensions that undid the mass production era. To be sure, advances in automation and communication technologies enabled some of the changes described below, but the major drivers of change were social and political conflicts in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Compliance with corporate routines and the status quo broke down in a wave of strikes and social movements. Put simply, young workers entering factories rejected mindless production routines and constant assembly line speed-up. Women rejected confinement to marginal labor markets and marriage. African Americans rejected exclusion from normal American civil and economic life. And newly independent oil producers rejected subservience to giant U.S. and British oil firms. Strikes and resource price shocks in food and energy disrupted corporate planning, highlighting the vulnerabilities of production strategies that relied on large volumes of fixed, product-specific equipment. Of the two, the strikes were more important in motivating firms to change strategies, and companies began looking for ways to shift labor risks away from themselves and onto other firms. From 1964 to 1974, the wage share of value added per U.S. manufacturing employee rose by 5.9 percentage points. Firms responded with public and private strategies to reduce the wage share and regain control over the factory floor. U.S. firms became more politically active in promoting business interests, following a strategy outlined in the 1971 Powell Memo, and in supporting the economic policy agenda embraced by the Republican Party over subsequent decades. Privately, firms began to disperse concentrated production and shed legal responsibility for their workers by demerging, moving production offshore, contracting out both on and offshore, dispersing production geographically, and adopting variants of the franchise format. IBM, for example, shed 40% of its workforce between 1990 and 1994, abandoning most manufacturing in favor of R&D, software, and patent licensing. Similarly, both GM and Ford spun out their parts production as the independent firms Delphi and Visteon in 1999 and 2000. By 2008, both Delphi and Visteon had more Mexican than American employees. Where the old GM had generated 70% of final value in-house, and Ford 50%, almost all automobile firms were down to 20% by the 2000s. Contracting out created smaller firms and smaller factories, both of which are harder to unionize. Furthermore, the franchise format removed the legal responsibility to provide benefits and protected an emergent group of highly profitable firms from liability for abuses. Firms' new profit strategy sought monopoly profit via control over intellectual property, IP, via intellectual property rights, IPRs, like patent, brand, copyright, and trademark, while ejecting workers and physical capital. IPRs convey an exclusive right to extract value from a given production chain. For example, Qualcomm's patents on the technologies linking cell phones to cell towers and Wi-Fi enable it to levy a 2 to 5% royalty on the average selling price of almost all cell phones. Unfortunately, to steal a phrase, the more IPRs we come across, the more problems we see. These corporate and political responses transformed the two-tier Fordist economy into a new three-tier economy. Since not all firms can succeed in capturing oligopoly or monopoly profits via IPRs, competition produced three different generic firm types. 1. Human capital-intensive, low-headcount firms whose high profitability stems from robust IPRs. 2. Physical capital-intensive firms whose moderate profitability stems from investment barriers to entry or tacit production knowledge. And 3. Labor-intensive, high-headcount firms producing undifferentiated services and commodities with low volumes of profit. Naturally, some firms blend characteristics of each level. Intel, for example, blends the top two levels of IP ownership and a massive physical capital footprint in its semiconductor fabs. Tech is the obvious epicenter of the new, IPR-based economy. But two caveats matter here. First, IPRs are nothing new. Formal IP was also present in the Fordist era and, indeed, before that. Critically, IP was embedded in large organizations and generated by the dedicated internal research labs that former RCA Labs engineer Henry Kressel has described. Second, many firms outside of tech have pursued an IPR-based strategy. Franchised restaurant chains are the most obvious low-tech example, with a high-profit brand owner licensing the use of its brand and production methods to smaller, lower-profit owner-operators in the bottom tier. In both high-tech and low-tech industries, the general pattern is vertical disintegration and the segregation of IP ownership into a small number of legally distinct and highly profitable firms. This largely involves a rearrangement of legal boundaries, not production as such. The best way to see this is to imagine two different automobile factory tours, one in 1965 and one in 2015. During the 1965 factory tour, you would see many different people doing direct and indirect production tasks. The iconic semi-skilled workers on the assembly line would loom large, but surrounding them were specialist toolmakers, engineers, designers, janitorial staff, and logistics workers. Farther out, caterers, guards, groundskeepers, accountants, white-collar management, and a second set of logistics workers unloading parts coming from components factories. All these workers were typically legally inside the firm as employees and white-collar workers aside union members. The 2015 tour reveals many of the same kinds of workers, with more racial and gender diversity, doing similar jobs. Automation would have replaced many semi-skilled workers, but the logistics personnel, caterers, security, accountants, designers, engineers, and so on remain. The critical differences are largely legal and organizational. Where everyone used to be an employee of the core firm, workers doing logistics now might be employees of XPO Logistics, DHL, or UPS. Security guards might be employees of Securitas or G4S. Caterers might be employees of Aramark or perhaps small local firms. Astoundingly, between 20 and 30% of line workers are now typically contracted in or temporary employees who are technically not employees of the automobile firm, and certainly not unionized. Where firms once did much of the component production in-house, they now buy in many parts, some design work, and a considerable volume of the software and electronics, which now constitute about 20% of a vehicle's total cost, from external suppliers. From a production point of view, these essentially legal changes have not impeded increases in productivity. But from a macroeconomic point of view, or with an eye towards income inequality, the shift in the legal boundaries around workers is enormously consequential. Franchise-based industries provide an even clearer example. Consider the very low-tech world of hotels. Online booking is hardly high-tech, even with web analytics. The major hotel brands neither own physical buildings nor directly employ most of the workers inside. Hilton Worldwide Holdings, for example, is a firm whose major asset is its intellectual property. 5,900 registered trademarks and 15 carefully graded and curated hotel brands as of December 2018.7 Hilton directly owned, or leased only 71 of the 5,685 properties labeled with those brands. The hotel buildings themselves, the middle layer in the new industrial structure, are a large physical asset, variously owned by private equity firms, family trusts, and real estate investment trusts, REITs. For example, a different Apple Hospitality Real Estate Investment Trust, owns 242 hotels in the United States, operating under the nominally competing Hilton and Marriott brands. Apple REIT's buildings are managed by hotel management firms operating under contract. These management firms either directly employ or contract in labor from third-tier firms like Hospitality Services Group. These jobs can be gig-like but are more often standard employment relations. Thus, even a low-tech sector like hotels has a tripartite division combining legally separate but functionally integrated firms specializing in IP production, firms holding physical capital, and firms supplying low-skill labor power. Functional integration comes from the tight control that the firms at the top exercise over their franchisees and subcontractors. This three-tier structure has made firms at the top astoundingly profitable, but it damages the U.S. economy in multiple ways, even before considering the supply chain risks that COVID-19 revealed. First, it skews the distribution of income upward, reducing demand and weakening the state's fiscal base. Second, and most important, the three-tier structure creates firms with lots of profit but a low marginal propensity to invest, and firms with a high marginal propensity to invest but profits too weak to enable robust productive investment. Income distribution first. U.S. labor law unintentionally combined with rent-seeking in the healthcare industry to motivate firms to expel as much low-skill, low-value-added labor as possible. The 1974 Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, mandated equivalent benefits for all full-time workers in a firm and forced firms to account for pensions as explicit liabilities. Health insurance is a flat fixed cost per employee. As health insurance costs rose to the current average level of $20,000 for a family policy, or $7,200 for individuals, they constituted an ever larger share of the total cost of employment. Health insurance for professional employees might amount to 10% of their total cost of employment, but for a $9 per hour janitor, they doubled the total cost to the employer. Far better, in profit terms, to fire the janitor and pay a cleaning service $10 per hour to bring her back in at the same $9 per hour but without health insurance coverage. Generally, the higher a firm's average wage, the more likely it is that activities like cleaning and catering are outsourced. Gig work for firms like Uber or Instacart is only the most extreme version of pushing workers outside a firm's legal boundary, removing any obligation to provide benefits. Second, for a variety of sociological and practical reasons, firms tend to redistribute some of their excess profits inside the firm as wages. Fine-grained studies using anonymized IRSW-2 data have shown that more profitable firms within the same industry tend to pay higher wages for the same job description. In other words, it's not what you do but who you work for that determines your wages. Inter-firm rather than intra-firm disparities largely drive wage inequality. Therefore, as profits are concentrated into a small number of firms with low headcounts, more and more workers pile up in low-profit, bottom-tier firms that deliver commodity services or simple manufacturing tasks. It could be argued that higher-profit firms are more productive because their employees are more productive, and thus that wage differentials reflect differences in workers' abilities. This is plausibly true for markets like canned soup, where competing products of different qualities are available and easily compared. But the disproportionate profits flowing to finance and to IPR-rich firms reflect various forms of legalized monopoly power. Patents and copyrights are by definition legal monopolies. Likewise, markets in which competition involves a meaningless choice between oligopolistic firms, think cell phone or internet service, also reward firms without regard to underlying productivity. Oligopoly and monopoly, think AT&T, in the Fordist era also concentrated profits, but they were shared over a broader employment base. The changing relationship between profit shares and employee headcount can be seen by looking at the top 100 publicly listed U.S. firms by cumulative profit in 1961 to 65 as compared to 2013 to 17. From 1961 to 1965, 61 of the biggest U.S. employers were also among the top 100 firms by cumulative profit, accounting for 41.1% of total profits and 38% of total employment. From 2013 to 2017, only 53 of the biggest employers were also among the top 100 firms by cumulative profit, accounting for 32.6% of total profits but only 27.6% of total employment. Put differently, in the first era, the top 100 firms by profit accounted for 49.8% of profits and 42.1% of employment, a ratio of 1.18, but in the second they accounted for 49.4% of profits and at most 32.1% of employment, a ratio of 1.54. More narrowly, IPR-rich firms and finance accounted for 29.8% of total profits but only 11.9% of all employees, a ratio of 2.50, in 2013 to 17. People with more money obviously have more money to spend, but the concentration of income into the top 10% of households by income, who capture 48% of total income, actually hinders the growth of consumption and thus of GDP. Why? As income rises, people typically save a greater and greater proportion of that income, or, as economists would put it, higher-income households have a lower marginal propensity to spend. Because consumption spending accounts for about 70% of GDP, rising income concentration slows GDP growth. Buying one South Carolina-built BMW SUV generates fewer jobs and less subsequent consumption than buying 3 Ohio-built Honda Accords. The depression of investment resulting from the concentration of profits into IPR-rich firms and the top financial firms is even more consequential. As with personal income, profits are increasingly concentrated because fewer firms face competition, especially IPR-rich firms. As with high-income households, their marginal propensity to invest is relatively low. Profits were unequally distributed across publicly listed American firms in both the Fordist and the present eras. The top 100 listed firms by cumulative profit in the period from 1950 to 1980 captured nearly 45% of profits, leaving 55% for the remaining 7,759 publicly listed U.S. firms during those years. The top 200 captured 57%. The top 100 firms by cumulative gross profits in the period from 1992 to 2017 captured almost the same 44%, leaving 56% for the other 16,940 publicly listed firms. The top 200 captured 55% of profits. For context, the top 1% of U.S. households captured about 22% of pre-tax income from 2013 to 2017. The top 1% of listed firms, or 71 companies, captured 44% of cumulative gross profit in those years. Thomas Philippon has charted growing concentration of individual U.S. markets, summarizing and synthesizing considerable other research on the increase in markup power by U.S. firms. 10 Jan DeLocher and Jan Eekhout estimate that the average markup rose from 18% to 67% for publicly listed firms from 1980 to 2014, with the top 10% of firms increasing to a 160% markup by 2014. This skewed increase in markup power points directly towards the IPR-rich sectors. According to Goldman Sachs, 9 IPR-rich firms accounted for 47% of the expansion in margins among the S&P 500 firms through 2018, with Apple alone accounting for 14%. The shift in profits from the employee and physical capital-intensive firms characteristic of Fordism towards top-tier firms characterized by IPRs depresses investment, slowing growth. IPR-rich firms face limited competition, by definition, And while their investment does include things like massive server farms and sometimes even production equipment, most of their capital formation is simply paying salaries to people. Brand management is not particularly physical capital intensive, nor, relatively speaking, is software development. In either case, virtually no capital investment is needed to expand production. The marginal cost of an extra copy of Word or iOS is essentially zero. Like high-income households, high-profit, IPR-rich firms thus have a low marginal propensity to invest in new productive capacity. Note that buying existing stocks, bonds, and dwellings is not new investment. It simply transfers the money to someone else, who faces the same choice about whether to create growth via new productive investment. The next two charts show the top 100 firms' low marginal propensity to invest by comparing their share of profits, defined as gross operating income, and capital expenditure, which is funded out of gross operating income. In the periods 1961 to 65 and 2013 to 17, arguably the high points of Fordism and the current IPR economy, I sort firms into sectors based on their main activity. I also adjust the data by the Producer Price Index to remove any effects from inflation. I focus on the top 100 firms because of their macroeconomic significance. These firms accounted for 40.5% and 34%, respectively, of all capital expenditures in each era. This new investment is what drives economic growth in the present and the future. These figures highlight three major changes from the Fordist to the current era. 1. Profits have dramatically shifted towards sectors characterized by robust IPRs, like pharmaceutical, software, and electronics firms, as well as high finance. 2. Even in the context of a general decline in capital expenditure, as a percent of gross profit, current high-profit sectors tend to transform much less of their gross profit into capital expenditure. 3. As noted above, the concentration of profits into IPR firms means that firms' internal redistribution of excess profit now benefits a narrower slice of the working population. In Figure 1, firms are ranked by their 1961 to 65 shares of gross profit and capital expenditures. Figure 2 shows the same sector shares in 2013 to 17. The figures illustrate how the top 100 firms in the tech, biopharmaceuticals, and finance sectors have replaced telecoms, oil-related industries, and manufacturing as the sectors with the highest profit shares. Yet, those new sectors tend to significantly underinvest relative to their profit share. Figure 2 might seem to contradict the narrative above, as the share of capital expenditure by tech firms relative to the overall economy increases while that of integrated manufacturing firms drops. But while the profit share of tech, pharmaceuticals, and finance has risen sharply, their propensity to reinvest those profits as capital expenditures is very low. By contrast, the manufacturing sector, including the survivors among the old integrated tech firms, continues to invest a relatively large share of its reduced profits. Overall, capital expenditure as a share of gross profit by the top 100 firms has fallen by roughly half. Why? While tech firms accounted for 28% of business capital expenditure in 2018, according to Goldman Sachs, firms whose profits derive from IPR-based monopolies face less pressure to invest or innovate because competitors are effectively locked out of their markets. Tech and financial firms, and within that group a very small number of firms, simultaneously accounted for 40% of 2018 share buybacks, which absolutely exceeded their capital expenditure. Combined, buybacks and dividends exceeded capital expenditure plus R&D. But if tech and other IPR sectors underinvest, why doesn't the money handed out to shareholders produce more investment in other sectors? The answer is that money doesn't flow immaculately through financial markets into new investment. Dispersed shareholders typically invest by buying up positional goods like expensive real estate or equities whose price has risen because of share buybacks, rather than making productive investments. Meanwhile, physical capital-intensive firms that might do new productive investment with high Keynesian multipliers hesitate to borrow to fund investment. In the context of a slowly growing economy, they quite rationally fear creating excess capacity. Consider the world from their point of view. Most developed country markets in the 2000s were growing at about the rate of population growth, roughly 1% per year, and even formerly dynamic sectors like smartphones slowed markedly after 2016. As most manufacturing firms, particularly the big ones in the top 100 or 200 firms, can generate about 2 to 3% productivity growth each year simply through process engineering, the incentive to invest in new capacity is low. Replace depreciated capital to retain market share? Yes. Create new, potentially excess capacity? No. Indeed, in North America, The automobile industry shed about 15% of capacity after 2010 in order to bring supply and demand into rough balance. By contrast, in 2018, Europe's automobile sector still had roughly 15% excess capacity and China's roughly 25%. Similarly, major semiconductor firms, one of the most capital-intensive production processes in the world, moderated investment in the decade after 2010 to avoid excess capacity. Figures 1 and 2 also show the massive shift towards top firms in the finance sector and a huge increase in their capital investment. But the bulk of this investment does little to spark economic growth. Much of it is for information technology systems that enable more high-frequency trading or the calculation of deliberately complicated derivatives. Neither does much for the economy. If these investments actually increased productive efficiency, we would expect to see the financial sector's profits declining as competition and productivity increases operated in the normal way. Instead, these investments produce more economic volatility, as 2008 demonstrated, or generate products with monopoly-like features. Generic, easily copied derivatives make little money, but investment banks increasingly rely on Class 705 business process patents to protect new derivatives and processes. In 2014, for example, Bank of America filed roughly the same number of successful U.S. patents as Novartis, Rolls-Royce, or MIT, and J.P. Morgan filed as many as Genentech or Siemens. Bespoke derivatives and other forms of rent-seeking enable key financial firms to extract rents from non-financial firms. The shift of profits towards firms with a lower propensity to invest did not add up to a Great Depression-style investment collapse before the COVID-19 recession, but it did drive a secular decline in gross and net fixed capital formation that hindered growth. Gross fixed capital formation in the United States fell from 23.2% to 20.6% of GDP from 1980 to 2017. Net investment drives new growth, but private sector net domestic investment fell from 29.8% to 15.6% of gross private domestic investment. Meanwhile, IPR-rich firms accumulated immense passive cash hoards. Microsoft, for example, would have been the 11th largest holder of U.S. Treasury bonds if it were a country in 2019, excluding tax havens. Apple has been described by The Economist magazine as an investment bank that also makes phones. The shift towards a three-tier economy with structural barriers to growth and rising income inequality has created obvious political and social problems. Rising income inequality and barriers to small business entrepreneurship are abstract concepts that conceal declining life expectancy for rural white women, rising death rates from opiates and suicide for white men without college educations, and increasing racial polarization in electoral politics. Even before COVID-19, the U.S. economy and society was shifting towards a 19th century Victorian scenario of a one-third, one-third, one-third society, composed of one group of financially secure property owners, one group of workers with reasonably stable employment but no cushion against any serious financial setback, and one group with precarious, often extra-legal employment and chronic debt. Read any Dickens novel for details. In Victorian England, racially and religiously marked Irish, as well as relatively uneducated rural proletarians populated the bottom layer, much as racial minorities and rural whites disproportionately constitute the U.S. bottom today. But in 19th century Britain, emigration provided a pressure relief valve that today's United States does not have. Instead, more and more people are being crowded into the bottom layer of the three-tier economy. Franchises, not iPhones, are actually the characteristic phenomenon of the new economy and its politics. Franchises separate IP and its profits from direct production, shift legal responsibility for workers onto smaller firms with neither the expertise nor inclination to provide benefits or a career path, and decapitate the small business class. While franchising lowers the probability of failure in starting a business, it also removes much of the profit that owners used to capture and disconnects businesses from their communities. The franchise phenomenon has expanded out of the hospitality niche into many traditional, upwardly mobile blue-collar occupations like home repair, plumbing, and electrical work. The three-tier model also has malign consequences for U.S. military and economic security. COVID-19 revealed a manufacturing base that was unable to produce even relatively simple things like N95 masks and diagnostic throat swabs in large quantities. This reflected years of shifting the physical work in manufacturing to low-wage Asia. From the point of view of brand and other intellectual property owners, this was an apparently low-risk way to be highly profitable. Let some Taiwanese or Chinese firm deal with the risks of labor unrest and fixed investment in machinery that was vulnerable to a shift in demand. slap some trademark swoosh or polo player or athlete's name on the imported shoe or shirt to justify a double or triple price differential with the generic version, and then park the profit in a sunny tax haven. But the result was an economy that imported nearly all of its shoes and clothing. More significantly, the manufacturing knowledge needed to make large maritime steam turbines has disappeared, and without a massive subsidy offered to Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, no one would have built the next generation of semiconductor chip fabrication plants in the United States. Likewise, roughly 80% of the raw materials for pharmaceuticals, active pharmaceutical ingredients or APIs, are imported, as are all generic antibiotics. APIs are the functional equivalent of the bottom layer, as they are combined to make high-profit branded pharmaceuticals protected by patents. The problematic strategic implications of this dependence on China and China-adjacent, in a literal geographic sense, sources of supply are obvious. The offshoring of garment assembly, which involves a hard-to-automate process of sewing curves into slippery bits of fabric, was perhaps inevitable. But for many other goods, firms could have taken an alternate route by re-engineering their products for automation by using fewer parts and thus less low-skill labor. But this would have made them dependent on higher-skilled U.S. labor and a bigger fixed capital base, with the benefits flowing more to workers and suppliers of automation equipment than the upgrading firm. Instead, U.S. firms and their lobbying groups happily supported trade deals exchanging greater foreign access to U.S. markets, albeit often organized by U.S. firms, for greater U.S. financial access to foreign markets and stronger protection for U.S. IPRs. This produced chronic U.S. trade deficits whose counterpart was an accumulation of U.S. debt overseas. Simplifying greatly, the winners from this were big U.S. retail and financial firms and manufacturers with recognizable brands, and the losers were the rest of the domestic manufacturing base and its labor force. The winners increasingly parked their profits offshore in tax havens, while the losers drew on an increasingly weak state and federal government fiscal base. All of this makes it harder to transition to the manufacturing of the future, which is likely to involve high-skilled workers using flexible automation to make custom products for consumers and industry. In short, the major economic problem America faces today is not just concentration of profits, which characterizes both the Fordist and current era, but concentration into specific kinds of politically powerful firms subsequent to illegal fishing of production activities and labor forces. Nothing about the three-tier economy is inevitable or technologically determined. Franchisors' immunity from obligations to their franchisees' workers is a domestic legal artifact, as is copyright duration or the robustness and ease of patent protection. Access to cheap offshore labor and tax havens is an internationally negotiated legal artifact. As noted above, the big change is not a wholesale physical reorganization of production processes but rather a wholesale fishing of the legal containers, firms, that plan those production processes and the creation of a legal architecture supporting the global dispersal of production. In this respect, the fiscal and Federal Reserve responses to the COVID-19 pandemic have already upended the old relationship between the state and the economy and opened up space for policy that might ameliorate or reverse the economic problems that the past 30 years of vertical disintegration and offshoring have produced. Relatively simple solutions that now seem much less politically difficult include higher minimum wages, stronger antitrust enforcement, and more stringent criteria for granting IPRs, as well as shorter terms for such protections. While the $600 per week federal unemployment supplement is unlikely to become a permanent basic income, it not only shows that higher wages and incomes at the bottom are possible, but has created a constituency for a permanent expansion. Similar to the wartime experiences driving a federal commitment to health care for veterans, COVID-19 has already exposed the fundamental irrationality of a healthcare system in which many actors see profits as priority one and patients simply a source of cash flow. Doctors used to constitute a phalanx against federal intrusion, but layoffs and pay cuts at the many practices owned by private equity firms may change attitudes about where the real danger to income and autonomy lie. Finally, forcing lead firms in commodity chains to take some responsibility for workers in the bottom tier would go a long way towards fixing the problems limbed above. Similarly, giving franchisees more leeway in the sources of inputs, or making franchisors true risk-sharing partners, would level the playing field in those commodity chains. Right now, franchisors enjoy all the benefits, disclaiming legal responsibility towards franchisees and their workers, while exerting near total control and taking a guaranteed cut of operating revenues. The National Labor Relations Board tried to level the playing field in 2015 in the Browning-Ferris case, but new appointees reversed that decision in 2017. Finally, incorporating and actually enforcing labor and environmental standards will help shift production away from China. Policy proposals, of course, mean nothing without public support and legislative action. We already have examples of political rhetoric that might move policy in the right direction. On the Republican side, Marco Rubio draws on 19th-century British Tory One Nation rhetoric and the Catholic social thought embodied in the 1891 papal encyclical on capital and labor, Rerum Novarum. These approaches aimed at secure property rights for the top third in exchange for dignity at work, a living wage, and social assistance for the bottom two-thirds. On the Democratic side, Elizabeth Warren combines the antitrust focus of early 1900s progressivism with the New Deal's emphasis on professional administration and income security. These policies sought social peace both as a means for and an outcome of greater productivity and a bigger economic pie. Neither of these politicians will be a candidate in November 2020, but the election is an opening for re-engineering the economy in a direction that promises both faster growth and a more unified society. What exactly is financialization? How does it relate to what's happening in the rest of the economy? Does it hinder growth, and if so, how? At the end of the 19th century, many on both the left and right regarded finance as a vampire sucking the lifeblood out of real businesses, workers, and, in Britain's settler colonies, local economies. Indeed, Stanford literature professor Franco Moretti has argued that the classic 1897 Bram Stoker novel Dracula, which birthed the modern vampire mythos, reflected British manufacturers' fears of competition from new American and Central European firms, primarily German, backed by powerful banks. Contemporaneous and more prosaic American and German economists also observed how finance encompassed and encumbered non-financial firms. The final third of Thorstein Veblen's still relevant theory of the business enterprise, 1904, dissects how U.S. financial elites used the stock market to consolidate and control industry. Shortly after, in 1910, the Marxist and later Weimar-era finance minister Rudolf Hilferding comprehensively analyzed banks' preeminent power in the German economy. 1 century later, the same debate and language has resurfaced. Matt Taibbi famously called Goldman Sachs a great vampire squid wrapped around the face of humanity. But with Hollywood totally dependent on financial firms to capitalize its increasingly expensive and risky gambles, the focus in popular culture has shifted from vampires to the zombie firms they leave behind. Bloodless, battered, neither bankrupt nor bountiful, shuffling around aimlessly in search of better corporate governance that might restore them to their prior profitable state. Academics, of course, also picked up this discourse, albeit under the less evocative labels financialization and shareholder value model. These arguments boil down to 4 main points. First, financial firms and non-financial corporations, NFCs, have opposing interests. Second, fights for control over NFCs in the stock market have forced NFCs to boost dividend payouts and share buybacks to the detriment of productive investment. The shareholder value model writ narrowly, and this is particularly true for American firms. Third, decreased investment necessarily hinders economic growth by reducing both productivity gains and aggregate demand. Fourth, households borrowing to supplement feeble wage growth can temporarily substitute for the missing aggregate demand, but at the cost of potential financial crises like that of 2008. The transformation of more and more income streams, student loans, credit card receivables, auto loans, leases, into securitizable assets connects all 4 themes. The financialization literature sees American households as the poster children for reckless borrowing, followed by U.S. NFCs using debt to execute share buybacks. By contrast, abstemious Germans and Japanese have less financialized economies. This is a reasonable read of the situation, but as in Stoker's Dracula, misdirection conceals the identity of some of the villains and the nature of the problem. In Dracula, of course, the eponymous villain hails from the darkness of Central Europe. Our heroes, by contrast, are all English, excepting one American, Quincy Morris. But Morris cuts a rather ambiguous figure. While he is kin to the English protagonists, not a Morrisburg or Morrisoni or Morisovic, he seems to possess too much knowledge of vampires, and his efforts to help defeat Dracula all go suspiciously awry. As Moretti points out, the final page of the novel leaves Morris dead, and thus, presumably, all vampires vanquished, not just the Central European ones. Just so a slice of the NFCs that are theoretically in opposition to vampire finance today, and just so a slice of financial firms. The lines of conflict do not line up as neatly as the academic literature and popular imagination might suggest. If we return to the four arguments above, the reality is not that finance uniformly opposes and bleeds NFCs, but rather that a set of firms, exploiting what Michael Lind has called tollbooth power, opposes a much larger set of firms, zombies included, lacking this power. Put simply, the profit data show that a handful of key financial firms that increasingly look like tech firms, and a handful of key tech firms that increasingly look like financial firms, have been capturing the bulk of profits in the U.S. economy. These two vampires underinvest, slowing growth. Second, and counterintuitively, the profit data similarly show that in most rich countries the broad financial sector captures a larger share of cumulative national profit than does finance in the United States. Figure 1 shows the share of cumulative profit captured by either all financial firms, NAICS codes 64 to 68, basically finance, insurance, and real estate, or just traditional banks and holding companies, NAICS 64, as a percentage of cumulative profits captured by all nationally headquartered firms with annual revenue over $100 million in any year between 2011 and 2019. That share is lower in Germany, Japan, and Switzerland relative to the United States, but the gap between the United States and Germany is only 3 percentage points, versus a much larger gap at the right side of the figure. Third, the United States has consistently outgrown most of those other rich economies regardless of how you measure that growth. So there may be some truth to the vampires equal slower growth argument, but the United States is hardly the poster child for that claim. In any case, the evidence here is quite mixed. Most of the countries in which banks capture a large share of local profits had faster growth from 1995 to 2019 than the ones with smaller shares. Similarly, U.S. households are not now and have not been the most indebted in the world relative to household disposable income, Figure 2. Even at the peak of borrowing in 2006, U.S. households were less encumbered than many Northern European households and at basically the same levels as allegedly unfinancialized German and Japanese households. Indeed, U.S. households have saved more of their disposable income than Japanese households for the past 15 years. Finally, U.S. corporate debt levels relative to GDP are also at the lower end of the larger OECD economies, Figure 3. So while there may be some truth to the argument that household debt substitutes for investment, the growth, investment, and household debt data don't really line up in the expected way, unless we take a quantity has a quality of its own point of view. Here, the much larger size of the U.S. population and economy does matter. Even with average or below average levels of household and corporate debt, total U.S. bond debt, which includes much securitized household debt, accounted for 39% of global bond market value in 2017. Getting the mechanisms precisely right matters for policy that aims at faster growth rates, particularly as the long history of capitalism suggests that some degree of financialization is absolutely critical for growth. Financialization arguments advance both demand-side and supply-side mechanisms for slower U.S. growth after the 1970s. Both arguments rest on the diversion of NFC profits into the hands of financial firms. Under pressure from shareholders, Red Wall Street, NFCs have shifted from what William Lazanick has called a retain and reinvest model of corporate behavior to a downsize and distribute model. Lazanick's titles, Profits Without Prosperity, and subtitles, Predatory Value Extraction, Slowing Productivity, and the Vanishing American Middle Class, convey much of the argument. Before the 1980s, firms retained profits and continuously invested them in new products and process improvements. Though Lazanick overlooks the contemporaneous conglomerate empire building and profound technological stagnation in the automobile sector. Today, firms shrink their physical capital and labor footprints to cut costs, and then distribute the additional profit to shareholders. The shareholder value model thus crippled firms' ability to invest for growth. In principle, draining profits from NFCs through large dividend payouts and share buybacks should promote an efficient use of capital in the larger economy. The economically rational shareholders receiving payouts from torpid firms should reinvest them into other firms capable of faster productivity growth and expansion. But data show precisely the opposite. Dividend payouts and buybacks have risen considerably as a share of profits from the 1990s to the present, but net fixed investment, a major contributor to both GDP and productivity growth, has fallen by nearly half from the 1980s to the 2000s. The 461 firms that managed to stay in the S&P 500 from 2007 to 2016 spent more than half their net income on share buybacks and a further 2/5 on dividends, retaining only 6% for reinvestment. Instead of productive investment, the cash from dividend payouts and share buybacks has flowed into the purchase of various sorts of positional goods, prime properties, artwork, etc., and into existing financial assets. The prices for these kinds of assets have rocketed up since the 1990s. But the aggregate picture conceals the important issue of which American firms actually capture profit. Here the usual story starts to break down. While financial firms in general have increased their share of total U.S. profits, firms whose profitability rests on intellectual property rights, IPRs, patents, copyrights, brands, trademarks, lately have been capturing as much or more of total profit. Moreover, a handful of financial firms account for the bulk of profits, suggesting that the sector is not uniformly powerful. In the 2010 to 2018 period, the top 10 financial firms accounted for 2/3 of the sector's profits. Figure 4 shows 4 important trends for U.S. publicly listed firms. First, the increasing concentration of businesses, as the number of publicly listed firms falls by 40%. Second, the increasing and highly unequal distribution of profit across those firms, with the top 1 or 2% of firms in any given decade capturing roughly half of all cumulative profits for that decade. Some of this increase simply reflects aggregation. The top 200 represent a rising share of all firms by headcount. But some also reflects an actual shift of profit from the bottom 98% to the top 2% that mirrors the parallel trend in U.S. household incomes. For example, the top 10 financial firms increased their share of overall profits by 3.7 percentage points, even as all financial firms in the top 200 only increased their share by 1.5 percentage points, indicating a drastic drop for those outside the top 10. Third, the shift from the old Fordist complex of oil, automobiles, and assembly line manufacturing toward both finance and the IPR sectors is visible, despite occasional episodes of high profitability for the oil industry. Fourth, significantly, the IPR sectors already outpaced finance before the 2008 crisis and widened their lead after that. The IPR sectors account for almost half of the 8.6 percentage point increase in the top 200 share. And while finance expanded its overall share, most of that was not the private sector. The two federally owned housing giants, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, GSEs, account for more than the entire increase in the financial sector's profit share over the past 3 decades, reflecting the increase in mortgage debt from $4 trillion in 1992 to $15.4 trillion in 2018. Likewise, the expanded share of the rest, a mixture of retail, communications, transportation, and healthcare firms, is also highly concentrated. Walmart alone accounted for more than 1/4 of the 4.2 percentage point increase. The stock market, the ultimate arbiter of what is good and true in modern society, confirms the massive shift in profitability and expectations of profitability in the relative capitalization of IPR-based firms as compared with finance or the rest. In August 2021, the top 5 IPR firms by market capitalization, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Google, and Facebook, represented 22.3% of the S&P 500's total market capitalization, while the top 5 financial firms, JP Morgan, Visa, PayPal, MasterCard, and Bank of America, represented only 4.9%, a rather pessimistic assessment of future profitability. All told, IPR-based firms accounted for roughly 45% of S&P 500 market capitalization. So the simple financialization story has 2 conflicting propositions. First, the core financialization story, that finance siphons the bulk of profits into households or firms that chase positional goods, appears to be true insofar as growth from 1992 forward has underperformed earlier decades. This story also appears to make sense because the magnitudes seem reasonably correct. The flow of profit diverted to financial firms has to be big enough to affect the macroeconomy for the financialization story to pass muster. A shift of nearly 12% of total profit should have some significant macroeconomic effect. Yet, as Figure 4 shows, this profit is not uniformly distributed across either financial or IPR-based firms. Moreover, if the shift of this volume of profit to a small set of financial firms is problematic, then the shift of profit toward an equally small set of low-employee headcount IPR firms, which in the aggregate do little capital investment, should also be problematic. Financial and IPR-based firms account for nearly half of the top 200 firms. But even within those 98 firms, profit is distributed unequally, with the top 10 firms in each group accounting for 18.8% of cumulative profit of all listed U.S. firms, and half the combined share of both groups. The key divide is thus not between financial firms and NFCs, but rather between a set of firms whose disproportionate profits rest on the possession of various IPRs, including a small set of financial firms that resemble IPR-based firms, and non-IPR-based firms. High-profit finance and IPR-based firms, particularly tech firms, are converging and increasingly codependent at the level of business models and production processes, that is, how firms capture profit and what they do with that profit. These sectors exhibit four homologies detailed below. Splitting standardized goods into an intellectual property component they control and a generic good or service with low barriers to entry spun off to someone else. The salience of patenting specifically and state sanctioned monopoly more generally in creating a toll booth around that intellectual property, the nature of production processes, and reliance on proprietary data collection and manipulation. High-profit finance is increasingly a software and ICT business. It increasingly relies on patenting derivatives, business process software, and branded indices and exchange-traded funds, ETFs, to protect its margins, along with high-frequency trading, algorithmic trading, and other software and hardware-intensive activity. In reverse, the big tech firms themselves increasingly resemble financial firms on account of their large retained earnings and their intrusion into the payments and investment space through financial technologies, fintech. App-based or mobile payment services like Apple Pay, Google Pay, and PayPal's Venmo now account for nearly a third of U.S. commercial transactions. App-based investment services like Robinhood increasingly dominate the retail investment space. Finally, these firms are codependent. The big financial firms are a necessary conduit for IPR firms transforming cash profits into assets, and much of their profitability rests on merger and acquisition activity and IPOs by the tech industry. Finance deviates from IPR-based businesses broadly, though less so platform firms, only in one respect. Bulge bracket financial firms operate something akin to the old mafia protection racket, where they sell insurance to firms in the form of derivatives to protect those firms against the very volatility that those same bulge bracket firms create through their speculative practices. Financial firms and IPR-based firms have the same strategies for avoiding the downward price pressure that characterizes competitive capitalism. Put simply, the more standardized a product is, the more easily buyers can replace any given seller and the lower the barriers to entry for new suppliers. Indeed, the big platform firms, Amazon, Google, Facebook, or Uber, are profoundly deflationary for other firms by making price discovery relatively frictionless. The former capture profit. The latter see their pricing power and profits evaporate. In financial markets, generic products like S&P 500 index funds yield only marginal profits, which can, however, add up to large amounts given the huge volumes of pension money flowing into those indices. Ill-informed investors might opt for the industry average annual expense fee of 0.84% on a fund indexed against the entire U.S. stock market, but Vanguard offers the same product for a 0.04% expense fee and consequently has been continuously taking business away from other firms. Patented and bespoke, and therefore opaque, confusing, and complicated derivatives can stave off such deflationary pressure. The first financial product patent was issued in 1990 for electronic futures trading. The U.S. Supreme Court validated patenting of mathematical and business algorithms in State Street Bank versus Signature Financial, 1998. State Street then patented its system for building an ETF out of other ETFs. The hugely successful SPDR, Spider S&P Depository Receipts, one of the earliest ETFs, was involved in litigation that established patent protection for custom ETFs. Even Vanguard, possibly the most ethical of the various institutional investment firms, patented an ETF structured to avoid ongoing taxation of dividends and capital gains, though not at redemption. The U.S. Supreme Court slightly rolled back protection for these business process patents, which include financial product patents, in Alice Corporation v. CLS Bank International, 2014. Still, after State Street investment banks have increasingly relied on Class 705 business process patents to protect new derivatives and processes. In 2014, for example, Bank of America filed roughly the same number of successful U.S. patents as Novartis, Rolls-Royce, or MIT. JP Morgan Chase filed as many as Genentech or Siemens in 2014, and as many as STMicroelectronics or the University of North Carolina in 2018. From 1969 through 2019, Bank of America obtained a total of 2,319 patents, JP Morgan Chase 814, Goldman Sachs 244, and Wells Fargo 226. As with tech and copyright firms, patent litigation is a way to reduce or eliminate competition. Opaque, bespoke derivatives stave off deflation a second way. Because non-financial firms are constantly borrowing money to finance ongoing operations, because those firms frequently need to manage long-term pension and healthcare liabilities, and because many of those firms now sell overseas, They all face risks from unexpected shifts in interest rates, rates of return, and exchange rates. Financial firms offer to mitigate the very risks that they create and magnify in those markets by selling insurance against that volatility to individuals, non-financial businesses, and, increasingly, each other. In the act of selling insurance, they create new financial instruments, derivatives, that in turn create new possibilities for gambling with other people's money. Each new derivative creates the potential for speculation against that derivative, and thus amplifies market volatility. Much like the old mafias, haute finance offers protection against broken windows while buying hammers with client money. But this quasi-protection racket is built on the restriction of information. These derivatives would not be particularly profitable if any firm could construct them. Generic derivatives have very low margins, as a survey of basic commodities or S&P 500 futures or exchange rate hedges reveals. Rather, profits arise from the production of opaque, customized derivatives using massive ICT and software inputs. Investment banks argue that the creation of derivative instruments tailored to specific customers creates efficiency in the market. But bespoke derivatives are often opaque to the buyer of the derivative and, even more surprisingly, sometimes to the firm building the derivative. Opacity is deliberate. It prevents buyers from comparison shopping across different investment or commercial banks, and it hides the true cost and/or risks of a specific derivative. Although hand-tailored derivatives have little or no track record, as Anastasia Nesvetilova and Ronan Palin point out, this behavior is part of the corporate culture at banks like Goldman Sachs, where traders were told to find yourself sitting in a seat where your job is to trade any illiquid, opaque product with a three-letter acronym. Opacity functions like a patent by preventing direct competition that might lower profit margins. Hedge funds similarly never disclose their trading strategies or algorithms to clients. Production processes constitute a third homology. Like the big IPR-based firms, the big institutional investment and financial services firms outsource a whole range of support activities in order to have relatively small employee headcounts. BlackRock has about 16,000 employees, Vanguard about 18,000, Goldman about 40,000. Small teams with high human capital and an ICT and software-heavy production process generate intellectual property much as engineers in software or biotechnology. The big investment and commercial banks are so human capital heavy that the acronym POWs, physicists on Wall Street, not prisoners of war, has entered the lexicon. The big banks have information technology expenditures approximating or exceeding those of major tech firms like Google and Amazon. IT expenditures were 19% of total operating costs for Google in 2018, for example, versus 21% on average for 18 major European banks and between 17 and 25% for 4 major US banks. And these expenditures are directly linked to their profitability. As JP Morgan noted in a 2019 analysis of banking, the relatively higher profitability of US banks also means they have the ability to spend more on IT compared to European banks. This investment is directed at using algorithmic trading, high-frequency trading, and good old-fashioned front-running to harvest an additional slice of the massive financial flows now characterizing most economies. The U.S. financial sector on average accounted for 10% of annual investment in intellectual property from 2001 to 2017. Finally, financial data is both a source of the big data deployed by key tech firms and supplies grist for finance's algorithmic mill. Homologous with the platform firms, finance's production strategy involves locking in customers, generating subscription-style revenues through ongoing transactions rather than one-and-done transactions, and harvesting consumer information in order to target offers and perform price discrimination. Like social media and search, every digitized payment, e.g., through Visa or MasterCard, generates data about the purchaser, location, product preferences, repetition, etc. This data can be combined with other data to build exquisitely detailed profiles of individual consumer preferences, which can be sold to advertisers, and data about aggregate buying patterns, which can be sold to producers and retail firms. As with social media and search firms, consumers willingly do the work of generating this information for the big payments firms. Just as the essence of financialization is the transformation of as many income flows into tradable and securitizable assets, big tech transforms personal behavior and clicks into sellable data. On the other side, the big tech firms are increasingly acting like financial actors. Central banks now worry that their entry into the fintech space will not only displace traditional banks but also create new regulatory problems. Financial services currently generate 11% of the annual revenues of big tech firms via applications like Apple Pay or Google Wallet. With fintech firms now handling more than 40% of payments globally, the Bank for International Settlements worries that, in some settings such as the payment system, big techs have the potential to loom large very quickly as systemically relevant financial institutions. The Economist magazine jested that Apple Computer should be renamed Apple Capital LLC because of its $123 billion portfolio of corporate and sovereign securities in 2019. In addition to simply acquiring the debt of other corporations and then using that debt to build derivatives, Apple operates as a financial firm in a more subtle way. It has begun financing its own suppliers through its $5 billion Advanced Manufacturing Fund. The fund extends suppliers credit to create manufacturing capacity related to Apple products. The most important of such investments are a cumulative $450 million advance to Corning for the production of Gorilla Glass for cell phones and $390 million to Finisar for camera rangefinding lasers built on semiconductor chips. In both cases, these investments, or loans, the details are proprietary, went toward construction of new plant and equipment. Apple thus has taken on some of the characteristics of a financial holding company akin to those built by banking magnates like J. Pierpont Morgan Sr. Apple acts as the strategic center of what could be seen as a modern American version of the early Japanese zaibatsu, literally, financial clique, which grouped a range of more or less closely held firms around a financial core, and in which strategic direction and investment flowed from that financial core. Meanwhile, finance and the tech world are organically connected at the level of capital flows, most obviously through venture capital, but in many other ways as well. Tech IPOs have been among the largest capital raises in the past 2 decades. These IPOs, of course, are also how the venture capital slice of finance captures profit and exits its positions. Mergers and IPOs accounted for 32.3% and 18.5% of total investment bank fee revenue on average from 2011 through 2020. Tech IPOs, narrowly defined, were worth a cumulative $247 billion in 2020 from 2000 to 2020.21, as investment banks typically charge up to a 7% commission. Tech IPOs are a major revenue source. Tech firms also aggressively use mergers and acquisitions to preempt competition. For example, Microsoft and Alphabet Google have each acquired over 200 other firms since their founding, while Apple has acquired a mere 100. High-profit financial firms are also a conduit for other actors' money. The outsized profits IPR firms capture need to be recycled in some form if they are not committed to productive investment. These funds compose a significant share of the funds translated into rising indebtedness for governments and households, given the inversion of the old pattern in which households lent to firms. Were Microsoft a country, its 2019 holdings of $104 billion in U.S. Treasuries would make it the 17th largest holder in the world, just ahead of all Canadian domiciled holdings of U.S. Treasury debt. Alphabet's $55 billion of Treasury debt would make it the 20th largest holder, just ahead of Sweden. Apple's $30 billion would make it the 32nd largest holder, just behind all Australian domiciled holdings. Of course, Apple's corporate debt holding of $85 billion would make it the 11th largest holder in the world, just ahead of the Netherlands. All of these placements generate revenue for haute finance. As Joseph Schumpeter argued a century ago, a truly competitive capitalism would be a capitalism without enough profit to do more than replace the existing capital stock. Perfectly efficient, perfectly in equilibrium, yet perfectly lifeless. Growth required entrepreneurially created monopolies, and those in turn required new credit creation, via either loans or expanding stock market valuations, to divert resources into novel forms of production and to create demand for that new production. The financial system thus must be more than a simple pipeline moving savings to borrowers, and new monopolies cannot be simple accumulators of profit who fail to transform that profit into the vast expansion of production that Schumpeter saw as the engine of growth. In this sense, Lazanick and other analysts of financialization are correct that finance accumulates profit without actively redirecting that profit into productive investment. Indeed, a strong argument could be made that investors are destroying capital by subsidizing firms like Uber in a search for extractive monopolies. But this is true only in the much narrower sense that both the high-profit volume banks and the big institutional investors have become a barrier to innovation. Institutional investors have encouraged mergers into monopoly for the sake of monopoly profit without any corresponding innovation, and their substantial holdings in any given sector discourage competition. Volatility stemming from investment banks' speculative activity likewise encourages defensive mergers. In sum, the usual analyses of financialization miss the degree to which the high-profit financial firms have built IPR-based toll booths similar to those constructed by the high-profit IPR firms. Lind is correct that too much of the U.S. economy operates on a toll booth principle today. But in macroeconomics, quantity has a quality all its own, as Stalin allegedly said about the Red Army. Little toll booths are like barnacles on the ship of growth, but the handful of firms operating extensive toll booths are anchors and, in some cases, actual holes in the hull. Core financial firms and IPR-based firms capture a disproportionately high share of profit generated in the U.S. and global economies, but perform a disproportionately small share of investment. Instead, they pass those profits on to a narrow set of households that then pursue positional goods and existing assets rather than funding productive investment. While the core IPR firms, particularly those in the tech space, have ramped up investment in the emerging post-COVID era, it remains to be seen if this burst of spending will be sustained. The emerging threat of stricter antitrust enforcement might motivate core IPR-based firms to demonstrate their social utility. Tighter regulation contained the growth of the core financial firms' profits after 2010, while the federal government captured nearly $300 billion of that after 2012 through its ownership of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Profitability for both sorts of firms ultimately rests on how the government regulates IPRs, the basis of their monopolies. IPRs are legal creatures whose duration and robustness are open to legislative and judicial modification. The current domestic political environment, 2 decades of stagnant income for the bottom 80% of households, and geopolitical environment, the need to contain a China whose economy seems to be growing much faster than the U.S. economy, suggests policymakers will be searching for growth-enhancing initiatives. Understanding precisely which big monopolies or toll booths have been hindering growth is critical for developing sound policy. What's wrong with the new economy, variously called the knowledge economy or the information economy? Jonathan Haskell and Stian Westlake's Restarting the Future, published this spring by Princeton University Press, diagnoses post-2008 Western economic stagnation as the consequence of a massive but incomplete shift away from an economy characterized by investment in tangibles to one characterized by investment in intangibles. Intangibles, pedantically, are things you can't touch, but here encompass intellectual property, patents, copyrights, brands, and trademarks, corporate cultures, consumers' emotional attachments to firms or products, and tacit production knowledge. Tacit knowledge is uncodified, often uncodifiable, information about how things get done on the factory or office floor that is stored in workers' heads. Haskell and Westlake accurately identify 5 forms of contemporary dysfunctionality. 1. Stagnant per capita income growth relative to pre-2010 growth rates. 2. Rising inequality, not just of wealth and income but also of esteem as cultural and social change accelerates and magnifies the divide between high-status elites and everyone else. 3. Dysfunctional, winner-take-all competition that inhibits startups and promotes excessive interpersonal competition over positional goods and employment outcomes. 4. The fragility of very complex, interconnected international supply chains, which are vulnerable to shocks like COVID or war, or, given very low interest rates, increasingly ineffective monetary policy in the face of a significant recession. 5. And finally, echoing Fight Club, where everything is a copy of a copy of a copy inauthenticity. The sense that too many jobs and activities are simply fake and detached from any underlying reality. Haskell and Westlake channel Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci, declaring that the problems we see are the morbid symptoms of an economy caught between an irrecoverable past and the future that we cannot attain. The institutions we have don't match the institutions that an economy built on intangibles needs. Economies, they say, require institutional structures that are specifically compatible with what we can call, following Joseph Schumpeter, the current leading sectors. Those sound institutions have to solve 4 problems in exchange: ensuring sufficient commitment, solving collective action problems, providing information, and restricting wasteful influence activities. In particular, Haskell and Westlake foreground, without much credit to Schumpeter's argument that established interests and practices hinder efforts by new leading sectors to mobilize massive volumes of capital for investment. But the authors fail to account for how major interests within the intangible sector currently impede investment and growth under existing legal and economic arrangements. Indeed, this is perhaps the most significant dynamic affecting the performance of the sector and the economy more generally. Intangibles and institutions. Haskell and Westlake begin by dismissing 4 competing explanations for current institutional dysfunction. We are not in an era of technological stagnation, as Robert Gordon has argued. We are not mismeasuring GDP growth on account of the rise of freemium software or internet-based services, even though GDP accounting was built for an era largely characterized by physical output. We might well be in a transitional era as firms seek to understand and implement the production of intangibles, and with higher proportions of intangible inputs, just as an earlier generation struggled to implement electrification of production. But if we are more than halfway through that transition. And finally, though much less convincingly, rising monopoly power has not led to rising markups once intangibles are properly accounted for, a point I will return to in detail later. Haskell and Westlake's argument about institutional incompatibility with an intangibles economy builds on their 2016 book Capitalism Without Capital. Capitalism Without Capital argued that intangible capital generates four novelesses. 1. Spillovers. The fact that intangibles or knowledge tend to spread to other firms. 2. Scalability. The ability to expand production without a corresponding increase in physical capital. 3. Sunkenness. The inability to extract capital invested in an intangible because of the difficulties involved in selling information. And 4. Synergies. The ability to combine knowledge to attain greater output. Restarting the Future argues that institutional failure to deal with spillover effects and sunk costs inhibits growth-generating investment in intangibles. On the demand side for investment capital, if firms cannot capture the majority of the social value their products create for the rest of the economy, why would they invest in those products? On the supply side for investment capital, the world of debt finance is largely closed to firms which deal in intangibles, as those firms typically have no collateral to back a loan or bond. Failed startups have only vaporware ex ante, while the already sunk investments of more established intangibles firms, claim Haskell and Westlake, cannot be liquidated in case of default. By contrast, normal banking and securities market channels could finance investment in the older, factory-based tangible economy of the post-1945 era. Tangibility provided collateral, buildings, and machines, and loan covenants largely prevented asset stripping in anticipation of default. Restarting the Future also argues correctly that incumbent homeowners, risk-averse local government, and, especially in the United States, racially motivated zoning laws have led to extremely expensive housing costs in the cities which typically host dynamic intangibles firms. Relative to household formation, and sometimes in an absolute sense, most rich countries have built fewer new housing units in the past 20 years than they did in the 1950s through 1970s. This institutional bias toward the housing status quo has slowed expansion, again inhibiting growth. Finally, Haskell and Westlake note that some institutional supports for an intangibles economy already exist, which is why the weight of intangibles has been rising. Venture capital funds some intangibles production precisely because of scalability. Scalability enables a successful intangibles firm to rapidly expand its output with little extra investment. The production cost of the nth copy of software is essentially zero, while app firms can accommodate extra customers with incremental increases in rented server space. Likewise, the proliferation of smartphones makes those apps synergistic. Mapping apps locate a restaurant, ratings apps tell you if it is any good, delivery or rideshare apps connect you and the food. In many cases, winner-take-all dynamics enable a successful firm to have a global-scale addressable market. But, Haskell and Westlake argue, the volume of intangibles production in the economy has exhausted the available institutional capacity, hobbling further expansion. The authors are surely correct that the current institutional structure inhibits rapid growth, slows the diffusion of productivity gains, and creates unhealthy winner-take-all dynamics. Legacy institutional structures, however, do not cause these problems. On the contrary, firms built on intangibles massively contribute to the four problems the authors identify. The intangibles firms which capture most of U.S. and global profit volume are rich in intellectual property rights, IPRs. IPRs convey monopoly rights, albeit theoretically temporary ones. These monopoly rights generate the dysfunctional and predatory behavior that Haskell and Westlake decry in Restarting the Future precisely because of the characteristics which they elaborated in Capitalism Without Capital. But the authors largely deny that monopoly matters, despite advocating for marginal reforms to IPRs. Haskell and Westlake thus miss the degree to which the calls are coming from inside the house. Easy scalability combined with IPR protections implies strong tendencies towards monopoly, especially for first movers. These monopolies have proven hard to dislodge. Haskell and Westlake deny that monopoly is harmful and denigrate what they call hipster antitrust policy. From a Schumpeterian perspective, the former argument has some theoretical merit. Schumpeter thought nascent leading sectors needed the promise of monopoly profit both to attract funding and to overcome the barriers that existing businesses posed. Haskell and Westlake's third institutional problem, excessive influence activity by incumbents. As the decidedly Schumpeterian Peter Thiel, who helped found PayPal and Meta, nay Facebook, wrote, every firm desiring prosperity should seek monopoly. But incumbents from the old economy and the robust antitrust regime associated with it are not the problem. Rather, Haskell and Westlake's intangibles firms are. Haskell and Westlake dismiss the significance of monopoly by pointing to James Traina's work suggesting that the rising markups found in other academic studies, particularly by Jan DeLocher and Jan Eekhout, are illusory. Traina argues that the apparent rise in markups disappears once sales and general administrative (SGA) expenses are incorporated as part of the cost of production. Haskell and Westlake see these costs as part of firms' intangibles. But SGA can also be understood as managerial diversion of potential profit away from owners and toward insiders. Private equity similarly siphons off profit through dividend and interest payments, diminishing the apparent scale of monopoly profit and hobbling investment because these firms are not included in the data both Traina and DeLocher and Eekhout use. In other words, the scale of monopoly profit is occluded and hidden by this process. Monopoly also generates the Weberian Kapitalmarkt that preempts effective competition, sustaining continued monopoly. How? Equity market shares whose capitalization is puffed up by hype and monopoly cash flows give IPR-rich firms maneuverability in the competition for ownership of real or potentially rival companies. Intangible assets accounted for 90% of S&P 500 and 75% of S&P Europe 350 market capitalization in 2020. Shares can be traded for ownership of potential rivals, cementing permanent monopoly. Max Weber already observed this phenomenon a century ago. Capitalist interests are interested in the continuous extension of the free market up and until some of them succeed, either through the purchase of privileges from the political authority politician Gewalt, or exclusively through the power exerted by their capital Kraft Kapitalmarkt, in obtaining a monopoly for the sale of their products or the acquisition of their means of production, and in this way close the market for themselves alone. Haskell and Westlake's concerns about IPR-based monopolies generating dysfunction focus on patent trolls, non-practicing entities or NPEs. While NPE patent trolls were a major nuisance in the late 1990s and early 2000s, an alliance of the big firms has much diminished their power. Instead, preemption and predation by established firms is now the limiting factor on startups. Silicon Valley startups all fret about the so-called kill zone around the big firms. For example, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta have acquired over 500 startup firms since 1998. Meanwhile, the biggest IP lawsuits have involved large practicing entities, as when Apple sued Samsung over the physical shape of smartphones. Big firms often just copy potential competitors' products, as Meta did when it cloned Snapchat's key features after Snap refused a buyout, or as Amazon is often alleged to do. As Scott Galloway says, stealing is a core competence of high-growth tech firms. These firms have the resources to wait out or scare away lawsuits by smaller firms. Building on capitalism without capital's shaky foundations also obscures the monopoly problem around intangibles by overstating sunkenness. In reality, IPR-rich firms routinely buy up IPRs to build barriers to entry via patent thickets. Google paid a non-trivial $12.5 billion to acquire bankrupt Motorola Mobility's 17,000 patents. A Microsoft-led consortium paid $4.5 billion to buy bankrupt Nortel Networks' 6,000 patents. These patent thickets, and IPRs more generally, are weapons in the legal war of firm against firm. They also constitute a form of collateral. Ford famously collateralized its blue oval logo to obtain a loan in 2006. Finally, monopoly profit does draw investment. Haskell and Westlake suggest reforming pension fund regulation to permit more investment in venture capital. But U.S. pension funds are already the single largest investor in both venture capital funds and private equity firms, supplying roughly 1/4 to 1/2 of the capital venture capital funds deploy and about 2/5 of the capital private equity firms deploy. Moreover, these investment vehicles are interdependent. In 2017, private equity firms accounted for nearly 1/5 of venture capital fund exits. Legally constituted monopolies around intangibles thus drive the 4 non-cultural problems Haskell and Westlake identify: stagnation, excessive competition in an increasingly unequal world, excessive influence operations, i.e. lobbying and litigation, and supply chain fragility. Patent thickets and their related lawsuits limit spillovers, inhibiting the spread of production innovation to other firms and thus slowing GDP growth. Limited spillovers also contribute to an economy with less redundancy in terms of suppliers, introducing fragility into supply chains. Secure monopoly profits create a winner-take-all economy. While new technologies inevitably involve simultaneous discovery or development, being in the losing firm means devalued stock options and a new job hunt, while workers and owners of the winning firm reap huge rewards. Unsurprisingly, this incentivizes intense interpersonal competition around winning a spot in the few successful firms. Patent litigation between the Broad Institute and University of California, Berkeley over the core CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology displays all these pathologies. CRISPR-Cas9 and CRISPR technologies in general promise huge breakthroughs in the customization of pharmaceuticals, medical treatments, and agriculture, as well as less energy-intensive production of chemicals and novel materials. In short, they represent an opportunity for the next Schumpeterian growth wave and have huge social utility. Building on prior work by Japanese researchers in the 1980s, both the Broad and Berkeley teams more or less simultaneously elucidated the CRISPR-Cas9 mechanism. The Berkeley team worked out the basic mechanism using prokaryotic bacterial cells. Broad showed that it could be applied to the more complicated eukaryotic cells constituting most of what we think of as living organisms. Both Berkeley and Broad filed U.S. patent applications in 2012 and European applications in 2013, with Broad lagging Berkeley by 6 months in each case. While Berkeley's application was filed first, Broad paid for expedited review in what was then the first to invent U.S. patent system and thus received its patent earlier. U.S. patent law changed to first to file as of March 2013 to conform with similar European systems. Litigation commenced in 2016. Broad won in late 2021, with the case decided partly on utility, application to plant and animal cells, and partly on Broad's earlier patent approval. Berkeley's lead researcher had to console herself with a Nobel Prize shared with her European colleague, and rights to bacterial and viral applications. Why litigation? This was not a purely academic dispute over prestige. Patents have become a major source of revenue for some American universities. As of 2020, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office had granted over 300 CRISPR-related patents and the European Patent Office over 100. Estimates of the potential value of the CRISPR-Cas9 patents range from the hundreds of millions of dollars to as much as $1 billion. U.S. universities experience the same winner-take-all competition that affects commercial entities, with the top 20 capturing most of the roughly $3 billion that universities earn in annual patent revenue. Spin-off startups from university labs like the 8 CRISPR firms spun out of Berkeley and Broad similarly concentrate in a handful of schools. The CRISPR litigation saga delayed the rollout of this technology, and the eventual decision in favor of Broad threw the licensees of Berkeley into limbo, as they did not know if their licenses would be renewed. Meanwhile, Berkeley and Broad created competing patent pools. Nothing here should be understood to disparage Broad or Berkeley. The point is that if these nonprofit entities engage in this kind of fighting, one can scarcely imagine what for-profit firms facing shareholder pressure might do. Indeed, firms have repeatedly sought to expand the profitable lifetime of their IP, and hem in technological change threatening that IP. Disney and other beneficiaries of copyright lobbied Congress to extend copyright on works for hire to as long as 120 years. The 1998 Copyright Extension Act, pejoratively known as the Mickey Mouse Protection Act, not only extended copyright well beyond the life of the human authors whom copyright was intended to protect, but also gave those individual human creators shorter terms than corporate copyright owners. The Recording Industry Association of America similarly lobbied for the 1998 Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, which criminalized the production and ownership of technologies intended to defeat copy protection software. DMCA is why you need to buy a special cable to watch high-resolution HDCP-protected DVDs that you theoretically own yet cannot watch without the additional cable. More significantly, many durable goods now run software, and the firms producing those goods use the DMCA to obliterate owners' right to repair using third parties. Thus, firms like John Deere tried to prevent farmers from fixing their own tractors if it involved modifying or decompiling the software. Similarly, BMW plans to use software to sell access to heated seats in some models on a subscription basis and proposed making Apple CarPlay a subscription service. All of this involves re-engineering the rules in pursuit of monopoly profit. These efforts and rulings by the U.S. Copyright Office in 2018 that granted exemptions to the DMCA show the artificiality of IPRs and the returns to the excessive political influencing that Haskell and Westlake decry. Haskell and Westlake focus on legacy institutions, but the impediments to technology transfer, material and cultural innovation, and a broader distribution of income come as much from new institutions and firms as from NIMBYs blocking new housing or, unmentioned in the book, fossil fuel incumbents delaying an accelerated rollout of alternative energy sources and uses. This oversight impedes Haskell and Westlake's efforts to advance positive policy suggestions beyond anodyne IP law reforms or channeling more pension savings into venture capital. Haskell and Westlake have been at the forefront of writing about the intangibles economy. Why do they so miss the mark here? Part of the reason can be found in the acknowledgments. Many of those thanked have a decidedly libertarian or proprietarian intellectual orientation that downplays the monopoly issue around intangibles and particularly IPRs. Yet the data show that IPR-rich firms are also profit-rich. Moreover, Haskell and Westlake are invested in the notion that the increasing quantity of intangibles in the economy has created a qualitative change. Perhaps it is a matter of attention. Both come from an accounting background and were involved in the early and useful efforts to deal with the novel issue of valuing intangible capital on corporate balance sheets. But accounting spreadsheets are the map and not the institutional terrain. They display the results of corporate strategy and structure while concealing both. These orientations blind the authors to three issues that would have better grounded their analysis and supported more substantive policy prescriptions. These are the Madonna problem, a conspicuous lack of Veblennian consumption, and the French connection. The American social scientist Madonna famously pointed out that we are living in a material world. COVID-19, supply chain disruption, backlogs at ports, and volatile petroleum prices are obvious episodic manifestations of materiality. But quotidian use of intangibles is also highly material. Apps need smartphones, delivery needs drivers and vehicles. Engine control software needs engine control modules and engines. Logos need shirts and shoes. What used to be vertically integrated firms combining intangible and tangible production are now discrete firms, with many operating completely in the world of intangibles. Producers of intangibles outsource commoditized material production to the lowest domestic or foreign bidder, while securing the bulk of the profits. The material shortages behind supply chain fragility reflect decades of rational underinvestment by tangibles firms trying to maintain profitability in the face of monopoly rent extraction by intangibles-rich firms. It also reflects decades of asset stripping by private equity firms that have reduced socially useful levels of excess productive capacity that once buffered supply chains against various shocks. Winner-take-all competition is not solely about victory by one dominant IPR-based firm, as when Facebook displaced MySpace. It is also a victory of logo designers against shoe and garment subcontractors. This shift predates the 2008 financial crisis that Haskell and Westlake use as their benchmark. While 2008 caused a clear deceleration of growth rates in rich countries, growth had been decelerating in each of the global recoveries after the 1970s. Indeed, in both percentage and absolute terms, growth in the 1990s, 2000s, and post-2010 recoveries lagged growth in each prior recovery for the advanced economies. A monotonic slowdown is not completely consistent with Haskell and Westlake's argument for a growing institutional mismatch. Their core mismatch involves a shortage of capital for non-collateralized investment, as noted above. But venture capital, VC, is more abundant than ever. VC firms had over $1 trillion in assets under management, 3 times the level of 2004, and raised over $200 billion in 2021. Indeed, capital has been so abundant during the past decade that firms like Uber and WeWork attracted billions in investment on the strength of implausible promises of future monopoly power. Yet, as VC investment and IPR-rich firms' market capitalization have increased, overall investment in the United States and other rich country economies has fallen as a share of GDP. Instead, the growth slowdown points to the legal and organizational changes that the United States and other governments made to accommodate greater profitability for intangibles firms, and for those firms' increasingly disintegrated production. Legislation enabled the copyrighting or patenting of software in 1968, 1976, and 1980, strengthened trademark protection in 1988, and as noted, extended copyright protections in 1976 and 1998. The Supreme Court expanded the scope of IP protection in novel ways, such as the 1980 Diamond v. Chakraborty case permitting patenting of genetically modified organisms and the 1998 affirmation of business process patents in State Street Bank and Trust v. Signature Financial Group. Global trade deals, meanwhile, formed the global legal infrastructure for outsourcing. Legal reinforcement and expansion of the inherent monopoly power of IPRs has shifted profits from other firms toward IPR-rich firms, but those IPR-rich firms do not reinvest those profits in new production at the same rate as do manufacturing firms. Second, as Thorstein Veblen pointed out more than 100 years ago, intangibles production is not novel, but rather characterizes all human history. Flint is just another rock without socially transmitted knowledge about napping. But the easy spillover of socially held and transmitted production knowledge removes the sources of profit. If everyone knows how to make something, no one has any competitive advantage in the market, and as Schumpeter pointed out, profits after depreciation fall to zero. Intangible production knowledge, digitized information, and the emotional content of cultural creations can only be profitable if other producers are excluded from using that knowledge or tapping into those emotions. Information may want to be free, but property rights hold it captive. IPRs and other property rights create exclusion, and exclusion slows spillover and thus economy-wide productivity growth. These barriers to spillover create the great dispersion in productivity that the OECD and others have documented. Dispersion suggests, as Veblen would predict, that firms deliberately slow technological diffusion to defend their IPR-based monopoly profits. Finally, while Haskell and Westlake are surely correct about the mismatch between contemporary institutions and some objective understanding of how to optimize growth in an intangibles economy, they operate at a level of abstraction so general that they cannot elaborate policy recommendations in any real detail. The uncomfortable antinomy between their condemnation of excessive influence activity, i.e. rent-seeking, and the mostly intangibles-based actors doing that rent-seeking partially reveals this. But it is also revealed in their overlooking the existing body of knowledge, a freely available intangible, about what kinds of governance structures are conducive to balanced rapid growth. Recall that they cast the core problem as one of exchange. Sound institutions have to solve 4 problems in exchange, rather than one of assuring balance between supply and demand, or securing physical rather than financial infrastructure, or mobilizing human and physical resources, or even maximizing human happiness. These issues are the subject of a rich body of literature stretching from pioneering institutional economists like Thorstein Veblen and John Commons before World War II through Andrew Schonfield's magisterial 1965 analysis of the modern economy, i.e. mass production, and thence to the brilliant collection of regulation school analysts at Francis Seppermap, Centre pour la Recherche Économique ETSES applications. While Seppermap scholars tended to be post-Keynesians or Marxists, it should be noted that Veblen and Commons were decidedly conservative politically, and that Schonfield was a classical English liberal who ended his analysis with 2 chapters on the tension between regulation and freedom. Modern conservatism still contains a strong strain of institutionally oriented analysis, as with Michael Lynn's critique of tollbooth capitalism. All of them point out that facilitating exchange by, for example, lowering transaction costs and creating perfect markets is the least important part of economic governance. Rather, these analyses highlight the legal and organizational basis for production and the social distribution of income that determines whether supply and demand are in balance. Thus, Veblen and Commons looked at corporate organization and unions as forms of collective control over individual decisions. Schonfield and his contemporary John Kenneth Galbraith looked at the interaction of corporate and state planning and, equally importantly, the need for this planning to be seen as legitimate. The regulation school linked these by analyzing how investment and wage formation interacted around supply and demand. These analyses argued that nothing guaranteed either robust growth or an optimal balance between supply, productive efficiency, and demand, wage formation, and the income distribution, because social institutions rather than abstract markets in equilibrium determine both supply and demand. In the tangibles-heavy era preceding our contemporary economy, explicit, often state-backed bargains between mass unions and employer organizations linked productivity growth and wages. This assured firms that reinvested profits would find adequate demand, workers that factory discipline paid off in terms of a rising standard of living, and states that tax revenue would grow in line with increased social welfare expenditure. Furthermore, unions and robust antitrust enforcement tended to equalize incomes not just for workers but also for firms. State planning of and investment in infrastructure added to and stabilized aggregate demand. These institutions managed the conflict and interdependence inherent to any economic order. Haskell and Westlake are right that the current set of rules generate dysfunctionality. But this dysfunctionality does not stem from a mismatch between the alleged needs of an intangible economy and contemporary institutions. Contemporary institutions serve the interests of IPR-rich firms and a small set of financial firms quite well, if we understand those interests as maximizing the volume of profit that those firms capture, and the diversion of those profits variously to management and private equity insiders. As Commons argued, property rights are the fundamental starting point for economic analysis, because ownership creates the right to a stream of income and gives control over resources. Contemporary property rights have created IPR-based monopolies and diminished the effective rights of shareholders in public firms. This isn't surprising. Institutions are not the product of disinterested design. They are the outcomes of political and economic struggles among various interested parties with unequal degrees of power. Intangibles-rich firms and the U.S. state constructed the institutions which Haskell and Westlake allege are delaying the blossoming of the intangibles economy. The authors miss the trees for the forest. Their arguments, while cogent, are general and abstract, and this leads to a blindness to the details, to what is really going on in the economy, behind the spreadsheets and scatterplots. Only an analysis which takes into account the tangible realities of institutions and legal structures can answer these pressing questions of stagnation and growth. The call is coming from inside the house. 50 years after Intel launched the microprocessor in 1971, and Stanley Cohen and Herbert Boyer published the recombinant DNA mechanism in 1973, at the heart of Biotech 1.0, the age of cheap computing, expensive biosimilar drugs, and genetically modified organisms is coming to a close. What new general-purpose technologies might replace these engines of growth? What kinds of social and political arrangements will support or impede the emergence and deployment of those new technologies? That we stand in the midst of a geoeconomic and geopolitical inflection point is increasingly clear, but as Walter Benjamin said, the angel of history always looks backwards. Not being angels, we lean on our asset management expertise to take the riskier path of looking forward and sketching some possible scenarios for the post-inflection future. Doing so requires outlining growth waves in capitalist economies, first generally, and then specifically for the information and communications technology ICT plus biotech 1.0 growth wave to understand how an internal process of decay exhausted that wave, creating the forces generating the current inflection point. This clears the way to look at a potential new package of general-purpose technologies, why those technologies and organizational formats look like solutions to current problems, and how they might get married to emerging forms of corporate and social organization. We end with 3 scenarios for the future. Place your bets. Joseph Schumpeter famously argued, and contemporary neo-Schumpeterians like Carlota Perez maintain, that orthodox economics gets things wrong by focusing on equilibrium models, as in the dynamic stochastic general equilibrium models most macroeconomics deploys, and on exchange rather than on production. Instead, Schumpeterians view capitalism as a dynamic process that never attains equilibrium. Moreover, revolutions in productive technologies that create eras of relatively fast growth and then stagnation characterize capitalism more so than equilibrium. These technologies emerge as a package of investment-driven changes to how things are made, moved, and marketed. Schumpeter identified 4 periods of rapid growth characterized by 6 big technological developments. 1. A new source of cheap energy, as with coal in the mid to late 19th century or oil in the mid-20th century. 2. A new production process based on a new general-purpose technology, as with continuous flow production, and then continuous flow assembly line production using electrically powered equipment. 3. New investment or mass consumption goods, as with steel and then standardized consumer durables. 4. A new mode of transportation, as with steel steamships and bicycles, and then automobiles and aircraft. 5. A new form of corporate organization, as with the proliferation of vertically integrated firms with ownership divorced from management, and then Alfred Chandler's M-form multidivisional firm. Related to that, new modes for financing investment. 6. Less salient in Schumpeter but nonetheless very important, as Perez has argued, new modes of social and economic governance to balance supply and demand, as with early 20th century cartels and then the post-1945 Keynesian welfare states. Perez expands Schumpeter's made, moved, and marketed growth wave model by adding in macromanaging and mindset. That is, social dimensions like the congealing of common sense around best production practices, corporate organization, financing, lifestyles, and macroeconomic management. She calls the resulting package, making moving, marketing, macromanaging, and mindset a techno-economic paradigm. Each new techno-economic paradigm manifests as rapidly expanding firms, whose investments and increased sales drive economic growth, until stagnation and decline eventually set in. Consider the entire package of petroleum-fueled, mass-produced automobiles or consumer durables more generally, in Schumpeter's 4th growth wave, or ICT and Biotech 1.0, in what Perez identifies as our 5th contemporary wave. Looking at things this way divides economic growth since 1800 into 6 identifiable eras based on both hard and social technologies, which Figure 1 displays. The fifth current techno-economic paradigm began in 1971 with Intel's first microprocessor, though computing would take decades to achieve macro significance. The consistently falling costs of semiconductors opened up increasingly vast fields for the computing, electronics, and software industries. The chemical engineering skills of the electronics, and specifically semiconductor, industry also fed into the pharma sector's role in growth over this period. The exemplary consumer product of this era is the smartphone, which combines all prior major electronics, communications, and computing equipment into one device. The Cohen and Boyer recombinant DNA process also opened up an era of bioengineering, replacing traditional drug research and plant breeding or hybridization methods with a relatively more targeted manipulation of genomes. Boyer would later help found Genentech, the first of a wave of new biotech firms in the pharmaceutical and agricultural space. Here, exemplary products were human insulin and herbicide-resistant soybeans. As Max Weber might put it, these technologies were ethically neutral. What was crucial was the new form of corporate organization wrapped around these technologies, because that drove growth while changing the distribution of income and production globally. U.S. courts and Congress, pressured by litigants in the new knowledge sectors and some old sectors, such as hospitality, generated a series of changes in U.S. law around vertical ties and intellectual property, IP, rights. The Reagan administration's weakening of protections for unions and legal victories for the International Franchise Association were integral to the development of the current paradigm. Changes to American franchise law meant that leading firms exercising high levels of control over their various suppliers would no longer be ruled illegal on antitrust grounds. The application of IP law to software, more robust trademark protection, extended copyright lengths, and the export of U.S. IP legal protection to other economies through trade deals also underpinned the success of corporate strategies focused on generating profit from IP ownership. Franchises became the dominant form of corporate organization in this era. The old, vertically integrated firm structure gave way to a de jure, vertically disintegrated tripartite structure that could take domestic or global expression. Three types of firms populated that structure. Led firms, which often exercised de facto control over the entire chain, possessed significant human capital in a relatively small number of highly compensated employees and used them to generate a colossal IP portfolio. These firms then outsourced much of their production to two kinds of firms: second-layer firms, which are more capital-intensive, and third-layer firms, which are labor-intensive and produce undifferentiated goods and services. Disintegration and the barriers to entry that intellectual property rights create allow the lead firms to control the vast bulk of activity in their value chains and appropriate the bulk of profits, while minimizing the risks of holding physical capital or employing legions of workers. Apple and its supplier relationships represent perhaps the most well-known example of this, but the model is also well developed in much of the pharma industry and the hospitality industry. Finance played a dual role in the ICT era, first taking on franchise characteristics itself and, second, facilitating the mergers and acquisitions that bolstered lead firms' control over the lower layers. Jack Welch's General Electric is perhaps the paradigmatic firm of this era, demonstrating both the superior profitability of this new mode of organization to wider corporate America in the 1980s and 90s, and the longer-term sources of endogenous decay that hollowed out the ICT growth wave. The global communications infrastructure of the Internet and the transport economies of scale achieved by containerization enabled the shift to this new production structure. These innovations made it easier and more profitable for firms to outsource labor and manufacturing. This is part of why the tripartite industrial structure of the franchise economy is globally distributed. The leading firms are located chiefly, but certainly not exclusively, in some areas of the United States. More capital-intensive manufacturing firms are found chiefly in Japan, Europe, and portions of China, and more labor-intensive manufacturing and services firms are located in emerging and frontier markets. At the same time, of course, the tripartite structure is also replicated within countries, including the United States. Apple's relationships with physical suppliers Qualcomm and Corning, and its contract service suppliers that provide labor for its headquarters, are examples of this dynamic. IP-dominated sectors generally see powerful increasing returns to scale, which are one of the main factors contributing both to growth and the endogenous decay of growth. These returns to scale come partially from the near-zero marginal cost of distribution. The bulk of the cost comes from the IP development, whether that's a search engine algorithm or an antibody-based drug that treats arthritis. This contributes to the tendency for the franchise economy to have lower investment rates. Franchise and IP-based firms need to invest less than the historical norm to maintain their competitive position. It also explains why much of the leading firm's investment means spending on R&D salaries to generate intangible assets. In this paradigm, investment often means higher wages for high-income professionals with relatively low marginal propensities to consume. This leads to lower spillovers into growth and the wider labor market than investment in expanding physical capacity. An Oxford INET paper on the causes of the productivity slowdown makes the same case, with the authors highlighting lower spillovers from the growth of intangible capital as one of the key factors in the productivity slowdown experienced in the second half of the current growth paradigm. Overall, the tripartite structure of the franchise economy, combined with leading firms' low tendency to invest, has created a long-term bias toward weaker labor markets and lower investment. This came alongside a falling labor share of income, as income increasingly went to asset-light, low-headcount, IP-owning firms with no incentive to redistribute this to a macroeconomically significant size workforce, in contrast to the prior mass production era. These characteristics gave us weaker growth and lower inflation, especially in the last 2 decades before COVID-19. Each techno-economic paradigm is underpinned by the increasingly intense use of an initially abundant and cheap core input and some dominant corporate practice. A crucial part of the exhaustion and death of a paradigm is that these inputs and strategies become depleted. Take the case of vertically integrated, unionized assembly line production in the fourth paradigm. As growing numbers of firms adopted this model, profits declined due to the increasing saturation of markets and because standardization eroded competitive moats. Workers also began fighting the monotony and strenuous pace of assembly lines. Simultaneously, decolonization saw oil exporters form OPEC as part of an effort to enjoy the income stabilization seen by developed economy workers and commodity producers, especially farmers. Effectively, once the entire rich economy world adopted the Fordist production structure, the world ran out of the cheap oil and docile semi-skilled assembly line workers that this form of production required. Generalizing this pattern, all paradigms experience endogenous decay, the process by which the relationships of exploitation that underpin a paradigm stop working and begin to push against it. This forces a period of crisis and change, which shapes the next wave of technological development that underpins the subsequent growth wave. The leading industries of the fifth paradigm appear to be reaching saturation. Electronics, especially computers and smartphones, are the central industry of the fifth paradigm. Smartphone unit sales peaked in 2018. Growth now comes from price rather than volume increases and is tied to global population growth rather than the explosive expansion of new markets. Similarly, digital advertising underpinned the growth of the digital giants, but, outside of streaming TV, is now a mature market. The maturity of the smartphone market and its related stream of advertising revenues can be seen in the wave of share buybacks undertaken by the big lead firms in that space. From June 2023 to June 2024, Apple, Alphabet, Meta, and Microsoft collectively announced share buybacks totaling $191 billion, rather than investing in new output. On the supply side, performance and pricing improvements in semiconductors are decelerating. Designing and building new, more powerful chips is increasingly resource-intensive, as constructing next-generation chips requires smaller and more complex elements. Until 2014, Moore's law produced consistently falling costs per transistor gate on a chip, but physical restrictions mean this no longer holds. Similarly, new semiconductor fabrication plants cost increasingly outlandish amounts to build. In 2023, Boston Consulting Group estimated that building a fab now requires $18 billion in capital expenditures. Unsurprisingly, new construction overwhelmingly relies on significant government subsidies. Similar problems beset pharmaceuticals. Drug discovery costs have significantly increased, with some estimates suggesting that they increased over 6 times between the 1980s and 2000s, multiples above the overall price level increase. Spending on drug R&D has likewise increased significantly, up about 250% from 2000 to 2018. New drug approval rates, however, are effectively unchanged. Newer drugs are often biologics with far improved efficacy compared to traditional small molecules, but they are extremely expensive. Providing these drugs en masse is extremely challenging in the context of an intellectual property regime that allows firms a monopoly and monopoly profits on specific drugs, especially when relatively stagnant wages must fund taxes for public health systems or private insurance premiums. Finally, this current paradigm is reaching social and political exhaustion. The success of neoliberalism in raising inequality, reducing income stabilization, and increasing returns on wealth, all as the Mont Pelerin Society wished, has generated a wide social divide centered around asset ownership. This discontent finds political expression in growing political dysfunction and polarization. Polling repeatedly shows relatively bipartisan support for anti-monopoly policy. This is not only influencing Democrats, but also traditionally less receptive Republicans, with Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance praising the antitrust work of Democrat Lina Khan's Federal Trade Commission. The global tripartite firm structure is also under attack, with bipartisan hostility to unrestricted trade with China and broad support for a return to protectionism. China's dominance of physical production has motivated an American and, to a lesser degree, European industrial policy response, as well as rising adoption of protectionist policies in the larger economies of the global South. The current debate in the United States is more about how far this should go, not whether it should happen. Export controls intended to restrict China's technological capacity in key industries, primarily semiconductors, have cross-party support, as do industrial policies and subsidies meant to enhance domestic manufacturing capacity in strategic industries. This trend reflects the general acceptance within Washington that the United States is engaged in a long-term, strategic competition with China. In the 1960s and 70s, the U.S. government engineered a similar industrial policy response to rising European and Japanese competition in the production of physical goods, as well as the Soviet Union's rising share of global production of basic materials like steel. This industrial policy produced the IP-cum-ICT economy. It appears that geopolitical competition today is once again encouraging the production basis for a new Schumpeterian growth wave. The fifth growth wave also faces a multi-pronged energy challenge. First, geopolitical shifts, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have upended long-standing energy relationships. There are even tentative signs of a partial Saudi realignment, as seen in the late 2022 and 2023 OPEC production cuts that provoked horror and anger in the Biden administration as it grappled with inflation. China's dominance of clean energy supply chains has also become a cause of concern in the United States. Over the longer term, the consequences of climate change are becoming increasingly visible and costly. Putting this in orthodox terms, you might say the unpriced climate externalities that have underpinned capitalist growth in every paradigm since the Industrial Revolution are beginning to show their cost at the systemic level. Population aging and declining fertility rates also generate a final physical limit on the fifth paradigm. These trends are limiting the supply of cheap, mostly Asian, labor that powered the offshoring of third-layer labor-intensive production. Many Asian economies are likely to experience a steady decline in their economic growth in the coming decades simply due to their aging populations. Much the same is true across the richest economies, with the United States faring better due to higher historical immigration but still challenged. The pandemic has exacerbated this trend, though it began much earlier. The rising dependency ratio that results from an aging population can undermine the fifth paradigm model by strengthening workers at the expense of employers. Put simply, the technologies that might power a new growth wave are already visible. Renewable energy for electrification of the economy, labor-saving AI, AI-generated possibilities for new materials, a second biotech revolution in the form of CRISPR-Cas, mRNA, and other recombinant technologies guided by AI-enhanced genomics. But as noted above, the critical issue is not only the technologies themselves, but by whom, how, and how fast they are implemented. That is, the social aspects matter as much, if not more, than the hard technological aspects in determining the larger techno-economic paradigm that emerges around new technologies. One response of capitalists to increasingly expensive labor is automation. Last year, Goldman Sachs analysts estimated that AI could automate about a quarter of total current work in the United States and EU. That estimate is likely on the optimistic side, but AI enhancing labor productivity could provide a response to higher dependency ratios. AI provides a new growth area for healthcare, offering a potential path out of the challenges of the current growth wave. The rapidly falling cost of genetic sequencing combined with Google's AlphaFold 3, which can accurately predict the shape of specific proteins including DNA, RNA, and ligands, opens up the possibility of new small molecule drugs and biosimilars. Sequencing allows confirmation of the shapes that AlphaFold predicts, and with CRISPR-Cas and mRNA, these proteins can be built. This unlocks a new wave of personalized medical treatments. AI's potential in protein design also offers a chance to produce more planet-friendly materials through synthetic biology. Ginkgo Bioworks is one of the leaders in this area and extensively uses machine learning in its organism engineering process. This presents an opportunity to develop and mass manufacture new materials to replace today's environmentally intensive extraction of natural materials. For instance, imagine artificial spider silk replacing water and pesticide-intensive cotton and petrochemical-based fibers. Today, these novel fibers are more expensive than existing ones, but achieving cost reductions ought to be a solvable engineering problem, particularly as the new ones have numerous quality advantages. There is also a perhaps unexpected synthesis between AI as the solution to our deteriorating health and the answer to our unreliable carbon-intensive energy system. One major challenge for AI is its high computation cost due to its intense energy consumption. INET Oxford's work on the application of Wright's law to the energy transition suggests renewable energy's long-term cost declines will persist over the coming decades. That provision of increasingly cheap energy, which could be deployed at the site of the supercomputers used to run AI algorithms to avoid grid costs, means it complements the burgeoning AI industry exceptionally well. Given how effectively AI could assist with many of the limits on the current paradigm, it seems very likely that AI, and AI-based biogenomics alongside the new biotechnologies, represents the major general-purpose technology of the coming growth wave. This new wave will also see the continuation of renewables-based electrification displacing fossil fuels. Electric vehicles could represent the new transportation mode of this wave and form part of a package of new consumer goods that also includes personalized medicine and new materials for production processes. In response to geopolitical pressures and pandemic-era realizations about supply chain frailty, more firms are likely to move from the tripartite structure to a vertically integrated model, with state-owned firms and publicly supported national champions growing their presence. This is the technological backdrop for the three possible scenarios sketched below. Extension of the fifth wave. The first scenario assumes that the fifth ICT plus Biotech 1.0 growth wave can actually keep going. Carlota Perez makes this case, arguing that financialization and globalization have extended the older mass production paradigm and produced an exceptionally long installation stage for the fifth wave. Perez argues that each paradigm's synergy period involves the development of a new lifestyle that generates novel demand to help replace jobs lost to productivity improvements. Think about the culture of suburbanization and mass consumption of the fourth paradigm, which government-built highways and the auto industry enabled. Perez believes the seeds of such a lifestyle for our current paradigm are present and can be seen in the lifestyle preferences of the young and more educated in the advanced economies. In her own words, this lifestyle is centered on health, exercise, caring, creativity, nutritious fresh foods, experiences, learning, communication, rental and maintenance rather than possession and waste. It's already being adopted by the young and the more educated. In this model, by using ICTs, we can turn products into services, possession into sharing, waste into circularity, change our eating habits to fresh food produced hydroponically around cities, thereby maximizing health and reducing environmental damage, make computer-guided ships aided by sail and solar, multiply biomaterials and biofuels, and so on. This scenario's lower material demands and economic circularity would likely mean secularly weak commodity prices, with some exceptions for essential materials, and exert downward pressure on inflation rates, helping governments to attain macroeconomic stability. This scenario resembles Kate Raworth's donut economics model, which is broadly growth agnostic, focusing instead on well-being and generating positive environmental outcomes. That shift in priorities would likely lower overall growth. There are good reasons to dispute Perez's interpretation, though. For a start, the speculative investments Perez decries as an indication that finance is untethered from production could easily indicate that this paradigm is reaching maturity. This would fit the template Perez described in her 2002 book. Their relative success makes firms amass even more money without profitable investment outlets. Perez points to the excessive influence of finance and excessive profits from speculation compared to production as responsible for the unusually long maturity phase of the fourth paradigm and slow installation period of the current growth wave. Perez also argues that globalization, particularly the emergence of China as the world's factory, extended the mass production paradigm. These arguments have flaws, however. To begin with, we have evidence that financial sector profitability meaningfully declined after the global financial crisis, with bank return on equity sharply lower over the past decade compared to the 1984, when the Fred data starts, to 2008 period. That doesn't fit the picture of real economy investment being displaced by money going into speculation. The lower investment rate of the current growth wave seems better explained by the characteristics of the leading firms of the franchise economy. specifically their reliance on intangible capital which requires less investment. Indeed, finance is very much one of the leading industries of the fifth, IP-based paradigm. In a related vein, China's role as the world's factory is not a simple extension of the prior Fordist growth wave. This process was materially different in its disinflationary macroeconomic effects. The corporate organization of Chinese outsourcing and relatively low Chinese domestic demand and consumption suggest the tripartite firm structure more than the high-wage, high-demand Fordist model of the previous paradigm. Finally, while the health, exercise, caring, creativity lifestyles of the young certainly have genuine roots in the usual rejection by youth of prior generations' consumption habits, they also may reflect an adaptation to the economic realities of the franchise economy. Put too simply, many younger millennials and Gen Zers just don't have the money to buy resource-intensive objects like automobiles and houses, which in turn induces a delayed transition to adulthood and family formation. So we might conclude that rather than the fourth growth wave being unusually lengthy and the fifth slow to fully establish itself, we have experienced the full cycle of the fifth growth wave. It is simply that, due to the specific features of this paradigm, its macroeconomic consequences have not been favorable to workers in developed markets. A new paradigm. What about a shift to an entirely new paradigm? As discussed above, AI is a general-purpose technology which helps overcome many of the limits our current growth wave is smashing into through automation and the design of new medicines and materials. Its Achilles heel is perhaps its energy-intensive nature, but cheaper renewable energy could ease this constraint. The more activist states emerging in response to domestic socio-economic discontent and intensifying geopolitical competition, especially between the United States and China, have an interest in promoting renewables and latterly AI. Indeed, American elites' preference for using industrial policy as a tool for countering China may shift the American political economy as it takes effect. The CHIPS Act and Inflation Reduction Act introduced subsidies and incentives for U.S. manufacturing investment related to semiconductors and clean energy, contributing to an American manufacturing investment boom. Notably, more than 75% of all investment, driven by Bidenomics, is headed to Republican-held congressional districts, which should create new constituencies supportive of these policies, regardless of the outcome of the 2024 election. Overall, then, this scenario would see the state actively easing the transition into this new growth wave, proactively supporting the emerging leading industries with an expansive industrial policy toolkit. This provides an additional opportunity for the state to push developments in a pro-social direction, building a social consensus around the new growth wave which offers a better deal for workers than the previous franchise economy model. Given intensifying strategic competition with China and a general uptick in, for now, localized challenges to U.S. hegemony, it would not be surprising to see the U.S. state repeat its behavior in the Cold War and begin to develop a new social contract to strengthen its internal cohesion to better face potential external conflicts. This scenario has several notable economic consequences. Growth is straightforward. The features of the new paradigm point to stronger growth based on improved productivity growth, pro-growth fiscal policy, and an aggressive investment cycle. Inflation is a little more complicated. AI and automation seem to represent a sharp advance in labor-displacing and capital-cheapening technology which should push down inflation. Meanwhile, over the long term, synthetic biology and falling renewable energy costs could usher in physical abundance. Against this, the transition period might be more commodity-intensive in certain areas and is likely to involve a sharp increase in investment rates and growth, which is likely to be inflationary, especially in an economy conditioned to decades of excess capacity from the franchise economy. Finally, but significantly, a world of trading blocks and reshoring, where increasing quantities of commodities are synthesized in rich countries, and where labor costs are an increasingly unimportant part of manufacturing costs, will be challenging for much of the global South. Incompetence and inflation. Transitions between paradigms frequently involve a period of crisis, which very often is what creates the space for transition away from the politically entrenched older system. That older system has many constituencies with potentially stranded assets that motivate intense opposition to change. With these realities in mind, this scenario presents a protracted period of crisis over the coming decade, as potential winners from the new technologies battle losers with stranded assets over control of the policies needed to secure the massive investments constitutive of a new paradigm. In this scenario, economic difficulties and volatility characterize the next decade as bottlenecks impede the transition to another growth wave, despite the exhaustion of the fifth paradigm. A protracted crisis of this kind is historically common. For instance, economists Christopher Freeman and Francisco Luca identify a crisis between the second and third paradigms in the 1880s and 1890s, which saw a decade-plus period of deflation, growing radicalism in various forms, and sharper geopolitical competition. Freeman and Luca also identify a severe crisis of adjustment between the third and fourth paradigms, when there was a mismatch between the new Fordist production model and older, more laissez-faire, institutions. This mismatch fueled the boom of the 1920s and the subsequent prolonged depression of the 1930s. Paraphrasing Mark Twain, this scenario does not simply repeat either previous crisis of adjustment, but it does rhyme. It shares the core similarity of actors attached to the new techno-economic paradigm struggling to instantiate their preferred version of that paradigm in the face of significant long-term physical and social bottlenecks. What might these be? 1. Commodity shortages could hamper the energy transition. While this problem has become more visible recently, the long lead times inherent to mining projects could mean the issue isn't resolved until the start of the 2030s. 2. Energy insecurity and volatility pose another bottleneck. Oil supplies appear increasingly geopolitically sensitive and, as the chaos in the Gulf of Aden and the increasingly hot Iran-Israel conflict shows, fragile. Meanwhile, the green energy build-out will also require the construction of new supply chains or be subject to Chinese dominance in key areas. 3. Related to the above, growing competition between the United States and China might flare up further as each country seeks to secure its supply of commodities and semiconductors while contesting control over Taiwan. If the world partially fractures into distinct trading, financial, and geopolitical spheres, it could threaten the steady supply of energy, semiconductors, consumer goods, and certain commodities, including rare earths or perhaps copper given China's central role in processing. 4. Domestically, policy volatility driven by intensifying political polarization and a concerted pushback by incumbents of the dying growth wave could hamper the leading industries of the coming growth wave. The emergence of new leading industries requires state support and new regulatory frameworks. This applies to green energy and its well-documented partisan battles, but also to other industries such as the new biotechnology, with controversies over the role of stem cell research and in-person gene modification. All of this requires new regulatory frameworks, and underpinning this, a new social contract that develops to facilitate a more orderly transition. The incumbents of the current growth wave have an incentive to fight the emergence of this new regime by impeding state support or hijacking the regulatory process to support entrenched interests. A shared undercurrent to the third and fourth bottlenecks is a lack of social consensus about whether to embrace the new growth wave and what this new wave should look like. Instead, incumbents, including potentially displaced workers, hamstring the state's efforts to midwife and shape the transition. Volatile and weak policy may also worsen broader social discomfort with aspects of the emerging growth wave, such as generative AI, due to feelings that the new technologies are controlled entirely by tech giants without any popular input. This could slow the uptake of the new technologies and the ways of doing business that they facilitate. These factors could mean that new leading industries struggle to emerge, even though the current growth drivers are largely exhausted and moving toward investment levels appropriate for offsetting depreciation rather than generating growth. To be clear, none of this is meant to suggest an apocalyptic scenario. It would, though, be a difficult, volatile, and highly uncertain adjustment period that could stretch into the third decade of this century with a lack of social or elite consensus on where to go next economically. From a macro perspective, this scenario would mean a painful combination of weaker real growth and poor productivity growth given the constraints on the leading sectors of the coming growth wave. Meanwhile, commodity disruptions and supply bottlenecks would likely mean an inflation rate that is higher and more volatile than that experienced over the past few decades. Finding a successful form of corporate organization would be a major challenge in this environment. As we've seen, transitions between growth waves frequently involve prolonged periods of instability due to a mismatch between the new growth engines and production methods and institutions that emerged to serve the prior growth wave. The evidence of the exhaustion of the ICT and Biotech 1.0 growth wave and the challenges to its franchise model of corporate organization are clear. That leads us to wonder what new corporate structures and forms of financing will be key to economic coordination in the coming paradigm. One part of this answer appears to be a return to vertical integration, something we can see clearly in the auto industry. Part of this appears to be driven by the dynamics of the emerging technologies. The new and leading EV manufacturers Tesla and BYD are already largely vertically integrated, with both extending integration backward into commodity supply chains. Jim Farley, The CEO of Ford is also moving his company back toward vertical integration due to the nature of EVs. Similarly, many of the legacy car companies are forming joint ventures to develop batteries for their new vehicles. Volkswagen and Umicore in Europe or Samsung SDI and General Motors in the United States are just two of many examples in this area. In its early days, the auto industry was far less vertically integrated, with a profusion of small-scale specialist firms supplying major parts to larger automakers. Then major assemblers, like GM, vertically integrated and were able to outcompete on cost and quality, producing the industry structure of the Fordist era. A similar process may be playing out here for EVs. The leading firms of the dying growth wave are also embracing this verticalization, notably in the crucial inputs of semiconductors and energy. The tech giants are increasingly looking at internalizing the design of semiconductors, the core input of the fifth growth wave. Apple's M-series chips and the increase in Apple's R and D to sales ratio to design those chips are a high-profile example. But the other tech giants such as Amazon, Alphabet, and Microsoft have all been making similar moves, particularly by constructing new data centers. We see the same phenomenon in energy, driven by the same power-hungry AI we discussed earlier in the piece. The dominant tech firms are investing to secure clean, cheap, and reliable energy. Microsoft's deal with Constellation Energy to revive 3 Mile Island was a widely reported example of the broader expansion of corporate power purchase agreements being used by tech firms to secure their energy supplies by effectively underwriting the development and/or operation of specific projects. It makes sense that firms facing a more uncertain world with insecurity around the supply of key inputs would attempt to vertically integrate. Research findings confirm the intuitive notion that vertical integration raised corporate returns for firms following the initial COVID shock by insulating them from disruption. Indeed, we can quite clearly see the tech giants either directly or indirectly looking to internalize more of their supply chains following the COVID and Ukraine war disruptions to the critical inputs to production of energy and semiconductors. This could very well suggest that the companies earning an outsized share of profits in the coming decades will have to invest more to maintain their standing than they did in the franchise era. We are also witnessing the growth in importance of sovereign wealth funds, SWFs, and state investment for corporate financing, which is partly being driven by states pushing to internalize more strategic economic activity. Milan Babic has written extensively on the growing role and variegated forms of state capital in global finance, but stresses acquisitions by state-owned firms trying to obtain strategic assets and technologies. The remarkable explosion of industrial policy, especially in America, is by now well known to readers of this journal. So, we'll simply point out that this is providing another alternative form of financing to corporations when their activities align with the strategic vision of the state. Those strategic visions emerge from real conflicts over the distribution of power, control, and money in the global economy. Even the post-Cold War 1990s saw market versus state geopolitical contests, with competition between the self-described market-driven American and state-led East Asian economic models. Now the contest is between two different flavors of state. The first is money printer-style industrial policy in the United States. The second is Chinese state capitalism. The countries with states who can't or won't try either approach end up with pathetic long-term growth, exemplified by Britain, Italy, and Germany. All these considerations about new corporate forms and state financing pale before the macroeconomic factor that Perez adds to Schumpeter's make, move, and market model. Rising income inequality has driven a wedge between potential supply and actual demand almost everywhere, as well as igniting destabilizing political movements. A world like that in H.G. Wells's Time Machine, with asset-owning Alloy employing personal yoga trainers while gig-working Morlocks see rent absorbing half their income, is neither economically robust nor politically sustainable. Demographic trends might generate tighter labor markets and thus reduce economic divisions, but AI-enhanced automation will push back against that. Put simply, new technologies and thus new growth do not install themselves. This is the moment at which policy matters above almost all other considerations. Following successive releases of advanced AIs since ChatGPT, a group of leading technologists has called for an immediate 6-month moratorium on training large AI models. Their open letter, signed by Elon Musk and Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, raises alarms that AI labs are locked in an out-of-control race to develop and deploy ever more powerful digital minds that no one, not even their creators, can understand, predict, or reliably control. The response to the letter among AI experts could not have been more polarized. Many of the world's leading papers have featured articles written by notables in the field claiming that sufficiently advanced AI systems run the risk of destroying civilization as we know it. These experts, and many engineers at the forefront of AI, argue that humanity is careening toward a future in which superintelligent machines may be more powerful than humans and ultimately uncontrollable, a combination that does not bode well for a world ruled by natural selection. For this existential risk camp, godlike AI wiping out humanity is an all-too-real possibility. Other veterans of the field have vehemently opposed a pause and roundly mocked the existential concerns behind it. Yann LeCun, recipient of the prestigious Turing Award for his pioneering AI work, quipped that, "Before we can get to godlike AI, we'll need to get through dog-like AI." In this view, halting AI development for misguided, unproven sci-fi fears is an impediment to useful progress and a very poor precedent for future scientific advancement in a field with vast potential to promote human flourishing. To non-specialists, the internecine struggle playing out among computer scientists about the world-ending potential of their craft can look perplexing, if not absurd. Has Silicon Valley hype finally truly gone off the rails this time? Or are there good reasons to suspect that AI scientists are the nuclear physicists of the 21st century? Answering these questions well and quickly is a high priority as legislators start making moves to regulate AI. But doing so requires a common-sense approach that can account for both the mind-bending dynamics of cutting-edge AI systems, while also right-sizing the risks of AI regulations and AI gone wrong. Before considering the most apocalyptic AI scenarios, it's worth exploring more near-term risks already on the horizon. New language models like ChatGPT have already exhibited serious potential to accelerate disinformation and misinformation campaigns around the world, and may catalyze a novel wave of cybersecurity threats to unsuspecting users. AI-powered voice cloning has already been used to try to extort money from a family in a fake, but highly realistic kidnapping scheme, to name just a few cases. For malicious actors, powerful AI capabilities are all too easy to weaponize. As AIs become more adept at engaging with human psychology and computer systems, these threats are likely only to escalate. AI-enabled breakthroughs in cybersecurity could be leveraged to enable novel hacking methods, just as an AI that might enable robot assistance could also be used to pioneer new autonomous weapons. Independent of any malicious actors, however, emerging AI systems also pose a second set of serious risks in the form of unintended consequences. Researchers often cluster such inadvertent risks around AI safety themes. To name a few, the issue of bias has crept into a wide range of AI models, systematically discriminating against groups for employment, loans, and even jail time. Robustness, the ability of a system to reliably perform well, has proven a matter of life and death in AI autopilot car accidents, military targeting systems, and health diagram analysis tools. Unforeseen human-AI interactions can have disastrous consequences, such as advanced AI chatbots encouraging minors toward inappropriate sexual relationships or fatally exacerbating mental illnesses. As AI is increasingly integrated into virtually all aspects of life, these risks are only likely to grow. But the existential risks that animate the 6-month pause stem from a third family of dangers, not so much related to malicious misuses of new capabilities or unintended consequences, but from the growth trajectory of powerful AIs. These existential risk scenarios come in a variety of forms, but generally follow a similar pattern. Theorists suggest that as AI tools become increasingly intelligent and capable, at some point they will be able to build better versions of themselves than humans can. This will lead to further compounding, exponential growth in intelligence and capabilities as smarter systems continue to build even smarter systems in a virtuous cycle. The resulting system or systems, the thought goes, will be significantly more intelligent than humanity, and likely drift from humans' original intentions as successive iterations become more shaped by machine feedback than by deliberate human designs. The upshot would be that just as humanity reigns over less intelligent life forms now, so also the superintelligent AI would rule over us. Needless to say, that would put humanity in a precarious position. Whether by dint of the pressures of natural selection or other motivations misaligned with humanity's well-being, superintelligent AIs would likely wipe us out over time. The theory may sound like a sci-fi parable, but it has gained a surprising amount of traction among leading AI engineers and business leaders. To underscore the likelihood of such outcomes, proponents point to how highly advanced models spontaneously develop skills that their makers did not expect, which can be difficult to detect, let alone mitigate. The most advanced language models have proven desperately difficult to understand or control in any reliable way. and AI systems now consistently beat humanity's best competitors in our most complex strategy games, including some that require deception and manipulation. A dark omen if advanced AI were to slip out of our grasp. For those less convinced of the inevitable ascent of godlike AIs, however, there is another parallel concern: the obsessive millenarian attempt to build them. Those at the helm of AI's greatest advancements share a quasi-religious commitment to realizing utopian visions of superintelligent AIs. Sam Altman, CEO of industry leader OpenAI, has declared that building AI that exceeds humanity's intelligence is perhaps the most important and hopeful and scary project in human history. Sundar Pichai, Google's CEO, agrees that AI is the most profound technology humanity is working on, more profound than fire or electricity. The list goes on and includes the leadership of nearly all the most influential labs in the field. History is littered with disastrous attempts to realize utopian dreams going off the rails. The tens of billions of dollars flooding into labs every year to fuel those all-consuming visions do not bode well, nor does the intense competition between AI companies that are increasingly eschewing safety for speed. Given the highly experimental nature of emerging AI technologies, the industry's lack of safety norms and standards, and the dangerous ambitions of its leaders, something must be done to rein in the risks that are growing at multiple levels. While AI poses real risks, we must also consider the risks of proposed AI safety measures. One of the key insights of the burgeoning field of progress studies is that we must include iatrogenic costs in our assessments. Failing to do so allows tiny marginal risks to impose massive costs, as when the FDA's safety assessments for the COVID-19 vaccine failed to include the additional deaths incurred due to delayed vaccine deployment in their model, or when children's car seat regulations counted the additional lives saved in car accidents, but failed to account for the much larger number of children who were never born due to the increased marginal cost of having a third or fourth child. AI safety demands extra scrutiny on this point because so many of its policy prescriptions and cost-benefit analyses depend on the weight of tail risks, extremely low probability, extremely high-cost events. While tail risks cannot be entirely discounted, their argumentative weight is extremely fragile to the assessment of likelihood. Anything that makes them marginally less likely makes them massively less costly in terms of expected value. Concerns about AI safety must therefore be moderated by both an assessment of the likelihood of the proposed danger which AI poses and an assessment of the potential costs of AI safety. Without conducting an exhaustive assessment of arguments about existential risk, we might note two factors that should give us pause as to the likelihood of tail risk scenarios. First, while it is possible that this time is really different, many other new technologies brought about hysterical alarmism as well. Compared to, say, CRISPR or nuclear technology, the need for AI systems to bridge out of cyberspace into the messy human world seems like a flaw in many existential risk scenarios. Given a world in which most critical systems are still drearily manual and nuclear missiles still run on floppy disks, the hand-waving over how the AI will magically reach into the physical world and spin up, say, a self-assembling nanobot factory should give us pause. Second, it is possible that the same characteristics which make AI work also reduce its danger, namely its ability to understand context. Most original AI existential risk scenarios assumed a powerful but low-context AI, which could take a goal or a command to its absurd and deadly conclusion. Such was the infamous paperclip maximizer, a thought experiment in which an AI would seek to eliminate humans in order to maximize the number of paperclips. And yet, the breakthroughs in LLMs which may undergird general-purpose AI systems were precisely in adding sufficient context and breadth to models. As a result, as their performance improves, they also appear to mostly adopt intuitive human premises about goals and parameters, such that a command like improve paperclip making efficiency assumes, but don't kill everyone on Earth, the same way you would not need to specify that limit to a human agent. To improve the size and scope of an LLM appears to be the same thing as to improve its grasp of human context. While research around this question is still early, it is promising that, so far, improving model performance also seems to improve alignment out of the box. What measures would be required to fully mitigate AI-based existential risk? AI safety advocates have not minced words. The consensus holds that we must substantially and intentionally slow the pace of development, especially the deployment of new models trained on ever-large data clusters. But because of the economic and military advantages AI offers, any unilateral prohibition on developing AI risks falling behind other countries, leading to arms race dynamics. The solution, according to some of the most prominent thinkers in the field, is to develop and use global forms of power, including military power, aligned with AI safety goals. In an article in Time magazine, Machine Intelligence Research Institute founder Eliezer Yudkowsky wrote, "If intelligence says that a country outside the AI safety agreement is building a GPU cluster, be less scared of a shooting conflict between nations than of the moratorium being violated. Be willing to destroy a rogue data center by airstrike." While Yudkowsky's position lies at the radical edge of AI safety thinking, more mainstream figures have proposed arguably more extreme solutions. In an article on the vulnerable world hypothesis of long-term technological risk, superintelligence author and founding director of Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute Nick Bostrom proposed the development of ubiquitous surveillance or a unipolar world order. In a world where artificial general intelligence, AGI, provides only one of several plausible pathways to human extinction, allowing the unmitigated development of technologies, including in biotech and nanomaterials, that could have catastrophic consequences for human survival is not a path to species longevity. But, of course, enforcing such a regime would require unprecedented global governance. In a recent paper on the long-term prospect of AI displacing human beings, regardless of particular catastrophic risk pathways, Dan Hendricks, director of the Center for AI Safety, came to a similar conclusion. If AI's superiority is fated via a number of path dependencies, then one path to human survival might be the proactive construction of an AI leviathan, in which humans seek to create a consensual world-dominating regime in which human-friendly AIs could domesticate or eradicate all other, potentially unfriendly AIs. Any student of political history should find these arguments highly alarming, but the construction of a global totalitarian political order around technological development seems disturbingly plausible. And even marginal movements in this direction could result in a dramatic decline in human freedom, with dubious and probably untestable mitigation of long-term technological risk. Worse, these attempts to contain existential risk from AI, if poorly conceived, could worsen other catastrophic risks. Any attempt to endow a catacon, a powerful restraining force, runs the risk of dialectically bringing about its opposite, of becoming a hastener against its will. In this case, constructing a world government to save humanity by halting permissionless technological advance could immediately exacerbate looming civilizational risks of climate change and the population implosion. Using apocalyptic rhetoric to construct a global political regime would slow global economic growth and make the future appear increasingly dire, further suppressing fertility rates. An aging society will then innovate less regardless, will require more care of the young for the old, and fail to have the resources, energy, and technology to reduce carbon emissions and improve carbon capture, worsening climate change. A world-ending AI singularity is still in the realm of science fiction, but it certainly seems terribly within humanity's power to create a global authoritarian political framework that chokes our future and brings about civilizational suicide. So if artificial intelligence presents real, serious, and difficult-to-grasp risks, but many of the proposals to contain this risk are potentially equally destructive, can we identify a path forward that acknowledges risks while still promoting the improvement of AI systems? We identify a common-sense approach to AI safety that focuses on rapidly exploiting advances in productivity brought about by AI while mitigating some of the dangers of ever more sophisticated models. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence can be viewed along two axes, vertical and horizontal. The vertical axis refers to the development of bigger and stronger models, which comes with many unknowns and potentially existential risks. The horizontal axis, in contrast, emphasizes the integration of current models into every corner of the economy and is comparatively low risk and high reward. Any regulation of AI must carefully distinguish between these two dimensions of investment. While applications built on current AI capabilities aren't without risks of their own, they're of qualitatively different magnitude compared to the risk associated with building an artificial superintelligence. From algorithmic bias to deep fakes, these lesser AI risks will likely be addressed by accelerating research, not by slowing it down. To the extent regulation impedes the commercial adoption of AI, we thus risk capping the enormous upsides of innovation even as the downsides mostly remain. Consider the potential for current-level AI to create an explosion in internet spam. Bad actors will need to make use of open-source generative models, as such activities clearly violate the terms of service of large API providers like OpenAI. Fortunately, open-source models are several steps behind the state of the art. The good guys thus have an advantage in the adversarial race to build tools for combating AI-generated spam. Any regulation that slowed down their effort would risk tilting the balance back in favor of the bad actors, as they would feel no obligation to follow the same rules. Nevertheless, regulation is needed to prevent powerful models from going open source in the first place. Take Meta's powerful Llama model, a text generation AI that works similarly to ChatGPT. Meta intended to provide researchers access to Llama in a controlled manner, but the model was leaked online just a week after its announcement. In lieu of regulations or fines associated with such security breaches, Meta's public response amounted to a big oops. A second class of manageable risk stems from the sheer volume of the outputs created by generative AI. From one-click lawsuits to the ability to generate original art with a simple text description, the floodgates have opened whether we like it or not. Fortunately, we have experience adapting to tsunamis of information in the age of the internet. Take the issue of copyrighted works under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. While the DMCA is far from perfect, it provides a framework for resolving online copyright disputes extrajudicially and has thus helped to keep the legal system from being overwhelmed. Beyond the narrow issue of copyright, we will need analogous reforms for managing the demand for much higher throughput across our legacy institutions. The vertical dimension of AI research is where things get hairier. Bigger models trained with more data demonstrate emergent capabilities, and in a way that defies prediction. Only a handful of large companies have the resources to push the AI frontier, but how aggressively they act is a function of competitive pressure. The US government can help to forestall these arms race dynamics by bringing the biggest players together to cooperate on shared safety protocols. This could include requiring large training runs to be publicly declared and approved before proceeding, along with the creation of industry standards for safety testing through the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Major players like OpenAI and Anthropic already engage in intensive safety and alignment research, but it's essential that their insights into AI alignment not gain the status of a trade secret. One of the most promising areas of alignment research is the field of mechanistic interpretability. Mechanistic interpretability can be thought of as neuroscience for artificial brains. By rigorously studying specific circuits of neurons in an artificial neural network, researchers can gain insight into how otherwise black box models do what they do. Unfortunately, interpretability research is still a relatively nascent field and far behind in its understanding of large models like GPT-4. The most consequential interpretability research requires access to the largest models and millions of dollars in capital for training and retraining model variations. This represents a potential market failure, as AI companies have limited incentive to put money into models with no downstream commercial purpose. The US government could address both these access and cost issues by creating a supercomputing cluster of its own. A large testbed for mechanistic interpretability research would help to grow the field and democratize researchers' access to the innards of large models. In addition, the government could require large AI companies to publish interpretability and safety standards to improve knowledge sharing around AI safety. Public procurement of advanced chips would advance Congress's goal of building up America's domestic semiconductor capacity. But public ownership is perhaps most important as a hedge against the development of AI leading to runaway corporate power. Indeed, without a secure platform for training models specific to governmental needs, we may wake up one day to find our nation's prosperity and security beholden to a single private actor. While these are only a few examples of potential AI safety policies, it is our hope that the field eschews an overfocus on extreme tail risk and instead develops measures that improve the safety and reliability of the kinds of systems we are likely to deploy, and does so in a manner respectful of the governance traditions that have underpinned scientific progress in the West. Also key to developing a path forward for AI safety will be to involve new kinds of knowledge and experts in the conversation. As Tyler Cowen pointed out, one shocking dimension of the AI Pause open letter was the utter lack of leaders from domains outside of computer science and tech, as opposed to similar letters in the nuclear era, for instance. For many years, AI safety research was an obscure field dominated by theoretical computer science with a sprinkling of analytic philosophy and physics. Now that powerful AI is here, the AI safety conversation has become stultified within these disciplinary boundaries. But many current AI safety issues involve other kinds of expertise. Underinvestment in safety research is a classic public goods problem. The economists would like a word. Speculations about arms race dynamics leading to AGI would benefit from engaging with international relations scholars who have developed robust models of security competition. OpenAI's white papers on safety risk have dozens of technical researchers, but the social scientists and humanities scholars can be counted on one hand. In order to develop AI safety measures that are both desirable and achievable, we need to integrate insights from across all of human knowledge, and cease relying on science fiction parables developed on internet message boards. Do we live in a world of ever-increasing change characterized by disruptive innovation? Is technology moving faster than ever before? Are these, in fact, unprecedented times? Contra the bromides of TED Talkers and Davos men, a growing chorus of contrarian scientists, scholars, and investors hold that the pace of innovation has slowed, not increased. They argue that the explosive growth and spread of digital technology has misled the public and many policymakers about the state of affairs in every other area of scientific progress. If we look up from the extraordinary virtual worlds depicted on our screens, we see that the future is receding before us. But among the contrarians, there is a critical division. One camp, championed by Peter Thiel, holds that there are no physical or scientific reasons why we could not increase the pace of innovation, that technological stagnation is ultimately a social problem. The bureaucratization of science, the explosion of the regulatory apparatus, the demise of meritocracy, and any number of other social factors have slowed the pace of innovation, replacing actual technological magic with a digital simulation thereof. As Thiel famously summarized, "We wanted flying cars, instead we got 140 characters. Call this the social theory of stagnation." The other camp is best exemplified by the work of Václav Smil. Smil, a Czech-Canadian professor of environmental studies, has won acclaim for his prolific output of books on energy and society, characterized by telling sweeping stories while maintaining extraordinary attention to detail. Smil and others hold that, while the rate of innovation is slowing, this is a return to historical norms and not the result of some kind of social decadence. It was the extraordinary transformation of the 19th and 20th centuries that was the aberration, as the scientific method unlocked the secrets of physics, chemistry, and biology in a one-time boost. Smil and others believe in the singularity and exponential transformation of the human species. They just believe we are already on the other side of it. As outlined in his 2017 Energy and Civilization and in the final chapter of the book under review here, Smil draws our attention to the problem of scale in particular. As its name implies, the digital revolution was a revolution in the representation of numbers. Moore's law relies on the ever smaller physical means of representing numbers. Since 1975, the number of transistors in an integrated circuit has doubled about every 2 years. In principle, a bit of information can be encoded into a single photon, in fact, in a subatomic particle. If computation is simply moving bits around, the physical limits of miniaturized computation have no analogy in other fields of human endeavor. Contrast computations sustain geometrical increase in scale with advances in crop yields, energy density, transportation speeds, energy efficiency, infrastructure costs, and more. Where computational density has increased approximately 35% per year for the past 50 years, these other factors have improved around 1 to 2% per year. Thus, over the whole time span, they have improved by 1.65 to 2.7 times, while microprocessor performance has improved 10 billion times. Moreover, as Smil is acutely aware, the world of macroscopic change, in contrast to microscopic digital improvements, besets us with trade-offs. Increased transportation speed and drag comes for you. Move away from energy-dense fossil fuels, and much of the carbon emission savings are reversed as a result of building the many more solar panels, wind turbines, and hydroelectric plants required in order to power all of these electric vehicles, including manufacturing significant amounts of steel, aluminum, and other metals for which there are no reduced carbon smelting methods. Almost everything about modern civilization is downstream from unlocking the energy density of fossil fuels. Moving toward decarbonization will demand incredible ingenuity and innovation just to tread water. Short of a radical new energy source like fusion, growth will remain incremental at best. Call this the physical theory of stagnation. In Invention and Innovation, a brief history of hype and failure, Smil sets out to deflate our expectations of a futuristic utopia just around the corner by focusing on the immense difficulty of innovation and the possibility of failure. Real innovation, understood as the social transformation wrought by mastering new inventions with the ideas, processes, materials, and organizations needed to make them useful, is extremely difficult. Smil wants to persuade us that it can go awry or can stubbornly fail to arrive altogether. His biggest bugbears are hucksters like Yuval Noah Harari and Ray Kurzweil, who seem to promise an audacious future that will inevitably land in our laps. And yet, Smil's book admits of radically different interpretations. Smil begins from the notion that we live in a world beset by innovation hype and that a healthy dose of realism is just what the doctor ordered. But is innovation hype really the dominant tendency today? What is the meaning of the stories Smil recounts if you presume instead that a lack of concern for innovation and growth characterizes our society? Smil's book was highly persuasive for me, though not in the way he might expect. I began sympathizing with his position and finished the book vehemently rejecting it. Smil's distinctive approach is a phenomenology of innovation. Put aside the blustery concepts and paradigms, and rush, like philosopher Edmund Husserl, to the things themselves. Smil wants us to understand that a technology as foundational as the diesel engine or nuclear fission reactor does not enter into the world all at once. It is the product of thousands of incremental improvements, path dependencies, and false starts. While one never wants to go toe-to-toe with Smil on the facts, the intellectual equivalent of facing George Foreman's right hook, one can re-examine Smil's careful narratives and find that they tell the story, not of failed innovation and of hype, but of human ingenuity and failure of imagination. Smil's prescription for innovation hype is exposure therapy. 3 case studies each for innovations that brought with them catastrophic side effects, that failed to meet their potential, and that stubbornly failed to arrive. But to the reader concerned that we don't have enough innovation, these cases instead seem to tell the story of innovations which did tremendous good and whose unexpected side effects were readily dealt with, of innovations that were strangled in the cradle, and of innovations that demand we pursue them, even if they fail to arrive in the end. I was surprised to find myself, while reading Smil's first case study on innovations that turned from welcome to undesirable, defending the utility of leaded gasoline. This initial section is intended to fully disabuse the reader of his naive belief in the goodness of innovation as such. But each case admits of a subtler reading. At first blush, it's hard to defend leaded gasoline. Lead is one of the most damaging and durable neurotoxins known to man, particularly damaging to children's neurological development. Due to the ever-increasing regulation of lead in the environment, the number of children with damaging levels of lead in their bloodstream has precipitously declined. Case closed, right? Popular scientific narratives would certainly have you believe so. Viral articles on the internet proclaim Thomas Midgley, one of history's most dangerous inventors for his role in the invention of leaded gasoline as well as Freon 12, the first commercial chlorofluorocarbon refrigerant. Smil ironically defends Midgley only on the basis that many others were to blame too. But it is not merely a popular narrative. The Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, one of the most prestigious academic journals in science, published and later gave a prize to an article proclaiming that half of U.S. population exposed to adverse lead levels in early childhood, and calculating all of the millions of IQ points lost due to its use. And yet, a closer examination of the study immediately reveals a troubling methodology. It establishes a correlation, actually, cherry-picks among several correlations, between leaded gasoline consumption and levels of lead in blood in the period for which it has actual data, and then attributes levels of lead in blood retroactively for the period 1940 to 75, about which it has no actual data, using an estimate based on leaded gas consumption. This is a pure quantitative instance of begging the question. What actually is the relationship between leaded gasoline, lead in the bloodstream, and negative health outcomes? The sources Smil cites are curiously quiet about this question. The paper above, which Smil does not quote, justifies itself by positing that leaded gasoline was the dominant source of lead exposure from the 1940s until the late 1980s. This is not remotely in evidence. The issue is one of correlation and causation. There is no doubt that the decline in environmental lead is correlated with the elimination of leaded gasoline, really a fuel additive called tetraethyl lead or TEL, but the abolition of leaded gasoline coincided with a revolution in environmental awareness. The immediate cause of bans on leaded gasoline was the rise of catalytic converters to fight a variety of exhaust-related public maladies, including smog. Moreover, better methods for measuring lead in the blood and early studies on its neurological impacts on children led to a broad-based movement to remove lead everywhere, including other common sources of lead in paint, canned foods, industrial pollution, and more. So to understand the actual connection between leaded gasoline and lead in the bloodstream and presumed detrimental side effects, we need to go beyond correlation to causation. One way to examine this would be to carefully measure changes in lead in the blood at times and places when the only major environmental policy change was the elimination of leaded gasoline, the sharper the better. While every study focused on this transformative period, including those that did and did not coincide with other anti-lead measures, has found a strong decline in environmental lead with the elimination of leaded gasoline, Post-ban lead levels depended heavily on other industrial activity. In an industrial city in China, one study showed that eliminating leaded gasoline only marginally decreased lead in the air. Another study in Shanghai estimated that leaded gasoline accounted for 30% of the environmental lead. The best kind of study would prove that a specific lead molecule found in the bloodstream came from leaded gasoline. While difficult to design and implement, one study in northern Italy in the late 1990s managed to examine this by substituting the TEL added to all of the gasoline in an entire region for one made with a distinctive lead isotope, and then isolating this isotope in the resulting blood samples. The study found that, for the most industrialized urban areas, leaded gasoline accounted for 25% of environmental lead consumption, dropping to 12% in suburban areas and 8% in rural areas. And why did we add TEL to gasoline in the first place? Early engines faced a problem of fuel ignition called knocking, which resulted in inefficient combustion and damaged engines. A tiny fraction of TEL added to each gallon dramatically improved fuel efficiency and eliminated knocking. It also greatly lowered environmental pollution, a byproduct of incomplete combustion. Certainly, the elimination of leaded gasoline, alongside the deployment of catalytic converters, has been an important victory for public health. But the vast majority of the hazards of leaded gasoline have been associated with the massive uptake of automobiles globally and in the United States after the 1950s. What would have happened if leaded gasoline had been banned in those critical early years, 1921 to 50? Banning leaded gasoline at the outset of the automotive revolution would have led to higher costs, worse efficiency, and worse pollution from the start. Worse, it likely would have set the advent of aviation back by decades. Achieving the octane required for airplane engines without TEL is enormously expensive and was initially impossible. The most common aviation gasoline used in propeller planes contains TEL to this day. In other words, even a simple counterfactual reveals that preemptively banning leaded gasoline would have substantially retarded innovation. It was precisely the massive success of automobiles and aviation that created the surplus and the incentives to solve the technical problem of fuel additives like tetraethyl lead. I relay all of this detail not to defend leaded gasoline in particular, but to call into question the replacement of one fantasy by another. What has been presented as a slam dunk case turns out to be a nuanced and complicated story with, at best, an unsettling counterfactual. Smill's other two cases, DDT and chlorofluorocarbons, turn out to follow the exact same pattern, to an even greater degree. At least leaded gasoline has incontrovertible health effects. DDT is perhaps the most human-safe pesticide ever devised, to the point where one of the original methods of application was to pour it down one's shirt, and an enormously powerful tool against disease-carrying insects. Its use saved an estimated 500 million lives and entirely eliminated malaria, one of the most pernicious diseases known to man. In the United States, Europe, and many other parts of the world, CFCs, for their part, were a significant breakthrough, providing a safe, non-toxic refrigerant that made indoor usages possible. The previously used refrigerant, propane, had a tendency to leak and explode, so people put their refrigerators on their porches. Each, of course, had substantial unanticipated downsides. DDT turns out to accumulate in soil and fat cells, disrupting, in particular, the reproduction of birds of prey. CFCs are so inert that they don't react with anything until they get pushed eventually into the upper atmosphere where, catalyzed by solar radiation, they break apart and the released chlorine atoms react with and destroy ozone molecules, leading eventually to a so-called hole in the ozone layer. Neither DDT nor CFCs are known, or even suspected, of killing anyone. I would submit that the proper analytical structure for assessing the value of an innovation is the counterfactual. What would likely have occurred in the absence of the underlying technology? What were the actual trade-offs in play? In these counterfactuals, the case for the presumptive banning of each chemical is complicated. The ban solved significant problems but substantially weighed down a new invention that promised increased growth and prosperity. Moreover, because of the massive social utility each invention had created, including fostering entirely new industries, firms in the pesticide and refrigeration sectors had the incentives and the capability to devise replacements which provided most of the same benefits without all of the harms. Although, it must be said, not without cost. DDT replacements are less effective, while CFC replacements turn out to be worse greenhouse gases. Needless to say, scientific evidence is used shoddily by advocates throughout. Smill set out to make the sobering case against certain kinds of innovation but instead makes a strong case against public health officials using statistical analysis without a license. Smil purports to be a fair observer, but his carefulness is largely unidirectional. Overhyping alarmists like Rachel Carson, author of Silent Spring, almost single-handedly responsible for the banning of DDT, are discussed with great sympathy, even if Smil points to some of their errors, while Smil heaps scorn on Elon Musk for the etymology of the word hyperloop, amounting to saying, effectively, your so-called hyperloop, good sir, is neither hyper nor a loop. In no case do Smil's innovation skeptics or alarm raisers have the science firmly on their side. The head of the newly created EPA admitted to overruling his own experts to ban DDT because of the public outcry not doing so would create. Smil thus takes a curiously unscientific approach to the problem of iatrogenesis. By now, we know that interventions which aim to ameliorate a serious social ill may paradoxically create a worse one somewhere else. One study on the contraceptive effects of car seats in the United States found that, while the devices saved 57 children's lives in the study year, the additional costs they create for having a third child, and thus squeezing out of a regular sedan, prevented over 8,000 children from being born. Far more serious are, for instance, environmental regulations that incentivize electric utilities to preserve existing facilities instead of replacing them with newer, cleaner ones, or historical preservation laws that protect parking lots and laundromats. Smil's next set of case studies, on innovations of great promise which never managed to meet their full potential, begins to inadvertently suggest the root of the problem. At first glance, the three cases addressed in this section, airships, nuclear fission reactors, and supersonic flight, seem like classic Smil stories, delving into the unit economics of cargo and passenger air transport and of grid-scale energy production. Certainly, in each case there is little doubt that promising technological pathways were closed off at least in part by fundamental, nitty-gritty factors. For instance, what drag at supersonic speeds implies for cabin size, very skinny design, and what this does to cost structure. But this section raises an additional objection to Smil's overall argument that the headwinds these innovations faced were never merely economic, but political and social, and intimately tied to the rise of electronic media. You can see this at work in the first case study, on the stalled innovation of the airship. Prior to roughly 1935, airships, like dirigibles and blimps, had enjoyed a far steadier career than the newer airplanes, which had significant limitations of range and speed. A transcontinental airplane trip like the British Imperial Airways London-Singapore service might require 8 days and 22 layovers, in a cramped and noisy fuselage. In contrast, the airship offered luxurious public lounges and comfortable cabins, with gentle, steady, and safe service. In its 1.7 million kilometers of service, the Graf Zeppelin had 0 injuries to its crew or passengers. Over the long term, advances in airplane production doomed the airship, at least as the main aerial transport system for cargo and passengers. Better engines meant more thrust, which meant more lift, which meant bigger planes with extended range and speed. There's no doubt that the airship's days were numbered. But the airship did not succumb to a doomed rearguard battle of unit economics. Its future went up in flames alongside the Hindenburg, which exploded while landing in New Jersey in one of the most spectacular and infamous disasters of the 20th century. Of course, what matters here is the context. Measured by loss of life, the Hindenburg explosion scarcely ranks among the top 100 or even 1,000 transportation disasters. The majority of passengers survived. Only 36 were killed. Existing designs for airships did not require the use of hydrogen. In fact, the Hindenburg itself had been designed to use inert helium, except that America's Helium Control Act of 1927 meant only flammable hydrogen was available. What made a definitive difference in this case was the media environment and the political context. The Great Airship's New York tour had been something of a PR coup for the Nazi Party, the swastikas boldly juxtaposed over the Manhattan skyline. But what really doomed the airship, even more than newspaper photographs, was the advent of the newsreel. In an era before special effects, the horrific inferno displayed in movie theaters throughout the country must have inspired dread and awe. An audio recording of the incident was broadcast nationally on radio. With it, the exclamation, "Oh, the humanity," entered into American parlance. So ubiquitous were the reports. It was, Smil records, the first media event of the 20th century. Yet he seems to view this as a coincidence instead of a central thread throughout the book. An alternative hypothesis hangs over the book, largely unexplored by Smil, that the story of the decline of actual innovation and the rise of a digital simulation of it is largely a story of the end of the print era and the advent of instantaneous electronic communication and the environment it generates. Print, a classic, cold medium, could tell its readers of new scientific wonders, but could not grab their sensorium with two hands and shake them about. The radio, the newsreel, the television, the Twitter bring to one's immediate presence not just the immediate terror of some technologized violence, but also the equally disequilibrating chit-chattering of the terrorized. Perhaps the global village, like the primitive village, is inherently suspicious of new technology and conservative about its transformative potential. This certainly appears compelling for the two additional cases Smil examines in this section: nuclear fission and supersonic flight. Each technology has practical disadvantages, some obvious, some quite subtle, that dampen their transformative potential. But each was also the target of sustained and alarmist political opposition and sensationalist media reporting. More than any of the rather minor technical defects of nuclear power, the shuttering of the Atomic Energy Commission, job, build atomic energy, and the creation of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, job, make nuclear power safe, stands in for a far broader shift in our mindset about innovation than Smil lets on. This shift in the media and political environment is especially deadly when connected with the bureaucratic administration of science. As Edward Doherty previously wrote in these pages, science without validation in a world without meaning. Modern science puts the policymaker, the bureaucrat, the administrator, he might have added, the journalist, in an impossible position. Their authority in part depends on clearly communicating to their organizations and to the public about their decisions. But modern science rarely, never, offers readily grasped rules of thumb, simple models, or clear reasons. Instead, the latest advances are shrouded in a probabilistic cloud, especially in the scientific modeling of complex systems like the climate, the immune system, and the spread of infectious diseases. The scientific method does not allow us to prejudice ourselves ahead of time as to what the right answer is going to be. But this uncertainty is antithetical to bureaucratic rationality, with its emphasis on procedure, control, and the one best way. Combined with the immediacy of electronic communications, the temptation is to grab hold of a kabuki theater version of a scientific model, declare it the official consensus, and begin the construction of a regulatory and funding apparatus, regardless of whether the basic scientific questions in play have actually been answered. We saw this phenomenon in ludicrous relief during the pandemic. The result is the appearance of scientific motion robbed of the thing that gives science its traction, the relentless commitment to careful experimentation and theory development, even if, especially if, it makes no sense within the existing model. Since the advent of modern scientific government funding, has a single major scientific paradigm been overturned? How could it be? Smil's real concern in this book, his disdain for innovation hype, ungrounded in difficult realities, comes to the fore in his final section, on long-promised innovations that failed to arrive: the vacuum railway, nitrogen-fixing cereal crops, and nuclear fusion. Smil finally meets the object of his ire face-to-face in his case study on vacuum railways. Here, in Elon Musk's 2013 release of the plans for a fifth mode of transportation dubbed the Hyperloop, you have all of Smil's bête noires, a self-promoting huckster, duping all of the naifs and new tech enthusiasts who are unaware of the long history of similar failed projects and instead believe Musk's proposal to be amazingly original and stunningly transformative. Meanwhile, Smil, grasping in exquisite historical and technical detail all of the challenges the Hyperloop faces, knows better. Transportation experts have rejected the Hyperloop plan. All in all, not even a half-baked idea. By way of illustration of how long the fantasy of a Hyperloop has beset inventors and innovators, Smil references an 1829 satirical cartoon, The March of Intellect, by William Heath, 1794 to 1840. Mocking the fantasies of inventors and the delusions of the investors they sucker into paying for their schemes, featuring a grand vacuum tube direct to Bengal. Smil liked the cartoon so much that it adorns the cover of the book. And yet, the cartoon may not convey the meaning Smil intends. For almost every other fantastical invention mocked by Heath in the same cartoon came to pass within 100 years, including the railroad, the airship, the airplane, the automobile, the powerboat, and the industrial factory. By what light should 19th century inventors and investors have known that the vacuum tube would fail but all of these others would succeed? Indeed, Isambard Brunel, perhaps the greatest engineering mind in history, thought the idea held great promise, especially for the power of pneumatic pressure to propel a train up steeper grades than locomotives could climb. He believed in the technology so much that he built a section of the South Devon Railway with it, at a time when the vacuum in the tube was maintained via tallow-treated leather flaps. These ultimately proved the doom of the project, as rats found them delicious. While the Hyperloop solves no central problem for mankind, the other cases Smil addresses, nitrogen-fixing cereal crops that do not require fertilizer and nuclear fusion, would transform human civilization. And yet, Smil seems curiously indifferent to their success, chronicling instead the hurdles they face, including, of course, regulatory, bureaucratic, and media-driven ones. At the end of the chapter, Smil tallies up the total cost of all fusion R&D between 1950 and 2020, $200 billion. In his conclusion, he suggests we would be better off focusing on extending and diffusing inventions we already have instead of pushing the boundaries of innovation. And this conveys the real problem with the book. Smil, such a careful historian of innovation, has missed the forest for the trees. Whether any particular innovation will succeed, what determines whether a particular inventor is a huckster or the genuine article, may largely rise and fall based on the classic Smilian details. But what drives innovation for all of society forward are not the details, but the concrete belief that, with the application of curiosity, drive, and capital, it is possible to build transformative technology. In 1967, the great social theorist Albert Hirschman hypothesized the hiding hand principle. In fields of human endeavor which require creativity and invention, no purely rational calculus of costs and benefits based on a realistic assessment of the starting conditions could ever justify taking action. But, in the social aggregate, this would result in a severe underestimation of the transformative power of human ingenuity. What saves the day is the heedless and unmerited optimism, one might even say hype, of committed founders and doers, which leads them to oversell the project to others and to themselves, and to undertake a challenge which a fully rational accounting would never permit. Creativity always comes as a surprise to us. Therefore, we can never count on it, and we dare not believe in it until it has happened. In other words, we would not consciously engage upon tasks whose success clearly requires that creativity be forthcoming. Hence, the only way in which we can bring our creative resources fully into play is by misjudging the nature of the task, by presenting it to ourselves as more routine, simple, undemanding of genuine creativity than it will turn out to be. To be clear, when it comes to technological innovation, Hirschman's hiding hand is better applied at the level of a particular technology, or perhaps even social transformation as a whole, not to a particular founder, firm, or invention. But the history of technology is clear that it was irrational enthusiasm, moonshot bets, and risky ventures that, in the aggregate, have driven technological transformation, not rational planning or careful calculation. Railroads were overbuilt and many investors lost their shirts, but social welfare as a whole increased. Google got off the ground buying servers for pennies on the dollar from bankrupt .com companies, and accomplished what none of them could. Airplanes and AI alike were forever a decade away until they weren't. Smil's crotchetiness predisposes him to dismiss major transformations in many of the technologies he chronicles. Venture capitalists are, for the first time, pouring funds into both fission and fusion startups, working with new reactor designs and scientific breakthroughs. Using new wave propagation models produced with supercomputers, both private companies like Boom Aerospace and NASA are actively developing quiet supersonic jets. And this is perhaps where Smil's own method damns him. The targets of Smil's ire are those hypesters, hucksters, and fabulists who dream of a brighter tomorrow just around the corner, despite all contrary evidence, and sell this vision to the hapless public. He has attempted to apply a more or less realistic and scientific approach to the failure of invention and innovation. But he has entirely failed to apply the same approach to the alarmists and doomers and the iatrogenic effects that they might have, or even to the empirical effects of hypesters themselves. Whether or not innovation hype is a larger or smaller feature of our public discourse today than in the past is a relatively empirical question. Why not investigate it as such? Similarly, the effects of environmental activism and regulation seem like something that could be also investigated in a Smilian manner. The question emerges: why has Smil himself not done so? Perhaps he intuits that a dispassionate accounting would undermine his whole thesis. For his two central claims stand in complete tension with each other. On one hand, that innovation hype is a damaging social phenomenon and, on the other, that the natural rate of innovation for mature technologies besides computing is 1 to 2% per annum. For if the latter claim is true, as the physical school of stagnation suggests, It implies the extraordinary danger of unwarranted caution and safetyism toward new technologies. Building new things is already so difficult, so unlikely, that we must be highly circumspect about what we let get in the way. Perhaps in a world where innovation was easy and science was generating new solutions every single day, we could afford the loose claims of a Rachel Carson or a Greta Thunberg. But in the real world, the SMIL world, we cannot. In the end, the physical theory of stagnation seems to complement, not contradict, the social theory. Stagnation is a choice. SMIL did choose an apt subtitle for the book. In the stories he provides of the failure of nuclear power, nitrogen cereal crops, and DDT, we do have a brief history of hype and failure. It is the history of the hype of alarmists, degrowthers, doomers, safetyists, skeptics, and naysayers who demand we bow low under the diktats of their preferred regulatory bodies, just in case. The failure he recounts is a failure of imagination and of will. In the jargon of finance, America is suffering from a capital allocation problem. The country seems incapable of making the necessary investments to fuel future productivity and growth, or to ensure widespread prosperity. At the government level, public spending on basic research and development as well as infrastructure investment has declined significantly over the past several decades. This trend, of course, should not be surprising, as reducing government spending has been a conscious policy objective for many years, especially, though not exclusively, for conservatives. Over the same period, however, business investment has also declined. As a percentage of GDP, corporate investment has been in a long-term downward trend since 1980. And this trend is much more pronounced when viewed as a percentage of corporate profits or market capitalization. This latter fact is particularly problematic for advocates of free market policies. If getting government out of the way does not lead to more entrepreneurial investment in the private sector, then what's the point? Indeed, the entire neoliberal/libertarian economic policy toolkit has essentially been discredited by its failure to generate increased business investment in recent decades. To take the most recent examples, the 2017 corporate tax cut was sold in large part with claims that it would increase private sector investment, thus driving growth. Yet, although there was some uptick in investment in early 2018, capital spending has stalled out in recent months, and growth estimates have been revised downward. In fact, in the second and third quarters of this year, S&P 500 companies spent more money buying back their own shares than on capital investment. For the foreseeable future, the prospects for any major boom in investment, certainly one matching the magnitude of the tax cut, are dim. Apparently, the Trump administration's vaunted deregulatory agenda has not worked either. Looking back further, the Fed's uniquely accommodative monetary policy in the aftermath of the financial crisis did lead to extraordinary asset price inflation, but it did not produce anything approaching extraordinary investment growth. Meanwhile, the much-lauded gains from trade, really increases in corporate profits from tax and labor arbitrage, were never reinvested in the domestic economy. Nor were increased monopoly rents resulting from relaxed antitrust, nor the labor cost savings resulting from deunionization. In short, neoliberal policies from tax cuts to deregulation to trade liberalization and so on have produced massive increases in corporate profits, but these profits have not been reinvested in productive entrepreneurial activity as promised, nor, of course, have they gone to labor. Instead, they have simply flowed into financial markets and remained there. But without sufficient investment into productivity-enhancing technologies, facilities, equipment, and the like, productivity has inevitably stagnated, and the economic prospects for future generations have deteriorated. In addition, given the highly unequal distribution of stock ownership, 50% of Americans own no stocks. The top 10% own over 80% of equities, and the top 1% owns almost 40%. More capital flowing into financial markets has led to and will only continue to exacerbate gaping inequality, apparently with no compensating benefit that was supposed to come from increased investment. The net result, as William Lazanick has argued, has been the construction of a value extraction economy rather than a system that rewards value creation. In other words, the financial markets are rewarding corporate behavior that extracts value from capital assets in order to convert it into liquid financial assets, rather than incentivizing the investment of financial assets into the real economy. Many serious voices on the left have been calling attention to these problems for some time, unfortunately to little apparent effect even within the Democratic Party. But the situation has gotten so bad that critiques of the current system and new policy proposals to address its problems are starting to come from some unexpected quarters. Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, recently called on companies to focus more on long-term capital investment rather than the short-term boosts of financial engineering, though there is no indication that BlackRock has used its considerable power as a massive institutional investor to force changes in corporate behavior. Moreover, today, Senator Marco Rubio proposed amending the tax code such that corporate share buybacks would be deemed dividends and taxed accordingly. This would remove the tax advantage/deferral that buybacks currently enjoy versus other forms of capital return, and aims to reduce the warped incentives that reward financial engineering at the expense of productive investment as well as labor compensation. Needless to say, this tax change, even if implemented, would not itself solve all the problems related to counterproductive corporate behavior and financialized shareholder capitalism. Yet it is certainly the first serious attempt to address these issues, and one that goes beyond the conventional policy toolkit to emerge from a Republican. If discouraging financial engineering is now a bipartisan cause, it seems likely that a new and perhaps more concrete public debate around these issues will have to occur. And while the basic positions on these matters are fairly well defined, many delusions persist, so it is worth investigating in particular the issues around share buybacks. At this point, the only remaining intellectual defenders of share buybacks or financial engineering more broadly fall into two groups. First, there are the salaried salesmen of free market think tanks who typically have no practical knowledge of financial markets or the business world. Indeed, it is shocking, though probably not accidental, how few libertarian think tank commentators have any real-world business or Wall Street experience. On the other hand, the second group is mostly comprised of a few mediocre stock pickers with academic pretensions like Cliff Asness who are basically talking their own book. Their main argument is that returning capital to shareholders does not reduce investment but simply allows for the reallocation of cash from one company to another which could deploy that cash more efficiently. As an aside, some still argue that buybacks serve a bona fide business purpose, like restructuring, but anyone with any experience in institutional investing recognizes these arguments as utterly frivolous. In almost all cases, companies do buybacks in order to return capital to shareholders and boost their stock price by reducing the number of shares outstanding and thus improving earnings per share, EPS, metrics. Buybacks have also come to be preferred over dividends because they enjoy a tax advantage. Shareholders who do not sell immediately receive a tax deferral on the price appreciation resulting from the stock's increased EPS, whereas dividends are subject to tax immediately upon payment. Returning to the main question, however, defenders of buybacks argue that returning capital to shareholders does not come at the expense of productive investment, but rather represents the best use of capital available and allows shareholders to allocate capital to other companies more in need of it. Like most neoliberal economic arguments, this claim benefits from a certain logical simplicity, but it totally breaks down when applied to the real world. First, the statistics simply do not support this argument. According to data from the Peterson Institute for International Economics and Bloomberg, in 1980 total capital return, buybacks plus dividends, represented about 2% of U.S. GDP, while investment was close to 15% of GDP. In 2016, investment represented around 12% of GDP while capital return was about 6% of GDP. To be sure, there is some variation in these numbers year over year, but the long-term trends are obvious. And remember, because government investment has been in decline over the same period, private sector investment would have to grow significantly and to levels well above its previous highs for the country as a whole to maintain the same level of overall investment. Some try to obfuscate these general trends by isolating year-over-year changes in investment and buybacks and highlighting that in many years both capital return and capital expenditure increased versus the previous period. The problem with focusing solely on year-over-year changes, however, is that it ignores the accumulated effects of the change in corporate behavior over time. It also undermines the second part of the argument, that buybacks lead to the more efficient allocation of capital. If companies are simply returning more capital whenever they have more cash, and buying back stock even at unusually high valuations, then there is no reason to believe that increasing share buybacks has anything to do with changes in a given company's investment opportunity set. Thus, there is likewise no reason to believe the argument that higher levels of capital return have led to the more productive deployment of capital. If that were the case, one would expect to see significant increases in productivity, but that has not materialized, and, if anything, the opposite has occurred. Others argue that the phenomenon of corporations returning more and more capital simply reflects changes in the broader economy, the decline of capital-intensive industries and the rise of intellectual property-oriented businesses and service industries. But this argument does not answer the fundamental questions around investment. It simply restates them. Why are capital-intensive businesses no longer attractive investments in the United States? And if asset-light businesses are so profitable, why are they not attracting and deploying much more capital to invest in further expansion, which might even spread the presumed benefits of the digital revolution more broadly throughout the country? These questions become much easier to answer by simply looking at the concrete motivations of financial markets participants and corporate executives. The actual behavior of today's corporations and institutional investors makes the problems of the shareholder-driven economy even more evident than abstract theoretical or data analysis. The idea, for example, that capital return to shareholders is going to market participants that are unconstrained, rational, and sufficiently well-informed and incentivized to better deploy that capital and invest it more productively is just laughable. When an activist investor profits by pressuring a company to return more capital, or a non-activist stock picker correctly chooses one, it is highly unlikely that this investor will subsequently redeploy those profits to a growth investment. On the contrary, the investor will use the now larger pool of capital, probably augmented by new capital raised from limited partners on the basis of a successful track record, to pursue the same strategy on different targets, simply pressuring other companies to increase capital returns to shareholders. Most fund managers are highly constrained in what strategies they can pursue, and they cannot simply flip from shareholder activism one day to funding risky technology investments the next, much less seed fledgling startups. Even funds that can pursue multiple strategies rarely have the expertise or interest to fund entrepreneurial investment. Their analysts are trained to view equity ownership as nothing more than an option on future cash flow streams. Most of the time, they have at best a cursory, second-hand grasp of business and industry dynamics, much less any entrepreneurial desire to fundamentally remake an industry or product. If all that matters are annual performance numbers, why pursue a complicated, unpredictable, and risky entrepreneurial investment if it's possible to engage in easily quantifiable financial engineering and profit in the short term? In addition, these firms get their capital from limited partners, LPs, such as university endowments, pensions, and funds of funds. The employees of these types of firms are typically more rules-constrained, less well-paid, and therefore less ambitious than, say, the hedge fund manager they allocate capital to. These LP managers also rarely benefit much from outperformance, but can often lose their jobs after even a short period of underperformance. Hence, an extreme amount of groupthink and risk aversion prevails among these sources of capital. Along with family offices representing ultra-high net worth individuals, they also tend to prioritize capital preservation, reducing risk and volatility, rather than aiming for transformational investments. For all these reasons and more, the major pools of investor capital are inherently predisposed to prefer the near-term safety of financial engineering over risky, long-term investment. The net result of these dynamics is that the gains from corporate capital returns are rarely reinvested in capital-starved growth companies. Instead, more and more capital is simply deployed to pressure more and more companies to engage in more and more financial engineering. And even when companies do not face external pressure from Wall Street, executives know what sort of behavior gets rewarded by markets: share buybacks. Combine this with a situation in which executives are principally motivated by stock-based compensation, and the incentives to manipulate stock prices through financial engineering rather than undertake long-term productive investment become even more problematic. Thus, whatever principal agent problems might have afflicted mid-century corporate executives, giving more and more power to shareholders and financial markets today is the opposite of entrepreneurial. Meanwhile, during the last several years, passive index funds have come to be major shareholders of most publicly traded companies. A passive index fund, of course, is going to do very little in terms of capital reallocation in response to buybacks. Theoretically, the ultimate beneficial owners might. But then again, the people putting their money in passive index funds are probably not highly responsive to any single company's decisions, nor are many of them likely to be interested in evaluating the business models, capital needs, and investment opportunities of individual firms. Furthermore, at this point, it is impossible to ignore the fact that actual corporate behavior frequently and egregiously contradicts the theoretical justifications of buybacks and financial engineering. To take some recent, high-profile examples, General Electric's, GE, stock price has fallen from around $32 in 2016 to around $7 today as multiple business lines have experienced distress. Yet GE spent a total of $24 billion buying back its own shares in 2016 and 2017. How could anyone plausibly argue that this represented the most efficient use of capital for the company? And even if one wanted to make the preposterous case that this spending did not somehow come at the expense of the investment desperately needed to shore up GE's operating businesses, then surely returning capital through dividends would have been much better for long-term shareholders. Removing the current disparity in the tax treatment of buybacks is the least that could be done. Before GE, there was IBM. IBM spent around $105 billion on buybacks from 2005 to the early 2010s, artificially inflating its EPS even while its revenues were declining and its technology was obsolescing. The company still trades far below its 2012 levels. There is perhaps no better example of value extraction and self-inflicted value destruction, by legal means, in modern corporate history. The fate of these two former national corporate champions is, sadly, probably a harbinger of what is to come for the U.S. economy as a whole if recent trends continue. One could list many more examples totally disproving the notion that buybacks are an efficient use of capital, or that companies prefer to buy back shares when valuations are unusually low, and so on. On the contrary, until the bonanza of recent years, spending on buybacks reached its highest levels just before the financial crisis. In fact, among America's largest companies, the amount spent on share buybacks and dividends has exceeded free cash flow since 2014. This means that corporations are not simply distributing excess cash. They are actually borrowing money in order to fund capital returns to shareholders. Much of the relevering of U.S. corporate balance sheets since the end of the financial crisis, in fact, has occurred because companies are distributing so much cash to shareholders. Even if one wants to make the frankly fantastical assumption that this has not occurred at the expense of investment in the present, it certainly constrains corporations' ability to invest in the future. Money spent on buybacks, after all, does not create any asset for the company. It does not create any future revenue stream. Yet the interest and principal on that debt will have to be repaid by the company. In other words, the core activity of the U.S. corporate sector today is actively cannibalizing future growth in order to inflate the prices of financial assets that are already trading at historically high valuations. Barely a decade after the financial crisis, we are again witnessing one of the greatest systemic misallocations of capital in American history. Even the most successful companies are not immune from these pressures. Following the passage of the 2017 tax cut, Apple announced a $100 billion buyback program for 2018. Yet, how is turning this cash over to the financial markets supposed to benefit the economy? Not only is Apple at the forefront of a high-technology sector, but its management has a relatively good track record of developing innovative products in recent years. It is one of the few companies with the scale needed to invest in size in fundamental, capital-intensive innovations. These resources could have been used to build manufacturing capacity in the United States or to pursue advances in new technologies like quantum computing or AI. Even if the cash remained on Apple's balance sheet, though that's hardly an ideal scenario, it would still be more likely to be deployed productively in the future than it is now, sitting on the balance sheet of a passive investment vehicle or in the hands of some overrated equities trader. At bottom, the only justification for returning capital to shareholders is that there is no better investment option available to the company. And while it is true that any given business may from time find itself in such a situation, when this is said to be the case year after year at a massive scale, it raises profound questions. Goldman Sachs estimates that $1 trillion will be spent on buybacks in 2018. That is $1 trillion that the corporate sector is saying it cannot invest profitably. Now, either the corporate sector is wrong. Maybe there are more investments to be made, and capital is simply being misallocated due to horrendously misaligned incentives. Or there are, in fact, no better investments to be made, and the corporate sector simply has no use for this vast sum of capital. If the latter is true, however, it calls into question the viability of the free market capitalist system itself. After all, the entire social justification of free enterprise is that the private sector is the most capable of finding productive investments and deploying capital effectively. But when the corporate sector itself admits that it has no use for vast and ever-increasing amounts of capital, then someone else must find a use for it. More precisely, the state should use it to fund public investment, which in many areas is sorely needed. In this sense, taxing capital returns to shareholders is one of the most efficient taxes conceivable, since the entity being taxed has already admitted that it has no use for the cash. On the other hand, some like Matt Bruenig go even further, arguing for full nationalization of ownership. And if in fact the financial system continues to incentivize more and more value extraction and less value creation, then it will become difficult to refute these arguments on any economic grounds. As Ronald Reagan might say, America's largest shareholders and corporate managerial classes have reached a time for choosing. Either they will begin investing in the future of this country again, or they will continue to surrender their most important role in a capitalist economy until the system collapses on itself. The main opponents of any government effort to encourage the better allocation of capital and promote domestic investment invariably style themselves as defenders of markets and entrepreneurs. But by parroting the notion that the corporate sector generates massive amounts of excess capital for which there is no productive use, these brain-dead ideologues and apparatchiks are actually undermining the basic justification for free enterprise itself. Perhaps it should not surprise anyone that the advocates of share buybacks often fail to appreciate the long-term implications of their position. But the question raised by the intensifying debates over value extraction versus value creation is no less than the question of whether it is possible, through better policy choices that correct skewed incentives, to save capitalism from itself. Throughout 2021, U.S. stock market valuations have hovered near all-time highs. In June, the unadjusted price-to-earnings (P/E) ratio of the S&P 500 index eclipsed the tech boom record of 2000. Many other asset classes have attained, or nearly attained, record valuations as well. Stratospheric valuations may be partially attributable to the unique circumstances surrounding COVID-19, as depressed trailing earnings combined with optimism about a rebound can inflate simple valuation metrics. But valuations were already high before COVID. The cyclically adjusted P/E ratio has remained above 1929 levels for much of the last few years and is also approaching the peak of 2000.2 indeed, with the exception of the immediate aftermath of the 2008-9 crash. Valuations have remained at elevated levels since 2000, relative to previous history, despite the fact that this period has been characterized by a financial crisis, weak productivity gains, and ongoing narratives of secular stagnation. The conventional explanation for this prolonged period of high and rising valuations focuses on low interest rates and other accommodative measures taken by the Federal Reserve. Fed policy is undoubtedly a major factor contributing to high asset values, but intense debates over monetary policy have arguably overstated its importance. After all, Japan has implemented even more ambitious monetary policies in recent years, including negative interest rates, yield curve control, and central bank purchases of equities. Yet Japanese stock market valuations are relatively low. The European Central Bank has also maintained low rates, and many European sovereign yields are lower than U.S. Treasury yields, but European equity valuations are not as high. A more comprehensive explanation would simply state that the U.S. economy is, to a unique extent, organized around maximizing asset values and returns on capital independently of growth, in terms of corporate behavior, financial market incentives, and government and central bank policy. This may seem obvious or even tautological. What is capitalism if not a system aimed at maximizing returns on capital? But the disconnect that has emerged between returns on U.S. financial assets and underlying economic performance, and even corporate profits, over the last few decades should raise deeper questions about basic economic policy assumptions and their theoretical foundations. Insofar as rising asset values are not linked with growth or productivity, and at the very least it is clear that they can diverge for meaningful lengths of time, then not only are different policy approaches required to achieve these distinct objectives, but the larger relationship between capitalism and development will need to be rethought. Contrary to the conventional belief that stock market returns go hand in hand with economic growth, empirical studies have long shown otherwise. Analyzing data across 16 countries, including the United States, J.R. Ritter found that GDP growth and stock market performance were negatively correlated. 0.3 Similarly, a recent National Bureau of Economics research working paper concluded, from 1989 to 2017, $34 trillion of real equity wealth, 2017, Q4, was created by the U.S. corporate sector. We estimate that 44% of this increase was attributable to a reallocation of rewards to shareholders in a decelerating economy, primarily at the expense of labor compensation. Economic growth accounted for just 25%, followed by a lower risk price, 18%, and lower interest rates, 14%. The period 1952 to 1988 experienced less than one-third of the growth in market equity, but economic growth accounted for more than 100% of it. In other words, the link between equity appreciation and economic growth has been weakened in two areas. First, labor's declining share of profits means that corporations can grow earnings even in a decelerating economy. Second, changes in valuation multiples can have a large impact on equity returns independent of any changes in earnings or overall economic growth. As I will argue, firm strategies to maximize valuations contribute to the declines in labor's share of profits as well. Although the expansion of valuation multiples has attracted comparatively little attention outside monetary policy discussions, changes in valuations go beyond interest rates and are often inversely correlated with overall growth. For instance, when capital is being allocated to greenfield growth projects, less is available for share buybacks or other cash returns to shareholders, removing near-term support for valuations. Even if incomes are rising and credit is expanding, businesses and households may be liquidating tradable assets in order to invest in more speculative and less liquid projects, depressing multiples on average. Conversely, a corporate sector dominated by institutional asset managers and executives whose compensation is based on near-term equity returns is highly incentivized to engage in activities intended to expand valuations even if there is no impact or a negative impact on earnings. Such strategies include spin-offs that aim to unlock value simply by isolating business units expected to trade at higher valuations, or other forms of financial engineering like stock buybacks. At Apple, America's largest company by market capitalization, operating income has barely changed in the last 6 years, yet its stock price has more than quadrupled, in large part due to $337 billion in buybacks. At the extremes, such behavior can harm growth by eroding a company's long-term potential to generate earnings. 8 Monopolies, certainly a strong presence in America's concentrated economy, also tend to attract high valuations while harming overall growth. Furthermore, during the last few decades, the U.S. economy has experienced a larger shift away from capital-intensive business activities, e.g., manufacturing, toward capital-light sectors, e.g., software and other forms of intellectual property. Asset-light businesses generally command higher valuations even if earnings or cash flows do not increase because they avoid the high capital expenditures needed to maintain physical assets, because they can often expand without large incremental capital investments, and because they likely have more flexible cost structures in downturns. The contrast between recent S&P 500 PE ratios and free cash flow yields, a metric which includes capital expenditures and other items that do not appear in earnings, is revealing. Although free cash flow yields have dropped significantly in 2021, levels indicative of historically high valuations, they remained relatively high for most of the period since the financial crisis. This unusual combination of high earnings multiples and high free cash flow yields is consistent with a shift of earnings to asset-light businesses as well as weak capital investment more broadly, which in fact has been observed throughout this period. It also suggests that, with growth prospects low and cash returns to shareholders growing in importance, most stocks are increasingly trading like bonds. An additional consideration is international capital flows. America's trade deficit, which is not unrelated to its offshoring of capital and labor-intensive sectors, must be offset by foreign capital inflows. These inflows add further support to asset valuations. In sum, there are many factors that can cause asset valuations and economic growth to diverge. These factors appear in varying degrees around the world but seem especially potent in the United States, where their maximization has been systematically embraced as a business strategy. The separation of asset valuations from underlying economic performance is perhaps the most conspicuous feature of the U.S. economy in recent decades. Yet most economists and policymakers have failed to appreciate its significance. They refuse to ask a simple question: what if, instead of asset valuations and growth necessarily moving together, firms are being managed to maximize asset valuations separately from, or even at the expense of, growth, productivity, and other socially beneficial objectives? Academic and policy discourse, in particular, tends to assume that the growth of asset values is straightforwardly driven by the growth of revenues and profits. This way of thinking is at least as old as Adam Smith's description of the invisible hand, as every individual, therefore, endeavors as much as he can both to employ his capital in the support of domestic industry, and so to direct that industry that its produce may be of the greatest value. Every individual necessarily labors to render the annual revenue of the society as great as he can by directing that industry in such a manner as its produce may be of the greatest value. He intends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Today, however, any discussion of maximizing the value of production and the annual revenue of society sounds almost as quaint as capitalists naturally preferring to support domestic industry. Corporations instead seek to maximize returns to shareholders, which in practice usually means maximizing the value of the firm's equity, and increasing profits is at best a means to that end. While deploying capital to grow revenues and profits may be the most intuitive way to increase equity values, it is hardly the only one. Rather than take the risks involved in expanding operations or developing a new product, it is often far easier for firms to simply reposition or financially re-engineer themselves to realize a higher valuation. Consider, for example, the case of IBM, which plans to spin off its IT infrastructure division this year in order to focus on high-margin cloud computing. The move is being cheered on Wall Street because it is believed that the two businesses will be worth more as separate entities than as one. In particular, the remaining IBM cloud business should command a higher multiple once freed from lower-margin, slower-growing divisions. IBM has followed this same playbook for years. We divested networking back in the 90s, we divested PCs back in the 2000s, we divested semiconductors about 5 years ago, said IBM's CEO, explaining the spin-off. As a result of this strategy, IBM's revenues and net earnings are lower today than they were in 1998, but its stock price and P/E ratio are higher. Notably, the company has also spent far more on stock repurchases than on any investment in its ever-shifting core businesses during this period, undercutting the stated rationale for these divestments. The point here is not that all divestments are bad or that all integrated businesses are good. The case of IBM does demonstrate, however, that shareholder value maximization, whether in a single firm or the whole economy, does not operate in the simplistic ways theorists usually imagine. Today's shareholder-driven corporations are not necessarily, or even primarily, motivated to engage in the traditional methods of growing a business. Companies are often highly incentivized to pursue financial engineering and valuation multiple expansion, rather than investing to increase earnings. Eliminating profit streams can actually increase shareholder returns when the remaining company trades at a higher valuation, especially if share buybacks or other cash returns feature in the process. Like Adam Smith, most of the neoliberal economists who promoted shareholder primacy and financialization took for granted that maximizing shareholder value meant maximizing profits and growth the old-fashioned way. Milton Friedman's famous essay in support of shareholder primacy is titled, "The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase Its Profits." Friedman here did not even consider the possibility that firms might prefer financial engineering strategies to increase shareholder value, strategies that avoid the inherent risks and difficulties of growing profits. The business school professor Michael C. Jensen was far more sophisticated than the economist Friedman, and he understood shareholder primacy in the more precise terms of maximizing total firm value. But Jensen still equated firm value with the long-term market value of the firm's stream of profits. He largely ignored the implications of the fact that markets value some streams of profits more highly than others. These issues are even more significant, if somewhat less visible, in firms' internal capital allocation decisions. In theory, firms should invest in a new project whenever the expected returns on the investment exceed the firm's cost of capital. In practice, however, firms have maintained hurdle rates considerably above their cost of capital. Multiple studies have shown that hurdle rates typically exceed firm cost of capital by up to 7.5%. Moreover, hurdle rates have largely remained constant at around 15% for decades despite falling interest rates, and thus lowered cost of capital, in recent years. From the standpoint of economic theory, this represents an irrational refusal to maximize profits. But with regard to maximizing equity value, it is an eminently rational strategy. Lowering hurdle rates would mean investing in projects that might increase earnings, but which would likely degrade earnings quality. In other words, metrics like return on assets would deteriorate and valuation multiples would probably fall. Avoiding such investments, and instead returning cash to shareholders to further prop up valuations, becomes a preferable approach to maximizing shareholder value even if it forgoes substantial profit opportunities. But if the link between shareholder value and profits is severed, then the justifications for shareholder primacy, and much else in economic theory, collapse. Lawrence Summers, representing what might be called the neoliberal economics establishment, has resisted these conclusions. Summers agrees that the decline of investment and the stagnation of growth and productivity are major problems in the United States, nor does he dispute, or even discuss, the widening gap between corporate hurdle rates and the cost of capital. He simply argues that these issues are not attributable to shareholder primacy and corporate short-termism. In a sense, Summers is right. Notions like short-termism imply that these issues are merely behavioral, not structural, in nature. And the separation of asset values from profits and growth, though it may be aided by the logic of shareholder primacy, goes beyond any specific corporate governance regime. It is embedded into firms' operational strategies. Thus, the arguments that Summers adduces in defense of typical firm behavior actually point toward an even more radical critique of contemporary economic arrangements. Summers argues, for instance, that if shareholder primacy were the principal problem, then phenomena like underinvestment should be most pronounced in publicly traded corporations, which are most vulnerable to shareholder activism. In fact, however, the same trends are observed outside of publicly listed companies. Yet this does not prove that financial market pressures are not affecting public firms' operations. It merely indicates that many privately held firms are subject to the same pressures. This should not be surprising given the dominance of institutional private equity firms, which are equally reliant upon and motivated to pursue strategies to achieve investment-less growth, to borrow a coinage of German Gutierrez and Thomas Philippon, as well as growthless asset value maximization. This is indeed what empirical analysis of private equity portfolios reveals. A recent Bain report calculated that half of the value created by private equity since the financial crisis was driven by multiple expansion. Another study found that in 54% of private equity transactions, revenue growth slowed. In 45%, margins contracted, and in 55%, capital expenditures as a percentage of sales declined. Similarly, Summers cites research showing that greater shareholder power is associated with stronger discipline of CEO pay. But Summers fails to acknowledge the extensive body of research demonstrating that shareholder activism is also associated with declines in investment and operating cash flow, despite increases in capital returns. In other words, with or without activist pressure, whether publicly traded or privately held, firms are pursuing asset value maximization strategies that are often inconsistent with operational growth and conventional profit maximization. Regardless of whether management or shareholders are the primary beneficiaries, such an economy is very different from what economists imagine it to be. Terms like financial engineering can imply that any misaligned incentives are limited to firms' interactions with capital markets. In reality, it is the changes in the structure and operations of the corporate sector that are most significant. Gerald F. Davis has called this transformation Nikefication, named after Nike's business model, which is based on outsourcing its apparel designs to contract manufacturers, mostly in Asia. Through this strategy, Nike was able to isolate its intellectual property rents from the capital and labor costs of manufacturing, avoiding capital costs and reducing cyclicality, in addition to any other labor, tax, and regulatory advantages offshoring achieved. The benefits of this strategy for firms and investors are obvious, and most U.S. corporations have since reorganized along these lines. Any that resisted faced pressure from activist investors and private equity. Examples now include everything from fabless semiconductor companies to firms like Hilton Hotels, which today mostly owns and manages a brand portfolio, while private equity firms or REITs own the hotel real estate, and operations are outsourced to third-party providers. The result, as Herman Mark Schwartz explains, is an increasingly polarized economy. In the previous Fordist era, the most profitable firms were also large capital spenders and employers. Today, by contrast, profits are sequestered into a handful of comparatively asset-light, low-headcount superstar firms, which have few internal opportunities to reinvest these profits. Capital and labor-intensive firms, on the other hand, are often cut off from profits and therefore investment capital as well. Many superstar firms are also monopolies or near monopolies. As such, they face limited competition and thus have fewer incentives to invest and take risks. Over time, many industrial sectors were effectively abandoned in the United States, and production migrated to Asia where manufacturing could still attract capital. Meanwhile, a growing portion of the U.S. labor force has been relegated to low-quality jobs, because most workers have been confined to low-margin, low-growth firms. At bottom, this strategy of Nikefication, or the disaggregation of production, is not primarily a strategy for maximizing growth or profits but rather the sequestration of rents, via the separation of revenues as far as possible from capital, labor, and other costs. It is, in other words, principally a strategy for maximizing the valuation of those rents. The economics discipline has still not caught up with this shift. In theory, the strong cash flows of superstar firms should have been redeployed in new investments. In practice, the process of Nikefication actually pushes most firms in the opposite direction. As a firm increases its returns on capital, its hurdle rates on new investments are likely to rise, as the firm seeks to avoid low-return projects or acquisitions that would harm valuation. especially since competitors are likely improving their capital efficiency metrics as well. As Jeremy Siegel has pointed out, companies that distribute their cash flows to shareholders typically generate better financial returns than firms that reinvest, even if the latter grow more over time. An increasingly powerful and sophisticated institutional investor base is not unaware of this fact and has a strong preference for cash distributions or buybacks, thus maintaining upward pressure on hurdle rates. Economists, on the other hand, have never internalized Siegel's findings, which clearly suggest that the theories which apply to profit-maximizing firms may not translate perfectly to shareholder return-maximizing or valuation-maximizing firms. And what are the shareholders to do with these cash returns? Economic theory insists that they will allocate capital to firms that need it. But since much of the economy has been organized around the principle of separating profits from capital and labor costs, any remaining capital-intensive firms are likely to be low-return, low-growth, high-risk, and highly cyclical businesses, unlikely to attract much growth capital. Guided by the financial industry, bidding up the prices of superstar firms or other financial assets often seems to be the only option. Perhaps Summers's most unintentionally revealing claim in his defense of the status quo is his assertion that value stocks, companies with relatively low valuation multiples, have historically outperformed the market, thus suggesting that shareholders still seek out long-term, conventionally attractive investment opportunities. Although this claim may still be true over an extremely long horizon, it is no longer the case over the past 25 years. In that time, growth stocks have dramatically outperformed value, particularly since the financial crisis. Value funds have returned 624% from 1995 to 2020, while growth funds have returned 1,072% over the same period, according to the Financial Times. This shift is indicative of the fundamental changes that have taken place in the economy, and it is worth taking a short detour to explore these developments more fully. Traditionally, value stocks were said to offer a margin of safety because their low prices ensured high earnings and free cash flow yields, and/or strong asset coverage. By contrast, the prices of high-flying growth stocks embedded optimistic assumptions about such companies' ability to increase revenues and earnings. If an economic downturn or some other event threatened those assumptions, however, then growth stocks could suddenly derate from a high multiple on an aggressive earnings forecast to a low multiple on a pessimistic forecast. In theory, then, value stocks offered higher upside and lower downside because they embedded only modest expectations, implying lower risks of multiple compression and earnings disappointments. As the famed value investor Seth Klarman put it in 1991, the most beneficial time to be a value investor is when the market is falling. Value investors invest with a margin of safety that protects them from large losses in declining markets. Today, however, the opposite is true. Value has underperformed growth in the last two recessions. Although value stocks have suffered lower multiple compression than growth stocks in recent downturns, this was more than offset by steeper earnings declines. Value stocks now tend to outperform growth during more exuberant periods, if they outperform at all, inverting value investor dogma. In short, while it may still be possible for stock pickers to achieve outperformance through superior market timing, i.e., anticipating macro rotations into and out of value, any margin of safety has disappeared, and market timing is emphatically not what value investors claim to be doing. Value investors tend to blame the Fed or government interventions for their troubles. Contrary to all evidence, they believe they would perform better if downturns were more frequent and more severe. This is because the doctrine of value investing teaches that a margin of safety is created by buying in at prices below an investment's underlying or intrinsic value. Hence, many value investors accuse the Fed of maintaining valuation levels far above intrinsic values, thus preventing the emergence of attractive opportunities. This narrative, however, is a self-serving excuse that obscures a harsher reality. In truth, intrinsic values are the Platonic forms of the financial world. They may or may not be philosophically defensible, but they are meaningful only because they differ from material reality. Whether or not a stock trades below its hypothesized intrinsic value has nothing to do with minimizing downside risk, because failing investments cannot be sold to Excel models. Likewise, the fact that discounted cash flow models produce different, intrinsic valuations under different interest rate regimes is not the reason value investors are struggling. In reality, low prices create margins of safety only if the underlying cash flows are secure. No matter how low a company's valuation multiple is, it will provide no margin of safety if its cash flows evaporate in a downturn. After Nichification, however, hypercyclical, overlevered, or other highly vulnerable companies are virtually all that is available for value investors, and virtually all that ever can be under the current economic order. In 2020, 20% of large public companies in the United States became zombie corporations. Again, this matches the findings of empirical analysis. Lower multiple compression versus growth stocks has been offset by deeper earnings deterioration. The fundamental problem for value investors is that an economy organized around maximizing asset values, independent of operating cash flows, is essentially one that is organized around the systematic elimination of any margins of safety achieved through low valuations. For a company to trade at a low valuation today, i.e., one that is attractive to value investors, it must not only be out of fashion or have limited growth potential. It must also have no remaining capacity for value-enhancing, financial engineering e.g., adding leverage, increasing buybacks, or spinning out high-quality business units at a higher multiple. Otherwise, management would already be doing those things to prevent it from trading as a value stock. Often, low-price companies are the discarded, over-indebted, zombified victims of previous rounds of financial engineering or highly cyclical stocks like certain commodity companies. Either way, such companies will not offer any margin of safety, irrespective of price. Perhaps they could still grow profits with more investment, but by definition the returns would not meet the high hurdle rates of growth companies or venture capitalists, so they are unlikely to attract any new capital. Existing investors, meanwhile, will prefer shareholder returns over earnings reinvestment. As a result, these companies will effectively trade like stocks in bad times and bonds in good times, the opposite of how value investing is supposed to work. This is true across asset classes and would be true even if interest rates rose, because these dynamics are built into firm behavior. They are not merely effects of monetary policy. On the other hand, the most defensive stocks today are the big tech giants, which increasingly trade in line with treasuries during downturns and exhibit volatility similar to classically defensive sectors like utilities or consumer staples. Of course, their margins of safety do not arise from low valuations but from their monopoly positions, strong intellectual property rents, and relatively low capital intensity. Although still called tech stocks and commonly perceived as dynamic companies, their cash flows are relatively secure, and they do not need to take serious risks with substantial portions of their capital. More capital-intensive tech companies, like Tesla, still exhibit classic growth stock characteristics and volatility. But true value opportunities are few and far between. And even if one happens to emerge from time to time, there are not enough of these investments to fill an institutional portfolio or to drive aggregate returns. Thus, as long as firm behavior remains within the current paradigm, the value investing approach will appear increasingly obsolete. The most celebrated value investor in history is now a former value investor. Warren Buffett evidently saw the writing on the wall early and shifted to a strategy focused on identifying monopolies, or companies with economic moats, a few decades ago. Others pivoted to activist investing. Value purists like Klarman, however, have posted weak returns for years, now seem to underperform in good times and in bad, and appear either unwilling or unable to recognize the structural shifts that have occurred in the world around them. The larger point, though contra summers, is that the reversal of value and growth investment performance in recent decades indicates that profound changes have occurred in the operations of firms and financial markets. The relationship between value and growth performance has shifted because the relationship between conventional firm growth and asset value maximization has been severed. Perhaps the clearest understanding of the U.S. economy is found in China, where officials and the media speak directly about America's increasing dependence on high asset valuations as opposed to growth in the real economy. China, they say, does the opposite. At the very least, China recognizes that these two outcomes are not the same, while American economists and policymakers assume that they are. A common summation of the difference between the U.S. and Chinese economies, per Michael Pettis, is that in the United States GDP is an output, whereas in China it is an input. In other words, China sets a GDP target and manages the economy to meet it. This formulation may be accurate, but it does not adequately capture the most important issue at stake. Namely, China manages its economy to optimize growth, while the United States manages its economy to maximize asset values and private sector returns on capital. China, therefore, has continued to maintain high investment, even with lower returns, to support relatively high growth. The United States, on the other hand, has been content to allow investment to decline and growth to stagnate, as long as asset values and shareholder returns remain acceptable. These different approaches are not confined to government policy. They also manifest in private sector firms' behavior. While American corporations and financial investors tend to be obsessed with high hurdle rates and return on capital metrics, Chinese firms give these metrics much less weight in capital spending decisions. Research suggests this is true across other East Asian business cultures as well. Anecdotally, I have heard accounts of a meeting in which an American hedge fund manager asked the head of a large Asian company what the conglomerate was doing to maximize its return on equity. The response was that some analysts in the company's insurance division looked at return on equity numbers, presumably when analyzing other companies, but that he and the industrial executives did not consider return on equity in managing the firm. American hedge funds may be appalled by this response, but most Asian companies simply do not ration capital to optimize shareholder returns in the way U.S. firms do. Or, to slightly rephrase Michael Pettis's analysis, America and the West views capital as the dearest input, whose efficiency must be relentlessly maximized. China and East Asia views capital as the cheapest input. This is the reason why the East Asian development model interacts so powerfully with American capitalism. Each system maximizes different variables, and in ways that seem highly complementary with the other. In practice, this means that Chinese firms are almost always willing to invest with lower return expectations. The costs may not always be borne by the Chinese private sector. They may be offset by state subsidies, and factors like labor or regulatory arbitrage, as well as currency manipulation, may be at play. But on the whole, China is willing to accept lower returns in exchange for market share growth, and perhaps even more importantly, to invest in capital-intensive sectors eschewed by valuation-maximizing Western firms and investors. The outcome, in the eyes of both sides, is a virtuous circle. As China invests in, say, manufacturing sectors beneath U.S. hurdle rates, returns in those sectors and consumer prices decline, making American firms all the more eager to outsource and offshore those functions. China increases growth and investment. American firms improve their return on capital metrics and boost their stock prices, benefiting from Chinese subsidies. On paper, everybody wins. The only downside is expanding trade and capital imbalances. And although the resulting foreign capital inflows reduce the cost of capital in the United States, American corporations retain high hurdle rates and remain net lenders, inflating financial asset bubbles. Perhaps because shareholder primacy theories had prepared business executives and politicians to believe that increasing returns on capital was always synonymous with increasing growth and productivity. And because they were generating tremendous wealth from offshoring, U.S. elites were quick to conclude that the deindustrialization of America was simply the loss of commodity manufacturing. But that was never entirely true, because the sectors lost were determined by their financial characteristics, not their technological significance. American firms happily shed telecom equipment manufacturing, for example, to pursue higher return businesses. Yet, as both the U.S. national security and business communities have since discovered, many enterprises that might trade at low valuations can still have great value, and many commodity businesses can prove shockingly difficult to replace. While U.S. firms were shedding competencies to inflate asset values, China was building industrial and innovation capacity. Today, Apple pays Huawei to license its 5G patents. Western analysts skeptical of the Chinese growth model insist that it is unsustainable, a claim they have been making for some time, though talk of democratization and China's inability to innovate has mostly faded. But their arguments increasingly evoke a dark irony. All the problems that are supposed to make China's model unsustainable are at least equally present in the United States. Perhaps China's model cannot last forever, but it does not have to. It only needs to outlast its competitors. If China is threatened by high debt levels, so is the United States. If China has had to issue more debt to maintain growth, the Fed has had to buy more debt to maintain asset values without the growth. China's productivity may be slowing, but America's has been weak for years. China's inequality may be rising, but America's is still worse. And whereas the Chinese have enjoyed unprecedented improvements in living standards over the last few decades, American millennials are expected to be the first generation in U.S. history to end up poorer than their parents. American foreign policy bloggers speculate about whether China might become more belligerent if the Communist Party faces internal pressure. Chinese analysts reasonably ask the same questions about what America might do as public trust in its institutions hits all-time lows. With China now the largest economy in the world, by purchasing power parity, talk of a new Cold War has intensified. But the analogy does not hold. When American CEOs describe their companies as brands of China and for China, there is no Cold War. America's entertainment industry is far more solicitous of Chinese public opinion than its own country's. Nor is it possible to ignore the fact that American oligarchs like Elon Musk treat the U.S. government with visible disdain, but render Chinese authorities the utmost obeisance. While the old script about human rights is still being recited, America's presumed allies have made clear that the performance will not be allowed to interfere with their economic partnerships with China. There is no Cold War under such circumstances. Cold wars are led by states, and the American state is subordinate to a comprador oligarchy. This class is deeply reliant on China, some directly for contract manufacturing, many more indirectly to maintain high asset values. China could destroy many leading U.S. firms and fortunes overnight, and has shown no hesitancy to do so with its own tech companies. U.S. oligarchs will not tolerate such costs, however, and America has already imposed most of the trade controls on China that it realistically can. To seriously confront China, the U.S. state would first have to gain supremacy over the oligarchs. But if the state were strong enough to do that, the current situation would not have arisen in the first place, and a reasonable settlement with China could probably be negotiated. Branko Milanovic has described the American and Chinese systems as liberal meritocratic capitalism and political capitalism, respectively. Milanovic's terminology is useful in that it reveals the paradox at the heart of contemporary capitalism. For capitalism to remain oriented toward growth and live up to its Smithian justifications, the private sector must be subordinate to and take direction from the state. In liberal capitalism or plutocracy, on the other hand, the oligarchs will use their power to resist development. For them, hoarding capital to preserve high returns and asset values is preferable to investing in growth at lower returns, if not always on an absolute basis, then at least relative to the rest of society. Behind every great fortune there is a great crime, as the saying goes. And within every celebrated Silicon Valley company there is also extraordinary self-delusion. The two are not unrelated. From Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg to Adam Neumann and Elizabeth Holmes, as well as many who never achieved public prominence, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs have always been more than business leaders or even innovators. They are gurus and visionaries and prophets. Superficially, the otherworldly self-images of star founders might seem to clash with their cutthroat behavior, as well as with the predatory practices of their companies. It is tempting to dismiss it all as a branding exercise. But that would be a naive view. All evidence suggests that star founders' predatory behavior, and hence their success, was only possible because at some level they sincerely believed they were pursuing a quasi-religious mission. Peter Thiel has said that a great company is a conspiracy to change the world. But conspiratorial self-awareness is overrated. The best entrepreneur is a cult leader. The cult leader can do whatever it takes not in spite of his self-delusion, but because of it. Had Mark Zuckerberg believed he was merely building a platform for maximizing advertising revenue and profiting from regulatory AR bitrage, and one that would inflict tremendous damage on society, he would have sold out long before Facebook became one of the largest companies in the world. Indeed, he probably would not have even made it far enough to sell out at all. Nor would he have been able to motivate so many people to devote their lives to his company. To quote Antonio Garcia Martinez's now controversial memoir, The Militant Engineering Culture, the all-consuming work identity, the apostolic sense of devotion to a great cause, the cynics will read statements from Zuckerberg or some other senior exec about creating a more open and connected world, and think, oh, what sentimental drivel. The critics will read of a new product tweak or partnership, and think Facebook is doing it only to make more money. They're wrong. Facebook is full of true believers who really are not doing it for the money, and really will not stop until every man, woman, and child on Earth is staring into a blue-framed window with a Facebook logo, which, if you think about it, is much scarier than simple greed. Likewise, Elon Musk is only able to inspire an army of retail investors, or pull off questionable transactions to bail out related companies, precisely because he is not simply in it for the money. The same could be said of Steve Jobs, and it barely begins to describe a figure like Adam Neumann. But the greatest illusion of Silicon Valley today, and the most politically consequential one, is the belief that the Valley's success is attributable solely to its innovative prowess and technological significance, rather than the financial characteristics of software and the perfection of the Nikification business model. To be sure, Silicon Valley does innovate, but that is not why it dominates the economy today. The pre-software Silicon Valley of Fairchild Semiconductors and its offspring was arguably more innovative than Silicon Valley is now, yet it never produced the outsized financial returns and valuations of today's tech giants. The success of today's Silicon Valley is more about valuation than innovation. The chasm between innovation and financial success is best illustrated by another piece of tech industry lore, the story of Microsoft. In 1980, IBM was seeking to enter the PC market and needed an operating system. Fatefully, the company approached Bill Gates and a fledgling Microsoft. Gates initially directed IBM to Gary Kildall, who had developed the first standalone operating system. But a series of bizarre and disputed events transpired that prevented IBM and Kildall from reaching an agreement, so IBM went back to Gates. Microsoft then purchased a clone of Kildall's operating system, repackaged it, and sold it to IBM, which more or less ensured it would become the industry standard. Yet the drama between Gates and Kildall is not the most important part of the story. What would prove more significant is that Gates's contract with IBM allowed him to license his operating system to other PC manufacturers. Microsoft received a one-time payment of $430,000 from IBM, but the licensing fees from other manufacturers quickly propelled Microsoft past IBM and changed the nature of tech innovation forever. Previously, hardware had been the most valuable product while software was seen as a commodity. Once the intellectual property rents of software had been separated from the capital costs of hardware, however, it was inevitable that software companies would trade at higher valuations, attract more investment, and come to dominate the U.S. technology industry, while hardware companies withered. The advent of the Internet dramatically accelerated these trends, enabling further separation of software from hardware via the cloud. Beyond that, although it happened unintentionally, the capital costs of building Internet infrastructure largely fell to telecom companies, allowing Internet software companies to profit without having to bear the costs of maintaining much of the physical communication system. The Internet also created network effects that would maximize intellectual property rents and facilitate monopolization. The ideology that arose to explain the explosion of software argued that software innovation was the basis of extraordinary productivity growth and revolutionary improvements in the physical world. This argument was most memorably expressed in Marc Andreessen's 2011 essay, Why Software is Eating the World, which sought to address criticism of the software sector's seemingly high valuations at the time. Of course, Andreessen was correct to claim that software was eating the world, but he had the causation backwards. Software's high valuations were not the result of its extraordinary technological promise. Rather, the software sector had become the primary locus of innovation because of its high valuations. Its financial characteristics allowed software to attract growth investment while other sectors no longer could. Andreessen cites Skype's outperformance of conventional telecom companies like AT&T as an example of software superiority. But it should not be surprising that Skype could grow faster or garner a higher valuation than AT&T. Skype does not have to build and maintain a physical telecom network, though it would be quite useless without one. In this case, software was not just eating the world, but cannibalizing it. What is surprising is that a highly regarded professional investor like Andreessen has apparently never thought about this. As for the predicted gains in growth and productivity arising from the software revolution, they still have not materialized. Economists at Google have argued that GDP statistics do not capture significant economic activity that is now free, and so productivity is better than the numbers suggest. But as Yanis Varoufakis has pointed out, Internet companies like Google also benefit from massive free capital contributions in the form of user data and content. Thus, it is far from clear that productivity is understated, even after assuming a more generous GDP figure. Indeed, the conceit that financial performance is inherently linked to innovation or technological progress has little basis in fact. The best-performing stock of the 20th century was not Ford or Boeing or IBM, but Philip Morris. Regardless of one's opinion of tobacco companies, they did not build the great technologies of the American century. Nor should Internet and software companies' high returns imply that they are building the next one. But software's financial return characteristics have warped both political and capital allocation decisions. The late 1990s tech boom, with its visions of a new economy, effectively resolved lingering debates about offshoring more than any economic argument. Moreover, even after the tech bubble burst, capital allocation would be driven by software return profiles. A company seeking growth capital would need to show that it could produce software or Internet-like returns. Why would anyone invest in high-risk enterprises for less? The other option was safe financial assets, like AAA-rated subprime mortgages. Normal businesses were at best targets for leveraged buyouts, not growth equity, unless they could market themselves as tech companies, as various taxi, Uber, commercial real estate, WeWork, and now even timeshare businesses have managed to do, often with disastrous results. Meanwhile, innovative and strategically important businesses, like high-end semiconductor and telecom equipment manufacturing, were allowed to wither in this country, along with sectors like machine tools or pharmaceuticals components. Researchers at Yale University have argued that because of these effects, among others, the rise of software and venture capital industries introduces a sort of Dutch disease into the economies they dominate. By 2020, Andreessen seems to have conceded that software's devouring of the world did not produce the expected benefits. In an essay entitled "It's Time to Build," he laments America's inability to produce medical equipment and other essentials and calls for new investments in everything from gleaming skyscrapers to manufacturing. But his appeal is entirely moralistic. He still refuses to acknowledge the underlying financial dynamics involved or America's loss of many technical capabilities as a result of the shift to software. Indeed, even in Silicon Valley, technical prowess outside of software has declined considerably. Private space travel companies are nowhere close to replicating what NASA did 50 years ago. The best semiconductors are manufactured in Taiwan, and China appears to have a lead in developing self-driving cars as well as many other technologies. Andreessen seems to think that America's inability to build is a moral or political failure, the result of a public sector that hates our private sector, as he said in a recent interview. In reality, it is an inevitable outcome of the underlying political economy he has profited from, a system that conflates financial returns and valuations with building and growth. Though, in his defense, many of the people in the public sector fail to recognize this distinction as well. Illustrating the point, Andreessen in another interview expresses approval of the fact that America shed display panel manufacturing to Asia over the last few decades, which, he claims, allowed America to win CPUs and software and the internet. Of course, while the United States can still design the best CPUs, it can no longer manufacture them. More importantly, however, America did not have to lose manufacturing industries in order to win software. There was certainly no shortage of capital to pursue both, nor a lack of labor, especially as both industries required less and less of the latter. And even if firms disaggregated hardware and software, these industries did not have to migrate overseas. Instead, America abandoned these sectors because they no longer met the hurdle rates of corporations maximizing their valuations and financial investors maximizing their returns, as well as the fact that the U.S. government, largely at the behest of the private sector, did not protect them from Asian industrial policies. Losing hardware was the choice of financial capital, which preferred software and asset bubbles. In order to return to building the roads and trains, farms and factories of our forefathers and foremothers, as Andreessen puts it, America's economy would need to be reoriented toward growth rather than returns. Unfortunately, this will not be achieved by hortatory essays, but only by closing the gap between hurdle rates and cost of capital, and shifting firm behavior back to emphasizing growth over valuation. But this will likely require an expanded role for the state, either directly or indirectly, to subsidize or de-risk returns, or otherwise alter incentives. And in today's America, that would require extraordinary and unprecedented magnanimity on the part of the oligarchs. Andreessen himself shrinks from it, instead arguing for a total retreat into virtualization. The reality-privileged demand that we prioritize improvements in reality over improvements in virtuality. To which I say, reality has had 5,000 years to get good, and is clearly still woefully lacking for most people. I don't think we should wait another 5,000 years to see if it eventually closes the gap. We should build, and we are building, online worlds that make life and work and love wonderful for everyone, no matter what level of reality deprivation they find themselves in. Of course, until Andreessen is willing to part with his real-world wealth and position for a sumptuous virtual environment, such sentiments are astonishingly disingenuous. But they are also unoriginal. Still living in the 1990s, the best American elites can offer today is the Matrix's blue pill. The tragedy is that it doesn't work. Tyler Cowen caused quite a stir when he published The Great Stagnation in 2011, claiming America achieved success by eating all the low-hanging fruit of modern history and was in for a period of stagnation. American productivity had basically been flat since 1973 and was under further strain from unproductive spending in government, healthcare, and education. David Brooks of the New York Times claimed that Stagnation has become the most debated nonfiction book so far this year. Cowen was heralded as America's hottest economist by Bloomberg and Forbes. Apparently, Brooks and many others were surprised to learn they were living through a great stagnation. As Americans emerged from the Great Recession, Cowen encouraged them to assess their lives with an entirely new and uncomfortable lens, even if it forced them to reevaluate commonly held assumptions about American prosperity. Dedication and acknowledgments pages are often ignored by modern readers, but sometimes you can learn a lot from them. Cowan writes in the dedication page of The Great Stagnation to Michael Mandel and Peter Thiel, who have blazed the way, and Peter Thiel is the first person listed on the acknowledgments page. While Thiel was known in 2011 as an early investor in Facebook and as the former CEO of PayPal, he would not have been readily associated with the book's ideas at that time. Thiel, however, is on record talking about technological stagnation as early as 2008 and is arguably the prophet of this contrarian concept. In 2014, Thiel published 0 to 1, which is nominally about startups but is actually about technological stagnation being the greatest threat we face. It was well over a decade since the dot-com bubble burst and the Great Recession was in the rearview mirror. With iPhones in our hands and Apple, Facebook, Google, and Amazon triumphant, it felt like we were on the cusp of a technological revolution. In fact, the power of internet technology was perhaps the one thing most Americans agreed on and were optimistic about. That was what made Thiel's insight all the more profound when he claimed that, since the 1970s, the world of technology actually hadn't changed that much, with the exception of better TVs, endless video streaming, and addictive video games. The world of bits, information technology, may have been on an upward trajectory, but the world of atoms, physical products, had been stagnant for decades. The Great Stagnation and 0 to 1 now serve as the foundational books of what might be described as the doomer techno-optimist discourse. But what exactly does this label entail? Quite simply, doomer techno-optimists are doomers with a plan. Their initial insight is that it's so over, and the old way of understanding the world doesn't work anymore, and there's no going back. Instead of the growth and dynamism expected by previous generations, we face stagnation and maybe catastrophe. Rather than merely resign themselves to this fate, however, they propose an optimistic path forward through the rejuvenation of science and technology, defining a new vision of what it could look like for us to claim simultaneously, we're so back. There have been a number of additions to this evolving discourse since 2014, such as Mark Andreessen's essays It's Time to Build and The Techno-Optimist Manifesto, or Palantir CEO Alex Karp's contribution, The Technological Republic 2025, to name just a few. But two recent books are worth evaluating, particularly at a time when the political and cultural power of these Silicon Valley-inspired ways of thinking has reached new heights. The first is Boom, Bubbles and the End of Stagnation, written by tech investors Bern Hobart and Tobias Huber, and the second is The New Lunar Society, an enlightenment guide to the next industrial revolution by MIT professor and investor David A. Mindel. Boom demonstrates the difficulties and risks of a flawed but catchy analysis of stagnation, while New Lunar Society provides bold yet actionable ideas for bringing about progress. Taken together, these titles illustrate the high ambitions, potential strengths, and evident limitations of doomer techno-optimist discourse. Bern Hobart and Tobias Huber's Boom has all the trappings of a spiritual successor to 0 to 1. The book is published by Stripe Press, the publishing wing of the successful online payment startup Stripe, which has built a distinct brand and a dedicated following by publishing the Ideas for Progress series. The authors make the bold claim that bubbles, contrary to being signs of economic instability and collapse, are, in fact, the cure for stagnation and the means to bringing about a high-growth, techno-optimist golden age. Boom attempts to recast the bubble as a mechanism to propel humanity forward through positive characteristics that usher in new breakthroughs and break the pull of stagnation, despite their inherent risks and excesses. The authors develop a framework to identify good bubbles and evaluate their impact on society with the hope of encouraging others to recognize their growth potential. Boom is also an exhortation encouraging others to build. If only one reader starts a new hard-tech company, contributes to a scientific breakthrough, or takes some other risk with a potential high civilizational payoff, we will have succeeded. The author's starting point is that our stagnation, stasis, and decline are caused by a rise in societal risk intolerance, which has resulted not only in an increase in homogeneity and uniformity but also a crisis of meaning and a failure to build a definitive, optimistic vision of the future. In other words, we are stagnant because we lack the spirit required to generate a grand vision of the future and make it a reality. And the cure that enables the Promethean spirit of risk-taking can be found in speculative bubbles. According to the authors, bubbles aren't all bad. They are just misunderstood. It's true that there are bad bubbles that are destructive and cause widespread financial damage to society and the economy, but there are also good bubbles that can be generational opportunities for humanity to implement bold visions of the future, like the canal, railroad, .com, fracking, and Bitcoin bubbles. The good bubbles are a way that societies pour gasoline onto a small fire, turning it into a bright blaze that can change the world, even if at some point in the future the fire overheats, explodes, and the excess is more easily identified. Good bubbles are important because their transformational capacity vastly outweighs their destructive effects. Boom begins by offering a framework to differentiate good and bad bubbles in hindsight by their vision, mission, and financial vector. Bad bubbles have a speculative vision, with speculators egging one another on, pushing prices higher and higher, until the only justification for asset prices is the expectation that someone else will be willing to pay even more. As speculative bubbles develop, they are not actually creating value for society or accelerating progress. They have a mean reversion mission, which is a bet that the future will continue along present trends, but that somehow a major source of long-term profitability has been identified. Symptomatic of the financialized, risk-averse mentality that dominates our time, a mean reversion bubble begins with an important insight on a market inefficiency that speculators pile onto until the bubble bursts. The authors give the corporate acquisition bubble and the subprime loans bubble as examples of this. Finally, the financial vector of bad bubbles is credit, using leverage to invest in the underlying insight of the mean reversion mission to maximize profit. The use of leverage and asset classes that are commonplace in the economy, like housing, makes bad bubbles more destructive, more visible, and more impactful to the average person when they burst, giving all bubbles a bad reputation. In contrast, participants in good bubbles have a near-fanatical focus on creating a future that is drastically different from the world today. Good bubbles have a filter vision in which participants wall themselves off from opinions they disagree with and become increasingly convinced that their viewpoints reflect the one true way to understand the world. The mission of good bubbles is introducing a technological inflection point that will transform the status quo and which usually has both fewer harmful side effects and more beneficial long-term effects that embody the spirit of progress and stagnation busting. Fueled by near-fanatical dedication, participants in good bubbles personally invest in creating a new future, and thus the financial vector of good bubbles is equity. Given that good bubbles usually involve fringe technologies, when they burst, they usually do not impact the broader economy or the finances of the average person. While this is an interesting start to the bad versus good bubble framework, its inherently retrospective nature prevents it from being useful to analyzing bubbles in the present. The authors equivocate about the ability to differentiate good and bad bubbles entirely, which they call the duality of bubbles. The standards used for bad and good bubbles both look and sound like filters in the moment. The missions of good bubbles start out looking trivial because their unforeseen effects are hard to estimate. These dynamics create a challenging paradox in which the most productive bubbles are the only ones that can easily be dismissed as either pointless or crazy, while the bubbles that serious people buy into are often the most destructive. Despite the different financial vectors the authors highlight, they acknowledge that both good and bad bubbles make use of a mix of credit and equity. Moreover, whether the bubble's spillover benefits outweigh its costs becomes clear only after time has passed. For example, if the foundation for artificial general intelligence was laid during the dot-com bubble, it will have the potential to be the most successful bubble of all time. 25 years have passed, and we still don't know. By the end of their first chapters, the authors have undone all their progress and have become their own worst enemies. None of the remaining elements defined by the authors are unique to bubbles. Fear of missing out, FOMO, parallelization of innovation, clustering of human and financial capital, self-fulfilling prophecies, and spillover benefits. What is parallelization if not the development of a healthy ecosystem of innovative companies and institutions that collaborate with each other profitably? For all the metaphysical language about self-fulfilling bubbles whose participants bend reality through sheer force of will, the concept of reflexivity in social science suffices. The authors finally mention this in a footnote in the final chapter of the book. This hyperbolic language also overlooks the fundamental role of technology. Prophecies can only be fulfilled if the initial idea was correct and if people execute. If there is no new technology or business model, then there is no true prophecy in the first place. These criteria lack rigor and analytical power. The main problem is not simply that Boom is unable to differentiate meaningfully between good from bad bubbles, but rather that if good bubbles are the key to ending stagnation, we are not left with any way to identify them, except retrospectively, that would allow us to create or participate in them. Ultimately, the authors of Boom are so focused on proving their thesis that they ascribe to bubbles characteristics that are not unique to them and mistakenly classify entirely different phenomena as bubbles. They risk chasing bubbles rather than utilizing other strategies to achieve the desired end of breaking stagnation, approaches that might be better suited to particular practical scenarios. For example, bad bubbles, which apparently seemed like good ones in the moment, may have catalyzed the deindustrialization of America, but can we afford to wait for new bubbles to reindustrialize the nation, discover new biotechnology breakthroughs, or develop next-gen advanced infrastructure? The authors likely recognize the corner they've backed themselves into, but rather than explicitly expand their analysis beyond bubbles or limit the scope to true bubbles, they create species of bubbles such as megaprojects, tandem, social, two-sided, financial, and political. If everything is a bubble, then nothing is, and the concept loses its power. What is similar about Bitcoin, the Manhattan Project, and semiconductors? Not as much as the authors would have you believe. Instead, using examples from Boom and a more rigorous framework, we can differentiate bubbles from other phenomena, like projects and systems, based on criteria that truly define them. With this framework, we can see where the authors have successfully identified bubbles and where they have accidentally classified as bubbles things that are actually quite different. This gives individuals, entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers more options to break stagnation and foster growth. The best examples of true bubbles given by the authors are fracking and Bitcoin. These fit the bill for bubbles in ways that the other examples in the book do not, but those insights are missed when indexing on filter visions, inflection missions, and equity vectors, not to mention FOMO and clustering. This alternative bubble framework characterizes fracking and Bitcoin as emergent in nature, driven primarily by private actors in the markets, and fueled by rapid, if volatile, financing and technological development. Bubbles are decentralized grassroots movements, driven by rebel operators, innovators, hobbyists, and investors who are passionate in the technology first and drive adoption and investment from the ground up until the bubble bursts. The actual bubble, however, requires the prior development of a robust technological platform and broader ecosystem, making them lag by nature. Bubbles form and pop while floating on major technological waves and, in this capacity, they can present a catalyzing event that drives innovation and widespread adoption of important innovations. Rather than bet the future of the country on more bubbles, we need sustained technological and industrial innovation across society. And here Boom stumbles in its analyses of phenomena that are more appropriately called projects and systems. Take the Manhattan Project and Apollo program. Both of these achievements, which have since been immortalized as major inflection points in human history, were projects created primarily by the U.S. federal government in a geopolitical defense context with specific planned goals in mind, inventing nuclear weapons and putting a man on the moon. While there were private contributors to these projects, they were executed under top-secret control by the government on a rapid timeline given the national security urgency. Though the number of participants exceeded that of a corporation, it was still much smaller than the number of participants in a bubble. These projects built fundamental moonshot innovations that enabled basic technological developments upon which future waves of commercial applications and bubbles are built. A similar analysis of the golden age of corporate R&D and the rise of the semiconductor industry under Moore's law demonstrates that they are more accurately described as systems, quite different from bubbles and governed by more sophisticated dynamics than what Boom defines. In fact, a higher-level view of the innovation wave of the 20th century tells a story that is quite the opposite of Boom's and more compelling. Consider America between 1939 to 1970. These years comprise one of the greatest periods of sustained technological innovation in human history, and rather than only evaluating their distinct parts, we should also ask about the unique characteristics and interplay that existed between finance, technology, human capital, and government. For these combined factors enabled a future that would have been considered pure fantasy to the general public in the early 1900s. Surely, there were cultural and spiritual conditions that enabled risk-taking, which Boom documents, but there were also bold visions, brilliant inventors, individual dedication, and long-term personal sacrifice, not to mention company formation, capital allocation, mobilization of broad swaths of the country, and successful government intervention. The true opportunity lies in analyzing all of this, and, as we will see from the next book, some authors are taking much deeper looks at the periods of history with society-wide technology inflection points that truly overcame stagnation to create a golden age. To inspire a new generation of dreamers to catalyze technological bubbles and break our stagnation, Boom concludes with 2 chapters entitled The Metaphysics of Progress and Unleashing Prometheus, Technology and Salvation. Metaphysics is the more interesting of the two. It discusses the spiritual and religious dimensions of bubbles and introduces René Girard's mimetic cycle as the underlying engine of bubbles. This is an apt comparison. The last section of the chapter breaks new ground by ascribing a Christian messianic dimension to bubbles, which engages in eschatology and the establishment of the kingdom of heaven via technology. However, the authors overlook the lessons of Eden and Babel, not to mention the warnings of Revelation. When this is paired with the spiritual causes of stagnation, Detailed at the book's outset, the authors have introduced something worthwhile into the doomer techno-optimist discourse. People commit to grand visions because of their spiritual dimension, and this is perhaps a prerequisite to having a definite optimist view of the world required for bubbles. Point 18. In fact, startups themselves can take on a quasi-religious, messianic, or cult-like culture in pursuit of their world-changing ideas. At the time of this writing, the beginnings of a new religious wave have emerged in the tech startup world, with Peter Thiel, Trey Stevens, Gary Tan, and others holding what are arguably quasi-religious events for the Silicon Valley community. Boom has added to this techno-theological discussion, and this may prove to be the most enduring contribution of the book. Stories inspire when they craft narratives about heroic achievement in the face of adversity. Analyses that identify connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena provoke thought and reflection. Brilliant exhortations shatter stasis, rouse the spirit, and inspire action. Boom fails to inspire because it misses what is inspirational to builders, and this is partly because the authors have backed themselves into a corner. The final 2 chapters, which are meant to be the most inspirational, fail by either covering too much ground with disorganized metaphysical, theological, and analytical claims or proposing a list of the next potential bubbles that don't differ much at all from what many venture capital firms would suggest, i.e. Bitcoin, space exploration, longevity, artificial intelligence, and energy. These are jack-of-all-trades, masters of none chapters that come to half-baked or superficial conclusions and would have been more substantial with better storytelling of the individuals who propelled important bubbles, more practical advice for fomenting the next bubble, or seemingly outlandish filter visions of the future that could be the foundation of the next transformational bubble. There may be a subset of readers who are new to doomer techno-optimism and haven't already learned about the concepts of financialization, bureaucratization, and hyperspecialization, which were originally identified by others but rehashed in Boom. They may also appreciate the quasi-metaphysical analyses of stagnation and progress or the use of terminology like FOMO and hyperstition. But those who have been following along for years will see merely a consolidation of various existing concepts without much new material, a framework for bubbles that doesn't hit the mark, and a call to action that doesn't achieve the level of exhortation needed to build hard-tech companies and change the world. David A. Mindel is an engineer, academic, founder, investor, historian, and, in many ways, a philosopher of technology. His new book, The New Lunar Society, is the best new addition to the doomer techno-optimism discourse in recent years. Mindel's goals are similar to those of Boom. Identify the current challenges to technological advancement, but with a focus on industry and manufacturing, and encourage the next generation of builders to build. He weaves together a uniquely powerful work with chapters alternating between historical narrative, commentary, and analysis that make for a compelling response to the claims of 0 to 1, the Great Stagnation, Boom, and the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. The New Lunar Society revolves around a group of highly innovative entrepreneurs in 18th and 19th century Britain who formed a group called the Lunar Society. This group and its network of prolific scientists and inventors, including James Watt, Matthew Boulton, Josiah Wedgwood, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson, were largely responsible for various technological advancements that became the foundation of the Industrial Revolution. Mindel, as a talented historian, makes it clear that we have a lot to learn from the Lunar Society. By skipping the rise of the world of bits and looking at the foundational events that revolutionized the world of atoms, namely the Industrial Revolution, Mindel presents a unique analysis of the challenges we now face and proposes solutions that have been overlooked by most of the techno-optimist world. In many ways, but especially in the exploration of technology, the New Lunar Society is the anti-0 to 1. Mindel, as an engineer with a skeptical streak, takes the contrarian point that hype, memes, bubbles, and startup in the garage mythology are simplistic, inaccurate, and detrimental to the task of building. This narrative overemphasizes the lone inventor and the eureka moment, the simple invention from which all follows. It neglects the critical industrial substrates, the culture of ideas and machinery that shaped James Watt and brought his ideas to fruition. It obscures the numerous other people who contributed to the engine to make it work. Contrary to what Hollywood, the media, and the VC world would have you believe, true technological progress emerges over time from the unpredictable, turbulent, painstaking roller coaster journey of self-sacrifice taken by groups of individuals who build, operate, and maintain complex industrial societies. Mindel threads the needle of the "you are not a lottery ticket" chapter in 0 to 1. He does not diminish the ingenuity or vast contributions of specific individuals, as we see from his biographical chapters, but he also gives much credit to the milieu in which they operated. For Mindel, industry and manufacturing are the lifeblood of the modern world, and he doesn't settle for flash-in-the-pan startups, exuberant but short-lived bubbles, or the empty promises of intellectuals and investors. He longs for a society like the one that created the Industrial Revolution, one that is filled with inventors and skilled workers, one that is steeped in the capacity, creativity, and determination to build, grow, and innovate. Mindel attributes the source of this innovation to a focus on both product innovation and process innovation. In a chapter entitled Designed in California, Made Where? Mindel blames the theoretically elegant yet flawed Wall Street concepts of core competency and specialization for pushing American companies to chase high-status product innovation at the expense of manufacturing and process innovation. The problem is that product innovation is inextricably linked to process innovation, and companies that lose their manufacturing edge soon lose their product edge. Mindel goes even further, stating that the idea of selectively manufacturing just the high-value products is misguided. Engineers in Industrial Revolution-era Birmingham and 21st century China may design and build high-value products, but they cut their teeth designing and manufacturing the low-value ones first. Manufacturing commodity items like small mobile phone batteries informs how we can make batteries for electric cars and even how to make the cars themselves. Commodity batteries are not step function, 0 to 1 inflection bubble technologies, but working on them is the best way to advance battery technology and may just lead to the inflection we are looking for. While Thiel pushes founders to go from 0 to 1 and build something entirely new, Mindel argues that we should get excited about maintenance. The title of Chapter 27. Mindel brings up a very good point. Continuing to make, build, and repair the foundations of our civilization creates fertile ground for major innovations across the fabric of our daily lives. Maintenance breeds familiarity with the details of how machines and systems work, and therefore provides a site of expertise and improvement. You don't have to take Mindel's word for it. Maintenance-led innovation is exactly how the Lunar Society developed their own businesses. For example, what steam engine was initially built as an improvement of the Newcomen engine, but took decades and countless optimizations and breakthroughs before it became the steam engine that powered the Industrial Revolution. What further innovated on his first steam engine, adding a revolutionary governor to it, because of his continued maintenance work. This takes serious dedication and commitment. Mindel says that breakthroughs are overrated, and though he doesn't say this explicitly, for him the innovating itself is a labor of love. Why else dedicate every waking hour to building, repairing, and maintaining technology? Mindel is at his best telling the real stories of the members of the Lunar Society and how they made the world we live in. Despite his admiration, he sugarcoats nothing, exposing the good, bad, and ugly of technological progress through the people and communities whose work continues to impact our daily lives. The chapters on what Bolton, Wedgwood, and surprisingly Paul Revere are the most compelling. Mindel carefully selects relevant biographical details that tell the unvarnished, inspirational stories about what it truly takes to create a technological revolution. They are especially relevant to founders today. The chapters dedicated to the steam engine focus in equal parts on James Watt, the visionary engineer, and Matthew Bolton, the savvy technologist and businessman. Mindel tells the story of a deep partnership built on a mutual passion for industry, complementary skill sets, and a surprising lack of founder drama. In Mindel's estimation, Bolton is often overlooked but is the visionary businessman who saw the global potential for the steam engine. It was even true back then that the technical co-founder needed a business co-founder, what we would call Woz and Jobs today. Take also Josiah Wedgwood, who was born into a British pottery business that was inferior to the Chinese pottery of the time. Wedgwood started with the humble, low-quality products in his hometown and built a local manufactory, a workforce, and a transportation network that grew to lead the global industry. Process innovation, in the new glazes and techniques, combined with product innovation, in new shape and designs, flexibly tuned to local taste and demand. Wedgwood won in a saturated market with a dominant incumbent by making superior products and marketing them more effectively. So much for picking a small niche where a founder can build a monopoly, as Thiel advised in 0 to 1 and which has become a commonly understood law for startups. The final character introduced in New Lunar Society is Paul Revere, who played an important role in the manufacturing and defense industries in America after the Revolution. Revere, who was a silversmith, opened a foundry in Boston and eventually improved his metalworking skills, process improvement, until he could compete with British quality, product improvement. Later, by manufacturing copper parts for the fledgling U.S. Navy, maintenance. Revere became aware of cladding the hulls of ships with copper sheets to prevent rot. Revere applied for and received a $10,000 federal loan and successfully built a copper rolling mill to supply the Navy, though Thomas Jefferson canceled the program, perhaps highlighting another recurring feature of defense manufacturing. Revere received this loan by making the case for the national security requirement to domestically produce copper sheets for the defense industry. With Revere's example, Mindel reminds us of the important participation of government in supporting manufacturing, our need to reindustrialize, and the role of industrial policy since the founding of the nation. National defense has been America's longest and most effective industrial policy. Mindel's passion for manufacturing cuts both ways, and he spares little criticism for the people he believes contributed to the challenges facing American industry today. Put bluntly, Mindel clearly has a dislike for the economists and investors whose theories and practices hollowed out American manufacturing, and thus technological innovation, while lining their own pockets. Adam Smith gets a particularly scathing treatment early in the book. It turns out that Smith's theory of extreme worker specialization in a pin factory was not only incorrect. Workers in the pin factories in France executed multiple tasks, rather than just one, and were divided into 10 groups, not 18 as Smith wrote, but also that Smith himself had never seen a factory in person, a glaring blind spot, to say the least. These harmful theories have poisoned the economics of manufacturing ever since. What followed caused significant harm. In a purely and incorrect theoretical sense, if the best workers are hyperspecialized, interchangeable, and unskilled, why not outsource them entirely and let someone else pay their healthcare costs? Today's economists and analysts still emphasize the neat theory, the digestible point, and the generalizable principle over grounded social and technical relationships of how things are actually made at the expense of workers and the nation. Unfortunately, this same search for elegant theory rather than complicated reality contributed to outsourcing manufacturing, disrespecting process innovation, and losing our industrial base. Maybe they should visit a factory, so to speak. If there is a weak point in the new lunar society, it is that Mindel goes a bit too far in his defensive posture, becoming aggressive in ways that could discourage useful partnerships. He takes some pointed shots against venture capital, specifically calling out Silicon Valley magnates brag-jing of techno-optimism, uninformed about industry or culture, or claiming that the venture funds speaking about industrial dynamism, American dynamism, and reindustrialization don't have the fund structure to accommodate true industrial adoption cycles. On the one hand, Mindel's feeling is justified. The story of venture capital since the dot-com bubble has been to concentrate funding in software, healthcare, advertising, and marketing at the expense of the things he loves. On the other hand, this anger is misplaced. Why focus on the VCs trying to promote reindustrialization? Why not encourage more VCs to focus on the world of atoms, partner with them, and build out the other parts of the ecosystem? There is much work to do to rebuild and not enough people or firms to do it. Yet, I say better late than never. The reality is that a major cultural shift around manufacturing and industry is required to mobilize the nation to reindustrialize and rekindle our capacity for technological innovation. It may already be underway, and Mindel himself recognizes this. In some ways, his call to action is the most ambitious of all the books in the Doomer techno-optimism canon. While others call for startups, Thiel, or for piling onto bubbles, Hobart and Huber, Mindel calls for a major cultural shift and the reestablishment of an industrious people. He reminds us that the Industrial Revolution was made possible by the preceding Industrious Revolution, a sweeping cultural sea change in how people worked with new energy and purpose. Households both consumed and labored more in relationship with markets outside the home, enhancing both demand for goods and labor supply. To shape the culture, one needs to engage with it at the level of values and ideals. In Watson Bolton's time, this was accomplished by the author Samuel Smiles, who wrote a book called Lives of the Engineers, a clear nod to Lives of the Saints, and who was the first author to make middle-class heroes out of inventors. At a time when the pantheon of British heroes was mostly composed of kings and warriors, with only Isaac Newton to represent the inventors, Smiles's book fomented a new culture of admiration for men of industry. In our time, the equivalents of Samuel Smiles are ambitious videographers like Jason Carmen, insightful writers like Ashley Vance, iconic American flag memes from El Segundo, industrial founders like Palmer Luckey and Elon Musk, and real cultural movements like American Dynamism and Reindustrialize. At the time of this writing, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, just attended the American Dynamism Conference in support of rebuilding our industrial base. The importance of that should not be understated, and it was accomplished by the leadership and marketing teams of Andreessen Horowitz, the same venture capital firm that wrote the Techno-Optimist Manifesto Mindel criticizes. The focus on software may have gotten its start in garages, boardrooms, Wall Street, and even public policy, but it captured the minds of young people who saw their peers building social networks, disrupt ING Industries, and having 3 fully catered meals at the office while making lots of money. Mindel consistently juxtaposes Watt's technological genius with Bolton's business and marketing mind. These were 2 sides of the same coin that turned Watt's steam engine into a success. To catalyze the change he wants to see, Mindel should channel a little more Bolton and Wedgwood and try harnessing, rather than simply second-guessing, the cultural shift toward industry we are now witnessing. The vision of New Lunar Society is presented in full in Chapter 42, The New Industrialism. What stands out is the humanity of Mindel's vision, which calls for a technological future that is squarely human-centric, and a revolution in our thinking about how technology can enable people rather than eliminate them. In our day and age, where technology itself is the primary consideration and universal basic income, UBI, a reasonable position, Mindel's is a bold vision touch ing upon everything from the national culture to the reigning economic models to notions of finance and human capital to rightly ordering the relationship between technology, industry, and society. If Thiel is about monopolies and secrets, Andreessen about eating the world, Boyle about national dynamism, and Hobart and Huber about bubbles, Mindel is about gardens and their planting, cultivation, and growth. Clearly, he has a passion for industry and technology and speaks of it beautifully, much like how one would expect a painter or composer to describe the arts. For Mindel, technology connects the world together and enriches our lives, making us not just more productive, but also able to do new things and live more fulfilled lives. His is a call to take up the cause and shoulder the burden like the past generations that built their future, which we inhabit today. Technological innovation at a grand scale requires vision, but also sacrifice, just as everything that is truly important does. Taken as a whole, these 2 books should be seen as responses to The Great Stagnation and 0 to 1. Boom attempts to create a framework to boldly break stagnation at a greater scale than a startup, pushing us to channel the energy of risk tolerance into large, transformative movements. New Lunar Society is a reminder that visionary ideas and flash-in-the-pan bubbles can only take us so far. Breaking stagnation at a national scale requires the hard work and deep commitment of individuals and society. As Boom illustrates, however, there are excesses within doomer techno-optimism as there are in any movement. Boom is overambitious, straying too far into pseudo-philosophy and flawed analysis in the attempt to imitate Thiel's contrarianism. New Lunar Society, with its more nuanced and serious analysis, brings much-welcomed balance and fresh insights to the discourse. Prophets and their warnings arise in times of peril, and the arrival of the doomer techno-optimist discourse is fortunate. Simply put, we needed the wake-up call. Yet, if the first step to fixing a problem is admitting you have one, then the second step is actually doing something about it. To that end, what is needed from the next phase of contributions to this discussion are proposals to reboot science and generate breakthroughs, policies to create an environment in which transformative growth is possible, and new economic analyses that more accurately account for the role of technology in growth. In fact, doomer techno-optimists have an opportunity to take their unique blend of harsh reflection on the present and bold vision for a sci-fi future and fuse it with creative and actionable proposals to realize such ambitious dreams. What strategies could the doomer techno-optimists propose? One approach could be adding a 4th category to the table of growth drivers above, government as market maker. Consider doomer techno-optimist darlings SpaceX and Tesla. Both companies, which have each developed and driven rapid adoption of advanced technologies, were largely made possible by Obama administration policies. Canceling the NASA Space Shuttle program while privatizing the Space Shuttle missions, and creating a tax credit program for purchasing electric vehicles, either making them more affordable or subsidizing their higher price points, depending on your political persuasion. Similar events are playing out in the defense industry, with Palantir and Anduril challenging defense primes by building advanced AI products and defense systems to claim a slice of the massive defense budget. It is currently rumored that the defense budget target will be $1 trillion. In this model, government can pull policy, regulatory, and fiscal levers, domestically and internationally, to develop advanced technology companies in the private sector in a less interventionist and politically charged way than during the corporate R&D golden age. This approach mixes the energies of the private sector valorized by Boom, powered by the capital of Silicon Valley and Wall Street, with the federal entrepreneurial state highlighted by New Lunar Society. It might be so over for the corporate R&D systems of the good old days, but we could be so back with a market-as-maker approach. Furthermore, there is evidence that the doomer techno-optimists are already making an impact. It so over appears to have hit the political sphere. The current thrust of the Trump administration at the writing of this article is a simultaneous domestic deregulation and an international trade re-regulation. It appears the goal is to make it easier to build and invest in America while revising trade agreements and reordering supply chains to protect domestic industry. Could this help recreate a dynamic industrial economy in the United States again? Leading high-technology companies are announcing significant reinvestment in America, including $500 billion by Apple, after having secretly invested $275 billion developing China's workforce, and another $500 billion by NVIDIA to manufacture advanced AI servers. This, of course, builds on the groundwork laid by the CHIPS and Science Act, passed during the Biden administration, which encouraged the construction of new semiconductor fabs across the country, including those built by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, TSMC. These policy tools, deregulate, renegotiate, protect, and invest, have created a short but welcome break from the post-1970s stagnation and the post-1990s software dominance. Both sides of the political aisle would do well to understand the relative strengths and weaknesses of each approach and when they are most appropriately used. Furthermore, the libertarian techno-right should consider the impact of these policies holistically and acknowledge the critical role government plays in developing high-tech industries, from Paul Revere through 2025. In parallel, leading venture capital firms are accelerating investment in startups with the potential to transform the future of aviation, drones, spacecraft, batteries, nuclear reactors, mining, manufacturing, robotics, submarines, naval surface vehicles, and more. Though still nascent, the pace and level of investment in these classes of company were unheard of just 5 years ago. This trend may well continue as the historically high financial returns on software investment come into question in a post-zero interest rate world. As many hard tech founders would say, it's so over for SaaS. With these developments, we see the beginnings of a new collaboration across business, finance, and government. Given this momentum, perhaps the world of atoms is on the verge of having another day in the sun. Maybe, just maybe, we're so back. In 2011, the economist Tyler Cowen published The Great Stagnation, a short treatise with a provocative hypothesis. Cowen challenged his audience to look beyond the gleam of the internet and personal computing, arguing that these innovations masked a more troubling reality. Cowen contended that, since the 1970s, there has been a marked stagnation in critical economic indicators. Median family income, total factor productivity growth, and average annual GDP growth have all plateaued. Cowen articulated the disconnect between technological innovation and real economic advancement with compelling clarity. Today, in 2011, apart from the seemingly magical internet, life in broad material terms isn't so different from what it was in 1953. We still drive cars, use refrigerators, and turn on the light switch even if dimmers are more common these days. The wonders portrayed in the Jetsons have not come to pass. You don't have a jetpack. You won't live forever or visit a Mars colony. Life is better and we have more stuff, but the pace of change has slowed down compared to what people saw 2 or 3 generations ago. Cowen went on to point out that while people have gotten used to incremental improvements in most technologies, technological leaps used to be far more significant. You can argue the numbers, but again, just look around. I'm 45 years old, and the basic material accoutrements of my life, again, the internet aside, haven't changed much since I was a kid. My grandmother, who was born at the beginning of the 20th century, could not say the same. In the years since the publication of the Great Stagnation hypothesis, others have stepped forward to offer support for this theory. Robert Gordon's 2017 The Rise and Fall of American Growth chronicles in engrossing detail the beginnings of the Second Industrial Revolution in the United States, starting around 1870, the acceleration of growth spanning the 1920 to 70 period, and then a general slowdown and stagnation since about 1970. Gordon's key finding is that, while the growth rate of average total factor productivity from 1920 to 1970 was 1.9%, it was just 0.6% from 1970 to 2014, where 1970 represents a secular trend break for reasons still not entirely understood. Cowen's and Gordon's insights have since been further corroborated by numerous research papers. Research productivity across a variety of measures, researchers per paper, R&D spending needed to maintain existing growth rates, etc., has been on the decline across the developed world. Languishing productivity growth extends beyond research-intensive industries. In sectors such as construction, the value added per worker was 40% lower in 2020 than it was in 1970. The trend is mirrored in firm productivity growth, where a small number of superstar firms see exceptionally strong growth and the rest of the distribution increasingly lags behind. A 2020 article by Nicholas Bloom and 3 co-authors in the American Economic Review cut right to the chase by asking, "Are ideas getting harder to find?" and answered its own question in the affirmative. Depending on the data source, the authors find that while the number of researchers has grown sharply, output per researcher has declined sharply, leading aggregate research productivity to decline by 5% per year. This stagnation should elicit greater surprise and concern because it persists despite advanced economies adhering to the established economics prescription intended to boost growth and innovation rates. 1. Promote mass higher education. 2. Identify particularly bright young people via standardized testing and direct them to research-intensive universities. And 3. Pipe basic research grants through the university system to foster locally driven research and development networks that supercharge productivity. Figures 1 and 2 illustrate, respectively, the massive post-World War II expansion of regional universities aimed at democratizing higher education and the growth in National Science Foundation (NSF) domestic extramural research grants from 1962 to 2019 in 2022 dollars. Concurrently, many elite institutions became more meritocratic, chiefly by incorporating standardized test scores into their admissions decisions. These pro-growth reforms were intended to help the Cold War-era United States develop scientific talent, but they were also essential preconditions for the formation of America's vaunted tech clusters: Silicon Valley, Boston/Cambridge, Seattle, New York, Los Angeles, and increasingly Austin, which are all world-leading centers for science, entrepreneurship, and innovation. These clusters excel at attracting college-educated talent and securing billions in basic research grants from public and private foundations. These tech clusters are also disproportionately responsible for America's technological innovation, which has been perhaps the most important contributor to growth since the start of the Industrial Revolution. And yet, in spite of all of those pro-innovation changes, the United States finds itself facing persistently slow growth. Why hasn't the extensive expansion of higher education, the investment of billions in basic research, the dominance of American research universities, and the ultimate emergence of highly productive clusters done more to counter any headwinds to growth? Tyler Cowen himself argues that the growth slowdown was inevitable, a consequence of all of the low-hanging technological fruit being plucked during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. What remains demands greater effort to discover, exploit, and commercialize. As Robert Gordon points out, revolutionary technologies like electrification, antibiotics, and the mechanized motor can only be invented and mass-distributed once. Other explanations include the post-1970s rise in legal barriers to housing growth that impede the ability of people to move and spatially sort based on their abilities, or the effects of a slowly aging workforce, such as the decline in startups, which mostly occur among younger people, and GDP growth. While the aforementioned explanations may have merit, it remains an open question why the standard economics growth prescription did not yield stronger productivity and income growth. One possibility is that, in the counterfactual, growth prospects in the United States and other advanced economies would have been even worse had it not been for these state investments in research and education. Perhaps the modest growth of the post-1970 period was the best possible outcome in a landscape where the easier technological innovations had already been exhausted. Another possibility is that these strategies, while potentially the most effective growth-enhancing policies to pursue, inadvertently triggered downstream consequences that contributed to the growth slowdown. Under this second possibility, the tech cluster phenomenon stands out because there is a fundamental discrepancy between how the clusters function in practice versus their theoretical contributions to greater growth rates. The emergence of tech clusters has been celebrated by many leading economists because of a range of findings that innovative people become more productive by various metrics when they work in the same location as other talented people in the same field. In this telling, the essence of innovation can be boiled down to 3 things: collocation, collocation, collocation. No other urban form seems to facilitate innovation like a cluster of interconnected researchers and firms. This line of reasoning yields a straightforward syllogism. Technology clusters enhance individual innovation and productivity. The local nature of innovation notwithstanding, technologies developed within these clusters can be adopted and enjoyed globally. Thus, while not everyone can live in a tech cluster, individuals worldwide benefit from new advances and innovations generated there, and some of the outsized economic gains the clusters produce can then be redistributed to people outside of the clusters to smooth over any lingering inequalities. Therefore, any policy that weakens these tech clusters leads to a diminished rate of innovation and leaves humanity as a whole poorer. Yet the fact that the emergence of the tech clusters has also coincided with Cowen's Great Stagnation raises certain questions. Are there shortcomings in the empirical evidence on the effects of the tech clusters? Does technology really diffuse across the rest of the economy as many economists assume? Do the tech clusters inherently prioritize welfare-enhancing technologies? Is there some role for federal or state action to improve the situation? Clusters are not unique to the post-war period. Detroit famously achieved a large agglomeration economy based on automobiles in the early 20th century, and several authors have drawn parallels between the ascents of Detroit and Silicon Valley. What makes today's tech clusters distinct from past ones? The fact that the tech clusters have not yielded the same society-enhancing benefits that they once promised should invite further scrutiny. Today, the big tech clusters dominate U.S. patenting activity. This was less true in the immediate post-war period. Figure 3 shows decadal patenting rates per 10,000 residents by county compared to the decade's national average. The graph on the left shows the 1950 to 59 period. Counties are categorized based on their patenting rate, significantly above the national average, more than 5 per 10,000 persons above, moderately above, 1 to 5 per 10,000 persons above, around the national average within 1 per 10,000 persons above or below, moderately below, and significantly below the national average, more than 5 per 10,000 persons below. While much of the South has consistently lagged the rest of the country in innovation, many counties in the rural Midwest, rural interior West, and along the Great Lakes exceeded average patenting rates in the immediate post-war decades. This includes places that are not considered major technology hubs today, such as Duluth, St. Louis County, Minnesota, Cheyenne, Laramie County, Wyoming, and even Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada. Yet by the 2000s, counties would patent at rates either substantially above the national average or well below. This change was almost completely driven by a surge of patenting rates in the top 1% of counties that pulled the mean upwards starting in the 1990s. The median rate rose from about 5 per 10,000 people over the 1950s to about 9 in the 2000s. But the 99th percentile rate more than tripled from 86 to 273 over this period. Other research has confirmed that this increase in the share of the top 1% of patenting locations has driven the post-1945 spatial concentration trend. What changed to cause patenting to become more and more concentrated in a relatively small number of counties? The modern-day tech clusters owe their roots both to natural advantages, such as long-established research universities, as well as to the intervention of the federal government. Daniel Gross and Bhavan Sampit, in a paper published in the American Economic Review entitled America Jump-Started World War II R&D and the Takeoff of the U.S. Innovation System, highlight how the U.S. government's creation of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, OSRD, in 1941 played a key role in the formation of many of today's tech clusters. In the short run, the OSRD helped win the war by marshaling the scientific establishment to focus on critical military needs. In the long run, the OSRD also gave a critical boost to the counties lucky enough to receive substantial wartime contracts. The authors show that OSRD-receiving counties were usually places that had higher than average patenting rates before the war, but with patenting trend lines that were evolving in parallel with their peer counties. Yet, after a brief period of stagnation in the late 1940s and early 1950s, when war funding dried up, these OSRD counties eventually exhibited takeoff, sustained higher patenting rates that compounded over time throughout the 1960s and 70s. In other words, the OSRD funding boom created a positive trend break even among already inventive counties. The map in Figure 4, drawn from Gross and Sampit's data, illustrates the distribution of OSRD university funding. Unsurprisingly, the distribution of OSRD funding overlaps substantially with current tech cluster locations, including around Boston, Los Angeles, Greater New York, and the Bay Area. Their study makes two further observations about the OSRD's impact in laying the groundwork for the emergence of today's tech clusters. First, the post-OSRD success of these regions stemmed largely from the agglomeration effects initiated by the OSRD, rather than subsequent post-war federal military R&D investments. The second is that almost all of the positive effects were concentrated in counties in the top 5% of patenting rates during the 1930s. In contrast, counties in the bottom quartile of OSRD treatment saw a relative decline over time, presumably because the OSRD funding boom spurred reallocation of talent and capital away from these counties. This negative effect on the least inventive counties potentially foreshadows the growing disparity in the geography of innovation seen in Figure 3. During the post-war era, national leaders in the United States were focused on maintaining and enhancing America's technological supremacy over its rivals, while often assuming that the country's status as the world's leading manufacturer was secure. As the war was winding down, President Franklin Roosevelt asked Vannevar Bush, the director of the OSRD, to issue a report on what lessons could be drawn from the wartime experience. Roosevelt was particularly interested in expanding the government's role in funding public interest research and developing effective strategies for identifying and nurturing scientifically talented youth. Bush's subsequent report, Science, the Endless Frontier, was eventually presented to President Truman but was faithful in answering Roosevelt's initial queries. While the report is renowned for sketching the outlines of what would become the National Science Foundation, NSF, Bush devoted significant attention to addressing the other challenge posed by Roosevelt, devising methods to discover and train scientifically adept young people. Bush expressed three key principles that subsequently became the basis for cultivating and funding future scientific personnel. First, he championed universities as the optimal venues to train future scientists and conduct foundational scientific research. In contrast, Bush viewed government or commercial labs as prioritizing practical applications and commercialization over advancing basic knowledge. Second, Bush expressed concern that post-war America might revert to prioritizing technical arts over advancing fundamental scientific knowledge and advocated for a shift in training and funding toward the latter. Third, Bush called for an expansion of mass higher education that would allow the United States to identify and nurture all young people with the potential to excel in science, irrespective of their wealth, stating, "If ability, and not the circumstance of family fortune, is made to determine who shall receive higher education in science, then we shall be assured of constantly improving quality at every level of scientific activity." Implicit in Bush's recommendations were policy reforms that would later play an important role in the emergence of the tech clusters. Bush successfully fought proposals by Senator Harley Kilgore, a Democrat from West Virginia, for an equitable distribution of NSF grants among universities and thus locations, and guarantees that NSF funding would be allocated to applied as well as basic research. As of 2019, 60% of the NSF's domestically awarded grants were awarded to universities that had received OSRD contracts nearly 75 years prior. Second, Bush's emphasis on intellectual ability supported a pre-existing social reform movement toward rationalizing university admissions on a meritocratic basis. Both aspects of Bush's vision would have profound implications for America's subsequent economic development. Congress duly passed the National Science Foundation Act in 1950 with an initial budget of $230,000, equivalent to $2.78 million in 2023 dollars, for its first operating fiscal year in 1951. Funding ramped up quickly, and 9 years later, by fiscal year 1960, Congress increased the NSF's budget over 50-fold to $15.3 million, or $159.3 million in 2023 dollars. Also in line with Bush's and other post-war leaders' proposals was a significant expansion in public universities. Most states embarked on ambitious programs to geographically expand their university systems by creating regional or commuter universities, under the premise that proximity to a four-year institution would increase the likelihood that young people would pursue higher education. As a result, enrollment boomed, with the proportion of students in public, four-year colleges increasing from approximately 50% in 1940 to nearly 70% in 1970. By my count, 189 such universities were established over the 30-year period spanning 1946 to 75, not including the creation of new research universities, such as the expansion of the University of California system to include campuses at Irvine, 1968, Riverside, 1954, San Diego, 1960, and Santa Cruz, 1965. Why would the expansion of higher education and an increased emphasis on the liberal arts lead to a more centralized innovation landscape? After all, the high school movement and the surge in workers with high school diplomas in 1910 to 40 did not lead to the sorting we see today. Contrary to the expectation that a growing number of universities across the nation would spread the benefits of additional education across communities, it appears that the post-war expansion of higher education created incentives for college graduates to geographically concentrate, with knock-on effects on innovation and other outcomes. One reason is that, unlike high schools, it is not feasible to establish a university in nearly every community or county. This limitation triggers a significant reshuffling of young people, typically between ages 17 and 19, away from communities without a university to those lucky enough to host one. College education, which generally increases mobility, leads to a trend where graduates often do not return to their home communities. In essence, leaving one's hometown for college, particularly if one had to move fairly far to do so, tends to weaken local ties and encourages greater mobility after graduation as well. Several studies argue that the higher education system results in an internal brain drain, moving talent from regions with low education returns to places with higher returns. The conversion of many agricultural and mechanical A&M schools into regional universities over this time period may also have exacerbated the concentration of college grads. During the post-war period, essentially all normal schools, teachers' colleges, and many A&Ms converted to regional universities. My research team and I identified 102 schools that were established prior to 1940 as agricultural colleges, polytechnics, or industrial, mechanical, and mining schools, which we collectively categorized under the A&M umbrella. Of these, 6 converted prior to 1945, 30 converted between 1945 and 1980, and an additional 6 converted after 1980.30 in their 2008 book, The Race Between Education and Technology. Claudia Golden and Lawrence Katz argue that the American educational system's emphasis on general skills over vocational training from its early stages was crucial in a high-mobility society where workers could not predict which skills would be valued in their new hometowns. By switching focus to general skills and de-emphasizing degrees useful in local industries, former A&Ms in agricultural or mining communities probably encouraged their graduates to search for more remunerative markets for their skills. The general idea here is that while universities attract some highly educated people, the benefits are offset in the long run by a brain drain of young people from other regions. Only a few locations are winners, lucky enough to host universities that attract research dollars and talent, and create spin-off industries leading to net population growth. Most accounts of the rise of Silicon Valley, Boston's Route 128, North Carolina's Research Triangle, and other tech clusters acknowledge one or more key local research universities that serve to draw in and develop talent from around the world. There appear to be several key factors that distinguish universities that help their regions achieve takeoff from those that do not. One, already identified above, was an infusion of R&D money from the government during World War II, giving these areas an early start in high-tech innovation. Another is that the federal government enacted 2 laws in the 1980s that gave universities incentives to patent their faculty's discoveries and made it more practicable for firms to license these technologies. One other factor is an alignment in knowledge spillovers between the university and pre-existing local industries, particularly for universities and industries that are more research-intensive. The same tech clusters that have high demand for university-produced knowledge also tend to have the highest demand for high-skilled and college-educated labor. One estimate found that the top 15 metro areas for venture capital funding accounted for 55.9% of all high-skill employment in top 10 R&D industries between 2014 and 2018.38. These same metros, not coincidentally, also accounted for 57% of all granted patents over the 2015 to 18 period. An additional contributor is that the emergence of Silicon Valley and the other tech clusters was a consequence of a system that went to great lengths to make higher education more widely available and more hierarchical. It is unclear from the literature whether these clusters owe their existence to the sheer increase in the number of college graduates after World War II, or because elite private and public colleges concurrently took upon themselves the job of pre-sorting and selecting students based on mid-century meritocratic ideals. It is easy to imagine that talent-hungry startups benefited from both changes because they could legally use a growing number of college-educated applicants' alma maters as a rough and ready means to screen them. The demographics of innovators are highly rarefied, partly because patenting itself is quite rare. Inventors are more likely to be male, come from well-off families, have parents who are inventors, are of relatively high cognitive ability, whether measured by standardized test scores or IQ tests, and have high education levels. Given these demographics, it seems quite likely that the rise of standardized testing and meritocratically selective universities probably played a key role in the ability of firms to identify the uppermost tier of innovative talent. Since innovation tends to be dependent on talent in the far-right tail of the income/education/ability distribution, and applying for college is many people's first encounter with an aptitude test, it stands to reason that the emergence of highly selective colleges would play an important role in identifying and then concentrating talent. Yet the existing economics literature on the labor market impact of the expansion of the higher education system tends to lump together the effects of the large increase in college graduates with the fact that the system nearly simultaneously became more hierarchical. This tendency means that there is not a large body of evidence to draw on about which reform mattered more for the subsequent path of economic development. There is a small but well-regarded literature on how expanded access to education improved the allocation of talent, which at least in theory should improve economic growth. Whether it was due to broader human capital improvements or from employers being able to use collegiate reputation as a proxy for ability is unclear. As a practical matter, it also means that we do not know what the aggregate implications will be as selective colleges continue to abandon their SAT and ACT requirements, particularly for those employers and regions that have drawn most heavily from their alumni. Since these changes occurred roughly contemporaneously, it is hard to know at first glance which change was most important. Even as states expanded access to a college education by creating regional universities, many also moved to designate certain universities, usually the land-grant, as the primary research-intensive or flagship university and make admission criteria stricter for these schools. California, for example, adopted its master plan for higher education in 1960, whereby undergraduate admission to its research university campuses would be restricted to the top 12.5% of students. The top third would attend the state colleges of the California State University system, and the remaining students could attend the community or junior colleges. This increasing selectivity probably played some role in the wage premium enjoyed by state flagship graduates relative to less selective in-state universities. Even with the adoption of the SAT or ACT, most state systems did not necessarily become as rigidly hierarchical as California. The Ohio State University, for example, is not an especially selective state flagship university. It has an acceptance rate of about 53%. In contrast, the University of Michigan's rate is about 18%. In general, however, there are many bright students who do not go to a selective institution for a variety of reasons, and this tends to be more common in the center of the United States, so the effect of an SAT or ACT requirement was probably somewhat heterogeneous by state culture. Nonetheless, it seems likely that a standardized testing requirement changed the composition of students who attended the state flagship university. As shown in Figure 5, many states adopted the SAT or ACT as an admission requirement from the 1950s through the early 1970s. Nicholas Lemon, in his 2000 book The Big Test, The Secret History of the American Meritocracy, on the history of the SAT, documented how the College Board, which administers the SAT, pushed for its adoption not just among the core group of elite East Coast private schools, but also among large public university systems that would validate its mission of rationalizing college admissions. The College Board's efforts were successful. While no state flagships had a pre-World War II SAT or ACT requirement, almost all would by 1980. Similarly, almost all of the OSRD universities that were not state flagships would adopt the SAT as an admissions requirement only after the war. Of the 60 non-state flagship universities that received OSRD funding, 12 had an SAT or ACT admissions requirement by 1945. By 1960, this had leapt up to 40, and by 1970 it was 48. Relative to the pre-war period, it was thus both easier to get a college degree but harder for many students to get an education at their state's most research-intensive institution. Unfortunately, there is not much published or publicly available evidence directly linking school selectivity or SAT/ACT scores with propensity to live and work in a tech cluster. A 2004 paper by Jeffrey Groen, using a survey of students from selective colleges, finds that those with higher SAT scores or those who attended a private university, as opposed to a public university or private college, were more likely to be living out of state in their 30s. A 2018 article in the Wall Street Journal used resume data of a large group of people from online job postings to study where college graduates move after graduation. The authors found evidence consistent with Groen's paper, showing, for example, that Cornell sends 25% of its graduates to San Francisco, New York, and Washington, D.C. alone. The same article showed that Harvard sends 7.1% of its graduates to San Francisco, but the much closer and much less selective University of Las Vegas only sends 2.1% of its graduates there. Washington is obviously a draw because of the federal government, but in general, the metros we think of as tech clusters are indeed reaping the lion's share of the gains in income, innovation, and talent. More recent estimates have found that while attending an Ivy or similar elite private school instead of a highly selective public flagship institution matters relatively little for average wage differentials, it increases the chances of reaching the top 1% of the earnings distribution by 60% and triples one's chances of working at a prestigious firm. As the highest earning jobs and prestigious firms have become increasingly concentrated geographically, it seems likely that employers in these clusters are selecting in part on the basis of college of attendance. Given all this, it is perhaps unsurprising that the takeoff of the tech clusters also coincides with the period when regional inequality begins to grow in the United States. U.S. regions were characterized by greater economic convergence over most of the 20th century, but by 2013, the Berkeley economist Enrico Moretti was declaring that the United States was in the middle of a great divergence. Whereas past economic disparities were largely sectional, as the South lagged behind the North and West, Significant economic gaps had now opened up within states as certain cities started pulling away from their hinterlands. Moretti and others have found that the growing agglomeration in innovation, the rising college wage premium, and the differential migration patterns of college graduates have all been playing key roles. Much research still needs to be done to more clearly establish how changes in the higher education system enabled the rise of the tech clusters. Nonetheless, available evidence suggests that the post-war efforts to fund research-intensive universities and to expand the reach of higher education, while simultaneously making it more hierarchical, may have played an important role in the concentration of talent and innovation. While few would disagree with Moretti's findings of a great divergence, in which the United States splits into successful, well-educated metropoles and struggling, less-educated peripheries, the question remains whether it has anything to do with the slowing growth rates in the economy as a whole. What are some possible mechanisms by which the tech clusters could have played a role? While co-location unquestionably produces generative knowledge spillovers, some of the other peer effects may be negative, such as when people lapse into groupthink. Although groupthink is difficult to measure, it is hard to look at some of the innovations that have emerged out of Silicon Valley and other clusters over the years and not ask oneself whether the people involved were seized by a form of groupthink. The great rise and fall of interest in cryptocurrency, for example, seems like the kind of bubble where a great many people succumbed to groupthink that generated very little in measurable productive value. Beyond groupthink, there may be other ways that concentration could both increase an innovator's patenting rate while pushing them to produce more marginal and less path-breaking technologies. Innovation is influenced not by peer effects but also by the problems that innovators see in their environment and that capture their interest, either as adults or as children. A recent paper by Jacob Moscona and Karthik Sastry highlighted how this works at a global scale. They investigated how R&D dollars tend to be directed at agricultural pests that are a problem in high-income countries where the research happens but not in the developing countries where the technology is sold, resulting in significantly lower crop productivity globally. A similar mismatch between the needs and interests of 20 or 30-something innovators living in the Bay Area and non-college educated middle-aged workers living elsewhere may also be causing the United States to generate too much inappropriate technology. Another way in which tech clusters' promotion of strong, peer-driven research networks may be leading to slower research productivity is that connecting everyone into the same network also makes it easier for a small number of innovators or researchers to police their peers. There is some evidence for Max Planck's adage that science advances one funeral at a time, but by the same process, it could easily be the case that a peer effects-driven model may lead to more incremental, less original innovation at scale because centralized networks make up-and-comers more afraid of challenging the well-connected. This could help lead to the process described above by Bloom and his co-authors. Even as the number of researchers and papers increases in a networked cluster, the marginal impact of each paper declines. Some evidence suggests that scientific papers and patents are in fact becoming more deferential to previously published work and less likely to disrupt the chain of citations and references. By this logic, geographically diffuse researchers may be less productive in the ways that urban economists typically measure output, fewer papers, fewer patents, etc., but they may be more creative, original, and disruptive because these researchers worry less about having to see someone in person whose work they publicly disagree with. At a larger scale, the best evidence that the formation of tech clusters and the concentration of talent may have led to herding is the patenting trends by technological field. Brian Kelly and co-authors recently devised a way to consistently group patents by technology class from 1840 to the present. They find that, as recently as the 1970s, patenting was relatively evenly distributed across classes, but after the 1970s, electronics and computing takes a growing share of patents. By 2000, that one field made up a solid majority of patents filed. It is of course possible that the good ideas were exhausted in agriculture, rubbers and plastics, chemical manufacturing, and machinery manufacturing all around the same time, leaving only computers and electronics as the most fruitful innovation frontier. But such a coincidence would be surprising. The tech cluster-driven focus on computing and electronics may itself be another part of the problem. Economists have been arguing since at least the 1980s about whether increased computing power is improving aggregate labor productivity, with some recent work emphasizing that the nature of recent IT innovations may innately lead to no or low productivity growth. It is beyond the scope of this essay to disentangle why digitization has not boosted labor productivity more, but as a general observation, part of the problem may just be that the U.S. economy allows so much human capital to flow into a single technology sector that has struggled to deliver labor productivity improvements for 40 years and counting. Finally, the dependence of the clusters on research universities may also be at fault. One problem, as stated above, may be that grant funding disproportionately goes to a select number of universities. This degree of concentration may be counterproductive, as suggested by a study of Sweden's reforms to decentralize higher education, which found that the reforms led to higher aggregate research productivity as growth in the new universities more than compensated for the decline in the old universities. Universities also may not offer a strong output or innovation advantage over other types of research institutes. Inasmuch as the scientific know-how and talent is dependent on the prerogatives of the local research universities, the whims and priorities of the faculty and administrators may thus distort the direction of local innovation. A good example of how universities can both promote and distort the direction of local innovation is the creation of the mRNA vaccine, which was used to subdue the COVID pandemic. Katalin Karikó, who just shared the Nobel Prize in Medicine with Drew Weissman, famously maintained only a tenuous grasp on an academic career at the University of Pennsylvania while she worked to advance the fundamental science behind the vaccines. She struggled to win grants, including from the National Institutes of Health, on the merits of the mRNA technology and was ultimately demoted and removed from Penn's tenure track for research professors. Karikó just managed to hang on by landing in Weissman's lab after her demotion. Penn's fraught relationship with Karikó almost cost the world a major welfare-enhancing technology, but also did not even lead to a successful technology cluster centered in Philadelphia when the vaccine had proved itself. By the time COVID-19 came around, Karikó had already left Penn and was working for BioNTech, a pharmaceutical startup centered on the mRNA technology based in Mainz, Germany. Tyler Cowen himself recently declared that the Great Stagnation may be over. At the 2023 Great Stagnation Summit in Cambridge, UK, where he gave the keynote address, Cowen pointed to developments in biomedical technologies, such as the mRNA vaccine, AI, and clean technologies as evidence that fundamental advances were finally afoot. It is, of course, too soon to say whether these particular technologies will spur faster growth, but after the pandemic, the U.S. government has itself become more interested in reviving scientific progress to create broadly based growth. Look no further than Congress's recent embrace of industrial policy for semiconductors and clean technologies in the CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. These were funded to the tune of $52.70 and $891 billion, respectively. While industrial policy may be back in vogue in the post-pandemic era, the same cannot be said for place-based policies that would look to spend money in distressed places directly. Congress also passed in 2022 the Recompete Act and the Regional Technology Hub Program as place-based policies to boost distressed local labor markets, but only authorized $1 billion and $10 billion for them, respectively. Many economists nonetheless support Congress's reluctance to start new place-based programs, in part out of a deference to the innovative power of the tech clusters. For example, a 2018 survey paper for the Brookings Institution by Benjamin Austin, Larry Summers, and Edward Glazer entitled Jobs for the Heartland: Place-Based Policies in 21st Century America captures this hesitancy about place-based policies. The authors acknowledge that employment disparities are growing between regions and are becoming more rigid over time. Yet, after reviewing the relevant literature on previous place-based policies, the authors note that it is impossible to know whether a relocation of capital and labor from Los Angeles to Kentucky will lead to benefits in Kentucky that are large enough to offset the productivity losses in Los Angeles. After dismissing the desirability of trying to directly create new technology hubs in distressed places, the authors conclude the paper with an endorsement for an enhanced Earned Income Tax Credit (EITC) that would be more generous to single-person households and in distressed locations. While this policy may indeed work on its own terms, it does not really offer much for policymakers interested in local revitalization. The authors are correct that we do not know what relocating startups from Los Angeles' Silicon Beach to eastern Kentucky will lead to. Yet, even if there is no connection between the rise of the tech clusters and stagnating productivity growth, it may not make much sense to encourage talent to keep moving to the same few places because of other externalities. A recent working paper by Tim Bardick and Nathan Sutherland points out that the local multiplier effects of an employment demand boost to high-skill workers eventually plateau because congestion effects ultimately cancel out even very powerful agglomeration effects. For distressed regions, on the other hand, these multipliers can still be reasonably high. Encouraging college-educated workers to branch out to distressed regions may yield more benefits than the current consensus in the economics profession would suggest. Federal programs that encouraged researchers and innovators to physically relocate to distressed regions could very well catalyze new jobs and technologies that address the needs of the people on the ground. Concretely, even if a top software engineer who relocates to eastern Kentucky becomes less likely to come up with a startup with a unicorn valuation or patent a new technology, this engineer may create value in other ways, such as by improving local businesses' IT or streamlining their operations to boost their productivity. Inasmuch as the internal brain drain phenomenon discussed above is most severe at the top of the ability distribution, then it is very likely that many communities are stagnating because their best and brightest have been systematically moving away for several generations. The benefits from having college-educated workers in a local community seem to be substantial, even on the wages of non-college workers. Further, states with net in-migration of college-educated workers saw faster growth in labor productivity between 2012 and 2019. Productivity rose 9.1% in the brain-gain states, while rising only 3.7% in brain-drain states, although it is unfortunately unclear in the data whether the productivity boost in brain-gain states extends to those without a college degree. Nonetheless, given the real benefits to distressed communities from having more highly educated workers versus the abstract possibility that these workers will innovate less, encouraging people to decamp for Eastern Kentucky may be a real-world experiment worth trying. It's a rare buccaneer who runs a book club. But in October 2012, the chief administrator of the Silk Road drug market, under the pseudonym Dread Pirate Roberts, was on the dark web assigning readings from the anarchist libertarian philosophy of Murray Rothbard. Rothbard had argued that markets and individual connections were really all we needed. As the Dread Pirate, whose real name was Ross Ulbricht, summarized it, a happier world awaited those who took the exit road from ordinary politics. They could escape the thieving, murderous myths of the state to embrace the freedom that emerged from a multitude of voluntary interactions between individuals. For Ulbricht, Silk Road wasn't just a way to make money but the tech-fueled expression of a political philosophy. Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin had, supposedly, enabled a new realm of voluntary exchange outside the grasp of government, allowing people to buy and sell drugs and guns without the feds interfering. Of course, state tyranny might reemerge if voluntary organizations like Silk Road started to steal from their users, or spied on, or even killed them. Ulbricht, however, believed that the forces of market competition would prevent this from happening, leading to freedom and prosperity, the likes of which the world has never known. Ambitious libertarian projects to escape the sordid compromises of politics have been part of Silicon Valley culture since the beginning. But Ulbricht's dream of escape from politics and its vexations has become increasingly influential in the decades since the Dread Pirate Roberts book club. Several prominent Silicon Valley investors and entrepreneurs have become disenchanted with the U.S. government, East Coast media, and even their own employees, which have all increasingly become disenchanted with them. It isn't surprising that entrepreneurs dream of discovering the off-ramp from a world of squalid political bargains to the dizzying freedom of market choice and unlimited technological progress. Perhaps it isn't even a shock that many are willing to embrace pro-tariff, anti-immigration Donald Trump, who promises to crush their enemies and commute Ulbricht's life sentence for drug trafficking while he's at it. Like Ulbricht, they draw inspiration and justification for their dreams from political philosophy, mixing old thinkers with new machinic visions of technology devouring and transforming humanity. Just as with Silk Road, the political philosophy and business model appear to go hand in hand. The accumulated wisdom of the ages seems to have very encouraging things to say about tech entrepreneurs when read through the right lenses. Just one weird trick, remaking global geopolitics around the model of Silicon Valley startups, will foster all the freedom and prosperity one could reasonably ask for. The very best way for humanity to spread to the stars, and perhaps even remake the universe, is to just let Silicon Valley engineers do their thing. A new life awaits in the off-world colonies, provided only that the demands of officious bureaucrats, mendacious East Coast journalists, social justice whiners, and other enemies of progress are swept into the midden. But the contradictions become clear if you squint even a little. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs genuinely have a great amount to be proud of. Some of their technological innovations have become cornerstones of modern society. Yet business plans and contemporary political spats are insecure foundations for grand theories of the deep future of human civilization and politics. A truth vividly illustrated when Silk Road's founder attempted to hire hit men to stamp out extortionists, hastening the business's demise. Profit models are not philosophies, and should not be gussied up as such, festooned with purloined intellectual gewgaws and other pirate fineries. Serious thinkers should not be pressed into service merely as propagandists for the cause. The problem is not that arguments for freedom and technological innovation are stupid or wicked. They are not. It is that political theory can't do its proper job when it becomes an instrument of self-justification and self-soothing. It is very easy for highly intelligent people to find arguments and justifications for why they are right and ought to be allowed to do exactly what they want. This becomes even easier when they are surrounded by others who agree with them and sometimes even venerate them. The cryptographer Bruce Schneier is famous for Schneier's law. The dictum that anyone can invent a security system so clever that he or she can't break it. Cognitive psychologists Hugo Mercier and Dan Sperber have shown that much the same is true for arguments. Anyone can make a political case so compelling that he or she can't see the flaws in it. Of course, this problem plagues the left as well as the right, cloistered academics just as much as Twitter iconoclasts. But good political philosophy and social science is badly suited to provide either intellectual ballast for business models or balm for the bruised egos of founders. It is, by its nature, awkward and vexing. It doesn't provide a straight path to some blurry and glorious imaginary future, but brings into sharper focus the tensions and difficulties of today. If Silicon Valley thinkers are to take their political commitments to liberty and technological progress seriously, they need to acknowledge and deal with the contradictions in their ideological positions rather than papering over them. Rather than spinning out business models into unconvincing grand social theories, they ought start with good theories and think seriously about the implications for their business models. Here, they might usefully learn from a consistent line of reasoning in classical liberalism that they currently neglect. 18th century liberals like Hume and the authors of the Federalist Papers were obsessed with the dangers of faction and the need to channel it so that it did not overwhelm society. Their 20th and 21st century heirs like Ernest Gellner, Douglas North, and Barry Weingast have adapted the tools of social science to understand the circumstances under which open societies can live and thrive despite, and sometimes thanks to, their internal contradictions. The lessons are straightforward, even if they jar painfully with some common myths in the valley. Actual free markets require a state that is both powerful and constrained. Real technological progress is not solely generated by risk-taking entrepreneur heroes in a social vacuum. It is also the contingent byproduct of a fragile set of common social and political arrangements. Without constitutional constraints, voluntary interactions tend, as Silk Road did, to degenerate into gangster capitalism. And the trick of creating a vibrant open order is not to try to escape the sordid bargains of politics, or to eliminate your enemies, but to channel disagreement usefully. You cannot escape the company of those whom you detest, however unpleasant you may find it. That is the fundamental premise of the open society. When you try, you discover, as many libertarian schemers looking to improve the human condition have discovered, that you bring the disagreements along with you. You have to figure out ways to live with those who oppose you and whom you oppose, and ideally to derive collective benefit from your mutual vexations. How could that way of thinking best be adapted to understand the technological and political choices that we face today? This is an open question, but it is the one that both politicized Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and their critics ought to ask themselves, given the gravity of the challenges we face today. An open society is a very good thing so long as you can keep it, but understanding how to keep it requires the intellectual rigor to understand where your business model and your broader politics reinforce each other and where they are in violent contradiction, to comprehend that you cannot escape the disagreement and contention that are part of human life. While political documents like John Perry Barlow's Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace and Tim May's Crypto-Anarchist Manifesto have gotten plenty of attention, business models are the most important carrier wave of the Silicon Valley philosophy. The deep intellectual history of Silicon Valley is narrated in a never-ending succession of venture capital pitches and shareholder prospectuses, the business plans of startups and entrepreneurs. Thus, when Mark Andreessen, the creator of Netscape and co-founder of venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, argued in 2013 that software is eating the world, he was lucidly articulating Silicon Valley's broader business ethos, rather than creating it. Andreessen invoked Joseph Schumpeter's arguments about creative destruction, arguing that technology's storm of progress was not just tearing the economy asunder but disrupting traditional government functions such as national defense. His op-ed pithily expressed the broader opinion among Silicon Valley founders and funders that the world was a morass of intersecting, janky incumbent systems, just begging to be disrupted. But practice preceded justification. Uber famously started from the premise that local transport rules had been shaped to favor the incumbents. Its alternative business model involved persistent law-breaking in the expectation that flouting the rules would change them. PayPal went after much bigger game than local taxi monopolies. Its founders hoped that their product might displace the US dollar, even though, as Peter Thiel later admitted, they didn't really understand how international currencies worked. Like Schumpeter, Silicon Valley combines its love of markets with a soft spot for monopoly. When the internet hit big, Silicon Valley netheads set themselves up against the bellheads of a previous generation of incumbent monopolists such as Bell AT&T. Still, within every lean, hungry tech startup founder, a bloated monopolist was struggling to get out. Thiel famously claimed that economic competition was for losers and advised his students to look for opportunities to build monopolies. Venture capitalists loved startups that promised to move fast and break things, but hoped that the companies they invested in would create their own profitable strangleholds on markets. This led to a complicated relationship with the state. Some businesses looked to government to help them find shelter from the storm. Microsoft, after its antitrust scare in the 1990s, devoted itself to building good relations with the feds and with other governments around the world, influencing regulators to act against its rivals. New platforms too built relations with the power establishment. During the Obama years, one commentator claimed that Google was so intimately intertwined with the administration that it had achieved a kind of vertical integration with the government. When corporate giants like Facebook suggested that their business models brought people together for the good of the world, politicians and journalists listened with enormous respect. There seemed to be a tacit accommodation between liberal technocrats and Silicon Valley. Obama was visibly disinclined to break up technology monopolies. Others wanted to get away altogether. Balaji Srinivasan was just one among many thinkers and talkers in the Bay Area when he gave a speech at Y Combinator in 2013, riffing on Albert Hirschman's famous book, Exit, Voice, and Loyalty. Srinivasan suggested that Silicon Valley was much more about exit than voice. If you were doing it right, you were well advised to leave the old system rather than trying to change it from within. If you worked for Microsoft and had a good idea for something new, your best bet was not to tell your boss, but to jump ship. That was the lesson of Silicon Valley's origin story, when the traitorous 8 engineers left Fairchild Semiconductor to found their own firms. That was also why Srinivasan argued that Silicon Valley had to embrace its own ultimate exit on a much larger scale. The Valley needed to get away from the rules and regulations made by paper belt cities such as Washington, D.C., and develop its own case for innovation. As Srinivasan emphasized, others too were interested in exit. Thiel favored seasteading, libertarian communities that lived on the sea, outside the territorial claims of grasping governments. While Elon Musk wanted to build colonies on Mars, you didn't have to go so far as that. According to Srinivasan, just reading Reddit instead of watching television could be a kind of exit. By 2017, the relationship between West Coast technologists and East Coast technocrats began to sour. Many liberals believed that the algorithms powering social media's business model had helped Trump win. Journalists stopped deferring automatically to Silicon Valley leaders, while many Democrats, like the dynamic young lawyer Lina Khan, began talking about breaking up tech monopolies. This divide played out in the workplace too. As liberals warmed to racial and gender equity, many technology funders and senior executives grew cool, resenting employee demands that they reshape their business plans to reflect social justice priorities. Big incumbents like Microsoft, Facebook, and Google were unwilling to break completely with government, but began to worry that their business models were in the crosshairs, especially after Khan became Biden's chair of the Federal Trade Commission in 2021. These tensions erupted in 2020, when a New York Times writer started researching a story that threatened to reveal the identity of Scott Alexander, a pseudonymous blogger popular with Silicon Valley rationalists. Prominent technology industry figures responded indignantly. As the New Yorker's Gideon Lewis-Krauss explained it, they saw the somewhat hapless Times journalist as a living exemplar of everything they hated about the media gatekeepers, who, they believed, were deliberately trying to tear Silicon Valley down. This spurred a rush toward exit. Srinivasan, who by this point had embraced Web3, which proposed to refound the internet on technologies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, no longer thought reading Reddit was enough to fight the system. Like Ulbricht, Srinivasan had come to the conclusion that cryptocurrencies provided the foundations for a completely different way of doing things, based on exit rather than coercion, which could challenge and transform state-based politics. Riffing on his idiosyncratic understanding of Thomas Hobbes, Srinivasan argued in his 2022 book, The Network State, that human social order had once been based on fear and worship of God, and then on fear and worship of the state. Now that faith in the state was plummeting, there was a new leviathan in town: crypto and internet-based networks. Crypto's underpinnings, blockchain and zero-knowledge proofs, enabled a new form of social organization that, on key dimensions, was becoming more powerful and more just than government. People could exit the system and use the crypto framework to roll out their own startup societies, on the model of startup companies organizing around single moral innovations such as reject the modern world Catholicism or keto diets. As more people created new societies on blockchain, the new Bitcoin/Web3 social order would begin to struggle for dominance against its older rivals, NYT/USD. The combination of the US media complex for brainwashing non-player characters and the US dollar, and CCP/RMB, the Chinese Communist Party and China's national currency. As smaller states defected from the cross-Pacific fight between the US media dollar nexus and Chinese communism, they might give diplomatic recognition to startup societies, creating network states and remaking the foundations of the global political order. The network state was uncompelling, but succeeded magnificently in portraying the immediate political hopes and peeves of Silicon Valley as grand secular forces contending to shape the planet's future. Srinivasan seemed to see technology entrepreneurs as the world historical equivalent of Marxist proletariat, like the neo-reactionary writer Curtis Yarvin, whom he sometimes leaned on. Founders were the hidden protagonists of history, the economic class whose particular interests and beliefs mapped onto the future wheel of humanity. With their singular visions, they would disrupt the old ways of politics, generating a vast array of startup societies that ordinary people could choose between, governed by the forces of market competition and the possibility of exit. You could leave your community if you didn't like it, or, if you had enough guts to be a founder, create your own. The critics and naysayers, bureaucrats, journalists, professors, and their ilk were the enemy, creators, and purveyors of the unthinking consensus that Yarvin and Srinivasan dubbed the cathedral. In 2023, Andreessen, who had defended Srinivasan's original speech and hired him after he made it, laid out an even more ambitious take. What was at stake in the battle between Silicon Valley and its detractors was not just the future of Earth but of the stars. Andreessen had previously denounced the existential risk movement with some justice as a millenarian cult, but then moved quickly to promote his own alternative faith. His widely discussed Techno-Optimist Manifesto was a Nicene Creed to progress, in which the words "we believe" appeared no less than 113 times. The creed had its own schedule of sins. Decelerating the development of AI was a form of murder, and it sought to convert the unbelievers through vigorous pulpit pounding. Those who had not yet seen the light needed to understand how humanity had been led astray by a mass demoralization campaign for 6 decades, against technology and against life, under varying names like existential risk, sustainability, ESG, sustainable development goals, social responsibility, stakeholder capitalism, precautionary principle, trust and safety, tech ethics, risk management, degrowth, the limits of growth, and so on. Such enemies of progress were holding us back from a future in which 50 billion people could live on Earth, spreading out to other planets, so that our descendants will live in the stars. Andreessen's enemies list reflected the broader articles of faith that were emerging among a Silicon Valley subculture. Thiel had already read out his own enemies list to a cheering audience at a 2022 Bitcoin conference, even though in 2021, he had suggested that Bitcoin was a Chinese financial weapon. After his public conversion to the blockchain, he announced that ESG, environmental and social governance, was the real enemy of Bitcoin and more or less identical with the Chinese Communist Party. Thiel called on his listeners to go out and take over the world. Like Srinivasan, indeed like Ulrich a decade before, he proposed a Manichaean view of the world as a struggle between the armies of cryptocurrency, freedom, and individuality, and the minions of the enemy, bent on frustrating the future and getting their thieving hands on the goodies. There are many things that could be said about how this emerging worldview has brought people who sincerely believe themselves to be committed to liberty and progress together with those who reject these commitments. Andreessen enthusiastically referenced Nick Land's arguments about the techno-capital machine, but did not mention Land's fantasies about how this machine would devour human individuality, replacing it, and perhaps the human race, with machinic desire. Looked at just a little askance, software eats the world is a Lovecraftian nightmare. Yet there is a much simpler problem. Behind all the convoluted future scenarios about the victory of the network state, conquering Bitcoin armies, and the glorious future of techno-optimism lies a business model that mistakenly fancies itself a political philosophy. The notion of moving fast and breaking things apatheicizes into a kind of Hegelian world spirit, so that the complexities of history boil away, leaving a sludge of repetitive claims about the endless battle between the forces of progress and the armies of darkness, the entrepreneurial disruptors against the defenders of old corruption. Profit models blur into grand plans to improve the human condition, and vice versa. Srinivasan, in addition to writing about the benefits of exit, has invested heavily in crypto. His network state conferences bring together investors and political activists into shared arguments and, perhaps, coordinated actions in the future. Andreessen Horowitz has not just invested in crypto but AI startups too, and has expressed its frustration at big incumbents like Microsoft/OpenAI, which it tacitly criticizes for building regulatory moats to protect their AI monopoly from newcomers. Andreessen's justified unhappiness with the AI existential risk cult seems to have spurred him to create his own chiliastic pseudo-religion, complete with patron saints. When Andreessen Horowitz organizes donations to friendly politicians, it promotes both its own investments and the larger causes of open source and Web3 at the same time. This is very far from crude cynicism. Leftists are fond of pointing fingers at the get-rich-quick culture of crypto and, increasingly, AI. They are far slower to recognize the core of genuine idealism at the heart of these movements. But idealism can make it harder, not easier, to see the truth of things, especially when your ideals reflect your own business model right back at you. It is hard not to be tempted by an ideology which suggests that your industry's approach to business and technology provides the basic matrix on which the entire future order of the planet and, perhaps, the nearer parts of the galaxy ought be constructed. It becomes remarkably easy to view counter-tendencies that frustrate your business interests or critics who puncture your personal amour propre as world-historic threats to progress, who need to be utterly defeated. Your business efforts can, almost imperceptibly, become entwined with grand narratives, in which you and your comrades are the heroes who bring about extraordinary changes in the history of the world and cosmos. All this makes it difficult even to discern the contradictions and awkward questions that attach to your ideology, as they do to all ideologies, let alone to address them. Something like this tendency likely led Ross Ulbricht down his extreme path. In an interview with Andy Greenberg, Ulbricht argued that Silk Road was part of a transformative epoch in the evolution of mankind, which was causing a monumental shift in the power structure of the world. A few months earlier, not long after arguing that voluntarist organizations like Silk Road were resistant to violence, Ulbricht had solicited the murder for hire of a Silk Road vendor called Friendly Chemist, who was threatening to publish the names and addresses of other Silk Road vendors and customers. This was just the start of a virtual murder spree in which Ulbricht paid for several untrustworthy associates and associates of associates to be assassinated. It is unlikely that anyone actually died. The affair probably began as an elaborate scam, and one of the purported hit men was actually an undercover Fed. Ulbricht, who was increasingly besieged by scammers and denial-of-service extortionists, could hardly go to the cops. But when it came down to it, he was perfectly willing to reach his own accommodation with the man, collaborating, as he believed, with organized crime to get treacherous Confederates rubbed out. Ulbricht has never publicly explained the contradictions between his political beliefs and his sordid actions. Very likely, he doesn't really see the gap. Our capacity to reason evolved so that we could tell ourselves and others plausible stories that justify what we want to believe, papering over the holes in our logic as necessary. It is difficult for a man to understand something when his business model depends on his not understanding it, but it's depressingly easy for him, or her, to come up with reasonable-sounding justifications for why they don't need to care. None of the more recent Silicon Valley ideologists has done anything like what Ulbricht tried to do. But the same belief that we are on the verge of a vast transformation, provided only the right forces prevail and the wrong ones are defeated, is leading in some unhealthy directions. A technological faction, mostly composed of people who are deeply and sincerely attached to the values of openness and progress, has become increasingly hostile to open debate with those who disagree with them, and to understandings of progress that are not fully consonant with their own. Again, this is not hypocrisy, but the ordinary workings of human minds. Inside the bubble, the contradictions are invisible. From outside, they are glaringly obvious. To promote open inquiry and free, market-based technological progress, you need an open society, not one founded on the enemy principle. The understandable desire to escape criticism, misunderstanding, and the frustrations of ordinary politics does not entail the radical remaking of the global geoeconomic order to confound the New York Times and its allies. The cult of progress and the techno-capital singularity are Hayek's religion of the engineers with the valences reversed, so that markets and AI rather than the state become the objects of worship. Over the last few years, Silicon Valley thinking has gotten drunk on its own business model, in a feedback loop in which wild premises feed into wilder assertions and then back. It's time to sober up. Too many Silicon Valley thinkers seem to view the centuries-long history of progress through the fisheye lens of their business model. What they should actually do, given their values, is look at their business model from the perspective of the centuries-long history of progress. I am very far myself from being a classical liberal, and am not the right person to say where this should end up. But I can make suggestions for where it ought to begin, by engaging with people within the same intellectual tradition, or related ones who have tried to take this longer view. At a minimum, today's Silicon Valley thought leaders should reread the thinkers whom they cite as inspirations to see where they actually say what they are taken to say, and where they come to different conclusions. Here, for example, Hirschman's Exit, Voice, and Loyalty presents a rather more complex argument about the relationship between voice and exit than Srinivasan suggests. Hirschman's famous essay on rival views of market society is politely skeptical about due commerce theories like Srinivasan's, which suggest that markets create their own basis for social order. Schumpeter believed that not just the creative destruction of entrepreneurs but the fiscal capacity of the state is essential to capitalist progress. Once, and not too long ago, Andreessen called for left liberals to think about how the state might build too. It would be good to see him return to those arguments and to genuine engagement with the people he disagrees with. But different starting points might lead to more interesting destinations. Ernest Gellner is far less read these days than he ought to be, but classic books like Plow, Sword and Book and Conditions of Liberty provide a powerful and astringent perspective on what is actually needed to sustain a political order in which discovery can take place, and people can organize around their particular interests and notions of the good life. Gellner emphasizes how wildly unlikely it is that modernity should have come into being. Structured rational inquiry does not come naturally to human beings, who for most of history lived in societies where the prevailing beliefs were an arbitrary jumble of commonly accepted myths and shibboleths. We live in an improbable world where civil society is, for the most part, strong enough to restrain the state, and the state is strong enough to restrain civil society from descending into religious war, for example. This is what Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson have called the narrow corridor. Gellner argues that this did not simply require the building up of state capacity, but the creation of a genuine civil society, in which people can freely enter and exit groups and other forms of economic, political, and social association without the swearing of blood oaths. He suggests that we might never have discovered this fragile equilibrium had it not been for chance outcomes in the struggle between religious sects and government a few centuries ago. If Gellner is right, then the kinds of voluntary association that Ulbricht and Srinivasan prize do not exist independently, but as the contingent byproduct of a particular set of political and social arrangements. The age of modular man, in which people can combine into effective associations and institutions without these being total, is a product both of a fragile balance of power with the state and the shared language, conventions, and national identity that the state underpins. Dreams of exit from the state-based system are just that. You cannot separate the parts of civil society that you like from the powers of government and the conflicting ambitions of other people with different political goals than yours. When you cut out government entirely, you revert to gangster capitalism of the kind that Ulbricht was speeding towards, or the internal tyranny of the clan or simple disorder. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. Similarly, you cannot separate out technological progress from the political and social conditions that enable it, as Andreessen wants to. Markets and technological progress do not exist in isolation. Those who disagree with Silicon Valley entrepreneurs over sustainability or the representation of stakeholders in key decisions are not servants of the enemies of progress. They are fellow citizens in a shared set of political, social, and economic arrangements, and their voices count too. When classical liberals daydream about how much easier things would be if only the engineers were in charge, they should look to the actual modern example of what this would involve: the People's Republic of China. And whatever else one may want to say about this regime, the Chinese Communist Party has not hesitated to punish venture capitalists and tech entrepreneurs who run afoul of political authorities. Other writers in the classical liberal tradition also have lessons. Karl Popper's arguments for the open society are still widely cited. Rather less attention is paid to his enthusiasm for economic experimentation by the state as well as by entrepreneurs. Douglas North won a Nobel Prize for his institutional account of how successful market economies evolved and came to work. He too stressed the necessity of the state as a final authority and an indispensable solution to the myriad transaction problems of the economy, provided that it was appropriately constrained. Together with John Joseph Wallace and Barry Weingast, he argued that open access orders required not just the creative destruction of the marketplace, but the creative destruction of democratic processes too, as those who lose elections innovate on policy to try to regain power. For openness to work, there needs to be a peaceful and predictable system for election transitions. Political competition furthermore serves as a partial antidote to corruption. None of these writers is necessarily right. All arguments of this kind are subject to revision and sometimes to refutation. But they demand attention from Silicon Valley libertarians because these writers are similarly committed to preserving the conditions for exit and progress, but under the aspect of eternity rather than Silicon Valley's homebrewed current thing. Rather than extrapolating contemporary desires and complaints into a grand long-term argument, they begin with the long-term perspective, providing a framework from which people might work their way back to understand the contemporary. How might this perspective be useful to the current problems that Silicon Valley and the rest of us face? Again, as someone who is not a classical liberal, I'm not the right person to provide answers. But some of the most important questions are clear. First, one cannot just assume that progress creates the conditions for its own success. The enabling conditions of modernity may very well have arisen as a result of a wildly unlikely historical accident. Creative destruction helps provide the growth that enables liberal societies to sustain themselves, but it should not destroy its own political and social preconditions. There are strong reasons to believe that liberalism is extremely difficult to sustain without democratic politics and the orderly turnover of power after elections. It is not clear that Silicon Valley's most vocal political commentators understand this, and indeed, as Rob Reich recounts, some important figures in Silicon Valley seem to be skeptical of democracy as such. But democracy seems to be inextricable from the open processes of discovery and self-determination that they do claim to value. Thus, exit is important, but it cannot be the single sustaining principle of a healthy politics. The Silicon Valley business model of founders and startups competing in a market cannot, and should not be, extended into a universal basis for order. Left-wing critics of exit capitalism like Raymond Crabe and Quinn Slobodian have provided histories of how the many past attempts to leave the system have either failed or turned out, like Ulbricht's Pirate Kingdom, to involve their own accommodations with the man. But these criticisms do not come simply from the left. A very broad body of right-leaning political economy comes to much the same conclusion, that one cannot separate out the system of market competition from its political and social underpinnings and expect it to thrive. If Silicon Valley wants to build new opportunities for exit as part of its business model, it should recognize the limits as well as the opportunities. There is some work by people sympathetic to the network state, notably that of Vitalik Buterin, that points in this direction, treating exit as a means of constraining the power of central authority rather than magically replacing it. Finally, and most generally, the open society is inevitably vexing. It is full of people who disagree with you, who have different aspirations and understandings of how to reach them, who will criticize you, annoy you, and make you generally unhappy. You can respond by pointing out the multitudinous ways in which they are wrong and seem to be readily taken in by obviously ludicrous beliefs. They can respond by pointing out your own particular stupidities and flaws, almost certainly with equal justice. For better or worse, this pain and mess is unavoidable. If you want to live in a free and open society, you have no choice but to endure it. When Silicon Valley thinkers fantasize about the exit door, it's hard to avoid the impression that they would dearly prefer not to have to put up with disagreement. That is an unsurprising human reaction. None of us love being contradicted, and we are all individually incapable of seeing the huge flaws and mistakes in our views of the world. These thinkers, and the rest of us too, should summon their courage to deal with it, and perhaps even turn their energies to thinking about how it could be channeled better and more usefully. Instead of book clubs that preach to the converted and Twitter/X pronouncements laying down the party line, they might begin to actively engage with those who disagree with them and work on projects that not only allow for that disagreement but make it useful. Perhaps there's a business model in that. Even if not, worsening geopolitics and internal political divides are amplifying each other more every day. Building a healthier relationship between technology entrepreneurs and the political institutions of a free society would benefit both the entrepreneurs themselves and their political opponents. There isn't any exit door. We're stuck in this together, and the sooner we all figure that out, the better. Despite all the attention and investment that Silicon Valley's recent startups have received, they have done little but lose money. Uber, Lyft, WeWork, Pinterest, and Snapchat have consistently failed to turn profits, with Uber's cumulative losses exceeding $25 billion. Perhaps even more notorious are bankrupt and discredited startups such as Theranos, Luckin Coffee, and Wirecard, which were plagued with management failures, technical problems, or even outright fraud that auditors failed to notice. What's going on? There is no immediately obvious reason why this generation of startups should be so financially disastrous. After all, Amazon incurred losses for many years, but eventually grew to become one of the most profitable companies in the world, even as Enron and WorldCom were mired in accounting scandals. So why can't today's startups also succeed? Are they exceptions or part of a larger, more systemic problem? Today's big losses are not what Silicon Valley founders and futurists predicted. artificial intelligence, driverless vehicles, ride-sharing, blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, and the Internet of Things were supposed to change the world, enabling a dramatic increase in productivity growth. The resulting wealth was expected to be so huge that we would be able to support the unemployed with a universal basic income, UBI. Indeed, Andrew Yang, a successful entrepreneur, ran for president in 2020 on a platform whose most notable feature was a UBI pledge. Furthermore, all these developments were supposed to be part of a larger technological revolution. According to many leading commentators and entrepreneurs, we are purportedly living in the most innovative time ever. And venture capitalists seem to agree. Their funding set a 5-year record between 2015 and 2019, with investments in a wide variety of industries, and 2020 set a new single-year record. My analysis of startups, however, shows that the big losses suffered by Uber, Lyft, WeWork, Pinterest, and Snapchat, greater than 50% of revenues annually, are just the tip of the iceberg. More than 90% of America's unicorns, startups valued at $1 billion or more while privately held before IPOs, lost money in 2019 or 2020, even though more than half of them were founded over 10 years ago. And a similar trend of losses holds for European, Indian, and Chinese startups. Of similar importance, recent analyses of venture capital (VC) firms show that returns on investments in VCs have barely exceeded those of public stock markets over the past 25 years, and their current losses suggest that returns will fall even further. Indeed, the low profitability of startups is a reflection of broader trends in the economy. The slowing productivity growth documented by Robert Gordon, stagnating innovation observed by Tyler Cowen, falling research productivity discussed by and Marie Knott, Nicholas Bloom, and others, and the declining impact of Nobel Prize research recently noted by Patrick Collinson and Michael Nielsen. In this article, I first discuss the abundant evidence for low returns on VC investments in the contemporary market. Second, I summarize the performance of startups founded 20 to 50 years ago, in an era when most startups quickly became profitable, and the most successful ones rapidly achieved top 100 market capitalization. Third, I contrast these earlier, more successful startups with Silicon Valley's current set of unicorns, the most successful of today's startups. Fourth, I discuss why today's startups are doing worse than those of previous generations and explore the reasons why technological innovation has slowed in recent years. Fifth, I offer some brief proposals about what can be done to fix our broken startup system. Systemic problems will require systemic solutions, and thus major changes are needed not just on the part of venture capitalists but also in our universities and business schools. A 2020 report by Morgan Stanley documents several key trends in venture capital, particularly the falling rate of returns over the last 40 years. These findings are summarized in Figure 1. Investments in VC funds by individuals and institutions have risen over the last 20 years, as have VC investments in startups, the latter reaching a record high in recent years. Yet returns on VC investment fell dramatically in the mid to late 1990s and have stayed low ever since, now barely higher than those of major stock market indices, an astonishing change when one considers the far higher risks associated with funding startups. Within this 20-year period, several major changes occurred in our startup system that have contributed to these low returns. First, investor exits for most startups, at least until 2020, are now largely accomplished by acquisition, rather than by taking companies public through an initial public offering (IPO) on the stock market. The problem here is that the returns on investment from an acquisition are typically much smaller than those from an IPO, and thus the trend towards acquisitions is probably one reason for the falling returns for VC over the last 25 years. Second, among those startups that do go public, the percent that are unprofitable at the time of their IPO has increased dramatically over the last few decades, exceeding 80% in recent years, according to analysis by Jay Ritter of the University of Florida. This increase has continued despite the falling overall percentage of IPOs versus acquisitions, a change that should have caused the percentage of unprofitable startups at IPO to fall. These two trends together form a vicious circle. Lower profitability at the time of IPO naturally leads to smaller share price increases and thus to lower returns for startup IPOs. These lower IPO returns in turn discourage startups from going public and thus drive the trend toward acquisition. But without profitability, incumbents will be unwilling to pay high prices for the startups that they acquire, and so returns on acquisitions will also fall. Lower acquisition valuations in turn affect IPO valuations. Poor IPO performance and low acquisition prices thus reinforce each other and jointly lead to poor returns for the original investors in VC funds. This decline in returns for venture capital is a serious problem for the U.S. economy, not only because it suggests that innovation is less profitable than in the past, but also because it significantly affects the investments of major institutions such as pension funds and university endowments. As shown in the previously cited Morgan Stanley report, these institutions have steadily increased their investments in VC funds since 1970. These institutions also invest in startup IPOs, and the data discussed in the next section indicate that pre-pandemic returns for investors in unicorn IPOs were negative. Venture capitalists will disagree with this analysis. They will emphasize that some VC funds are actually making money because returns are heavily skewed, and thus, overall, the system is working. This objection is partly correct. As shown in the Morgan Stanley report, a small percentage of investments does provide high returns, and these high returns for top-performing VC funds persist over subsequent quarters. Although this data does not demonstrate that select VCs consistently earn solid profits over decades, it does suggest that these VCs are achieving good returns. Therefore, such funds might still be considered good investments, despite broader trends. From a public policy standpoint, however, market averages are more important than the individual returns of a few successful VCs, because most investors cannot reliably distinguish between high and low-return funds. After all, the notion that high risk requires higher returns is an old one, taught in every introductory finance course, yet the VC system, on average, is not providing this risk premium. Thus, the VC system bears a closer resemblance to another form of risk-taking, gambling. Gambling also consistently offers low average returns but occasionally produces large payouts that are heavily skewed to a few big winners. And gamblers, like VC funds, tend to place their bets in the expectation that they will win one of these rare jackpots. But policymakers and the public should realize that average returns ought to be higher for risky investments than less risky ones. If they are not, it is time to rethink the value of VC. A glance at the rest of the developed world suggests that these problems of VC-funded startups are not exclusively American. The rest of the world got a late start with venture capital, but by the end of the 2010s, other nations were also setting new records in VC investments, particularly China and India. By June 2020, the number of unicorn startups in China, 227, had nearly equaled the number in America, 233. And global unicorns have now reached an enormous $1.9 trillion in total value. But, as I shall discuss below, the lack of VC profitability is a global problem, with Chinese funds earning only slightly better returns than American ones. There was a time when venture capital generated big returns for investors, employees, and customers alike, both because more startups were profitable at an earlier stage and because some startups achieved high market capitalization relatively quickly. Profits are an important indicator of economic and technological growth, because they signal that a company is providing more value to its customers than the costs it is incurring. A number of startups founded in the late 20th century have had an enormous impact on the global economy, quickly reaching both profitability and top 100 market capitalization. Among these are the so-called FAMing, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, and Google, which represented more than 25% of the S&P's total market capitalization and more than 80% of the 2020 increase in the S&P's total value at one point. In other words, the most valuable and fastest-growing companies in America in recent years. Rapidly growing startups of this type merit attention both because they are arguably the main factor driving returns to venture capital, rather than the average profitability of all startups, and because they are the principal cause of the creative destruction celebrated by Joseph Schumpeter and other economists. As can be seen in Figure 2, these giants reached profitability and top 100 market capitalization relatively quickly. 13 were profitably by year 5, and another 9 by year 10. 10 achieved top 100 market capitalization by year 10, and 16 by year 15. Only one took longer than 10 years to become profitable. Amazon and Qualcomm became profitable in year 10, a relatively long time within this group but far outpacing contemporary unicorns such as Uber, WeWork, Snapchat, and Pinterest, which still suffer losses greater than 50% of revenues at year 10 or later. Many of the successful startups of the late 20th century created value for workers as well as investors. In addition to high-paying jobs for semiconductor engineers, software engineers, laboratory scientists, and other white-collar workers, many of them also created well-paying blue-collar jobs, particularly the semiconductor manufacturers and other hardware companies that once employed thousands of workers in their production facilities. In this respect, also, they outshine the unicorns of more recent years, none of which employs production workers and few, if any, pay adequate wages to their blue-collar employees. Uber, Lyft, and other gig-work startups are major contributors to income inequality and thus have drawn significant political backlash, a reaction resulting in regulations that could bring about their ultimate collapse. In the contemporary startup economy, unicorns are purportedly disrupting almost every industry from transportation to real estate, with new business software, mobile apps, consumer hardware, internet services, biotech, and AI products and services. But the actual performance of these unicorns both before and after the VC exit stage contrasts sharply with the financial successes of the previous generation of startups, and suggests that they are dramatically overvalued. Figure 3 shows the profitability distribution of 73 unicorns and ex-unicorns that were founded after 2003 and have released net income and revenue figures for 2019 and/or 2020. In 2019, only 6 of the 73 unicorns included in Figure 3 were profitable, while for 2020, 7 of 70 were. The 6 profitable startups in 2019 included 3 financial technology, fintech, firms, GreenSky, Opportun, and Square, and 1 company each in e-commerce, Etsy, video communications, Zoom, and solar energy services, Sunrun. In 2020, 3 of these firms became unprofitable, Opportun, Square, and Sunrun, and 4 others became profitable, 3 e-commerce companies, Peloton, Purple Innovation, and Wayfair, and 1 cloud storage service, Dropbox. Thus, a remarkably small fraction of startup unicorns has achieved profitability, despite the fact that 45 of the 73 analyzed here were founded over 10 years ago. By contrast, 22 of the 24 startups listed above in Figure 2, including Amazon and Qualcomm, which lagged and achieved ING profitability, were earning profits already by year 10. Furthermore, there seems to be little reason to believe that these unprofitable unicorn startups will ever be able to grow out of their losses, as can be seen in the ratio of losses to revenues in 2019 versus the founding year. Aside from a tiny number of statistical outliers, 2 recent startups with huge losses and a third founded in 2010, which has a ratio of 8.6 not shown here. There seems to be little relationship between the time since a startup's founding and its ratio of losses to revenues. In other words, age is not correlated with profits for this cohort. Many of the startup unicorns included in Figure 3 had losses that were a significant fraction of revenues. In 2019, 21 of 73 had losses greater than 50% of revenues, and another 13, including Uber, Lyft, Pinterest, and Snapchat, had losses greater than 30%, not counting liquidations. In 2020, 19 of 70 had losses greater than 50% of revenues, and another 11 had losses greater than 30%. Furthermore, given the large number of unicorns that provide cloud computing, video conferencing, and other services that were increasingly necessary during the COVID-19 lockdowns, it is surprising that the ratios of losses to revenue did not improve more than they did, and that there was not a higher fraction of profitable unicorns in 2020. These facts suggest that many unicorns have little chance of ever achieving profitability, and even if some do, they already have large cumulative losses, more than $25 billion for Uber, that will have to be covered by future profits. When compared with profitability data from decades past, recent startups look even worse than already noted. About 10% of the unicorn startups included in Figure 3 were profitable, much lower than the 80% of startups founded in the 1980s that were profitable, according to Jay Ritter's analysis, and also below the overall percentage for startups today, 20%. Thus, not only has profitability dramatically dropped over the last 40 years among those startups that went public, but today's most valuable startups, those valued at $1 billion or more before IPO, are in fact less profitable than startups that did not reach such lofty pre-IPO valuations. The heavy losses experienced by many unicorns have also impacted their performance in the stock market. A comparison of unicorn stock performance with overall market changes through March 9, 2020, chosen to avoid the increased market volatility resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, shows that many unicorns have seen changes in their share prices smaller than those of the overall Nasdaq, the most relevant market index for startups. Of the 45x unicorns that were taken public before 2019, only 14 saw price increases larger than those of the Nasdaq, and only a few of these were profitable in 2019 Etsy, Square, Zoom, and 2020 Etsy, Zoom. Likewise, their relatively small market capitalizations also show the poor performance of unicorn startups. None of the publicly traded ex-unicorns had the $98 billion market capitalization required to be among the top 100 companies in 2019 or the $109 billion required for top 100 status in the first half of 2020.15. A remarkably small number were even a fraction of the way toward top 100 status by early 2019. Uber had a market capitalization of $60 billion at that time. Only 2 others, Square and Zoom, had greater than $20 billion, and 10 had between $10 and $20 billion. There is clearly still a long road ahead for even the most valuable ex-unicorns. Those unicorns that are still privately held do not look any more promising. Of the startups shown in Figure 3, 28 released their first net income figures after March 2020. None of these had profits in 2019, suggesting that few or none of the remaining privately held unicorns are profitable. The general trend among foreign startups matches that seen in America. A few European unicorns are profitable, e.g., TransferWise, but none are in India, South Korea, or Singapore. The biggest exception to this trend is China, where about 60% of unicorns are unprofitable, a high figure, though not as high as the 90% seen in the United States. But significant differences exist in the Chinese and US startup systems that likely account for China's superior performance. Notably, many Chinese unicorns or ex-unicorns are either spin-offs of or were founded by large incumbents, a factor that likely increases the chances of profitability and that is not typical for American unicorns. And most importantly, China's rapid rate of economic growth in the 21st century means that its startups were competing with much weaker incumbents at their founding than were America's startups. For instance, a Chinese startup founded in 2009 entered a domestic economy that was about 40% its current size and thus had much weaker competitors than an American unicorn founded at the same time. Therefore, contrary to initial appearances, China's unicorns are not performing significantly better than those of other nations, relative to their respective domestic economies. When analysis corrects for these differences, the percentage of unprofitable startups in China is quite similar. Finally, overall profitability in China, the United States, and elsewhere may actually get worse due to the easy availability of capital, thus enabling more startups to be formed and go public. One significant driver of this trend is the increasing presence of special-purpose acquisition companies, SPACs, informally known as blank check companies, which make it easier for startups to go public while still suffering losses or even making little or no revenue. Blank check companies are publicly traded shell companies that merge with private companies, enabling the private firms to sidestep the reporting requirements of an IPO. Mergers with blank check companies have contributed to a record number of startups going public at aggressive valuations in 2020, despite earning little or no revenue. For instance, driven by easy money and the rapid rise of Tesla stock, a group of electric vehicle and battery suppliers, Canoo, Fisker Automotive, Hyliion, Lordstown Motors, Nikola, and QuantumScape were valued combined at more than $100 billion at their listing. Likewise, dozens of biotech firms have also achieved billions of dollars in market capitalizations at their listings. In total, 2020 set a new record for the number of companies going public with little to no revenue, easily eclipsing the height of the dot-com boom of telecom companies in 2000. There are many reasons for both the lower profitability of startups and the lower returns for VC funds since the mid to late 1990s. The most straightforward of these is simply diminishing returns. As the amount of VC investment in the startup market has increased, a larger proportion of this funding has necessarily gone to weaker opportunities, and thus the average profitability of these investments has declined. The problem with the contemporary startup system, however, extends beyond the average return on investment. It also includes the decrease in the number of startups founded after 2004 that have achieved top market capitalization. If we set aside the unique social and economic conditions of 2020, not a single startup founded after 2004 is among the top 100 most valuable companies of 2019. Even if we include companies founded since 2000 in our analysis and count figures through 2020, there are only two exceptions to the trend: Facebook, founded in 2004, and Tesla, founded in 2003. But Tesla is a company that had less than 2% of the US auto market in 2019 and did not achieve its first annual profit until that year. Further, it would not have achieved this profit if it had not enjoyed substantial tax and regulatory credits, or if it had been obliged to split revenues with dealers or pay typical advertising costs as incumbents do. Thus, if we can ignore the hype around Tesla, a difficult thing to do in our hype-heavy media environment, it is clear that the startups founded during the last 15 years have been far less successful than those of the preceding 15 to 30 years. A more plausible explanation for the relative lack of startup successes in recent years is that new startups tend to be acquired by large incumbents such as the farming companies before they have a chance to achieve top 100 market capitalization. For instance, YouTube was founded in 2004 and Instagram in 2010. Some claim they would be valued at more than $150 billion each, pre-lockdown estimates, if they were independent companies, but instead they were acquired by Google and Facebook, respectively. In this sense, they are typical of the recent trend. Many startups founded since 2000 were subsequently acquired by farming, including new social media companies such as GitHub, LinkedIn, and WhatsApp. Likewise, a number of money-losing startups have been acquired in recent years, most notably DeepMind and Nest, which were bought by Google. There are several potential objections that might be raised against this argument. First, all the successful startups of the late 20th century listed in Figure 2 also made acquisitions, in some cases more than 50, that helped them increase their market capitalization. Cisco pioneered this strategy in the 1990s and was able to become the most valuable company in the world for a short time during the dot-com bubble. Similarly, Microsoft obtained PowerPoint through the acquisition of Forethought in 1987. PowerPoint went on to become an important part of its Windows suite of products, the success of which is a significant reason why Microsoft itself has not been disrupted by more recently founded startups. An even stronger objection to the acquisition argument is that it assumes new startups must challenge industries dominated by strong incumbents such as farming, for instance, social media. But most of the successful startups listed in Figure 2 also faced potential threats from strong incumbents. They avoided these threats, however, by initially commercializing new technologies that did not directly challenge the incumbents' interests, a tendency that was supported by the rapid evolution of Silicon Valley's technologies. Silicon Valley was given its name because of the large number of semiconductor companies established there between the 1950s and 1980s. But it soon diversified into disk drives, networking equipment, personal computers, workstations, and a wide variety of software products before the shift toward internet companies in the 1990s. Each of these technologies was commercialized by new startups partly because they involved genuinely new concepts, customers, and applications. By contrast, more recent startups that have been acquired by Silicon Valley incumbents, such as LinkedIn, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, and even GitHub, mostly involve some form of a single technology, social media. Overall, the most significant problem for today's startups is that there have been few, if any, new technologies to exploit. The internet, which was a breakthrough technology 30 years ago, has matured. As a result, many of today's startup unicorns are comparatively low-tech, even with the advent of the smartphone, perhaps the biggest technological breakthrough of the 21st century, 14 years ago. Ride-sharing and food delivery use the same vehicles, drivers, and roads as previous taxi and delivery services. The only major change is the replacement of dispatchers with smartphones. Online sales of juicers, furniture, mattresses, and exercise bikes may have been revolutionary 20 years ago, but they are sold in the same way that Amazon currently sells almost everything. New business software operates from the cloud rather than on-site computers, but pre-2000 startups such as Amazon, Google, and Oracle were already pursuing cloud computing before most of the unicorns were founded. Fintech startups use algorithms to find low-risk borrowers or insurance subscribers, but economic contraction has shown how sensitive these algorithms are to changes in the overall economy. Hence, their technology cannot be considered revolutionary. Other than artificial intelligence and data analytics, none of the technologies being developed by unicorns is a breakthrough comparable to those seen by previous generations of startups. But here, too, the large losses taken by ex-unicorns developing AI technology, the exponentially rising costs of achieving increases in accuracy, and the small market for AI in 2020 $17 billion, suggest that AI and data analytics are still a long way from being truly revolutionary. This lack of revolutionary technology has made it hard for unicorns to create value at a scale necessary to be profitable. Intel and Microsoft created value for personal computer manufacturers and final users by capitalizing on the rapid improvements in microprocessors, memory, and hard disks that occurred over the last 60 years. But rapid improvements of this sort are actually very rare. Many of the other late 20th century startups shown in Figure 2 directly benefited from the increase in memory described by Moore's Law, notably computer manufacturers such as Compaq, Dell, and Sun, and integrated circuit suppliers such as NVIDIA and Qualcomm. And most of the others, specializing in internet content and services, benefited indirectly from Moore's Law and from rapid improvements in fiber optic speeds and bandwidth. The huge amount of value that was created by the exponential growth of computing technology in the late 20th century enabled startups of that era to set high prices and thus secure high profits. Today's startups, however, cannot rely on such favorable technological circumstances, partly because cost per transistor has not declined since 2014. For instance, as noted above, rideshare services are only marginally more convenient than traditional taxi services, because they use the same vehicles, drivers, and roads as taxi services, so Uber and Lyft cannot transport more people per unit of time than do taxi companies. Without such productivity advantages and the additional value they create, it is all but impossible for contemporary startups to generate profits on the scale of Google or Amazon. This problem will only get worse as cities force Uber and other gig economy startups to pay higher wages to their workers. The late 20th century startups listed in Figure 2 were able to pay higher wages because they had much higher productivity than established firms in the industries they disrupted. Lacking this advantage and the increased revenue that it brings, today's startups will be unable to meet this standard. In addition, some contemporary startups have also entered industries that have traditionally been subject to significant state regulation and therefore face challenges much greater than those seen by the startups of previous decades. Taxi services, for instance, are regulated by city governments out of concern for congestion and other issues. These concerns and contests over city regulations continue to plague rideshare companies and also present an obstacle to new scooter and bicycle rental services. Fintech startups are trying to challenge traditional banks, a class of firms that has been heavily regulated since the Great Depression. Education startups are fighting to enter an even more highly regulated industry and risk being caught up in political clashes over public and private schools. In short, today's startups have targeted low-tech, highly regulated industries with a business strategy that is ultimately self-defeating. Raising capital to subsidize rapid growth and securing a competitive position in the market by undercharging consumers. This strategy has locked startups into early designs and customer pools and prevented the experimentation that is vital to all startups, including today's unicorns. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Grubhub are just a few of the well-known startups that have pursued this strategy, one that is used by almost every startup today, partly in response to the demands of VC investors. It is also highly likely that without the steady influx of capital that subsidizes below market prices, demand for these startup services would plummet, and thus their chances of profitability would fall even further. In retrospect, it would have been better if startups had taken more time to find good, high-tech business opportunities, had worked with regulators to define appropriate behavior, and had experimented with various technologies, designs, and markets, making a profit along the way. Our current startup system is clearly unable to produce or capitalize on revolutionary technologies, to generate significant profits or long-term growth, or to provide well-paying jobs for employees. The last of these deficiencies is the most immediately visible and politically compelling. The easy and arguably most popular thing to do would be to blame Uber and its fellow unicorns, require them to pay workers higher wages, and then watch them go bankrupt. But workers choose to work for Uber and other gig startups not because low wages are themselves appealing, but because these are the best employment opportunities that they can find. Thus, the employment practices of companies like Uber are not the ultimate problem, and simply legislating that they pay higher wages will not fix our broken startup system. Rather, we need venture capitalists and startups to create new products and new businesses that have higher productivity than do existing firms. The increased revenue that follows will then enable these startups to pay higher wages. The large productivity advantages needed can only be achieved by developing breakthrough technologies, like the integrated circuits, lasers, magnetic storage, and fiber optics of previous eras. And different players, VCs, startups, incumbents, universities, will need to play different roles in each industry. Unfortunately, none of these players is currently doing the jobs required for our startup economy to function properly. Venture capitalists have shown themselves to be far less capable of commercializing breakthrough technologies than they once were. Instead, as recently outlined in The New Yorker, they often seem to be superficial trend chasers, all going after the same ideas and often the same entrepreneurs. One managing partner at SoftBank summarized the problem faced by VC firms in a marketplace full of copycat startups. Once Uber is founded, within a year you suddenly have 300 copycats. The only way to protect your company is to get big fast by investing hundreds of millions. The article goes on to express skepticism of VCs in general. For decades, venture capitalists have succeeded in defining themselves as judicious meritocrats who direct money to those who will use it best. But examples like WeWork make it harder to believe that VCs help balance greedy impulses with enlightened innovation. Rather, VCs seem to embody the cynical shape of modern capitalism, which too often rewards crafty middlemen and bombastic charlatans, rather than hardworking employees and creative businesspeople. The poor performance of VCs and startups and the corresponding sense that they are mostly trend-chasing copycats are both indirect results of superficial training, and so part of the blame for these problems must fall on business schools and universities. In recent decades, business schools have dramatically increased the number of entrepreneurship programs, from about 16 in 1970 to more than 2,000 in 2014, and have often marketed these programs with vacuous hype about entrepreneurship and technology. A recent Stanford research paper argues that such hype about entrepreneurship has encouraged students to become entrepreneurs for the wrong reasons and without proper preparation, with universities often presenting entrepreneurship as a fun and cool lifestyle that will enable them to meet new people and do interesting things, while ignoring the reality of hard and demanding work necessary for success. Even worse, academics have at times compromised their role as researchers, partnering with corporations to publish scholarship that functions more as public relations material than critical analysis. For instance, leading scholars have recently published distorted articles about Uber in top economics journals, thus helping the company mislead the world about both its technological and economic value and its treatment of employees. Not only have these economists not acknowledged their mistakes, few business schools have publicly addressed the declining performance of startups. For instance, Harvard Business School's online technology entrepreneurship course, which began in April 2020, does not mention losses, production slowdowns, or other problems experienced by recent startups, instead regurgitating platitudes like, "Innovation is a burgeoning part of the economy." A big mistake business schools make is their unwavering focus on business model over technology, thus deflecting any probing questions students and managers might have about what role technological breakthroughs play and why so few are being commercialized. For business schools, the heart of a business model is its ability to capture value, not the more important ability to create value. This prioritization of value capture is tied to an almost exclusive focus on revenue. Whether revenues come from product sales, advertising, subscriptions, or referrals, and how to obtain these revenues from multiple customers on platforms. Value creation, however, is dependent on technological improvement, and the largest creation of value comes from breakthrough technologies such as the automobile, microprocessor, personal computer, and internet commerce. Platform business models for value capture are among the most discussed in our business schools, and they are used by many of today's money-losing startups, many of which developed platforms that match users and suppliers in different markets. This is what Uber's platform does for riders and drivers and what other startups do in food delivery, peer-to-peer loans, used cars, business software, and other areas of the sharing and gig economies. All these startups have been quick to hype their platforms in their IPO filings and other documents. Business schools have similarly promoted these platform-based businesses in their strategy and entrepreneurship courses because of the past success of startups such as Microsoft, Intel, and Google. But there have been significant technological changes over the past 30 years. PCs once created vast amounts of value through increases in processing power, which could then be shared among many members of the platform. But the end of Moore's law is in sight, and the successful platform-based businesses of the last generation may no longer provide a viable model for contemporary startups. The recent hype over Nikola, a problem-riddled vehicle startup, is a perfect example of the dangers of focusing excessively on platform business models. According to JP Morgan, Nikola's value lies in its big idea: to lease zero-emission hydrogen-powered vehicles to fleet operators that can refuel at future Nikola hydrogen fueling stations for a flat per-mile fee. A JP Morgan analyst in September 2020 cited the lease model and Nikola's partner-heavy approach as the company's most compelling aspects. This analysis might have come right out of a business school textbook, but it ignores the relative challenges of producing, storing, and distributing hydrogen and electricity, as well as the metrics of energy density and efficiency, both important considerations in determining how much value Nikola might actually create. For instance, making hydrogen fuel from water uses electricity in a process called electrolysis, a rather low-efficiency transformation, whereas electric vehicles run directly on electricity. The extra steps mean that hydrogen vehicles will always be less energy efficient than electric vehicles. Falling for a business model that completely ignores technical issues and their role in value creation is the road to poverty, but it is the road traveled by many business schools. Innovation curricula need to be carefully rethought. Potential innovators and entrepreneurs must learn about value creation if they are to have the capability to introduce breakthrough technologies that can increase productivity. This requires careful economic analysis that will highlight where the greatest costs are found in an existing industry and how a new technology might affect those costs. Investors might have avoided a massive bubble in Nikola and hydrogen vehicles, and startups might be able to generate better designs for ride-sharing, food delivery, business software, and other platforms if the economics of these technologies and their industries were effectively taught. Furthermore, business school professors and students alike must understand how rapid improvements in integrated circuits, magnetic storage, and fiber optics enabled so many of the breakthrough technologies of the late 20th century. In short, that technologies, not business models, enabled many of the successful startups of the previous generation to succeed. Further relaxing the stranglehold of business education on our venture capital and startup systems, for instance, by relocating innovation programs within the university to engineering schools, or by hiring fewer business school graduates into VCs, is another way to address this problem. University engineering and science programs are also failing us because they are not creating the breakthrough technologies that America and its startups need. Although some breakthrough technologies are assembled from existing components and thus are more the responsibility of private companies, for instance, the iPhone, universities must take responsibility for science-based technologies that depend on basic research, technologies that were once more common than they are now. New technologies such as semiconductors, lasers, LEDs, glass fiber, and fiber optics played a major role in the story of startups and venture capital in the late 20th century. Through their rapid improvements, these technologies provided startups with profits, VCs with great returns, and workers, including engineers and production workers, with well-paying jobs that are not appearing like they once did. In order to replicate that success now, some of today's startups should be commercializing nanotechnology, superconductors, quantum computers, and bioelectronics. Theranos tried but failed, as well as new forms of solar cells, transistors, and computers, e.g. neuromorphic computers, not just the low-end technologies of gig work, social media, and cloud computing. If these new technologies were being developed, we would also expect a boost in well-paying jobs for blue-collar workers. This decline in technological breakthroughs cannot be attributed to a lack of funding. Governments have been funding university research for more than half a century, yet research productivity has declined overall, including research into semiconductors, agriculture, and pharmaceuticals. Other than the internet being commercialized in the 1990s, the technological foundations of which were created in the 1960s and 1970s, few new science-based technologies have emerged in the last 30 years, and the small number of successes were mostly achieved by foreign competitors. Lithium-ion batteries, OLEDs, and solar cells, for instance, were commercialized by Japanese, Korean, and Chinese companies. Even Nobel Prize-winning research seems to lead to fewer technological breakthroughs than in the past, according to a survey of top scientists. Asked to compare pairs of research projects that had won the Nobel Prize, scientists judged that the most important research in physics was done in the early part of the 1900s. Perhaps more importantly, few awards have been given to scientists for research done since 1990, not only in physics but also in chemistry and medicine. Yet we would expect to see a rising importance ascribed to later research in these fields, given the increase in university funding and the associated increase in PhD students and publications in recent decades. Furthermore, looking at some of these prizes in more detail reveals that much of the research work was done at corporate and not university labs. For instance, among Nobel Prizes for physics and chemistry awarded since 2000 in lithium-ion batteries, LEDs, charge-coupled devices, lasers, integrated circuits, and optical fiber, 9 of the 17 recipients did their work at corporate labs. The only high-impact award that solely involved university research was graphene. Many scientists point to the nature of the contemporary university research system, which began to emerge over half a century ago, as the problem. They argue that the major breakthroughs of the early and mid-20th century, such as the discovery of the DNA double helix, are no longer possible in today's bureaucratic, grant-writing, administration-burdened university. The idea of scientists following their hunches to find better explanations and thus better products and services has yielded to the reality of huge labs pursuing grants to keep staff employed. Young scientists have become mere cogs in a grant-seeking machine, forced to suppress their curiosity and do what they are told by senior colleagues who are overwhelmed by administrative work. Two-author papers, like the one describing the structure of DNA, have been replaced by 100-author papers. Scientific merit is measured by citation counts and not by ideas or by the products and services that come from those ideas. Thus, labs must push papers through their research factories to secure funding, and issues of scientific curiosity, downstream products and services, and beneficial contributions to society are lost. Nobel laureates have similar criticisms of the contemporary culture of academic research. Various laureates in biochemistry, biology, computer science, and physics have claimed that they would now be denied funding for their prize-winning research because of grant-issuing bodies' preference for less risky projects. One physicist even claims he could not get a job today. In today's climate, every project must succeed, and thus our scientists study only marginal, incremental topics where the path forward is clear and a positive result is virtually guaranteed. A first step toward fixing our sclerotic university research system is to change the way we do basic and applied research in order to place more emphasis on projects that may be riskier but also have the potential for greater breakthroughs. We can change the way proposals are reviewed and evaluated. We can provide incentives to universities that will encourage them to found more companies or to do more work with companies. But I think we should consider more radical changes, including a return to the culture of research that flourished in an era when more science-based technologies were being commercialized. One option is to recreate the system that existed prior to the 1970s, when most basic research was done by companies rather than universities. This was the system that gave us transistors, lasers, LEDs, magnetic storage, nuclear power, radar, jet engines, and polymers during the 1940s and 1950s. Apart from these past successes, there are a number of structural reasons why conducting basic research at corporate labs is likely to produce more useful results than in universities. First, corporate scientists are focused more on solving problems, whereas scientists in universities must also take on the administrative work of writing papers, often in collaboration with dozens of co-authors, managing PhD students and postdocs, reading dissertations and draft papers, writing letters of recommendation, and filing grant proposals to keep themselves, their students, and their staff employed. Unlike their predecessors at Bell Labs, IBM, GE, Motorola, DuPont, and Monsanto 70 years ago, top university scientists are more administrators than scientists now, one of the greatest misuses of talent the world has ever seen. Corporate labs have smaller administrative workloads because funding and promotion depend on informal discussions among scientists and not extensive paperwork. Second, the informal discussions and collaboration characteristic of corporate labs allows the scientists who work there to make better decisions about both the merits of different designs in the short term and problem-solving approaches for the long term. These informal discussions can also focus on issues of cost and performance, how to measure them, and how to improve the technologies along these metrics. Such discussions rarely occur in universities because their goal is the publication of research rather than the development of new products and services. Third, conducting basic research at corporate laboratories can help avoid the problem of hyperspecialization in academia. Because publications are the key output of university professors, there has been a growing number of journals over the last 50 years to accommodate the growing number of university scientists, and these journals have become increasingly specialized. For example, Nature now publishes more than 144 journals, and the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers more than 200. This growing specialization turns professors into narrowly focused researchers unable to understand not only the needs of the marketplace but also the metrics of cost and performance for a new technology, which should dictate long-term goals. Relocating more basic research to corporate labs can reduce the specialization by placing scientists in an organization whose goal is to commercialize new technologies. We can return basic research to corporate labs by providing much stronger incentives for companies, or cooperative alliances of companies, to do basic research. A scheme of substantial tax credits and matching grants, for instance, would incentivize corporations to do more research and would bypass the bureaucracy-laden federal grant process. This would push the management of detailed technological choices onto scientists and engineers and promote the kind of informal discussions that used to drive decisions about technological research in the heyday of the early 20th century. The challenge will be to ensure these matching funds and tax credits are in fact used for basic research and not for product development. Requiring multiple companies to share research facilities might be one way to avoid this danger, but more research on this issue is needed. Restoring America's venture capital and startup system to its successful past will require significant changes in how venture capitalists, startups, business professors, and university scientists and engineers do their work. We need less hype, more realistic economic analysis, and more breakthrough technologies. But achieving the latter will require us to rethink completely how basic and applied research are conducted and commercialized. So far, the year 2022 has certainly looked like a deflating technology bubble. After a decade of rising market caps, stocks for formerly hot tech companies fell far below their recent highs. By September 2022, exercise equipment maker Peloton was down 90% from a year before. Ride-sharing company Lyft had fallen 70%. Video conferencing firm Zoom, 70%, electric vehicle manufacturer Rivian, 60%, Meta or Facebook, 60%, Netflix, 60%. The gory list goes on. Many recent new technologies have simply failed to meet expectations. For instance, despite predictions that the economic gains from AI would reach $15 trillion by 2030, the market for AI in 2021 was only $51.5 billion, expected to reach $62 billion in 2022. This downturn is occurring at the end of record spending on innovation by venture capital firms and incumbents such as Google. Futuristic technologies such as quantum computing, nuclear fusion, bioelectronics, and synthetic biology have received massive funding in recent years. And while exuberance around a host of new technologies from the past decade, like self-driving cars, delivery apps, home flipping, and augmented reality recedes, VCs are working to inflate new bubbles around other much-hyped technologies, such as the metaverse and Web3, which is a part of the wider excitement around blockchain technologies. The shelf life of ebullience for the metaverse and Web3 is, of course, unclear, but a much more important question is this one. How do such technology bubbles affect the broader economy and society? Answering this question requires looking at the broader economic and social context in which these bubbles develop. Of course, this broader context is large and complex, but here is one road in. For at least a century now, there has been a widespread faith that technological progress will improve human well-being, including via economic growth. For much of the 20th century, new industries developed around new technologies. These industries created well-paying jobs and flourishing communities. Use of the new technologies improved quality of life and, by enhancing productivity in mass production industries, greatly reduced prices, leading to even relatively poor people being able to afford increasing quantities of both necessities and modern conveniences. The period from the late 19th to the mid-20th centuries witnessed a remarkable era of innovation, perhaps the most significant in human history. Running water, electricity, mass production, the telephone, and the automobile provided improvements to our standard of living that have not been equaled by recent innovations. But as economist Robert Gordon examined in his book The Rise and Fall of American Growth, the technological growth engine hit hard times beginning in the 1970s. With the brief exception of a period between 1994 and 2004, which we will examine in greater detail below, improvements to business efficiency or productivity have remained stubbornly low since the 1970s. This period of low productivity growth has remained true right up through the technology bubble of the last decade, when technophiles were singing the praises of robots and AI. Indeed, contrary to expectations that the COVID-19 pandemic would spur ever-widening adoption of automation in businesses, productivity was negative for the first 2 quarters of 2022. Meanwhile, basic economic conditions have become more precarious for many people. For the past decade, the United Way's ALICE program has attempted to measure how much of the population faces economic hardship, taking into account both the cost of living and available incomes. Working at the county level in about half of the United States, ALICE routinely finds that about 40% of the population struggles to make ends meet. While this reality hits some groups harder than others, it affects all races, genders, and other identities, from the majority of white populations in, for example, dyeing manufacturing and mining towns in Appalachia to majority black populations on the south side of Chicago or rural Alabama. The reality of hardship plays out in places with long-standing black poverty, examined in classics like William Julius Wilson's When Work Disappears, 1996, as well as Ian Case and Angus Deaton's study of the more recent rise of deaths of despair. Our question is whether newly hyped technologies like the metaverse, Web3, and blockchain have any chance of changing this basic picture. There are many reasons to be skeptical that they can. In many ways, the metaverse and Web3 are merely a pivot by Silicon Valley, an attempt to gain control of the technological narrative that is now spiraling downward due to the huge startup losses and the financial failure of the sharing economy and many new technologies. Huge startup losses along with the small markets for new technologies have brought forth novel criticisms of Silicon Valley. If we are correct that the newest wave of hot technologies will do almost nothing to improve human welfare and productivity growth, then elected officials, policymakers, leaders in business and higher education, and ordinary citizens must begin to search for more fundamental solutions to our current economic and social ills. In what follows, we will first review Web3 and the metaverse. Multiple industry insiders claim that these technologies require far better infrastructure than currently exists, and that their constituent technologies of blockchain, crypto, virtual and augmented reality, VR and AR, aren't working well by themselves. Second, we examine the economic effects of bubbles by comparing the current technology bubble to past ones. The biggest difference is that some goods did emerge from the dot-com bubble, but not from the housing bubble, and probably not much will result from the current bubble either. Third, we describe changes in America's system of basic and applied research that might be preventing new, more useful ideas from emerging, particularly those based on advances in science. Finally, we sketch out alternative roads for future technological and economic development. The current ecology of technology, including venture capital and both corporate and university R&D, is failing society. Together, we must look for other paths forward. Many technology suppliers have already thrown cold water on the overall concepts of the metaverse and Web3. An Intel executive says, truly persistent and immersive computing, at scale and accessible by billions of humans in real time, will require even more, a 1,000 times increase in computational efficiency from today's state-of-the-art. Even Meta admits that its grand ambition of building the ultimate metaverse won't be possible if there aren't drastic improvements in today's telecom networks. Indeed, vague terms like Web3 and the metaverse seem designed to fool people, to convince them that companies using this marketing have come up with something new that hasn't been tried before. After years of investment and promotion, two key parts of the metaverse, virtual and augmented reality, are still not popular, probably because they don't work well. Poor resolution, low brightness, bulky headsets, and lack of additional sensory feedback have produced poor experiences for most VR users, including inducing nausea when using the goggles. Other aspects have not been improved for decades, including headset size. Apparently, it is difficult to make devices smaller without sacrificing field of view, which is a big reason why typical AR headsets have a field of view that is too small to be useful. Proponents don't seem to realize that both VR and AR will require years, if not decades, of improvement. A recent leak of meta documents, reported by the Wall Street Journal, revealed that metaverse user numbers are far below expectations, that most users don't return after the first month, and that virtual real estate trading volumes are down 98% in 2022. Web3 has similar problems with its enabling technologies. While it isn't our job to define the nebulous term Web3, we do know that two key constituent technologies, crypto and non-fungible tokens, NFTs, are not doing well. After years of proponents claiming it was a great hedge against inflation in so-called fiat currencies, some types of crypto have collapsed, exchanges have gone bankrupt, and even the most popular cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, has seen its price decline by more than half in the last 6 months. This has also pushed down the prices of digital tokens. The prices of NFTs plunged in the first half of 2022. So far, these seem to be products in search of an economic rationale. Blockchain is also a disappointment despite being initially developed in the 1960s and reintroduced 14 years ago by an unknown person or persons under the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. Journalist Isabella Kaminska, testifying before the UK House of Commons Science and Technology Committee on blockchain in mid-2022, stated that she can't think of a single successful deployment of blockchain outside of financial speculation. During 2016 and 2017, there was a lot of hype surrounding blockchain technology, but now in 2022, when we look back, almost nothing has come out of that hype. The problem is that most implementations must sacrifice some part of the blockchain concept, which can be summarized as an open-source technology that supports trusted, immutable records of transactions stored in publicly accessible, decentralized, distributed, automated ledgers. The key points of differentiation with existing technologies here are trusted, immutable, publicly accessible, transparent, decentralized, and distributed. Because the term distributed actually means replicated, there are typically many copies of the underlying datasets in which updates must be synchronized via a convoluted and sometimes inordinately inefficient process known as consensus. This makes blockchain highly inefficient, especially in energy usage, and it has hit insurmountable roadblocks in throughput and performance. As a result, constraints such as trusted by consensus and decentralized have been dropped in so-called permission blockchains, i.e., blockchains created and operated by some form of central authority. Having a central authority does, of course, eliminate an important selling point, the decentralization. Nevertheless, it was hoped that these permissioned blockchains would be much more efficient than permissionless versions. But unfortunately, relaxing these constraints only undermined a key rationale behind blockchain without delivering much success in other areas. One such example was Facebook's plan in 2019 to create a global digital currency called Libra, which would be built upon a global blockchain and would supposedly empower millions of the world's unbanked poor. After building an impressive proof of concept, Facebook faced resistance from legislators and regulators and dropped the idea, though it lives on in a much reduced form. In the following year, an analysis by a pro-blockchain organization, the British Blockchain Association, showed that a vast majority of the blockchain projects they surveyed had no well-described rationale, no predetermined criteria for achievement, and no analysis of success or failure. In other words, they were merely pie-in-the-sky ideas, based on hype rather than detailed analysis or justification. And none of the projects benchmarked themselves against existing, proven technologies. For example, in cooperation with both small producers and large retailers, such as Walmart, IBM claimed to have built blockchain supply chains in the food trust area. But this solution was, in fact, centralized, driven by Walmart with no consensus, and with transparency that can be implemented using privacy functions built into existing database technology. Similarly, the use of blockchain has been trumpeted in shipping supply chains, most prominently in a project led by Maersk and, again, IBM. Unfortunately, this logistics blockchain system looks like a conventional software system, with the only discernible use of blockchain being a list of document versions which could be handled, perhaps even better, in a conventional database. Meanwhile, a similar, large blockchain-based shipping program operating as We.Trade has recently closed down after running out of cash. Perhaps the most notable example of blockchain being deployed as the wrong solution to the wrong problem is the case of the chess replacement project undertaken by the Australian Securities Exchange, ASX. This project, to replace the venerable chess equities settlement system, was first started at the height of the blockchain hype in 2017 by the ASX and a fledgling US software company, Digital Asset. Unfortunately, the project has exceeded its budget by at least a factor of 5, announced 5 separate delays in delivery, and is currently on hold, pending the outcome of yet another independent inquiry. Point 3 in summary, many blockchains have been forced, by the realities of business requirements, to deviate significantly from their initial concepts and have been reduced to little more than blockchains in name only. There are arguably bubbles around new technologies like blockchain, the metaverse, and Web3, but the larger question is how these bubbles will affect the broader economy and society. Here it is helpful to compare our current moment to 2 previous bubbles, namely the dot-com bust and the housing bubble, which burst in 2000 and 2008, respectively. What we find is that our current bursting bubble shares some things in common with both, including layoffs, cutbacks, large losses in asset values, and potentially looming bankruptcies. But while the dot-com bubble led to significant advances in technology and business organization, our current bubble seems more like the housing bust, because few real gains are likely to be left once the bubble deflates. Startups with big losses, no revenues, and large debt-to-income ratios did successful IPOs during the dot-com bubble, just as they have again in recent years. From its peak in March 2000, the Nasdaq fell 60% in a single year, and hundreds of dot-com startups went bankrupt. During the housing bubble, banks provided subprime mortgages and repackaged them into seemingly low-risk investments that ended up proving very risky. Markets fell about 50% from their peak in late 2007, and the 2008 crash led to bankruptcies for 64,318 firms, including Lehman Brothers and government-brokered rescues from bankruptcy as in the case of Merrill Lynch. Yet, in exploring such similarities, it is easy to lose sight of how many successful technologies and businesses came out of the dot-com years. The dot-com bubble gave us e-commerce, websites for news and other content, enterprise software such as customer relationship management and manufacturing resource planning, and the widespread use of mobile phones. These changes also quickly led to large markets. E-commerce, internet hardware, software, and mobile service revenues reached $446, $315, $282, and $230 billion, respectively, by 2000 in 2020 dollars. PC revenues were $132 billion in 1990. Internet-connected personal computers also likely led to significant economic growth, with a period of high productivity gains between 1994 and 2004 that outpaced both the period from 1970 to 1994 and the period between 2004 and the present. The dot-com bubble also gave us many successful startups. Those that have achieved top 100 market capitalization include Amazon, Cisco, Qualcomm, Yahoo, eBay, Nvidia, PayPal, and Salesforce, several within 10 years of their founding and most within 20 years. Some are still among the top 100 in market capitalization. The growth continued in the 2000s. Cloud computing had global revenues of $127 billion by 2010, and online advertising reached $81 billion in the same year, in 2020 dollars. Facebook had 550 million users by the end of 2010. The iPhone was introduced in 2007, the App Store in 2008, and Android phones also in 2008. The global revenues for smartphones reached $293 billion by 2012, and web browsing, navigation services, and other apps were widely used. Facebook, Netflix, and Google are 3 startups that benefited from these new technologies and are now among the top 100 in terms of market capitalization. We see something different in the 2010s, a decade of growing markets for existing technologies but less so for new ones. Although revenues for e-commerce, cloud computing, smartphones, online advertising, and other technologies continue to grow, only one single category of new digital technology achieved $100 billion in sales by 2021, and that was big data. Other new technology categories faltered. For instance, despite all those promised deliveries from drones, commercial drones had a market size of only $21 billion. The markets for VR and AR, expected to explode during the pandemic, only reached $6 and $25 billion, respectively. The market size for blockchain applications, not cryptocurrencies, the basis for much of Web3, was $4.9 billion. The market for AI software and services was bigger at $58.3 billion, similar to that of OLED displays at $53 billion. What these smaller market sizes mean is that, compared to the earlier technologies we mentioned, individuals at both work and home have thus far found the technologies of the 2010s less useful than earlier ones. If the new technologies were useful, more people would have bought them, and the technology's respective market sizes would have grown much faster. Big data was the only one of these new digital technologies to exceed $100 billion in 2021, if we include analytics and AI, reaching $163 billion. The backlash to these algorithms, however, has been huge, beginning at least as early as 2016 with Cathy O'Neill's book Weapons of Math Destruction. Algorithms that predict crimes, determine sentencing, decide the parole of imprisoned convicts, identify criminals through photos, or aid social workers have continued to be criticized in 2022. And the ones used to predict housing prices or insurance claims or fraud have led to big losses for startups. All in all, it is hard to claim that big data has brought benefits equal to that of PCs, e-commerce, and smartphones of previous decades. The small markets for new technologies are a big reason why today's unicorn firms, or private startups with a valuation over $1 billion, are far less successful than those of the dot-com bubble. A simple metric to compare them is cumulative losses, the losses accumulated prior to profitability. 16 of today's unicorn startups now have greater than $3 billion in cumulative losses. Uber has the biggest losses, $31.2 billion, in the United States. At the end of 2021, there were 77 publicly traded unicorns with cumulative losses greater than annual revenues. In comparison to past success stories, this feat was briefly achieved only by Amazon when its cumulative losses peaked at $3 billion more than 15 years ago. Similar problems exist outside the United States, with many ex-unicorns having similarly large cumulative losses in China, India, and Singapore. Video streaming service Kuaishou has the largest cumulative losses of any ex-unicorn as of mid-2022, $57.4 billion. Many others have cumulative losses higher than their 2020 revenues. Then there are the market capitalizations of these startups, particularly the American ones. Yahoo, founded in 1994, reached the top 100 global firms by year 5, Google by year 8, and eBay by year 10. But among today's unicorns, many of which were founded 15 years ago, none are among the top 100. Only one, Airbnb, is among the top 200, and 3 others are among the top 300, Uber, Moderna, Snowflake. Only Moderna is profitable. If we focus on AI startups, the results are even worse. Only 2 publicly traded companies, SoundHound and C3.ai, can be truly defined as AI firms, and their market capitalizations are less than $2 billion each. If we expand the scope of AI and include big data and other aspects of software, the situation looks slightly better. Companies among the top 500 include Snowflake, data warehousing, and CrowdStrike, security. But neither are even close to being profitable. To summarize, when the dot-com bubble deflated, we were left with lasting improvements such as e-commerce, digital media, and enterprise software, but our current bubble has involved investors running up the stock prices of firms working on technologies that have produced demonstrably less value. When the air goes out of this bubble, we very well may be left with hardly anything of value at all. Changes in basic and applied research. While venture capitalists are partly to blame, America's system of basic and applied research has also undergone major changes since the early years of Silicon Valley's success, changes that have likely caused fewer genuine science-based opportunities to emerge as candidates for commercialization. Silicon Valley was named for silicon-based semiconductors, one type of science-based technology, which powered much of America's innovation in the last half of the 20th century. Other important technologies that emerged from scientific research in the mid-20th century include polymers, i.e. plastics, nuclear power, lasers, jet engines, radar, LEDs, and glass fiber, many of which earned their developers Nobel Prizes. The biggest change from that era is the decline of basic and applied research at companies. Until the 1970s, most of this research was done at corporate laboratories such as Bell Labs, RCA, and DuPont, research that led to both Nobel Prizes and real products and services such as transistors, integrated circuits, plastics, and radar. This dominance began to change in the 1960s, for many reasons, one being the increased funding for universities. Increases in funding caused the number of PhD degrees awarded annually in the United States to rise more than 8 times since 1950. In some social circles, it is now considered much more prestigious to work for a university than a corporate laboratory. Universities train PhD students to become adept at the former and not the latter. They learn to do literature searches and write papers while product commercialization is largely forgotten. Universities are proud of their PhD students who become professors. Corporate research is seen as second class. But there are many problems with higher education becoming the primary locus of basic and applied research, and thus the main source of new ideas to be commercialized. First, there is far too much emphasis placed on publishing papers and not enough on developing new technologies up to the point at which companies can commercialize them. There are even too many papers for researchers to read, causing publication counts or dubious indices like the H-index to become mostly useless. Counting the number of publications or calculating H-factors has created an environment of quantity over quality, in which the status of the submitter often determines the outcome. Papers with more than 100 authors are not uncommon. Some estimates say half of all peer-reviewed articles are not read by anyone other than the author, journal editor, and reviewers. This publish-or-perish culture has also encouraged researchers to game the system, which undermines the usefulness of publication and citation counts. This is an example of Goodhart's law. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. For science and research conducted at universities, a publication list determines every hire, grant application, promotion case, and salary review, and thousands of today's professors have much higher H-indices than did Albert Einstein and Richard Feynman. A similar process of routinization has transformed other parts of the scientific landscape. Grant applications are more rigidly structured, elaborate, and hype-ridden, as are requests for research time at major observatories or national laboratories. And anything involving work with human subjects, or putting instruments in space, involves heaps of paperwork. Overall, there has been an enormous increase in the amount of paperwork university researchers must do. These professionalizing tendencies are an all but inevitable consequence of the explosive growth of modern science. Standardization makes it easier to manage large numbers of papers, applications, and people. But a lot of unproductive effort goes into jumping through bureaucratic hoops, and outsiders face barriers to entry at every turn. No wonder science and innovation have slowed. One scientist argued in Nature that scientists must publish less, or good research will be swamped by the ever-increasing volume of poor work. A recent study found that more papers impedes the rise of new ideas. Another problem is that mainstream scientific leaders increasingly accept that large bodies of published research are unreliable in almost every field, including cancer research, yet published papers that fail a replication experiment are often cited more than those that pass one because they make bolder claims. Behind this unreliability is a destructive feedback loop between the production of poor quality science, the responsibility to cite previous work, and the compulsion to publish. Another result of an obsession with papers is more journals. If you want more papers, you need more journals, and as a result, we certainly have more journals. The number of worldwide researchers, journals, and journal articles has risen, increasing by about 60% just in the 13 years between 1982 and 1995, followed by another 20% increase in the number of journals between 2002 and 2014. And it is not just more low-tier journals, the number of high-tier journals is also growing. The number of journals published by the Association of Computing Machinery has reached 59, while the number published by the American Chemical Society has hit 39, the Society of Mechanical Engineers, 35, the Physical Society, 15, and the Medical Association, 13. The number of transactions, journals, and magazines published by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers exceeds 200, and the number published by Nature has reached 157, up from 50 years ago, with each journal representing a different specialty. Universities encourage this hyperspecialization. One recent paper analyzed the evaluation decisions for more than 40,000 academics. It found that scholars are penalized in their careers because gatekeepers in scientific disciplines may perceive multidisciplinary scientists as threats to the distinctiveness and knowledge domain of individual disciplines. Interestingly, the highest performers among multidisciplinary candidates are the ones who are most penalized. Those who are brilliant are also those who may bring disruption to a discipline, and hence are penalized more than those with a middling track. Can we expect hyperspecialized researchers to develop something of use to society? Doing so requires the integration of many types of different information, and when it is spread across so many journals, who could possibly do this? Even if we ignore the more prosaic tasks of manufacturing, marketing, and accounting, just finding a new concept is difficult for hyperspecialized researchers. What should we do? The problems in America's system of basic and applied research will not be easy to solve. Nor does returning to a system of the past guarantee success, as many past successes occurred for unknown or hard-to-explain reasons. Trying to recreate the past without understanding these reasons can easily lead to a worse situation. There will also be a tendency to ignore these problems and just forge ahead with more government funding. But more money without reform will likely give us more PhD students, more papers, and bigger labs, without giving us more new breakthrough products and services. Nor is there any guarantee that more government funding for development will improve the situation. VCs are currently giving record amounts of funding to nuclear fusion, superconductors, quantum computers, bioelectronics, think of Theranos, without results, so more government funding in and of itself will not necessarily make things better. Rather, the lack of success in these areas suggests that many, if not all, of these new technologies aren't ready for development. They need significant improvements in performance and cost, something that does not appear to be coming from more papers, which place more emphasis on issues dear to academics like theory and novelty than on practical improvements. Somehow, we must change this paper mentality to an improvement mentality, in which university researchers work with corporations, perhaps alliances of them, to make the improvements. Doing this will be difficult not only because academics and funding agencies must be given new incentives, but also because the corporate side is weak. For instance, there are very few big electronic, materials, or other high-tech companies in America that still have large corporate laboratories, big pharma is an exception, and that can work with universities. America does not have a major supplier of displays, batteries, or solar cells, and outside of software, it has only Micron and Intel as suppliers of electronic hardware. Can we expect Facebook, Google, or Microsoft to do the basic and applied research that might lead to useful superconductors, nanotechnology, bioelectronics, or nuclear fusion? Building stronger universities and VCs and consulting firms will require big changes in how we measure researchers. Counting publications or calculating H factors are clearly insufficient. Since these people are supposed to be a source of new ideas, we should measure them by how good their ideas are. Which ideas led to new products, services, or solutions? Who came up with them? Which journals published them? Which government agencies funded them? Developing this type of research system requires us to move away from the simple metrics that have been pushed by bureaucrats. Bureaucrats like these types of measures because they help them retain their power and position. But we need metrics that require members of the research system to understand the technologies they are funding, including key measures of cost and performance. Unfortunately, many members of the research system do not understand these issues, and thus it may be necessary to pare down the extensive system of academics, bureaucrats, and public relations specialists that make it harder for good decisions to be made. None of this will be easy, but when a system doesn't work, we must try to come up with a better one. We devise new metrics, we test them, and we move forward. One thing we know is that the existing system of publication counts and H factors doesn't work. They distract us from the real challenges facing both startups and incumbents in commercializing new technologies that are actually useful and transformative. Financial losses for today's startups are much more common than they were decades ago, and the losses are much bigger. VCs are making back less from their initial investments than at any point since the global financial crisis of 2007-09. According to a study by Jay Ritter, only 22% of startups were profitable in 2021, the year of peak IPOs, versus 80% in the early 1980s. And today's startups are not becoming more profitable over time. About 85% of America's unicorn startups, those valued at more than $1 billion before doing IPOs, that have gone public were unprofitable in 2023, despite most having been founded more than 15 years earlier. The percentage of unicorns going public has also barely increased over the last 5 years. The continuation of large startup losses over many years means that cumulative losses are much larger than they were decades ago. As of early 2024, 23 American unicorns had more than $3 billion in cumulative losses, the amount Amazon had the year it became profitable. 5 of them, Uber, WeWork, Rivian, Teladoc Health, and Lyft, had more than $10 billion, with Uber well over $30 billion. Other members of this club offer crypto, AI, consumer products, business software, biotech, electric vehicles, and healthcare. Despite these companies having significantly higher losses than Amazon, Amazon's eventual success continues to be used as an excuse, as if all startups can do what it has done. Some observers began to notice the high percentage of startup failures and the poor returns for venture capital as far back as 2010. Many explanations exist, from personality clashes to short attention spans, a lack of independent thinking, and an increasing number of venture capital investors, including big companies such as Google occasionally playing this role. Many of these explanations focus on the misalignment of incentives between startups and venture capital (VC) firms. VCs, for instance, tend to emphasize growth over profits, but focusing too much on growth distracts startups from their most important activity: experimentation. Startups should experiment with different designs, customers, and business models, but they often don't. Instead, in sectors such as ride-sharing, food delivery, telehealth, crypto, fintech, and business software, many startups around the world are doing essentially the same thing. Venture capital funds earn fixed fees from investors that enable them to profit even if startups do not. These fixed fees encourage VCs to hire people who are good at raising money and spinning narratives, but not at identifying good opportunities. VCs also convinced not only investors but also cities, states, and countries that startups are key to economic growth. According to this narrative, governments should be concerned with maximizing VC funding, but not profits or even the productivity of the underlying technologies. VCs often spun these narratives, particularly those that emphasized rapid growth, through close relationships with the media, some of which may have involved payments for placing articles. VC success at raising money complemented founders who were prone to hype their personal capabilities. One empirical analysis concluded that acting like an expert even without experience can help secure venture capital funding. The mutual hype plus lots of money also caused the funding rounds to become larger and the founders to become richer. Flush with money, they became hard to remove. Part of this deal, however, was that the VCs pushed a growth-at-all-cost approach on the startups, which made it more difficult for them to experiment and thus become profitable. Although I basically agree with these arguments, this paper will add additional and complementary reasons for why today's startups have had less success than their predecessors, reasons that are explained in more detail in my book Unicorns, Hype, and Bubbles. Today's startups are losing money because they have either tried to commercialize an opportunity that didn't involve much new technology, or they have tried to commercialize one that did involve new technology, but they acted as if there were no challenges to adoption. In the latter case, they assumed the new technology would rapidly improve and quickly diffuse, and thus they didn't think carefully enough about the first applications and customers. Some of today's startups have introduced breakthrough technologies, but the rate of improvement for many of these technologies, including virtual VR and augmented reality, AR, eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing, Hyperloop, delivery drones, blockchain, and even AI, has been slow. One reason rapidly improving technologies are less common than they once were, think integrated circuits and lasers, is that fewer science-based technologies have emerged from universities over the last 20 years, the subject of another article I published with two colleagues in American Affairs in early 2023. Finally, there is a preponderance of superficial thinking in the startup ecosystem, beginning with universities and America's top business schools. VCs, entrepreneurs, and business schools are too busy selling the genius of entrepreneurs, the wow factor, the myths of frequent incumbent failure, of disruptive technologies, and of rapid diffusion of technology. How can we fix this system? New laws won't help, and it will take years for VCs and business schools to change, just as it has taken decades for us to get here. We need new people, business models, and ideas. The fundamental performance measure for firms is profits. Profits signal that a company is providing more value than the costs it is incurring. Value reflects the prices customers are willing to pay, while costs, for today's startups, are mostly salaries, and thus employees of unprofitable startups are not delivering as much value as they are receiving. My emphasis on value is similar to Steve Jobs' emphasis on customer experience. YouTube is filled with videos of Jobs describing how companies must focus on customer experience and only those technological details that provide a good customer experience. I have merely substituted value for customer experience because I want to link value and productivity, arguing that profits often come from an advantage in productivity, which results from a firm providing more value to customers than do others, while incurring lower costs. Ideally, productivity figures show whether a company is getting better at providing value to users. In many industries, productivity focuses on how many products can be produced per hour of labor, be it automobiles, mobile phones, or houses. Even in services sectors, such numbers are meaningful. The number of haircuts a salon can do, the number of patients that doctors or hospitals can treat, or the amount of data we can send over fixed line and wireless networks per hour of labor are some examples. If you think we use too much energy or land, you can focus on energy or land productivity. Does a new business enable companies to produce cars or heat homes using less energy or less land? Higher land productivity can lead to more land being available for other uses, including housing or parks. Sometimes we must think more broadly than the narrow figures of dollars per hour of value added. Are people living longer, particularly when we adjust for the number of doctors or nurses employed. Do they have more access to clean air and water? How long does it take people to reach their destination, or how many cars or passengers can be moved per hour of labor or per unit of land by a city's transport system? The last sentence is essential to any discussion of ride-hailing or robotaxis. My concept of productivity and value draws heavily from Robert Gordon's descriptions of how new businesses and technologies changed American life in his 2016 book, The Rise and Fall of American Growth. For instance, Gordon argues persuasively that indoor plumbing had a bigger impact on life than did any subsequent innovation, enabling not only a happier but a healthier life through better hygiene. Such discussions become very complex for some industries, however. It is hard to measure the output from management consulting, finance, and education because they are supposed to enable improvements in productivity in other industries, the ones that produce usable goods and services. The former sectors should enable car companies to produce automobiles and housing companies to construct houses using fewer hours of labor, and for us to live longer without adding more doctors or nurses. But they often don't. Let's look at several sectors that are globally popular among startups but don't involve breakthrough technologies. Ride-sharing is technologically similar to taxis and thus provides little productivity advantage. As Hubert Horan has written in dozens of articles on ride-sharing, the losses are not unexpected because ride-sharing companies use the same vehicles, drivers, and roads as taxis, only the dispatcher has been automated. In fact, ride-hailing might be at a disadvantage from a system-wide perspective because it increases congestion. As described in a February 2020 Wall Street Journal article entitled The Ride-Hail Utopia That Got Stuck in Traffic, traffic speeds in San Francisco's downtown core fell 21% to 13.7 miles an hour in 2016, from 17.4 miles an hour in 2010. The impact of ride-hailing on congestion was known decades ago, and is why most cities limited the number of taxis for almost 100 years. Some proponents of ride-sharing will claim that these firms are moving to profitability, citing Uber. Uber is the only ride-sharing company to become, modestly, profitable. But its profits came from raising fares after the pandemic lockdowns caused public transit operations to be scaled back or canceled. The number of transit rides in the United States in 2022 and 2023 was only 6.2 and 7.1 billion, down from nearly 10 billion in 2019, while Uber's average U.S. ride-hailing fare per trip jumped by 50% between the third quarter of 2019 and the end of 2023. Should work-from-home trends reverse, America's cities will have trouble handling the traffic unless public transport is revived. Airbnb has been much more successful than ride-sharing companies despite their similarities. Airbnb enables homeowners to profit from their homes while Uber enables car owners to profit from their cars. The big difference is that Uber's service increases congestion on roads, while Airbnb has a much smaller negative externality. Some have criticized Airbnb because it raises the cost of living for residents by making them compete with short-term rentals. Adding new housing, however, despite off-limited restrictions, is still often easier than adding new road or transit capacity. And in tourist towns, Airbnb is a lifesaver for many residents, providing them with an income even when a town has no industry. Fintech has been a mixed bag. Crypto doesn't solve many problems and often creates new ones. This has been true for many financial innovations of the last 50 years, because few understand that finance's purpose is to support other sectors. On the other hand, some peer-to-peer loan startups have, at least occasionally, been profitable, such as Opportun and GreenSky, and to a lesser extent Lending Club and Sprout Social. They match lenders with borrowers for loans that require no collateral. When interest rates were close to zero, they worked because lenders could obtain higher rates than elsewhere, rates that borrowers were willing to pay because no bank would lend to them. But the efficacy of this approach began to decline when rates rose and lenders could put their money elsewhere. The most profitable fintech startup in America at one point was Block, once called Square. Square developed a 2-inch by 2-inch square device that plugs into a phone's charge point to read a credit card. The device enables any business to accept credit card payments, thus introducing small but significant competition against older services such as PayPal. Square was the most profitable unicorn until the pandemic hit and it was overtaken by Zoom and Moderna. Then Square became greedy. It decided to enter the crypto and BNPL, buy now pay later segments, and changed its name to Block in emulation of blockchain. By 2022, its profits had turned to losses. Allegations that Block was inflating the numbers of its peer-to-peer money service surfaced in 2023, causing further problems. One of the few unicorns with a good idea couldn't resist the allure of easy money. Online education startups have also incurred losses because they aren't adding significant value. Massive open online courses, MOOCs, which made many courses accessible to virtual students at low or no cost, were once heralded as an educational breakthrough. But they don't necessarily make the education better, and that is a big problem. They are the same courses, simply available to larger audiences, while also lacking many benefits of in-person learning as well as credentialing pathways. They also have low revenues and no profits. Even after 10 years of operation and the recent pandemic, the revenues of Coursera, Udemy, and Udacity together were about $1.1 billion in 2021, far less than 0.5% of the revenues for America's public and private universities. Within healthcare, startups offering telehealth and insurance are also big losers, partly because they set out to fix only fragments of a dysfunctional system. They offer telehealth-only services when most healthcare interactions take place in person, and these telehealth services are often prone to overprescription of drugs such as amphetamines. They mostly offer direct payment solutions despite most healthcare interactions being funded through insurance. They mostly target the worried well population while ignoring the vast majority of patients who have acute problems that are much harder to solve. When they do target the sick, for instance, with so-called digital therapeutics that try to use apps to end drug addictions, they use questionable techniques. Furthermore, many solutions were only relevant during the pandemic, a once-in-a-century event. The result is that these startups fail to address most real problems and the vast majority of patients' needs. Looking across multiple businesses, many VC-backed unicorns often do not solve and sometimes do not even attempt to address the real issues facing an industry. Healthcare startups, for example, ignored the problems of multiple healthcare databases. Business software startups are also guilty of the same problem on a larger scale, leaving the incumbents to deal with issues of integration. Online education startups did not solve the credentialing problem, or more fundamentally solve the problem of less than relevant educational content being offered by the incumbents. Rethinking what universities should offer does not appear to have crossed their minds. Underwhelming unicorn startups have another common factor. Many of them are platforms that connect users and different suppliers. But the failure of these startups suggests that platforms are often not as beneficial to customers and investors as their proponents have claimed. Some technologies do potentially offer value, but large-scale adoption is still years away, and thus startups need to focus on niches and not the main market. For instance, the tech sector is no closer to solving the problem of nauseousness from VR or AR than it was 20 years ago, despite the expected iPhone moment, when everyone knows the technology has arrived. This is why Microsoft has had so much trouble delivering AR headsets to the US Army, despite the $183,000 per headset implied in its contract. Microsoft can't seem to make the HoloLens work well without making soldiers sick. If this kind of money can't make it work, what chance is there of AR or the metaverse becoming big markets? The progress is also slow for the size of the headsets, with even Apple's Vision Pro not any smaller than previous headsets. The reason for the lack of progress is because there is a trade-off between size and field of view, and thus making headsets smaller also reduces the field of view, FOV, a result users don't want. A similar lack of progress can be seen for other technologies of the 2010s that barely diffused. This includes smart homes, smart cities, other wearables, satellite internet, delivery drones, space tourism, and eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing. For instance, delivery drones cannot deliver packages to the balconies of high-rise apartments, which is the dominant form of dwelling in big cities, nor can they navigate power and telephone lines, a feature of suburbs or smaller cities, and they are very noisy. Some of these technologies have devoted followers, but slow progress. Smartwatches have the largest current market, and I am the most optimistic about them, but their progress is still slow, and only a few doctors believe they are useful. Elon Musk's satellite internet service, Starlink, also has devoted followers, but just over 4 million global subscribers. By comparison, there are 8.9 billion cellular phone subscriptions in the world, and its speeds are barely improving, a big reason why the US government rejected its proposal to provide rural services. Investors began to recognize these problems in 2021 as share prices for many providers of these technologies began to decline, Apple being a notable exception. By 2022, many leading business media outlets began to say that interest in these types of technologies was gone. Lofty tech visions are going away, and enthusiasm for the metaverse remains overheated, were titles from the Financial Times. Big tech stops doing stupid stuff, and the craziest moments from the longest tech boom, so far, were titles from the Wall Street Journal. Due to the slow rates of progress, investors and innovators need to carefully identify those customers who have the largest willingness to pay or have the lowest requirements. Thinking the mass market will take off is a big mistake. Elon Musk seems like one of the few innovators to be realistic in his approach, admitting that Starlink will always be a niche and targeting customers like airlines. AI is now arguably experiencing its own bubble, and the debate about improvements is heated, particularly for generative AI. For generative AI, the number of new products being released causes many to think the progress is rapid. But when it comes to reducing the number of hallucinations, progress has proven difficult. Some point to continued hallucinations in new products such as Sora, while others claim that hallucinations are inevitable. For instance, an article in Nature found that larger and more instructable language models become less reliable, and IEEE Spectrum agrees. The prevailing methods to make large language models more powerful and amenable have been based on continuous scaling up, that is, increasing their size, data volume, and computational resources, and bespoke shaping up, including post-filtering, fine-tuning, or use of human feedback. However, larger and more instructable large language models may have become less reliable. Behind these poor product design decisions and business strategies were rising hype and what I call the wow factor, which is the practice of presenting optimistic goals without explaining how they will be achieved. Ride-sharing will eliminate all private cars and thus all parking lots, freeing millions of acres in space. Cloud kitchens will replace restaurants because we are too busy and too rich to cook for ourselves. Neobanks will replace traditional banks because they don't need a building, and algorithms can make better decisions than humans. Crypto will prevent governments from enabling inflation. Telehealth will eliminate doctors' offices. One way that VCs hyped startups with the wow factor was by pushing the myth of genius entrepreneurs, and the media was initially cooperative in advancing this narrative because they weren't very interested in debating the economics of the businesses. For instance, Forbes gave 30 under 30-foot awards to startup founders, some of whom, including Charlie Javis, Sam Bankman-Fried, and Martin "Pharma-Bro" Shkreli, were later indicted for fraud and found to be running scams. I saw the superficiality of these awards in Asia as a judge in 2023. Many of the candidates had reputedly created successful blockchain or NFT companies, but genuinely successful companies in these spaces simply do not exist. If an award didn't provide enough evidence that the founders were geniuses, funding was often considered a measure of success for the startups themselves, as opposed to profits or happy customers. Unicorn valuations largely reflected the amount of money they had raised, demonstrating how inputs are often confused with outputs. VCs even created the terms decacorn and hectacorn for startups valued at more than $10 billion and $100 billion, respectively. Another way to avoid the issues of profits, economics, and other traditional measures of performance. Instead, they appealed to the fear of missing out on the most innovative era in human history. A third method of pushing the wow factor was to claim that disruption was so common that it must be easy, a message pushed by the proponents of disruptive technologies and those claiming that improvements are much more rapid than they were 100 years ago. One source of this myth is the small number of companies, 52, on the 1955 Fortune 500 list that are still on the list almost 70 years later. The problem with this narrative of startups disrupting old companies is found in the details. When the Fortune 500 companies' roots are traced back to their beginnings, the average company in 1955 was 63 years old, but by 2020 this had increased to 100 years old. Not a sign of newly founded startups disrupting old-line companies. The roots of many of today's leading banking and insurance companies can be traced back to before America's Civil War. Perhaps more importantly, the Fortune 500 companies of 2020 were often not even operating in the same industries as those of 1955. But America's loss of manufacturing and other capital-intensive sectors is not necessarily a sign of its technological prowess or progress. If all you heard was VC hype, you could be forgiven for thinking that startups have driven American growth in recent years, far from engines of American innovation and technological progress. However, the startups of the last few decades have yielded, at best, slow-burning losses for investors. The startup system is perhaps the least steady pillar of the broader American private sector innovation system, and cannot be relied upon to produce the breakthroughs in the areas where it should be most useful. Unprofitable and uninspiring startups are not just remnants of the zero-interest rate environment, but the products of decades of deleterious change not only in venture capital and entrepreneurship programs at universities, but also changes in America's system of basic and applied research. A 2023 article in American Affairs by myself and colleagues outlined those changes in the latter, with a big move from corporate labs to academic research, relying on huge university labs that produce 100-author papers for hyper-specialized journals, employ hundreds of PhD and postdoc students, and require a vast bureaucratic system of proposals and letters of recommendation. The result is the declining emergence of successful science-based technologies, which in turn has reduced the number of good opportunities for startups to exploit. Meanwhile, university-run startup incubators contrive to replicate the results of past convergences of technical and entrepreneurial genius at universities like Harvard, MIT, and Stanford, steer students toward app design and away from business economics and innovative scientific research. Fixing the current system of startups will require us to rethink our assumptions about new businesses and new technologies, eliminate some sacred cows, and basically remake a system that, at present, overflows with money but not self-reflection. It will require converting what is now an arena for founders chasing windfall gains into a system for targeted and profitable investments in breakthrough technologies. It will, in other words, require deeper changes not only in the startup system but in systems of training entrepreneurs and engineers. At every level of a startup, founders, managers, and workers often lack the capability to run a profitable business. Likewise, VC investors often lack the patience to allow firms to experiment with products and strategies. This lack of judgment is excused by the standard, scattershot approach of early-stage VC investors, which countenances the eventuality that most invested firms will fail. Periodic hype cycles amplify this behavior and lead to the proliferation of new startups in the sector du jour. Many recognize a lack of critical thinking in today's graduates and workers, a problem consistent with the inability of VCs and entrepreneurs to effectively analyze the economics of new businesses and technologies. This crisis seems bound to worsen as we consider the historically poor academic performance of current American K-12 students. Solving this problem will require widespread changes to our educational systems. But so long as hype cycles roll on and the occasional unicorn dazzles the market, few recognize the underlying issues. Imagine a computer solving the mathematical problems that today's fastest supercomputers can't begin to unlock in less than a blink of an eye. Imagine a technology that can enable an observer to see through walls or see into the darkest depths of the world's oceans. Imagine a technology that can build essentially unhackable global networks while rendering an antagonist's most secret data instantly transparent. All these are characteristics of quantum computers and quantum technology, which will define the future of global information technology for decades, possibly centuries, to come. It represents a revolution as profound as any in modern history, and it's one on which we stand at the brink with all its promise and its perils. The 20th century saw humanity unleash and harness the almost unimaginable power of the atom, and so launch a new era in human history, the nuclear age. Now we are witnessing the birth of a new era in information technology based on the power of quanta. In the quantum age, computers will draw their computational capability from the complex and counterintuitive principles of quantum mechanics, which may transform the world almost as decisively as the nuclear age did. Quantum computers won't look like today's computers. They won't have a keyboard or a monitor. They will be complex installations, impressive monuments to physics and engineering using cryogenics for cooling lasers in sub-zero temperatures, along with other solid-state and optical devices. Today, more than 20 nations are competing to win the quantum future. One of those is the United States, whose major IT companies, Microsoft, Intel, Google, IBM, are currently leading efforts to develop the world's first fully functional quantum computer. Another competitor is China, which recently announced that it will create an $11 billion, 4 million square foot national quantum laboratory in the city of Hefei. This facility will be dedicated to making China a global leader in quantum technology, helping China achieve what experts call quantum supremacy. The moment when a quantum computer can do tasks that a classical or digital computer, even today's most powerful supercomputers, cannot. China has already shown its skill in developing quantum technological applications, such as the 2016 launch of the Mischius quantum satellite, a crucial step in establishing a secure ground-to-space quantum communications network. The Chinese have also made key advancements in developing a similarly unhackable 2,000-kilometer quantum communications network from Shanghai to Beijing. Chinese military scientists even claim to have engineered a quantum-based radar capable of penetrating today's current stealth technologies, technologies that have served as the foundation of American military air supremacy since the Gulf War, as well as of the U.S. Navy's most advanced stealth submarines. Russia is also investing in quantum computing, spearheaded by the Russian Quantum Center, RQC. Scientists at the RQC announced in July 2017 that they had achieved a major breakthrough in creating a quantum computer that can do general computations, an important landmark on the road to quantum supremacy. Even North Korea has announced plans to become a quantum power in the 21st century. As Representative Will Hurt of Texas, chairman of the Congressional Subcommittee on Information Technology, put it, the impact of quantum on our national defense will be tremendous. The question is whether the United States and its allies will be ready when the full quantum revolution takes hold. The implications of the quantum race are profound. The outcome will determine the 21st century answer to an age-old question, the one posed in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland: who is to be master? That question was answered in the 17th and 18th centuries by the country which possessed the biggest navy and the most colonies. In that case, Great Britain was the master. In the 19th and 20th centuries, it was the country that had the most advanced military technologies and the biggest industrial base, including nuclear weapons. In the end, the United States emerged on top. In the 21st century, supremacy will belong to the nation that controls the future of information technology, which is quantum. As we will see, it would be a mistake to assume that the United States is destined to be in this position. In the topsy-turvy, counterintuitive world of quantum mechanics and quantum computing, decades-long dominance in IT doesn't automatically translate into dominance in the coming era. But strategy and commitment of resources, including funding, almost certainly will, and with it, the balance of the future. How does quantum computing work, and why are quantum computers destined to be superior to conventional digital computers? The answer lies in the bizarre world of quantum mechanics, where subatomic particles like electrons and photons can seemingly exist in multiple states. Physicists call this superposition. All current computers, even supercomputers, process data in a linear sequence of ones and zeros. Every bit, the smallest unit of data, has to be either a 0 or a 1. But a quantum bit or qubit can be a 0 and a 1 at the same time, enabling multiple computations at once. So while a traditional computer has to sequentially explore the potential solutions to a mathematical problem, a quantum system is able to look at every potential solution simultaneously and generate answers. Not just the single best, but nearly 10,000 close alternatives as well, in less than a second. Roughly the equivalent of being able to read every book in the Library of Congress at once, instead of one at a time, in order to find the one that answers a specific question. Add more qubits and the quantum computing power actually grows exponentially, i.e. reading every book in the library at once happens faster and faster. So while conventional computers rely on huge numbers of transistors to achieve their computing speed, quantum computers use atoms and subatomic particles as their physical system. No one can predict where the particles will end up or what form they will eventually take. As MIT physicist Seth Lloyd put it to Wired magazine, quantum mechanics is just counterintuitive and we just have to suck it up. But the numbers work, as do the computations. For example, Google and NASA are currently using a quantum computing machine, the D-Wave X2, that can do certain computations at 100 million times the speed of a traditional computer chip, and that operates 3,600 times faster than the world's fastest digital supercomputer. There are, in fact, 3 types of quantum computers currently in use. The D-Wave system is an example of a quantum annealer and is used for solving sampling and optimization problems, such as finding the best route between 2 points, something classical computers have great difficulty doing. Quantum annealers do not try to manipulate the qubits while they are computing, and therefore they can do calculations using 1,000 qubits, which become entangled, able to exhibit multiple states, more or less at random. The second type of quantum computing model is that of an analog emulator, which can simulate physical processes. This might include, for example, simulating certain aspects of the Earth's climate in a controlled experiment or simulating the best way for electricity to be transmitted without loss. These simulators have been built with up to 51 qubits. A universal quantum computer, the holy grail of quantum computing, and what most commentators are referring to when they discuss quantum computing, would be able to run any type of algorithm and discover patterns in datasets that existing computers cannot analyze. The computing power needed for a universal quantum computer, however, requires entangling the qubits throughout the entire time of computing. A very difficult feat at the moment. Only 20 qubits have been effectively entangled in such a quantum computer. Why is getting to the universal computer standard so difficult? Since subatomic particles are inherently unstable, keeping sufficient numbers of qubits entangled long enough to do calculations takes persistence, time, and resources. The instability of qubits is called decoherence, and it is one of the chief engineering problems facing quantum scientists. When a qubit decoheres, it loses its superposition and can no longer act as both 0 and 1 at the same time, but only one or the other, thus losing the ability to compute in a quantum manner. A qubit can decohere due to the slightest disturbance, which is why engineers are working on ways to mitigate the effects of minute disruptions of light, sound, and movement, and also why many quantum computers are built inside vacuums. Nonetheless, a quantum computer capable of solving problems that would stump a classical computer is close at hand. Experts believe 50 qubits will be the formal threshold of quantum supremacy. IBM recently claimed that its quantum computer had crossed the 50-qubit threshold, but only for a few nanoseconds. A breakthrough to genuine quantum supremacy is now a matter of applied engineering rather than scientific research, and only a matter of time. Most experts agree that quantum computers will never completely displace conventional digital computers. Yet they will be deployed in an increasingly wide range of research activities and other complex tasks, bringing enormous improvements in performance and efficiency to areas such as weather forecasting, medical and genetic research, and tasks such as calculating traffic flows in the world's biggest cities. A task that D-Wave, a Canadian company, has already undertaken for China's capital Beijing. And there is one thing quantum computers will be able to do that conventional computers cannot: hack conventional encryption systems around the world. Many experts agree that the new possibilities arising from advances in quantum computing will create a mortal threat to today's IT security. An algorithm formulated by mathematician Peter Shor in 1994 demonstrated that quantum computers will be able to factor large numbers far more efficiently than classical computers. As it happens, the difficulty of conducting large number factoring is the foundation for most of today's encryption standards. As a September 2017 article in the journal Nature warned, many commonly used cryptosystems will be completely broken once large quantum computers exist. Most quantum experts believe that such a breakthrough may only be a decade away. Others are convinced it may come even sooner. Either way, the coming years will witness the advent of a quantum computer powerful enough to break the encryption techniques currently used billions of times every day. Its first and foremost target could be the encryption system known as RSA, an algorithm that is the cryptographic method of choice for consumer bank transfers, credit card payments, online shopping, and email encryption. The asymmetric encryption system currently used to protect credit card information and bank accounts relies on two keys. One key is the private key and consists of two large prime numbers known only to one's bank or to services such as PayPal. The other key, called the public key, sits in cyberspace and is the product of multiplying together those two private prime numbers to create a semi-prime number. The only way a hacker could access encrypted credit card or bank information would be by factoring the large public key, often 600 digits or more, back to the correct two numbers of the private key. A Herculean computation task that would take too long for a classical computer to solve. A future quantum computer, however, will be able to do such a computation almost instantly. Even blockchain will not be able to withstand the first quantum attack if it relies on two-key encryption architecture, the architecture protecting nearly all digital information today. This includes our leading financial institutions, including Wall Street, our power grid and water systems, the nation's food supply and energy resources, as well as the entire federal government. As Jason Bloomberg of Intelix concluded in a Forbes article, welcome to the cyber battlefield of the 21st century, a battlefield that will be dominated by quantum technology. Fortunately, as Dr. Aaron Van Devender, chief scientist at Founders Fund, observed during a conference at the Hudson Institute this past October, when it comes to quantum, the problem is also the solution. All over the world, research institutes, universities, and businesses are in a race against the clock to develop appropriate solutions and stopgaps to forestall a quantum Pearl Harbor that overwhelms the world's leading encryption systems. For example, quantum-resistant algorithms, QRAs, which use grid-based, multivariate, code-based, and hash-based encryption techniques, are being developed. Theoretically, these cannot be undermined by quantum computers. Unfortunately, many of these cryptosystems will not be as effective for safely transmitting sensitive data such as financial information. For that task, quantum technology itself is needed. Companies like SK Telecom are now using quantum technology to create random number generators, QRNGs, that, when coupled with quantum key distribution, QKD, can function as the equivalent of a cryptographer's one-time pad to protect communications between users. This allows two parties to produce a shared random secret key to encrypt and decrypt messages. One of the advantages of QKD is that it can alert its users if someone else tries to gain access to the communication or knowledge of the key. It can do this because of a fundamental property of quantum mechanics. Trying to measure a quantum system actually disrupts the system. Therefore, a third party trying to eavesdrop on a QKD-protected communication will introduce anomalies that sever the connection, with both parties at either end instantly knowing what has happened. Quantum key distribution can only produce and distribute a key. A second channel is needed to transmit any actual message data. Yet sending the key over long distances requires a quantum repeater, which has yet to be invented. Therefore, scientists are currently only able to create effective quantum communication networks over about 70 to 200 kilometers, usually made up of fiber optic cables. Quantum connectivity equaling a World Wide Web with multiple quantum channels is still years away. All the same, the Chinese are busy laying the foundations of such networks today, and these will become the secure information superhighways of tomorrow. In the final analysis, the nation that takes the lead in quantum technology over the next decade will not only have enormous advantages in decrypting and exposing secrets, including the capacity to take over entire IT infrastructures in both the public and private sectors, but also the ability to render its own communications and networks largely hack-proof. But quantum technology's impact on strategic balance isn't just limited to encryption. Quantum sensing, the use of quantum technology to measure tiny variations in gravitational fields even at great distances, and quantum optics, will dramatically change the landscape of military technologies in the coming years. Through quantum metrology technologies, objects that are invisible to the most advanced sensors will become visible to quantum sensors, even objects behind steel walls or at the bottom of the ocean. Developments in this arena will have a profound effect on today's militaries, including the ability to detect submarines or subterranean weapons systems normally considered hidden from view. America's current advantage in stealth technology, for example, would almost instantly vanish, and the electromagnetic stealth technologies deployed as part of the $1 trillion F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program, intended to give the United States and its allies air dominance well into the 21st century, would become virtually obsolete. This is why Congressman Hurd's warning stands. The impact of quantum technology on our national defense will be tremendous. The question is whether the United States will be ready when the full quantum revolution takes hold, in a decade or less. There are, in fact, two critically important aspects of quantum readiness, and of winning the quantum race. The first and most obvious need is for the United States to achieve quantum supremacy through developments in the field of quantum computing. The second, equally if not more important, is making our nation's infrastructure, including government and financial institutions, secure from quantum attack. How ready is the United States? In terms of quantum computing, no one doubts that the American private sector leads the way. Google, Microsoft, Intel, and IBM have been actively engaged in quantum computing research for almost a decade. Google announced in 2017 that it would achieve quantum supremacy by the end of the year, although that breakthrough will now probably come sometime in 2018. IBM has successfully built and measured an operational prototype 50-qubit processor with similar performance metrics. This new processor expands upon the 20-qubit quantum computing system accessible to third-party users through their cloud computing platform, and which will be made available in the next-generation IBM Q systems. Intel announced the creation of its 17-qubit chip for quantum computing in October, and, even more recently, Microsoft announced that it would release a free preview version of its quantum development kit, which includes the Q hashtag programming language. Startup Rigetti Computing, a company that proves quantum computing research is not limited to the megafirms, is also developing software for future quantum computers, including its own, as is IBM. Other startup quantum computing companies are attached to universities, such as IonQ, a company formed by the University of Maryland in order to commercialize quantum technologies created in their laboratories. Another is Quantum Circuits, which sprang out of the Yale Quantum Institute. Quantum communication technology has also drawn attention from large and mid-size American firms including AT&T, Raytheon, and HRL Laboratories. But how close is the United States to becoming quantum secure? That depends on whom you ask. Government officials, particularly at the National Security Agency and the National Institute for Standards and Technology, which oversee the government's efforts in quantum cyber protection, tend to give a relatively optimistic answer. Others, particularly quantum cybersecurity experts in the private sector, are gloomier. For one thing, the number of American firms offering quantum cybersecurity solutions is practically non-existent, with research still located inside academic and government laboratories. By contrast, countries such as Canada, Australia, Switzerland, and Germany are home to industry leaders who offer a growing suite of commercial products. Among the IT giants, only Google has shown an interest in quantum cybersecurity. The rest are focused on developing computers for commercial applications. Important as these applications may be, the private sector's neglect of quantum cryptography is significant and alarming. There is a tendency to assume that once the IT giants have built their quantum computers to their satisfaction, their investment and expertise will naturally shift to quantum cybersecurity. Yet this is by no means a given. The field of quantum computing is populated by people with backgrounds in physics, particularly quantum physics. Cybersecurity, on the other hand, is a field that attracts mathematicians or people with a computer science background. This creates a conceptual gap that cannot be easily bridged, even within the same company. Or, rather, it is a gap that will require government leadership to overcome. So where is the U.S. government on the issue of quantum cybersecurity? Today, it spends roughly $200 million a year on all areas of quantum research, not just quantum and post-quantum cryptography. That money is spread over multiple agencies, including the Department of Energy, the National Security Agency, NSA, the Air Force Research Lab, DARPA and IARPA, the National Science Foundation, and the National Institute for Standards and Technology, NIST. NIST has made post-quantum cryptography its particular bailiwick, and over the past several years has hosted a series of conferences on setting standards for quantum-resistant algorithms, the next taking place this spring. NIST has publicly stated that federal government agencies should be ready to switch to what it calls post-quantum encryption by 2025, a timeline that looks very slow compared to the gathering threat of quantum computer assaults, particularly from China. In sum, despite the significant work being done at Los Alamos, other national labs, and the Department of Energy, the evidence hardly suggests a concerted national effort, certainly not compared to other countries that, with a much smaller resource base, have made investing in quantum technology a national priority. We can contrast our lack of national priority on quantum with what is happening in China. The level of Chinese investment and effort in the quantum sector is staggering, more than 30 times that of the United States. Chinese quantum research dates back to 2004, when scientists proved a 5-photon entanglement experimentally. In 2013, Chinese technicians successfully set up a quantum communications experiment covering a distance of over 100 kilometers. And in 2015, China's main quantum research group teamed up with Alibaba to found a designated research lab for quantum computing. China made global headlines in August 2016 when it launched the world's first quantum communications satellite to test long-range entanglement and QKD. Beijing plans to launch another quantum satellite in the next year, with the goal of laying the foundations of a global quantum internet under Chinese control and establishing quantum-secure communications, including for China's armed forces. But the biggest step came with the creation of the massive 91-acre quantum research facility, the National Laboratory for Quantum Information Science, at Hefei in Anhui Province. The facility will have a budget of $11.4 billion over 2.5 years. Its agenda is more than simply scientific research. As China's leading quantum expert Pan Jianwei announced, it will also develop quantum technology of immediate use to the Chinese armed forces. These include quantum metrology to improve stealth operations for submarines, as well as the first large-scale Chinese quantum computer which can penetrate the West's encryption systems. Even more alarming from a national security standpoint is that China has found ready collaborators on important quantum technology in Western countries, including the United States. The 2013 breakthrough in using quantum computing to solve linear equations, for example, was done with the help of scientists from Canada and Singapore. Indeed, an Australian study of Chinese intellectual property theft found that scientists from multiple nations, including the United States, have routinely cooperated with Chinese quantum research funded by the National Natural Science Foundation of China, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Together with Google's recently announced decision to open an artificial intelligence research facility in China, the level of cooperation on quantum with China should raise national security concerns, both for the United States and its allies. Yet, as Anton Zeilinger, a physicist at the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna who tried but failed to raise funds for a European quantum satellite, has warned, the lack of robust quantum investment strategies in the West and slow decision-making processes will tempt more American and Western scientists to solicit support from China. What do we need to do? Last October, I published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal calling for a Manhattan Project-style investment in a national quantum initiative. An investment not solely in terms of funding, but in terms of creating a coordinated national effort that harnesses the energies, experience, and innovative instincts of the private sector to a coherent and comprehensive national strategy. Like its atomic predecessor, I suggested, the new program should marshal federal government money, the efficiencies of private industry, and the intellectual capital of the nation's laboratories and universities, while keeping everyone focused on the essential mission, winning the quantum race. Such a national quantum technology security strategy would, for the first time, establish clear strategic objectives for America's quantum efforts. It would determine technological priorities, e.g. quantum and post-quantum cryptography versus quantum computing, and set realistic timelines for crucial technological development. It will then outline a roadmap for achieving those established strategic objectives, as well as propose a desired budget. The National Photonics Initiative, for example, has called for an additional $500 million of federal funding over 5 years for such a quantum initiative, a fraction of what the Manhattan Project would cost in today's dollars. The strategy would also target key physical assets in need of quantum security, such as power plants and distribution facilities, communication systems, data centers, transportation infrastructure systems, including transportation vehicles critical for the food supply, and water supply systems, as well as the nation's governmental and financial infrastructure. In addition, an executive order calling for a national quantum strategy would also establish a National Quantum Security Council. Such a council would be co-chaired by the Director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology and Deputy Director of U.S. Strategic Cyber Command, with the Commander of the Air Force Research Laboratory and the Senior Director for Cybersecurity on the National Security Council serving as vice chairs. Other members would include representatives from NIST and representatives from leading universities and research labs, such as Livermore and Los Alamos. In the end, the goal of a national quantum technology security strategy would be to focus on the development of quantum technology by effectively assisting the private sector, while taking into consideration that private sector goals might not fully align with national security priorities. At the same time, given that the United States currently lags in the quantum cryptography field, it is important for lawmakers to realize that America can't achieve this strategy entirely on its own. Winning the quantum race will also require the help of our closest allies. Therefore, the second step for making America quantum secure is the formation of a quantum alliance. The essence of progress in any new science is collaboration and information sharing. Unfortunately, in quantum computing and in quantum cybersecurity, the general pattern of U.S. cooperation, even with close allies, has largely been at the basic research and university level, with very little or none at the government-to-government or government-to-corporate level. For example, this has been the pattern with America's closest quantum neighbor, Canada. As the former director of the Canadian Institute for Quantum Computing, IQC, at the University of Waterloo remarked in an interview, there has not been much systematic cooperation at all between the U.S. and Canadian governments. Quantum Canada has worked with the University of Maryland and its quantum computing startup IonQ. IQC has also done contract work with DARPA and with IARPA on specific projects, but only at the research level. Likewise, when the University of Southern California launched a quantum initiative with a $95 million budget, IQC was able to obtain some of that money for research work conducted in Waterloo, but no larger collaborative enterprise emerged from the project. The same was true when IQC and Canadian Quantum Valley Investments joined together with Lockheed Martin, Schlumberger, and Sunnybrook on specific quantum technology projects. In the case of the private sector, Canada's D-Wave has had several contracts with American companies and with the U.S. government, including NASA. On the quantum cybersecurity side, Isara Corporation has some clients in the United States, although the bulk of its business is still in Canada. But as of today, it's hard to find any evidence of systematic cooperation between Canada and the U.S. government on quantum cybersecurity, or with any U.S. cybersecurity firms. The same pattern applies in the case of U.S. cooperation with another ally, namely Australia. When asked about Australian collaboration with the U.S. quantum sector, Dr. Jane Melia of Quintessence Labs, one of Australia's largest and most innovative companies in quantum cybersecurity, replied that there exist collaborations between Australian and other international research institutions. There are also international QKD conferences, such as QCrypt, typically in September each year, attended by scientists from both countries. She went on to add, and of course we read each other's papers, but more deliberate bilateral quantum cooperation remains a long way off. In the case of the UK, US companies such as Google, IBM, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Chuspin have partnered with the Birmingham University Information Technologies Hub, the largest of the UK hubs, which is working to build a quantum computer demonstrator to present a networked, hybrid light matter approach to quantum information processing. Otherwise, any strategic planning for sharing quantum research or technology seems to be largely lacking. Notably, the UK Quantum Technology Hub in Sensors and Metrology issued a call to work with US companies, but it is targeted at potential American end users, rather than at collaborative upfront research and development. On the US side, the Department of Energy, DOE, which has organized an interagency working group on quantum information technology, is an exception. Perhaps its tradition of cooperation on nuclear research has spilled over into the quantum computing arena. All the same, one of the leading labs in quantum communications research, DOE's Los Alamos National Labs, has no funds to work outside the United States. Additionally, the oversight of information sharing with foreign entities, even allies such as Britain and Australia, constantly runs into difficulties with export controls of sensitive technology, making it difficult for researchers to decide what to share and what not to share. Most, it seems, choose to avoid future trouble by not sharing at all. In still other instances, a US company will partner with a foreign university engaged in quantum research, as when IBM recently announced that it was making Oxford University a member of its newly formed IBM Q Network, a collaboration of Fortune 500 companies, academic institutions, and national research labs aimed at exploring practical applications for quantum computing systems. Yet, in none of these examples do we see either the US government or its allies directing or supervising the resultant multinational effort. This can lead to unfortunate results, as when the Russian Quantum Center was able to get Mikhail Lukin, a Harvard professor and director of Harvard's Quantum Optics Center, to join its international advisory board. Another respected figure in the field, Eugene Palzik of the Quantum Optics Lab at the Niels Bohr Institute in Copenhagen, is a member of the RQC's executive committee and the principal contact for RQC applicants. He said, "We are very enthusiastic about trying to make Russia a part of the international scientific community." Likewise, in November 2017, a joint team consisting of researchers at the University of Sydney and Microsoft, in collaboration with Stanford University, made a groundbreaking discovery that is key to scaling up quantum computers. The team miniaturized a device called a microwave circulator, and its findings were published in Nature Communications. The team is led by Professor David Riley, who is director of the University of Sydney's Microsoft Quantum Laboratory, based out of the Sydney Nanoscience Hub, and funded by organizations which include Microsoft Research, the US Department of Energy, DARPA, and the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence Scheme. One of the co-authors of the paper, however, Dr. Shufeng Ko, also happens to be a tenure-track professor in China. Though he began working on the project while a student at UCLA, he was working at Shanghai Tech when the project was completed. Additionally, Australia's University of Technology in Sydney, whose participating organizations include Lockheed Martin, Microsoft, Dartmouth College, UCLA Berkeley, set up the Center for Quantum Software and Information in December 2016, which is focused on developing crucial software and algorithmic components for the fields of quantum cryptography and quantum information. Yet the center's research director is Mingxing Ying, who not only studied at Fuzhou Teachers College in Jiangxi, China, but is also currently professor at the State Key Laboratory of Intelligent Technology and Systems in the Department of Computer Science and Technology at Tsinghua University, Beijing. Sharing of basic research information on quantum with Chinese scientists may not always be a national security risk, but China's willingness to use foreign research on advanced technologies, acquired either legally or illegally, to advance its own national security strategy, including its military posture, is well known. In fact, alarm bells are starting to go off in Australia, as their Department of Defense has recently been accused of ignoring universities that shared military technology with China illegally. An article from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation authored by Tom Agulda noted that Australian universities conduct world-leading research in areas such as artificial intelligence and supercomputing, and that the Defense Department has traditionally relied on self-assessment from universities to monitor their own information-sharing practices. Recently, the U.S. House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology and its subcommittees on Research and Technology and Energy voiced concerns that the quantum sector in the United States was falling behind countries that are ramping up research and development in this area. China is outspending the federal government 30-fold in quantum technology. When viewed in combination with China's heavy investment in artificial intelligence and other key fields, this disparity is even more alarming. In artificial intelligence, for example, Google is actively cooperating with China. Eric Schmidt, former chairman of Alphabet, Google's parent, has warned that China will overtake the United States in this area by 2025. And with its forthcoming satellite navigation system modeled on our own GPS, the government in Beijing is sending a clear signal that it understands the stakes involved in dominating the world's information technology future, while others may be taking that future for granted. Nonetheless, simply spending more money is not the answer. If the United States and its quantum-capable allies don't mobilize and coordinate their effort to secure leadership in this sector, someone else will. That someone else will almost certainly be China. China has already taken the lead in quantum communications, with its quantum satellite and its 2,000-kilometer-long quantum communication pathway from Beijing to Shanghai. Given its heavy investment in future quantum technology, including quantum computers, and its commitment to gaining quantum supremacy as a national strategy priority, it seems inevitable that China will move into the lead as this technology becomes more widespread. This is true not only in the realm of weaponization of quantum as discussed above, but also in establishing global standards and practices for future quantum networks and communications. The gains in terms of economic and geopolitical leverage for China in achieving this leadership position could be incalculable, just as the losses in terms of economic growth and opportunity for the United States and the West, not to mention losses in the realm of national security, could be equally egregious. It is time for our leaders and the public to understand the stakes of quantum computing. What is unfolding every day at corporate, university, and government laboratories around the world is more than a scientific advance of enormous proportions and consequences. It will also determine the geopolitics of the future. In the end, the Manhattan Project didn't just win a world war. It secured the future for American leadership and the security of the free world in the atomic age. In the quantum age, the stakes will be at least as vital, and the consequences of losing the quantum race nearly as catastrophic. On October 4, 1957, a steel sphere the size of a beach ball and bristling with 4 radio antennae circled the Earth in 8 minutes. Dubbed Satellite 1, or PS-1, Prostoshchi Sputnik 1, by its Soviet fabricators, it was the first artificial Earth satellite. The Soviets had launched it into an elliptical low Earth orbit, where it stayed for 3 weeks before its batteries died. Then it continued silently in a decaying orbit for another 2 months before burning up in the atmosphere. Its radio signal pulses were easily detectable by ham radio operators, as well as by every national security listening post in the United States and around the world. The world had a new word, Sputnik, and the United States a new mission, to close the gap in the race for space with the Soviet Union. That urgent sense of mission triggered a revolution in American education. This revolution was spurred not only by the desire to win the space race, but also to get a generation of young Americans excited about and educated in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, what would be abbreviated as STEM. At stake was victory in the Cold War, and with it the future of freedom and democracy in the struggle against communism. The effects of that post-Sputnik revolution helped to put Americans on the moon a little more than a decade later. It continued to reverberate through the computer and dot-com revolutions of the 1980s and 1990s, as well as in the Strategic Defense Initiative and the Pentagon's technological transformation during the same period, sometimes known as the Second Offset Strategy. Since then, STEM has been a perennial concern for American education experts and politicians. Beginning in the 1980s, there have been new and growing worries that STEM proficiency is declining in America, and with it the future of America's economic and scientific leadership. Multiple official reports have pointed out the problem, including the most recent one released by the Trump administration this past December. Yet this perennial hand-wringing and all the spending and grants by agencies like the National Science Foundation have had little effect. This failure is reflected not only in a long history of declining test scores relative to other industrialized countries, but also in a decreasing proportion of American students willing to devote themselves to STEM subjects. By 2009, for example, the total number of students in college had grown by more than 50% since 1985. But in mathematics and statistics, there were only 15,496 graduates in 2009, not many more than the 15,009 graduates in 1985. More students were studying the visual and performing arts than were studying computer science, math, and chemical engineering combined. Meanwhile, a new competitor for STEM leadership is looming on the horizon, just as the Soviet Union did in 1950s, namely China. And STEM leadership remains just as vital to our national security, perhaps even more so now than when Sputnik was launched. Today's Defense Department and other leading experts all agree that the future of America's defense will rely on advanced technologies such as AI, cyber, quantum, robotics, directed energy, and hypersonic weapons, and even 3D printing. The Obama Pentagon began pointing out this reality in 2014 in a series of landmark speeches unveiling what it dubbed the third offset strategy. All of the above technologies will be critical if the United States is to maintain its military superiority over its rivals, including China. They will also require new levels of scientific and engineering aptitude and understanding, not just from their designers but from producers and users, including the next generation of warfighters. This is particularly even acutely true of quantum computing and quantum technology. Both rest on an entirely different basis than classical computing, namely quantum physics rather than mathematics. Quantum's disruptive possibilities far exceed that of any technology since nuclear weapons. Without a trained quantum workforce, and without a strong cadre of researchers and teachers who are capable of expanding our knowledge of quantum information science, we will face a shortfall in this critical 21st century technology. Such a shortfall would materially affect our ability to win wars in the coming decades. The same is true in other areas of the struggle for high-tech supremacy. Where will those trained cadres come from? If current trends continue, they will increasingly and inevitably come from outside the United States. The long-term trend of having to rely on foreign nationals to fill America's STEM gap, which began in the late 1990s and early 2000s, is now here to stay. Immigrants accounted for well over 50% of the growth in employment in STEM-related fields between 2003 and 2008.4. In addition, foreign students make up the majority of majors and graduate students in many STEM fields in American universities, including students from our leading geopolitical competitor, mainland China. Overall, the data shows that enrollment of international students in U.S. science and engineering university programs has been steadily rising since 2008, while the number of U.S. citizens and permanent residents enrolled in those programs has steadily declined. We are witnessing a gradual withering away of American college student engagement in the very same STEM disciplines that will determine who dominates and who is dominated in the 21st century. The Trump administration's recently released report, Charting a Course for Success, America's Strategy for STEM Education, stated, "Now more than ever, the innovation capacity of the United States and its prosperity and security depends on an effective and inclusive STEM education ecosystem. Simply to function as an informed consumer and citizen in a world of increasingly sophisticated technology requires the ability to use digital devices and STEM skills such as evidence-based reasoning." In fact, the administration's report understates the case. We now face a crisis, and one that will not wait for free market forces to solve. What is the current state of STEM education in America? One of the most important benchmarks for measuring STEM proficiency in the United States and around the world is the Program for International Student Assessment, PISA. Every 3 years it measures reading ability, math and science literacy, and other key skills among 15-year-olds in a large number of developed and developing countries. The most recent PISA results date from 2015. The United States ranked 38th out of 71 countries in math and 24th in science. Among the 35 members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the PISA's principal sponsor, the United States comes in 5th from the bottom in math and 19th in science. Dismal scores like these in the early 2000s were enough to trigger a National Academies of Sciences report, Rising Above the Gathering Storm, which argued that strengthening science and math education was essential if the United States was going to remain prosperous in the 21st century. The poor performance was also enough to force Congress to pass the America Competes Act, authorizing funding for a variety of new programs to improve K-12 science and math education. Despite the funding and the national hoopla, however, signs of improvement are hard to find. Another measurement of America's STEM status is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, run by the Department of Education. In 2015, 8 years after the America Competes Act, average math scores for 4th and 8th graders fell for the first time since 1990. On a scale of 0 to 500, the average 4th grade NAEP math score was 240, the same level as in 2009. The average 8th grade score was 282 in 2015, the lowest since 2007. That year, NAEP revealed that only 38% of 4th graders, 34% of 8th graders, and 22% of 12th graders could be considered proficient or better in science. At the same time, 24% of 4th graders, 32% of 8th graders, and 40% of 12th graders were rated below basic for their grade levels. A third measurement is the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, or TIMSS, which has tested international students in grades 4 and 8 every 4 years since 1995. Again, in the most recent test from 2015, 10 countries, out of 48 total, had higher average 4th grade math scores than the United States, while 7 countries had higher average science scores. In the 8th grade tests, 7 out of 37 countries had statistically higher average math scores than the United States, and 7 had higher science scores. In the 4th grade math category, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, England, and Norway all scored higher, as did China and Russia. These mediocre results won't surprise most Americans. A 2015 Pew Research Center report found that only 29% of Americans rated their country's K-12 education in STEM as above average or the best in the world. Scientists were even more critical. A companion survey of members of the American Association for the Advancement of Science found that just 16% called US K-12 STEM education the best or above average. 46%, by contrast, said K-12 STEM education in the United States was below average. In summing up the state of STEM in America, the Trump administration's Charting a Course for Success report puts the best spin it can on the STEM issue. It asserts that Americans' basic STEM skills have modestly improved over the past 2 decades, but also admits that we continue to lag behind many other countries, and that recent data from a test commonly taken by college-bound high school students found that only 20% are ready for courses typically required for a STEM major. On the other hand, the report said, in the past 15 years, India and China have outpaced the United States in the number of science and engineering (SNE) bachelor's degrees conferred. Indeed, these 2 countries have produced almost half of the total degrees, with India at 25% and China at 22% of the global total. Meanwhile, American SNE bachelor's degrees comprised only 10% of the global total, which brings us to a double paradox. While Americans perform well below average in STEM disciplines, their colleges and universities continue to have some of the best STEM programs in the world. And while Americans tend to stand aloof from the centers of STEM excellence in our colleges and universities, foreign students emphatically do not. Today, the United States remains the country of choice for the largest number of international students, hosting about 1.1 million of the 4.6 million enrolled worldwide in 2017. As of March 2018, roughly 1.2 million F1 visa for full-time students at an academic institution and M1 visa for full-time students at a vocational or other non-academic institution. Students were enrolled and registered at more than 8,700 certified schools across the United States. In the 2016-17 school year, China was the top origin country for international students, 351,000, representing 33% of the total, followed by India, 17%, South Korea and Saudi Arabia, 5% each, and Canada, 3%, rounded out the top 5. Engineering, business management, and math and computer science were the top 3 fields of study for international students in 2016-17, accounting for more than half of all international enrollment at U.S. higher education institutions. Overall, the data shows that the enrollment of international students in U.S. science and engineering college and university programs has been steadily rising since 2008, while the number of U.S. citizens and permanent residents enrolled in such programs has steadily declined. In 2017, the number of international visa holders increased in computer sciences and mathematics by 11% and 5%, respectively, but declined in engineering, 5%, social sciences, 3%, and non-S and E fields, 4%. At the same time, 48% of international students were in STEM fields and were eligible for extended 12 to 36-month optional practice training, OPT visas upon graduation. There is an even larger proportion of international graduate students than undergraduates enrolled in science and engineering programs. More than 6 in 10 international graduate students in the United States in fall 2017 were enrolled in these fields, compared with about 4 in 10 international undergraduates. In 2017, 62% of all international students in graduate programs at U.S. institutions were enrolled in S&E fields. 69% of those came from China and India. In fact, according to the National Foundation for American Policy, both undergraduate majors and graduate programs at many U.S. universities could not be maintained without international students. Foreign nationals account for 81% of the full-time graduate students in electrical engineering, 79% in computer science, 75% in industrial engineering, 69% in statistics, 63% in mechanical engineering, 59% in civil engineering, and 57% in chemical engineering. Without international students, the number of full-time students pursuing graduate degrees in the fields of computer science, electrical engineering, and other fields would be shockingly small for an economy as large as America's. Furthermore, students on temporary visas continue to earn high proportions of U.S. S&E doctorates, as well as large shares of the master's degrees in these fields. In 2015, international students earned more than half of the doctoral degrees awarded in engineering, economics, computer sciences, mathematics, and statistics. Their overall share of S&E degrees was 34%. Once again, Chinese students composed a large share, 28.8% of the S&E doctorates issued to international students on temporary visas between 1995 and 2015 went to Chinese nationals. When we look at individual colleges and universities, especially those highly ranked in science and engineering, the numbers look even more alarming. At Harvard University's Computer Sciences Department, for example, more than half, 53%, of students are foreign students. At MIT, there are slightly fewer, 43%, in computer sciences, but 55% in electrical engineering. At Princeton and Yale, the picture of American STEM appears even more dismal. In Princeton's Computer Sciences Department, 60% of students are international. The number is 70% in electrical engineering. Yale's American participation is no more than 19% in computer sciences and 12% in electrical engineering. At the University of Maryland, computer sciences students are 81% foreign nationals. Virginia Tech enrolls 77%, and Purdue University Computer Sciences 76%. The graph below tells the rest of the story. Overall, the proportion of international PhD-level students on temporary visas to study STEM subjects in the United States has doubled over the past 30 years. A July 2016 report by the Ewing Marion Kauffman Foundation argued that if current trends continue, international students will comprise half of U.S. STEM PhD graduates by 2020. How serious a national security threat is this trend? On the one hand, the presence of large numbers of foreign students studying in the United States, even Chinese students, should not be a cause for alarm by itself. Nothing argues for a xenophobic approach to this growing phenomenon. At the same time, many companies in Silicon Valley will argue that without foreign nationals, they can't fill the gaps in their ranks. Nor, obviously, would similar programs at major universities around the country be able to sustain themselves. On the other hand, when the Pentagon and other national security agencies start looking for STEM graduates and STEM-trained engineers who can pass the necessary security clearances, they will find themselves facing a severe shortfall of American nationals who can pass muster. In short, an alarming trend is developing. America's ability to produce, sustain, and protect research in key technological and knowledge areas vital to our defense and national security looks vulnerable because the talent pool of American citizens working in this area is shrinking. And while U.S. leadership in STEM is slipping away, other countries, including China, continue to surge ahead. On June 19, 2017, NextWeb ran an article entitled, "While U.S. STEM Education Market Declines, China Invests Heavily." The gist of the article by Rick Yee was that, although the United States is the world's biggest producer of STEM goods and services, and U.S. edtech companies were able to generate an estimated $1.3 billion in venture capital deals in 2016, the world is questioning the fate of STEM education in U.S. school systems. The growing shortfall in U.S. STEM education and its supporting edtech industry has led major U.S. companies like Microsoft to search for talent and support education in other countries, since the United States can't meet their needs. On the other hand, the article pointed out that China's STEM learning industry is projected to hit $15 billion by 2020. In addition, the per capita expenditure of Chinese households on education has tripled over the past decade, rising from 670 yuan in 2000 to 2,381 yuan in 2015. China clearly sees investment in STEM as a priority for its future as a superpower, and where the government isn't doing the investing average Chinese families are. Today, China is the world leader in number of STEM graduates. The World Economic Forum reported that China had 4.7 million recent STEM graduates in 2016, and India had 2.6 million new STEM graduates, while the United States had only 568,000. China's President Xi Jinping has repeatedly declared that his aim is to transform the country into a science and technology superpower. This is an essential part of his Made in China 2025 program announced late last year, and China's larger agenda of displacing the United States as the world's dominant superpower. Fortunately for Xi's dream, China has the educational tools to achieve that aim. Not surprisingly, given its population, the Chinese state-run education system is the largest in the world. The compulsory education law of China mandates 9 years of government-funded, compulsory school attendance, which includes 6 years of primary school and 3 years of junior high school. After graduating from junior high school, students have to choose between senior high school and vocational school. Senior high school students also have to choose between a social science and a natural science orientation. This in turn affects the test categories students later take during the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, an academic examination not unlike the SAT in the United States. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination, or Gaokao, is considered the single most important exam in a student's entire life, since it determines whether he or she is allowed to enter a university. For those fortunate enough to pass the Gaokao, the choice of places to go for study has dramatically increased recently. The number of universities in China grew by 768 between 2005 and 2015. Among the top 20 universities in Asia in 2017, 10 were from the Greater China area. The focus there has been not only on quantity but quality of higher education. Established in 1998, the 985 Project is the Chinese government's program for raising the research standards of China's best universities. At the top of the pyramid is the so-called C9 League, the nation's top 9 universities which are guaranteed 10% of China's entire national research budget. One of those is Tsinghua University, which many call China's MIT, and which boasts 2 Nobel Prize winners on its science faculty. Another is Peking University, which has extensive student exchange programs with Western universities. There is also the University of Science and Technology of China, USTC, in Hefei, adjoining the new $11 billion quantum research center that the government is building to secure quantum supremacy for China. The staffs of these leading schools aren't limited to Chinese scholars. Thanks to China's Thousand Talents program launched in 2008, Beijing maintains a coordinated effort to recruit the best and brightest in key STEM areas among foreign scholars as well. Money is no object when it comes to salaries and research support, and a visiting professor at Tsinghua or USTC can count on a coterie of willing and able research assistants. He or she may not even mind that many of those assistants will go on to work for the People's Liberation Army, PLA, and develop the future weapons systems that could threaten the United States and its allies in the future. It's an impressive, even formidable array of educational resources. But problems and vulnerabilities remain. One is the sharp disparity between the number of universities and the quality of education between more urbanized Eastern China, e.g., Shanghai, Canton, and Beijing, and more backward Western provinces. Another, according to Hu Weiping, professor and director of the Modern Teaching Technology Lab at Shaanxi Normal University, is that while an increasing number of Chinese companies and schools have been investing in STEM, the focus has tended to be on getting product results instead of laying the groundwork for the future through fostering young talent. Hu has been quoted as saying that even though the National Natural Science Foundation of China has been heavily funding education projects since 2017, projects related to technology or science education haven't really benefited. Without funding, there won't be input from scientists or anyone else, Hu said. That's why I have called on the foundation to start working on this issue, so that more experts will be encouraged to do more research on curriculum reform to stimulate technological innovation. China's STEM education also suffers from a major shortage of both professional science teachers and proper science training for teachers. About 80.5% of teachers involved in STEM subjects received no serious science education, and many were at a middle or high school education level, according to Hu. A recent study by Richard P. Applebaum and Shuiying Han pulled together data from 731 surveys completed by STEM faculty at China's top 25 universities. They found that the Chinese educational system stifles creativity and the critical thinking necessary to achieve innovative breakthroughs, too often hamstrings researchers with bureaucratic requirements, and rewards quantity over quality. China's emphasis on rote learning and memorization reinforces this, said Applebaum, as does a strong cultural emphasis on respect for authority. In the end, according to Dr. Han, the challenges that are facing China's research environment are not things that can be easily fixed by money. They're cultural challenges, and that's going to require a major shift in thinking. One way that the Chinese government has dealt with these deficiencies is by accelerating the migration of its students to foreign universities, especially U.S. universities. According to Han, foreign degree holders get many advantages: higher salaries, easier access to promotions, bigger lab space, compared to their domestic counterparts. We discovered that Chinese domestic degree holders also thought that a foreign degree would give you better recognition from colleagues. And this recognition could open doors that might not be available to domestic degree holders. A STEM degree from an American university has particular cachet in Chinese scientific circles. So it's not surprising that hundreds of thousands of Chinese STEM students have applied for and been granted admittance to top U.S. universities and given top-notch educations in their chosen fields. Meanwhile, those same universities like Chinese students because they pay their exorbitant tuition fees without scholarships or complaint. How large are the numbers? Every other year, ICE issues a report on the enrollment of foreign students in the United States. According to its latest report, Sevis by the Numbers, Biannual Report on International Student Trends, issued in April 2018, Chinese foreign students, 377,070, by far outnumbered their closest competitor India, 211,700. While the report did not disclose how many Chinese students are enrolled in STEM courses of study, in past years more than half of all Chinese students enrolled in STEM programs. At the same time, Chinese engineering students take advantage of the expanding opportunities to work in U.S. companies that are of strategic interest to the Chinese government, where they are able to get training and learn about technologies that they can bring back to China. This supports not only Chinese industry but the People's Liberation Army. As one critic of the open-door policy toward China has put it, when China rattles its sabers at the United States and other countries around the world, frequently those sabers were designed by those engineers who received their education in the United States. American universities aren't the only targets. According to the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, some 2,500 Chinese military scientists have been steadily doing research at universities abroad since 2007, often without disclosing their connections to the PLA. By any economic or national security measure, this Chinese penetration of American university STEM programs has become a severe problem. It is, in effect, a reverse brain drain. Chinese students are able to acquire a first-rate education from programs that are in many cases funded by the U.S. government as well as major private corporations and foundations. They can then take that knowledge back to China to build similar programs aimed at undermining our national security, not to mention engage in extracurricular activities such as spying and intellectual property theft from their professors. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute calls this picking flowers to make honey in China. American intelligence agencies have a cruder name for it: Chinese takeout. It's no wonder there's a growing debate about whether and how to restrict the number of Chinese nationals studying in the United States, and which subjects they can study. But a much larger lens is required to see the real problem, which is not the large number of foreign students studying STEM in American universities, but the declining number of American students doing the same thing. This is going to demand a much bigger and more comprehensive approach to reform than just putting restrictions on F1 or M1 visas. It demands an approach much more akin to the one Sputnik triggered more than 60 years ago, an approach that not only transformed U.S. technology and science, but also the relationship between government and education. Sputnik was launched on October 4, 1957. On December 30th, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, published a resolution calling for specialized training for teachers of science. On January 28, 1958, President Eisenhower addressed Congress on how the National Science Foundation was going to answer the need for more scientists in science education. Less than 1 year later, Congress approved a $1 billion funding bid for the National Defense Education Act, 1958, which involved the first complete overhaul of the American education system from schools to universities at the federal level. In very short order, President Eisenhower established the position of Presidential Science Advisor, and the House and Senate reorganized their committee structures to focus on science policy. Congress also created the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, in order to create a civilian space program, and tripled funding for the National Science Foundation to improve science education. What set off this remarkable explosion of federal effort? In effect, an all-of-government approach to improving America's position as a leader in science and science education. First, of course, was the fear that Sputnik signaled that the United States was losing the space race to the USSR. It was even feared that the USSR would use satellites like Sputnik to spy on America or to fire nuclear weapons from space. Second, there was embarrassment that the United States, which had proved so successful at forging the arsenal of democracy in World War II, and winning the nuclear weapons race and whose industrial might was unparalleled in history, was somehow falling behind in the next important race for the strategic future. Above all, Sputnik fed a suspicion that America's problems stemmed from an education system that was sadly out of step with the new technological times. In the words of historian Paul Dickson, science and mathematics education became, in the public's eye, the solution to winning the science and technology race with the Soviet Union and to regaining global dominance. As the Hartford Courant noted, one of the direct results of the Sputniks has been that U.S. people have been taking a long look at their educational system and the program this country has for producing scientists and engineers. Besides the fear of the Soviets, however, there were other reasons behind this worry about the state of America's science and mathematics educational base. The introduction of the digital computer in the 1950s and 60s created a large demand for mathematicians, programmers, and computer scientists in both the public and private sectors. Since private companies, including defense companies, were drawing their needed talent directly from universities, educational institutions across the country were suffering from a dearth of STEM professors and teachers, even as the GI Bill was rapidly expanding university attendance and the post-war baby boom was about to add to the numbers of children attending school. America was also losing the generation of engineers, mathematicians, and computer scientists from Europe who had dominated the American scientific landscape during the 1930s and 40s. Figures like Albert Einstein, Leo Szilard, and John von Neumann. That loss meant that the country would need new domestic sources for the very highest and most innovative scientific talent. Sources that would have to compete with the Soviets' ability to summon the talent it needed virtually on command. This need for an educational reset was necessary at the top of the intellectual pyramid, in our universities, but also throughout the entire K-12 spectrum. In a speech to the National Education Association, Vice President Nixon argued that America's military and economic strength was entirely dependent on the strength of our educational system. If we lost leadership in the latter, our primacy in the former was bound to suffer. These worries and the search for a solution culminated in the passage of the National Defense Education Act, NDEA, of 1958. Its goal was to strengthen the national defense and to encourage and assist in the expansion and improvement of educational programs to meet critical national needs. The act set aside more than $1 billion over 4 years for 8 program titles, including student loans and scholarships, Title II, money for strengthening science, math, and foreign language programs, Title III, funding for graduate fellowships in certain critical areas of study, Title IV, funding for programs to identify talented and gifted students, Title V, money for research on more effective educational technologies, Title VII, as well as vocational and workforce training, Title VIII. The Act also established the Science Information Institute and Science Information Council to disseminate scientific information and advise the government on various technical issues, Title IX. What is striking is how the NDEA viewed STEM in a broader context and sought to address the need for federal support of education as a whole, including language training and area studies, such as Latin American Studies, part of Title VI. Many colleges and universities used these NDEA funds to create specialized language laboratories. Specialized language classes also created a space for other specialized classes, where gifted students could take advanced math and science classes. Different streams of classes for different levels of students were created at the high school and even elementary levels of schooling. What was the overall impact of the post-Sputnik reforms? 60 years later, it's hard to say and harder to measure. To my knowledge, there is still no good quantitative study of the impact of NDEA and other programs coming out of the post-Sputnik reforms. Of course, there was a large increase in the numbers of students enrolling in STEM courses and majoring in STEM subjects in the 1960s and 70s. But it is not clear whether this was due to the post-Sputnik education strategy or simply followed from the overall growth in the numbers of students enrolling in colleges and universities, including in STEM subjects. In 1940, about 500,000 young people, barely 15% of college-age Americans, were attending a higher education institution. By 1960, that number had jumped to 3.6 million. By 1970, it had more than doubled again, with 7.5 million Americans, or 40% of college-age youth, attending a college or university. Virtually every academic department was bound to see big increases in numbers of students under that kind of demographic pressure, as well as increases in numbers of teachers and instructors. What we can say is that the post-Sputnik shakeup of American education certainly had its downside. The growth of the bureaucracies that federal funding generated, both at the government and the academic level, soon diluted the NDEA mandates and the STEM offensive by pushing money and attention into relatively minor or even worthless fields. The word science soon proliferated in a number of unrelated subjects in order to give them sufficient panache to get students and funding. Programs like business science and communication science came to be treated as if they were real STEM disciplines, instead of soft and squishy versions of the real things. Another egregious byproduct was the launching of new math, made popular by the Cambridge Conference on School Mathematics, which aimed to achieve a radical acceleration of the elementary math curriculum so that calculus could be introduced as a regular high school subject. New math was supposed to speed up the calculating proficiency of American school children, but in most cases it had the opposite effect. The bewildering flurry of concepts and abstractions borrowed from mathematical logic, for example Venn diagrams instead of old-fashioned multiplication tables and exercises in long division, certainly killed my interest in mathematics early in my fourth-grade career. From anecdotal evidence, my experience was not unique. The backlash against new math even had its comical aspects, including Harvard math professor Tom Lehrer's spoof of a lecture on new math principles that declared, "The important thing is to understand what you're doing rather than to get the right answer," and a 1965 Peanuts cartoon showing a youngster stumbling through her new math assignment. Sets. One-to-one matching. Equivalent sets. Sets of one. Sets of two. Renaming two. Finally, she throws back her head and bursts into tears. All I want to know is, how much is 2 and 2? Underneath the comedy, however, was a genuine frustration with an educational fad gone wrong, like the fate of so many educational fads, especially when they have federal funding to encourage their spread. By the mid-1960s, more than half of American high schools were confusing their students with a new math curriculum. A decade later, it had spread to 85% of K-12 education. The fact that, a decade after that, U.S. math test scores seemed to be in free fall may not have been entirely coincidental. Other critics would complain that the post-Sputnik agenda overstressed and overfunded STEM education at the expense of the humanities and liberal subjects such as history and literature, although one can easily argue that far more damage to those subjects resulted from the 1968 radicalism which still reverberates around schools and universities today. And if declining STEM test scores and enrollments since the 1980s are any indication, no one can claim that the impact of the post-Sputnik push and NDEA on American STEM leadership was particularly lasting. All the same, one can equally claim that without the post-Sputnik reforms, the computer revolution of the 1970s and 80s, and the dot-com revolution of the 1990s would probably not have been possible. Substantial credit for America's IT leadership in the coming decades has to go to the conscious effort to make science and technology cool and exciting for young people, with an assist from new educational technologies for the classroom like lab kits, overhead projectors, films, and TV learning, the ancestor of today's online learning. It is also unlikely that the United States would have gained the clear leadership in defense-related technologies that formed the basis of the Pentagon's second offset strategy in the 1980s. Elements of this strategy, including stealth technology, GPS, and networked warfare, along with the broad, innovative technical and scientific industrial base that the federal government organized and funded after 1958, won the Cold War. Indeed, with Ronald Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative speech in March 1983, we can hear distant echoes of the excitement and optimism about the possibilities of American science and technology that the post-Sputnik era launched a quarter-century earlier. On the other hand, one obstacle that American education reformers didn't face in 1958 was large numbers of Soviet students studying STEM subjects in American universities and going home to help to arm the Red Army, let alone steal research and intellectual property from their professors and colleagues. Nor did we have visa programs that promoted Soviet enrollment in American universities, nor were those same institutions eager to welcome Soviet students into their physics labs and engineering programs with open arms. Yet that is precisely the situation we face today in our STEM competition with China. In this respect, we are facing an American STEM crisis that is substantially more complex than the one we faced 60 years ago, and one which demands solutions even more radical and disruptive than those Sputnik inspired. Because when a headline-grabbing event like Sputnik occurs this time, e.g., a Chinese quantum computer that can penetrate our most vulnerable public encryption systems, it will almost certainly be too late to do anything about it. On September 10, 2018, on the eve of the 17th anniversary of the attack on September 11th, I wrote a Forbes column entitled, America's High-Tech STEM Crisis. In that column, I wrote of America's declining STEM leadership. We are fast approaching another Sputnik moment we can't afford to ignore. Our national security as well as economic security depend on addressing it. We need major high-tech companies like Google and Microsoft, leading universities and colleges, the White House, the Department of Education, and the Department of Defense to come together to craft a high-tech STEM education strategy that can lead us forward to the future. 3 months later, the White House released its plans for a 5-year STEM strategy. The report is an important document with large sections devoted to summarizing a strategy to increase U.S. leadership in science and engineering and creating more economic opportunities for Americans with a STEM education, especially for women and minorities. Unfortunately, what's missing is a commitment to specifically address the outstanding national security issues America's STEM crisis entails, especially those relating to topics such as computer engineering and cybersecurity, AI, quantum, and robotics. Hence, there is still room for a broader strategy that incorporates more input from our Defense Department and intelligence community, as well as those academic communities whose work in these areas will have a direct impact on our ability to defend ourselves in the future, and cooperation with allies such as Japan, Israel, NATO, and the Five Eyes, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and United States on the high-tech frontier. It is also important to realize that this crisis is not one that's going to wait for the marketplace to solve. Markets are notoriously bad at allocating resources in a crisis, but particularly educational resources because of the time lag involved and other factors. For example, there was a rush of people going into petroleum engineering at precisely the moment oil markets crashed in 2014 to 15. And when MBAs from Harvard and other prestigious schools flood a business zone, that's usually a good sign that a bubble is about to burst. In addition, some have argued that much of the current dependence on foreign students and H-1B visa employees happened by design, so that American companies could avoid having to pay full U.S. market prices for this kind of high-tech, highly skilled labor. 35b that as it may, it seems obvious that strong and insightful government action on this front is imperative. The question is, what kind? The issue that has generated the most attention and concrete action to date is the growing number of Chinese nationals, including postdoctoral students and professors, studying and working in the United States. A complex situation given the extent to which American universities have come to rely upon these students. In June 2018, the Trump administration announced plans to limit the time Chinese graduate students will be allowed to study in certain critical areas of high-tech research, including robotics, aeronautics, and high-tech manufacturing, from 5 years to 1. On December 2, 2018, Voice of America reported, U.S. considers new restrictions on Chinese students. The gist of the story was that American officials have growing worries about spying by Chinese students who are studying in the United States, and about the loss of new technologies important for national security to China through their efforts. In addition to the new visa restrictions, officials are considering whether to carry out additional investigations of Chinese students attending U.S. schools. Reuters reported that officials want to examine student phone calls. They are also considering looking at students' personal accounts on Chinese and U.S. social media sites. But again, the issue of Chinese students needs to be seen in a larger lens. The greater focus should be on how we get more Americans, especially young Americans, to study and get excited about STEM subjects, especially the high-tech STEM disciplines that have crucial national security implications. One approach would be to designate certain STEM subjects, such as AI or additive manufacturing, as a critical knowledge base as described under the NDEA, and offer government scholarships and funding, including Department of Defense funding, that can be directed to those students and researchers working on that knowledge base. This could be supplemented by encouraging universities and colleges to offer tuition waivers for those same students. A powerful incentive at a time when virtually every college grad leaves school with an enormous loan millstone around his or her neck. Another approach involves more direct coordination with the high-tech corporate sector. The White House report says very little about more effective coordination between the government and private sector, both to improve education and career opportunities in the United States, as well as to advance critical research. The work done at America's corporate labs was an important part of the response to Sputnik 60 years ago. Many of those labs do not exist today, but responding to the present STEM crisis will involve mobilizing resources across society. It cannot remain limited to a few government agencies. Finally, there needs to be a K-12 teaching offensive aimed specifically at those critical knowledge bases. It should incorporate new thinking about how to teach math and science as well as old, that is, in terms of best practice models, including those of countries that consistently outperform us in the international rankings. Trying to import wholesale the pedagogical techniques from Japanese or Taiwanese classrooms may not work from a cultural point of view, although certain American tiger moms might disagree. But some applicable lessons might nevertheless be learned by studying these techniques. The United States might also borrow more from Norway or Estonia, which consistently score very well on international tests like PISA, and which could provide constructive models for STEM education in American schools. The bottom line is that STEM education has become too important to be left to the educators any longer, or to the educational bureaucrats. It's high time the Department of Defense and national security agencies weigh in, as they did post-Sputnik, so that America's future doesn't pass into the hands of foreign nationals, no matter how talented or willing, by default. 60 years ago, America's effort to seize global STEM leadership helped to put astronauts on the moon. Today, who can say where retaking STEM leadership can lead us in the 21st century? And who can say what the costs might be if we fail? The phrase industrial policy conjures up images of Europe's dirigiste failures, corruption in African and Latin American economies, and the disastrous 1984 presidential campaign of Walter Mondale. In boardrooms and think tanks and even university classrooms across the country, the term generates an instinctive revulsion hardwired by decades of listening to laissez-faire and supply-side economic thinkers, from Milton Friedman and Martin Feldstein to George Gilder and Arthur Laffer. The phrase recalls humiliating policy failures from Solyndra and Evergreen Solar at one end to Soviet five-year plans at the other, more sinister end, not to mention the Great Leap Forward. All this explains why industrial policy has been, by and large, a taboo subject among American politicians as well as economists. That is, until now. There's been a recent shift in mood and attitude about the proper role of government in shaping America's economic destiny. There's a growing fear that limiting government's role to merely umpiring market mechanisms is hurting both our economic future and our national security. There is a growing belief that policy options beyond market fundamentalism must exist, and that a failure to pursue these alternatives might put us on a different road to serfdom. Those options would be especially attractive if they managed to avoid a radical uprooting of America's basic economic landscape, or supplanting the normal incentives that foster economic growth and innovation. If, instead, government's attention were simply focused on bolstering the handful of key industries that will determine the global balance of power in the 21st century, and where in many cases America already has a lead, though one that will quickly diminish if action isn't taken soon, the notion of industrial policy might gain some new political as well as intellectual traction. What is industrial policy? Usually it's a term referring to a program of economic reforms that give the government extraordinary authority, as well as fiscal and regulatory powers, to change a country's industrial structure or, less ambitiously, promote a targeted sector of the economy. According to economists Howard Pack and Kamal Sagi, it refers to any type of selective intervention or government policy that attempts to alter the structure of production towards sectors that are expected to offer better prospects for economic growth than would occur in the absence of such intervention. The goal is to correct what are identified as market failures in sectors where the normal workings of supply and demand and market competition aren't able to achieve certain economic or other national goals. In general, industrial policies in the past have had three characteristics that set them apart from other forms of macroeconomic policies. First, they are usually focused on the manufacturing sector and infrastructure, as well as infant industries which are seen as crucial for future economic growth and competitiveness, but which are too small or too nascent to attract the kind of capital investment that would normally foster their growth. Second, industrial policy often implies direct interventions in the nation's trade policy by imposing tariffs, quotas, and other restrictions on imports from foreign competitors, controlling the flow of certain materials and goods to purchasers abroad, and sometimes even providing direct subsidies or price incentives for exports. This latter practice is usually denounced by international competitors as dumping, a charge brought against Japan, one of the main practitioners of industrial policy during the 1970s and 80s, just as tariffs are denounced as a form of protectionism. Third, reliance on industrial policy is usually more typical of mixed economies, where the active role of government in economic and business affairs is normal and accepted. Examples include the newly industrialized countries, or NICs, of Asia, which followed the example of post-war Japan, with government directly managing economic recovery and growth, countries in Latin America and Europe, and African countries eager to find solutions to underdevelopment through government action, often to their disappointment, for reasons we will examine later. In the United States, however, the use of industrial policy measures has been viewed with suspicion throughout most of the 20th century, conveniently ignoring the fact, which industrial policy advocates never tire of pointing out, that protectionist tariffs helped to spur America's industrial growth in the 19th and early 20th centuries until the United States finally became the dominant industrial power in the world. On the other hand, industrial policy's spotty record elsewhere has made suspicion of its methods and goals seem justified. For every Japan or Taiwan that has made a success of industrial policy, there are Argentinas, Brazils, Ghanas, and Ugandas where industrial policy has proved a failure. To critics, then, the phrase smacks of government failure rather than market failure and socialism. To advocates, however, industrial policies are a useful and necessary way to deal with a declining economic situation, especially a dwindling or uncompetitive domestic manufacturing base, which orthodox free market, laissez-faire policies can't or won't address. The market system excels at incentivizing economic efficiency, finding and commercializing uses for advanced technologies, and allocating resources to suit preferences. Increasing domestic market freedom might also advance the non-utilitarian goal of securing the rights of citizens. But a more perfect market system in itself is not a substitute for an awareness of national priorities or the strategic pursuit of national goals. Proponents of national industrial policies can be highly critical of unfettered markets and the necessarily limited effect of government efforts to stimulate economic growth solely through fiscal policies like tax cuts or monetary policies like adjusting interest rates. But unlike doctrinaire socialists, the goal of industrial policy isn't to curb private enterprise but to spur it in a new direction, an outcome that's vital to national interests but which markets alone are unable to achieve. Over the past 4 decades, America has operated under 2 assumptions that have governed the relationship between government and the private sector. 1. Left to itself, the private sector will always figure out how to solve our most pressing economic challenges by investing where capital is needed most. And 2. The sector of our economy that has been the most innovative and successful in recent decades, the sector symbolized by Silicon Valley, will always rise to the challenge of sustaining economic growth as well as protecting our national interests. More recently, however, politicians, academics, and the public are realizing that these assumptions aren't working, especially in the face of the growing threat from China. There's an increasing awareness that the United States needs to readjust its economic strategy in a fundamental way. The progressive rise of China from economic competitor to geopolitical challenger to strategic threat has dramatically shifted attention away from the drawbacks and toward the virtues of industrial policy. While other issues like the loss of manufacturing jobs and economic stagnation in America's heartland have stimulated interest in a more active role for government in the economy, one could argue those concerns elected Donald Trump president in 2016. The reality of China's march toward global hegemony at America's expense has generated a sense of urgency to resolving old debates on industrial policy. That includes the belated realization that the first 2 problems, the loss of jobs and decline of manufacturing industries, can be directly traced back to China's rise as an economic rival. It's also becoming clear to American political and corporate elites that the expectations they once entertained about U.S. and Chinese economic integration were wrong. Increasing interdependence has not accrued equally to the benefit of both economies. And China's prosperity has not brought political as well as economic reform, i.e., ending the Communist Party of China's, CPC, monopoly on political power and curtailing the influence of state-owned enterprises. In fact, China and the CPC have pursued very different plans. Far from embracing the laissez-faire approach that is prevalent in the West, the Chinese have set in motion a far-reaching industrial policy of their own, which has culminated in President Xi Jinping's visionary plan dubbed Made in China 2025, Mike 2025. As Bonnie Glaser, director of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, testified to Congress earlier this year, although the goal of Mike 2025 is to upgrade industry writ large, the plan targets 10 strategic industries in which China intends to foster the development of not only national champions but global champions. The 10 priority sectors are 1. Advanced information technology, 2. Automated machine tools and robotics, 3. Aircraft and aeronautical equipment, 4. Maritime vessels and marine engineering equipment, 5. Advanced rail equipment, 6. New energy vehicles, 7. Electrical generation and transmission equipment, 8. Agricultural machinery and equipment, 9. New materials, and 10. Pharmaceuticals and advanced medical devices. Perhaps not surprisingly, these are all areas in which the United States has been the clear leader for decades, but in which China now intends to overtake us. Mike 2025 is part of Chinese President Xi Jinping's larger strategy for restoring China to what he believes is the country's rightful place as a great power by 2049, in time for the centennial of the PRC's founding. At the 19th Party Congress in October 2017, Xi even laid out a multi-stage plan with specific goals for 2020, 2035, and 2050, Glazer noted. By 2035, he said China would be a top-ranked innovative nation and by the middle of the century would be transformed into a leading global power. Americans have finally awakened to what some of us have been arguing for more than a decade. China is not merely an economic competitor, as Japan was in the 1970s and 80s, but a major threat to U.S. global leadership. China's long-standing pattern of serial cyber theft, IP theft, and predatory trade practices. Its militarizing of the South China Sea. Its anti-access, area denial maritime strategy aimed at the U.S. Navy, and its massive One Belt, One Road initiative are all linked together in China's national strategy, of which its comprehensive industrial policy is a natural and increasingly effective part. Unfortunately, the U.S. response so far has been fragmentary and uncoordinated. It has featured on-again, off-again tariff wars and dithering about what to do in response to Huawei's dominance of the world's advanced wireless 5G technology. Meanwhile, we have failed to shore up our own decaying defense industrial base. American policy regarding the growing Chinese threat has been less than effectual, even as there is increasing awareness that we are seriously off track. A clarion call has gone out for a change of direction, including a new national economic strategy, one that might seriously be described as an industrial policy. One of the most forceful advocates of this message is Senator Marco Rubio. Rubio's critique is not just aimed at the failure to deal with China, but the deeper misalignment of U.S. corporate incentives and the role of government, or lack of it, in shaping capital investment priorities. As he wrote in The Atlantic, for too long government and business leaders alike have stood back and endorsed supposedly unstoppable global forces that have made life harder for working Americans. But inaction will not restore the dignity of work or usher in a new American century that values dignified work and wages like the last one. It doesn't have to work this way. Supply-side theory that increased investment benefits workers in the long run only works if investment actually increases. The Atlantic article echoed key passages of a report by the Senate Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee, which Rubio chairs, from this February, recommending the creation of a national innovation board, properly aligned with national priorities. Markets in trade and finance can drive tremendous economic progress. Left to their own devices, expanding for expansion's sake, however, they provide market actors the framework to endlessly seek out new efficiencies, regardless of whether such efficiencies are in the national interest, or in some cases even in the interests of the firm's own product value. Point 8. In both the article and the report, Rubio put his finger on one of the key areas of American vulnerability in this regard, the high-tech sector. The Made in China 2025 plan makes clear that China views winning the struggle for high-tech supremacy as a necessary part of its grand strategy to replace the United States as the world's leading superpower. As Trump economic advisor Peter Navarro remarked on Meet the Press in April, what's at stake here is the industries of the future: artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum computing. And what's at stake is not just our economic prosperity. If I may, it's also our national security, because many of these industries of the future have profound military implications. Is the U.S. economy ready to compete in this struggle, or even see high-tech as an arena of geopolitical conflict? Sadly, many indications suggest that we are not. On the contrary, some of America's largest firms have become allies of China's push to achieve high-tech, and therefore geopolitical supremacy. Companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Apple have contributed to the building of China's closed internet, or the Great Firewall. Meanwhile, instead of burnishing its image as the engine of innovation for the American economy, Silicon Valley has become a symbol of entrenched interests known to critics as big tech. One of the largest of all, Google, has left itself open to charges of being unpatriotic, even treasonous, by supporting China while it refuses to support the U.S. Department of Defense with certain key programs. Whenever commercial convenience collides with larger national interests, there has been a fairly anemic response to the challenge. Whether we call this a market failure or not, there has certainly been a failure to decide where American economic resources need to be directed and to act accordingly. So if the old paradigm for aligning our high-tech economy with the national interest is broken, what's the alternative? Fortunately, another paradigm exists, and not a theoretical one. It's the one I described in my book, Freedom's Forge, on America's transformation into the arsenal of democracy during World War II. The book details how the U.S. government harnessed the power and innovation of America's private industrial sector to win the greatest war in history. The new threat from China is more complicated, but the lessons are still relevant. The current geoeconomic competition is, In the words of Robert Blackwell and Jennifer Harris, war by other means. If Beijing achieves its goals, America will be displaced as a superpower. Perhaps it's no coincidence, then, that the book is finding a new audience in Washington and across the political spectrum. Former Secretary of Defense Patrick Shanahan has described it as his favorite book. President Trump's special economic advisor Peter Navarro also speaks highly of it. According to the New Statesman, Freedom's Forge has even been heavily touted by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's staff as a model for their Green New Deal. Washington Governor Jay Inslee has praised it for the same reason. Of course, one does not have to support the Green New Deal to recognize the appeal of the Green Left's campaign to use an all-of-government approach to restructure our economy and to refocus resources where they will have the most impact. These proposals speak to a deep need among Americans for an approach to the economy very different from the one that has prevailed since Reagan's day. The sobering reality is that the old paradigm is broken. The future depends on whether America gets its economic house in order and sets its strategic sights higher, especially in high-tech sectors and our defense industrial base. Fortunately, the message of Freedom's Forge is not that we need to abandon the market economy. Instead, this successful paradigm maximizes the advantages of market discipline and private sector innovation and minimizes the disadvantages of government direction and intervention, while also using the potentially disruptive impact of new technologies as strategic leverage. In short, it aims to secure the virtues of industrial policy while minimizing its shortcomings. The idea that the state should play a major role in guiding a country's economic future is of course not new. Governments performed that function in mercantilist Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries by promoting investment in export industries and putting up barriers to imports, while also controlling the flow of skilled artisans and raw materials. The assumptions underlying mercantilist policy received a devastating riposte from Adam Smith in his Wealth of Nations. The policy that nations have been taught that their interest consisted in beggaring all their neighbors was wrong. Rather, Smith argued, the promotion of commercial wealth through foreign trade and the expansion of domestic production of consumable goods were the true sources of national strength. Wealth of Nations became the holy writ of free market capitalism, and the sourcebook for policies based on limiting, not expanding, government control over markets and the larger economy. But that did not deter the first Secretary of the Treasury in the new Republic of the United States, Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton knew Smith's work well. He by and large agreed with Smith that fleets and armies are maintained, not with silver and gold, but with consumable goods. But he was also convinced that Smith's hands-off role for government in helping to generate that wealth, though it might be suitable for a globally dominant economy like Britain's, would not work not for a new county like the United States, with its incipient manufacturing base and relatively weak maritime posture. Instead, a new approach was needed, one which, ironically, bears considerable resemblance to the approach China has taken in recent years. In his groundbreaking report on manufactures published in 1791, Hamilton urged Congress to promote what we would call America's industrial base, so that the United States could be independent on foreign nations for military and other essential supplies. In addition to protecting national independence, support for manufacturing would level the playing field in the global markets of the day. Since European governments regularly subsidized their manufacturers, America would only be able to compete by following the European lead. Hamilton envisioned a future in which the new republic would be in competition with Britain and other European powers, which would necessarily lead to conflict, including armed conflict. This is why Hamilton also wanted to make sure America had a strong navy. But the principal tool Hamilton believed Washington should use to help manufacturers was tariffs. In fact, the tariffs he set forth in his report were the only recommendations Congress decided to enact. By and large, tariffs became the principal tool by which the U.S. government protected and fostered its industrial base for the next century. It was under Woodrow Wilson that the paradigm shifted to emphasizing free trade and free markets. Not surprising since by the early 20th century the United States had become the dominant industrial power. Free trade subsequently became more or less an American economic orthodoxy, one that the State Department preached around the world during the FDR administration. All the same, every president since Calvin Coolidge has also looked for ways to get industry, labor, and government all moving in the same direction, with government policies leading the way. The most extensive and most notorious attempt was the National Recovery Administration, NRA, under FDR, which aimed to force industry, labor, and government to work together to set prices and set up fair practice codes. Killed off by the Supreme Court, some elements of the NRA, such as price controls, wound up being adopted during World War II. But after the war, fiscal and monetary policy measures were seen as more than adequate to foster economic progress. In fact, after the advent of supply-side economic theory, many believed tax cuts alone would do the trick. Interest in a more active government role made its comeback in the 1980s. American politicians and some economists gazed with admiration and envy at the success of countries like Japan and Korea, where economic growth followed important structural reforms that expanded the central government's role in supporting and even subsidizing certain industrial sectors. In other words, industrial policy. The article that summed up the new trend was written by Robert Reich in the Harvard Business Review in 1982, entitled Why America Needs an Industrial Policy. Today, competitive leadership requires the ability to adapt to a changing world economy, Reich wrote, and government can help reduce the cost of adaptation in two ways. 1. By smoothing the movement of capital and labor out of declining industries, and 2. By ensuring the availability of both capital and labor to promising sectors of the economy. That is, by accelerating the adjustments that capital and labor markets would otherwise achieve more slowly on their own. He continued, industrial policy focuses on the most productive pattern of investment, and thus it favors business segments that promise to be strong international competitors while helping to develop the industrial infrastructure, highways, ports, sewers, and skilled workforce needed to support those segments. Proponents of industrial policy argue that an American company cannot achieve international leadership without government support. They do not mean, however, that government should second-guess the strategic decisions of business by picking winners and losers, or that business should depend on government largesse. They mean simply that the strength of the United States economy will increasingly rest on public policies that complement the strategies of individual companies. Industrial policy is emphatically not national planning but rather a process for making the economy more adaptable and dynamic. Reich even insisted, as a theory, industrial policy is closer to the strategic planning models used by many companies than to traditional macro or microeconomics. With the looming presence of Japanese economic success and reaction against Reagan's adoption of supply-side economics, the new industrial policy became a major issue in the 1984 presidential campaign. Democratic presidential contenders Gary Hart and Ernest Hollings and nominee Walter Mondale were NIP enthusiasts. President Reagan was a steadfast NIP opponent. When Reagan won in a 49-state landslide, the appeal of NIP faded fast. The positive impact of the Reagan tax cuts, as the U.S. economy began growing at an average 3.5% clip, also put paid to claims that America's best economic days were behind it, though Reagan's Defense Department, believing the economy was growing less competitive, actually prepared plans for a technology-based industrial policy never to be implemented. Following the financial crisis of 2008, there was a flurry of new interest in industrial policy, but critics insisted that it wouldn't work, and that it didn't even work for the countries usually associated with its success, namely Japan and the Little Dragons. Michael Schumann, in a 2010 Time magazine essay, Does America Need an Industrial Policy?, explained how the rise of Japan had triggered the initial interest in industrial policy. In the 1960s and 1970s, the bureaucrats in Tokyo were the patron saints of modern industrial policy, he wrote, who employed special loans, trade protection, and other methods of support to nurture new industries that could compete in international markets. That's when the calls began in the U.S. urging Washington to adopt similar policies, or lose out to Japan and its supposed superior economic model. Schumann found, however, in researching his book The Miracle, the epic story of Asia's quest for wealth, that industrial policy probably aided a small number of new industries in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. The reason companies in targeted industries like shipbuilding in Korea or electronics in Taiwan have proven so successful is that the private entrepreneurs who launched them used the state support they received wisely and made products that people wanted to buy on international markets. In fact, some of the most successful Japanese industries, such as consumer electronics and motorcycles, never received significant aid from the Japanese government, nor did successful individual companies like Sony or Honda. In 2016, the left-of-center Brookings Institution published a blog post by Georgetown professor Shanta Devarajan, former economist at the World Bank, entitled 3 Reasons Why Industrial Policy Fails. The first reason Devarajan listed was existing distortions, meaning failures that were blamed on the inadequacy of free markets were very often due to other more pervasive distortions in the economy, such as labor market regulations, energy subsidies, and the like. In this setting, correcting the market failure associated with industrial policy may not promote industrialization. In fact, it may make matters worse. Governments would do better to identify the biggest distortions in the economy, such as energy subsidies, and work on correcting them. The second problem was what Devarajan called political capture, where industrial policies are too easily captured by politically powerful groups who then manipulate it for their own purposes rather than for structural transformation. This can also happen in reverse with what's called regulatory capture, in which the dominant private sector companies and players manipulate the government's interventionist role for their own purposes. The third problem, Devarajan explained, was that industrial policy has typically targeted sectors. The discussion of picking winners, based on some variant of comparative advantage, is usually about which sectors should receive preferential treatment. But sectors don't trade. Firms do. Any economic sector is made up of a wide range of separate companies and entities, some large and some small, some badly managed and some well managed, some enjoying more advantages, for example superior intellectual property or lower labor costs, than others. These observations have led to research on the characteristics of successful firms, such as the quality of management, and the possibility that industrial policy would be more effective if it targeted these characteristics rather than all firms in a sector. Yet this is traditionally what an industrial policy does not do. By the end of 2016, then, the case against industrial policy seemed largely closed. Yet the threat from China was looming larger and larger, and the U.S. economy remained sluggish and dependent on low interest rates. The 2017 tax cuts did not produce nearly the effect that Reagan's had. Meanwhile, the contradictions of America's approach toward industrial policy were growing more apparent. In fact, a new book by New York University economist Thomas Philippon, The Great Reversal: How America Gave Up on Free Markets, strongly argues that we already have an industrial policy. It is one decided by the largest American businesses who successfully lobby Washington to protect their interests from competition or, in many cases, even innovation, a classic case of regulatory capture. Philippon's conclusion strongly echoes Rubio's. In today's normal business climate, industry leaders' shares of investment and capital have decreased while their profit margins have increased. This is the opposite of what a hypothesis of superstar firms would predict, including in the high-tech industry. This de facto industrial policy also does nothing to protect American interests vis-a-vis China. So, whether we call it industrial policy or something else, we urgently need a new paradigm. Urgently, not just because of the immediate China challenge, but because the development of advanced technologies can rapidly transform economies of scale and determine the course of future innovation, without which the U.S. economy is doomed to stagnate, and with it, American power. Ultimately, we can say that the future of freedom itself may be at stake. Not just economic freedom but its political and moral versions. We are rapidly approaching an existential moment eerily similar to the technological competition that occurred in the early stages of the Cold War. Fortunately, our own history can point us to the right model. America's mobilization for World War II is one of the examples of an industrial policy that, nearly every expert agrees, worked. That is one reason why it is invoked so often, along with the race to the moon, even though building the arsenal of democracy was far more comprehensive in its reach and impact. For example, the race to the moon never involved sequestering strategic materials or suspending antitrust laws. It's worth recalling the impressive numbers that the arsenal of democracy ran up. From the onset of the mobilization program in July 1940 through August 1945, the United States produced $183 billion worth of war material. That included 141 aircraft carriers, 807 other naval surface vessels, 203 submarines, 342,000 aircraft, 88,000 tanks and self-propelled guns, 257,000 artillery pieces, 2.4 million trucks, 2.6 million machine guns, and 41 billion rounds of ammunition, more than two-thirds of all the war material used by the Allies in World War II. Even more impressive was the speed with which this massive government intervention into nearly aspect of the U.S. economy for more than 5 years was dismantled to allow the return to normal civilian life. Indeed, as I pointed out in a 2014 article, the demobilization of America's military-industrial complex provided an efficient glide path to unprecedented growth and affluence for Americans in the 1950s, and 60s.261 could argue that the American economy returned even stronger than ever thanks to the experience of being organized for war production. It certainly returned with new innovative tools, from synthetic rubber and jet propulsion to nuclear power. Finally, the arsenal of democracy's original imperative, to arm America from an almost standing start, carried its legacy over into the Cold War, with America commanding an arsenal for the free world unprecedented in scale and depth. Of course, no one is seriously proposing an industrial policy as sweeping as the mobilization for World War II. But uncovering its lessons will be key to devising an effective industrial policy which targets the key sectors of the U.S. economy that will be essential for preserving our national and economic security, especially in our high-tech industries. From that perspective, I would identify 6 important principles crucial to the development of the arsenal of democracy that should be hallmarks for any effective industrial policy today. 1. Clearly define the challenge. Contrary to myth, the goal of American mobilization was not to arm the U.S. military, not at first. In the summer of 1940, when the Roosevelt administration began to gear up our military-industrial base, the goal was rather to keep Great Britain alive and fighting. As I detail in Freedom's Forge, the war production ramp-up began a full year and a half before December 1941. If the United States had waited longer, Nazi Germany might have consolidated control not only in Europe but in the Mediterranean and Middle East. The most urgent need was first to arm allies against the Axis, which eventually generated the industrial momentum to arm the United States as well, in order to confront the threat directly. The key lesson is that an industrial policy aimed to deal with a specific threat, in this case competition from China, has a much better chance of succeeding and coordinating resources than one aimed at more vague targets such as creating jobs or making America more competitive. 2. Find the right talent to plan an overall strategy. From the start, FDR understood that he needed key industry leaders, for example General Motors CEO William Knudsen, to take the lead in devising a strategy and mobilizing resources rather than rely on government bureaucrats, including the experts of his so-called brain trust. Knudsen, in turn, asked for the help of the biggest and most productive companies in America to organize the initial effort. Their expertise and experience became the basis upon which an overall plan could take shape. The actual strategy itself can consist of a number of different elements associated with industrial policy. They could include directed tax incentives to spur capital investment in key sectors and discourage investment in others, formation of joint industry-government boards to oversee the expansion of production, as happened during World War II, actual government investment in research and development, and in physical plants and facilities, similar to how the Defense Plant Corporation financed the creation and expansion of wartime production sites. Targeted tariffs or restrictions against foreign competitors, pooling materials and resources, including intellectual property, essential for fostering sector growth, or organizing and investing seed money for foster incubators and startups in critical sectors. In an important sense, what tactics are used are less important than having an integrated strategy in the first place. 3. Spread the effort as widely as possible, even to companies that have never participated in a sector before. Knudsen relied on the biggest companies, Ford, GM, General Electric, US Steel, AT&T, to lead the way, but not to do the job alone. He encouraged new players to join the effort. This was how companies like Henry Kaiser Company Limited, which had built dams but never maritime vessels, became involved in producing Liberty ships and ultimately built the largest steel plant on the West Coast, and one of the most advanced in the world. It was how Ford became involved in producing an entire aircraft, the B-24, General Electric began designing and producing bazookas, and hundreds of subcontractors were involved in making a variety of war material from landing craft and machine guns to searchlights and radar sets. This not only sped up overall production by having as many companies involved as possible, it also allowed cross-cutting innovation to take place, as outside companies brought new ideas to old systems and processes. Today, this would mean, for example, not limiting the effort to build an effective 5G network to telecom companies and their usual suppliers, but including other companies that excel in productivity and technical skills. This also means thinking outside the sector in ways that avoid one of the chief problems with industrial policy: simply making the biggest bigger with a government-sanctioned de facto monopoly. The goal isn't to make the big companies bigger and more powerful. It's to use their knowledge and expertise to guide the rest of the sector forward. It involves diffusing the secrets of production from the top down, while absorbing the instinct for innovation from the bottom up. None of this will work, however, without the proper role of government. 4. Keep all noses pointed in the same direction. This was Knudsen's homey description of the essential role of the boss on an industrial job, or an executive in a corporation, making sure that the diverse activities on an assembly line or in a corporation are all aimed toward the same goal. That also defines the essential role of government, not only in the making of the arsenal of democracy but in any effective industrial policy, which is oversight, not oversteering. Not picking winners or losers but rewarding success while punishing failure. During World War II, Washington bureaucracies learned to limit themselves to making sure that production targets were met and resources kept flowing, with price controls and allocations on strategic materials, for example, without directly interfering in the production process itself or micromanaging costs. Instead, government was able to exercise oversight through an effective combination of both carrots, introducing for the first time cost-plus contracts for the defense industry plus the lifting of antitrust statutes, and sticks, the most important of which was the Senate Committee to Investigate the National Defense Program, led by Missouri Senator Harry Truman, otherwise known as the Truman Committee. Established in 1941, the committee held hundreds of hearings, traveled thousands of miles to conduct field inspections, and saved millions of dollars in cost overruns. A visit by Truman Committee members became every contractor's worst nightmare. For those who engaged in fraud or abuse, it could mean a jail sentence. In general, the private sector's freedom of action in advancing war mobilization was balanced by strict accountability to the public sector, and vice versa. One of the principal dangers in implementing an industrial policy, regulatory capture, was studiously avoided. While contractors' responsibilities were carefully defined and their powers limited, so were those of the government. 5. Devise an exit strategy. The power of the war production machine that Knudsen and American business had built to win World War II was such that by the spring of 1944, more than a year before the end of the war in Europe, the chief problem facing the War Mobilization Board was how to demobilize and return to peacetime production. In fact, by then, reconversion had become the key catchphrase across wartime industries. Trade publications like American Machinist ran entire issues on how companies could handle termination day, how to disengage from their contracts with the War or Navy departments and begin reconverting to their normal business lines. In June 1944, T-Day had become as important as D-Day to the future of the U.S. economy. 14 months later, when the war was over in both Europe and Asia, the transition to civilian commerce was extraordinarily smooth, even though many had predicted economic chaos. As I pointed out in Freedom's Forge, there was a brief hiccup in the last half of 1945 and early 1946, as national output dropped and unemployment rose to 3.9%. As price controls were lifted, inflation rose by 20%. Then things smoothed out. Private capital investment, which had gone flat and even turned down during the war, tripled from $10.6 billion in 1945 to $30.6 billion in 1946 and never looked back. As one economist, Robert Higgs, has put it, as the war ended, real prosperity returned almost overnight. An effective industrial policy must have the same clear life cycle perspective. One with a starting line and almost a finish line, when either goals are met or when it's clear they won't be, and a new strategy and policy is needed. 6. Find the right leadership. As Joseph Badaracco and David Yoffie wrote in their November 1983 Harvard Business Review, response to Robert Reich's original article, proponents of industrial policy know how hard it is to formulate a coherent economic strategy in a democracy. Very true, and the arsenal of democracy was as much the accomplishment of two individuals, FDR and William Knudsen, who became the symbols as well as the primary motivators of the wartime production miracle. This was more than just a matter of public relations. It included Knudsen's powerful discovery that we could use America's most important economic advantage, its gift of civilian mass production, to offset our opponent's military advantage in equipment, experience, and training, as the opposing forces existed in 1940 to 41. This became the core of the entire arsenal of democracy strategy, an offset strategy avant la lettre, which Knudsen reiterated through every part of the war production effort, and which remained its guiding principle until the end of the war. Likewise, it was President Kennedy's indomitable support for the space race, in the face of constant criticism and resistance within his own administration, that made reaching the moon possible. One could say the same for Ronald Reagan and the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI. Is there a need for similar personal leadership of an industrial policy aimed at leveraging our existing advantages in certain high-tech sectors? A person who would express and also embody its core strategy? Absolutely. But first it's necessary to have a look at what areas are in need of such leadership, and how we are destined to fare if we don't make a change of course, and soon. We can start where the arsenal of democracy left off, namely our own defense industrial base some 70 years on. Since World War II, Americans have been accustomed to the idea that our country's economic base is always ready to give our armed forces whatever they need, whenever they need it. Such was the legacy of the arsenal of democracy. Whatever you thought about the military-industrial complex as it existed during the Cold War, it would always be there when needed. A report from the White House released in September 2018, however, revealed that our defense industrial base is in serious trouble, and has been for decades. In 1961, the same year President Dwight Eisenhower was warning us about a military-industrial complex 15 defense companies were in the top 100 of the Fortune 500. In 2015, only 4 aerospace and defense companies made the top 100 list, with much of their revenue coming from non-military commercial activities. General Dynamics, number 15 in 1961, barely made the bottom of the list at number 100. Since 2000, the report said, the entire defense industrial base has shed more than 20,500 US-based manufacturing firms, along with many more jobs. Much of the work they used to do has been sent overseas, including to China. The U.S. machine tools sector, essential for making anything that requires manufacturing, has been shrinking since at least the 1980s, while China has been surging ahead and is now the world's top producer. By peering deep into the defense supply chain, the report found more than 280 major supply chain vulnerabilities and an alarming dependency on foreign nations, especially China. These issues, not surprisingly, are even more pronounced in civilian sectors. At present, nearly 80% of the commercial drones used in the United States and Canada come from a single company, DJI, which is headquartered in Shenzhen, China. Today, the Navy currently has only one firm manufacturing and refurbishing shafts used by both surface ships and submarines. Only one production line produces all the large-caliber gun barrels, howitzer barrels, and mortar tubes used by our armed forces. Fortunately, the Defense Department is trying to do something to address the gap. Efforts like its Manufacturing Technology Program and the Industrial Base Assessment and Sustainment (IBAS) program are serious attempts to strengthen the industrial base, including training the next generation of machine tool operators and other manufacturing workforce personnel. IBAS, for example, under its director Adele Ratcliffe, has launched an effort to gear up manufacturing competitions in 21 states. Dubbed, significantly, the Freedoms Forge Initiative, to encourage younger workers to learn the skills they'll need, and our defense industrial companies will need, to compete internationally in the next generation of assembly line technology, including the onset of 3D printing as a just-in-time manufacturing application. These are all skills and an industrial base that markets have passed by, even though they are vital to our national defense. And though Congress recently gave the effort $20 to $30 million in additional annual funds under Title III of the Defense Production Act, that's a tiny amount compared to the effort made by China to strip industrial capacity away from the United States. 34. The Chinese have been outplanning, outspending, and outresourcing the United States, sometimes with the help of our own high-tech industry, to build the defense industrial base of the future. For example, companies like IBM and Cray used to have a near monopoly on supercomputers. Over the last decade, however, China has pushed the United States into second place among nations with the most supercomputers. According to Top 500, a project that has tracked supercomputer development for more than 2 decades, 206 of the world's fastest computers are now in China, compared with 124 in the United States. In fact, 2 of the 4 fastest machines on the list, the Sunway Taihu Lite and the Tianhe 2A, are in China. America recently regained the top spot with the development of the Summit supercomputer at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. But this is a race in which the number of Chinese contestants is growing while the number of American ones is shrinking. Microchips are essential for all modern information technology. Again, the field used to be dominated by the United States, and today China's chip industry is still roughly 1/9 the size of ours. But Beijing is spending more than $30 billion to expand its domestic production as part of the Made in China 2025 initiative, even as America's microchip industry is steadily shrinking. China understands that developing the most advanced semiconductor technology will position its chip makers not only to dominate the future market, but also to give it a leg up in a third area of the conflict: artificial intelligence, AI. While Americans still worry about whether AI research will lead to a Terminator-style rise of the machine scenario, China has set a national goal of spending $150 billion to become the AI global leader by 2030. A recent Brookings Institution report notes that China has become the world's leading AI-powered surveillance state, using voice, facial, and biometric data to keep track of its citizenry, while also employing AI in preparation for cyberwar and kinetic war scenarios. 36. Unfortunately, in this endeavor, the Chinese are getting help from an American company, Google, that has built a major AI center in China to be staffed by Chinese scientists, just as U.S. chipmakers have been helping China improve its competence and capacity in manufacturing advanced microchips. In the case of 5G telecommunication networks, which will connect everything from cell phones to home thermostats to driverless cars, and move data roughly 20 times faster than today's 4G, including government data. the United States is just beginning to think about the standards needed for the high-cost infrastructure that 5G networks will involve. China, by contrast, is looking to dominate the 5G future by setting core technical standards that the rest of the world will have no choice but to accept. Today, Chinese IT giant Huawei, which the Trump administration has banned from selling 5G equipment in the United States, has more than 90 countries signed up to either use or test its 5G equipment, including many of our NATO allies. If there isn't a 5G national strategy in place soon, America will be a telecom island unto itself, the equivalent of a 1990s household using Betamax video equipment while the rest of the neighborhood is using VHS. The fifth and possibly most important area is the race to build the first large-scale quantum computer. By using subatomic particles and the principles of quantum physics to process data, quantum computers will easily outperform the fastest supercomputers in solving complex mathematical puzzles. They will also be able to unlock, in a matter of seconds, virtually every public encryption system the world uses today. In 2017, China started building a $10 billion facility in Anhui province to develop quantum technology for both military and civilian uses. Chinese IT giants, including Alibaba and Huawei, are part of a national quantum computer development effort, and Chinese applications for patents in quantum technology, particularly quantum encryption technology, have increased dramatically this year. Meanwhile, Congress and the White House are just getting around to thinking about how to maintain our current lead in quantum computing technology, with a Quantum Information Science Subcommittee taking shape at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. A bill dubbed the National Quantum Initiative Act, passed by Congress and signed by President Trump, allocates $1.25 billion over the next 5 years toward research in the quantum field. But that's still only a fraction of what the Chinese government is already spending, to say nothing of what Alibaba and Huawei will do at Beijing's behest. Today, the United States is engaged in a struggle with China that dwarfs the stakes of the war on terror. In terms of its potential to shape the future, it is a struggle approaching the significance of the Cold War. The difference is that this one is being fought not with tanks and armies on the battlefield, nor with submarines and carriers at sea, nor even with ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads guided by satellites in space, although these are still important, as is keeping them supplied and working. The bigger conflict is being waged right now on computer screens, in research labs, in corporate boardrooms, and on factory floors, the arena where competing economies of scale and national interests collide. Increasing government budgets alone isn't the best answer. A national strategy is. Whether we call this an industrial policy or a new arsenal of democracy, it will be vital not only for our economic security but for our national security as well. The same technologies that drive the global economic future will enable us to defend our country and allies. Failure to prepare for one will inevitably destroy the outlook for the other. Of course, we should have a clear understanding of what can go wrong. We've seen the folly of governments trying to pick winners and losers in advanced technologies like clean renewables. We've also seen how entrenched bureaucracies, both government and corporate, can frustrate change. We are right to worry about industrial policy leading to de facto corporate welfare, by which national policy regarding a specific industry is dominated by a handful of oligopolistic players for whom any real change of the status quo is a direct threat. Of all these dangers, regulatory capture, through which public priorities and resources are held captive by private interests, probably looms largest in today's Washington. But this problem is manifestly present already, and the threat stems less from government intervention per se than from a lack of a strategic vision, one that aims to stretch capabilities but also accepts and embraces economic and national security realities. Given these caveats, and given the global competition with China, what would be required to fit the Freedom's Forge model to today's circumstances? For an industrial policy dedicated to fostering critical sectors and technologies. For primary issues stand out. First, of course, there needs to be a clear, comprehensive strategy that leverages existing advantages into offset factors in global competition, much as Bill Knudsen and American business did with flexible mass production during World War II. The Obama Pentagon attempted to do something similar with their third offset strategy launched in 2014-15. But there was never time to integrate the Pentagon's push for adopting the advanced warfighting technologies it needed, like AI, robotics, and unmanned systems, into a larger economic strategy, let alone to address the Pentagon's needs as a stakeholder in future technologies like 5G and quantum. Such a comprehensive approach, developing a visionary program such as Restoring American Leadership 2025 to offset Made in China 2025, is even more needed now. Second, There has to be firm and persistent presidential leadership aimed at making private and public sectors work together rather than at cross purposes. President Trump or his successor needs to become the face and driving force of a high-tech industrial policy in the same way that FDR was for the arsenal of democracy, Kennedy for the race to the moon, and Reagan for SDI. Third, there has to be close coordination with allies. During World War II, America had the industrial base to single-handedly arm ourselves and our allies. As we've seen, that self-sufficient base no longer exists. Even in advanced technologies, we live in an age of global supply chains with a much more level playing field in terms of the global distribution of technical expertise and research. We need to plan and work closely with allies like Britain, Canada, Japan, and South Korea in these critical areas, while also working to limit technology and knowledge transfers to our leading antagonists, especially China. Fourth, there has to be a firm commitment to reforming the status quo rather than simply trying to patch it up and move on. Resiliency is no longer enough, whether we are talking about protecting the cybersphere from future quantum attack or securing our defense industrial base or deploying the vanguard technologies of the future. Economist Bruce Scott once observed that a coherent industrial policy is more of a political than an analytic challenge. It's an issue too big to be left to economists or even politicians. Unity of effort is key. Establishing common ground between government and industry is where leadership and political will are the most important resources we have. By following the Freedom's Forge paradigm, it's possible to renew the innovative strengths that built the arsenal of democracy, nurtured America's post-Sputnik scientific and engineering renaissance, enabled the moon landing, spurred the growth of nuclear power and the birth of the internet, and which can now revive our defense industrial base and secure our high-tech future. As Bill Knudsen observed, "We can do anything if we do it together." It became the watchword of World War II. It can exercise the same power in the 21st century. Between 1999 and 2016, the U.S. share of global high-technology exports dropped from 18% to 7%. From one of the world's leading technology product exporters prior to 2000, the United States has become a net importer since then, and the deficit keeps growing. During this period, China's share of exports increased from 3% to 26%, reflecting the shift of manufacturing overseas, including important high-technology industries that were pioneered in the United States as early as the 1950s, such as telecommunication systems, consumer electronic products, microelectronics, and solar energy converters. While we have seen the emergence of innovative U.S. companies in information industries, of which Google is a prime example, we have not seen a similar development in technology sectors involving domestic manufacturing. In fact, the sale of Westinghouse's nuclear energy division to Toshiba is an example of a domestic loss of control over an industry vital to the United States Navy, though the company now appears likely to be sold back to U.S.-led private equity consortia. Or consider another example among many. Key components of advanced computing technology essential in military systems, such as custom processing chips, may be designed here but are manufactured in Taiwan. The domestic decline of important and vibrant technology industries impacts economic growth and contributes to the loss of well-paid manufacturing jobs. It also adversely affects military and other technological capabilities. The loss of a domestic manufacturing base for vital industries means that continuing innovations in those sectors are difficult to create or control. Computer displays, for example, are produced overseas, and that is where the innovations are now being developed and commercialized, because core innovations need to be embedded in the manufacturing process. While the migration of industries from developed to emerging countries is a common historical tendency, the shift away from the United States in recent decades has been unprecedented in its speed. To solve this problem, the United States must increase the rate of domestic industrial innovation and secure the domestic base of advanced industries. This calls for a major initiative involving industry, universities, and government over a period of many years. Every year we fall further behind makes it harder to recover. There are precedents for successful U.S. national efforts to boost critical technological innovation, such as the space program under President Kennedy and the ballistic missile defense initiatives, Star Wars, under President Reagan. With combined federal and corporate commitments and funding, remarkable progress can be made in moving breakthrough innovations from concept to product, and in the process creating major new industries. Replicating those big innovation programs today, however, calls for a different execution strategy, because the industrial landscape has changed. The biggest change is the disappearance of corporate laboratories, which were part of large companies and had funding that allowed for long-term projects with potentially big impacts. These labs also brought together interdisciplinary teams of scientists and engineers for extended periods. Furthermore, the parent companies of these laboratories had the resources to move concepts into the market. The point is that maintaining a leading-edge economy the size of the United States requires combining the skills of the most talented people with appropriate resources to build market leadership, and corporate labs were critical components of this process. America once had a few large, well-funded, and well-managed multidisciplinary corporate laboratories that housed some of the most brilliant technological researchers. They worked in environments where exceptionally creative people could innovate and see the fruits of their work translate into breakthrough products. A major virtue of such labs was that unexpected product ideas could emerge as researchers followed their curiosity to discover new phenomena. New materials and devices were invented without the pressure to produce quick results or to work only on low-risk, evolutionary product development, the typical task of most engineering departments associated with product divisions in corporations. Such large, interdisciplinary corporate labs were the primary generators of new electronic and materials technologies. In fact, most of the basic innovations in computers, semiconductors, and software that enabled digital technology came out of the big U.S. corporate R&D organizations, which were formerly part of AT&T, General Electric, IBM, Xerox, RCA, and a few others. In addition, startup companies that grew into giants such as Intel or Cisco initially leveraged technologies developed by the big companies or university laboratories. For example, Intel leveraged semiconductor technology from Bell Labs, and Cisco originally leveraged digital communications technology developed with defense funding. But these big laboratories no longer exist. There is a great deal of innovative work in the United States, in big data and related information technology such as machine learning. But where are the institutions that will foster the next generation of breakthroughs in process technologies, new materials, or infrastructure technologies? This is the subject that I address here, with opinions shaped by my experience for over 20 years as a researcher and a leader of one of the great central corporate laboratories, that of the RCA Corporation. How do breakthrough industrial innovations begin? The 20th century has often been called the Age of Edison, in recognition of his role in creating many of the technologies that have shaped the modern industrial world. With 1,093 patents to his name, Edison has been held up as the archetype of the lone inventor, producing new innovations by sheer force of personal genius. This is a myth, however. Thomas Edison did not work alone. He may have been the driving force behind his many inventions, but he was supported by a hand-picked technical team assembled for the purpose of inventing new technologies. He built the first industrial laboratory, designed to turn radical new ideas into marketable products. The composition of his team marked a change in attitude toward scientific endeavor. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, there had been a sharp cultural distinction between pure scientists, who advanced the state of knowledge, and practical inventors of commercial products. Scientists enjoyed high status, while inventors were considered a lower order of commercially minded technicians because they did product development. The recognition that this cultural gap must be bridged within a single industrial organization is one of Edison's key contributions. In 1876, he created the world's first industrial laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. This organization, which he dubbed the Invention Factory, successfully integrated scientists with technologists. His lab made history. The phonograph, motion pictures, incandescent lighting, and electric power generation, among many other breakthroughs. What is equally impressive is the number of inventions that eventually created entire new industries. Edison's success encouraged others and led to the formation of several large industrial laboratories to provide an environment for far-reaching innovations. Their funding remained mostly steady to protect long-term programs from the vagaries of business cycles. The funding also assumed that the product divisions would have the ability to exploit the innovations developed in these laboratories for commercial gain. The most important electronics research laboratories were part of vertically integrated corporations covering broad industrial sectors, such as American Telephone and Telegraph, AT&T, International Business Machines, IBM, the Radio Corporation of America, RCA, Westinghouse, and General Electric. AT&T's Bell Laboratories was founded in 1924 and engaged in work ranging from basic research through product development. By the early 1980s, when AT&T was broken up by agreement between AT&T and the U.S. Department of Justice, Bell Labs employed about 20,000 scientists, engineers, and support staff distributed in various facilities around the country. Long-term research by a few hundred researchers, and product development by a much larger number of people could be funded over multi-year periods. Because Bell Labs benefited from a unique industrial advantage, it was part of a government-created telephony monopoly. This happy set of conditions made it possible to support research and development covering all aspects of science and technology related to communications, and to provide a path from research results to products, all within AT&T. Innovations accomplished over decades at Bell Labs made possible the modern wireline and wireless telephony systems and included noteworthy contributions to computer science as well. Many other corporations maintained R&D labs, but a few stand out. These labs attracted the most talented PhDs in science and technology. By offering outstanding researchers first-rate facilities and the ability to pursue programs that took years to complete, these laboratories contributed to many of the great innovations that have shaped the modern world. Here are some of their most noteworthy contributions to electronics, many of which eventually created new industries. In addition to major contributions to computer technology, IBM's research laboratories were early pioneers in electro-optic devices as well as digital data mass storage technologies. Westinghouse Research Laboratories contributed active matrix liquid crystal displays, the foundation of all flat-panel displays. Hughes Research Laboratories developed the first practical gas laser. The Xerox Palo Alto Research Center developed the visual computer interface, the Ethernet protocol, and the laser printer. Another major contributor, RCA Laboratories, will be discussed below. I spent over 20 years there, first as a researcher and inventor and later as head of corporate R&D of electronic devices and systems. Evolutionary technology development is done in many engineering departments, but the breakthrough innovations that change the world are not evolutionary ones. Their birth requires very special environments where creative people have the freedom to follow their instincts and where management is focused on longer-term value creation. Let me dwell on the RCA experience for illustration. RCA Laboratories, founded in 1941, first made its reputation by inventing every one of the core technologies, including manufacturing methods, for color television by 1950. NBC, owned by RCA, launched color TV service in 1951. The development and successful commercialization of color television by RCA is an excellent example of the value of innovative research in a vertically integrated company, driven by a visionary leader, David Sarnoff. No independent research organization could have succeeded without RCA's access to capital, its broad technical and scientific skills, and its control of a television broadcast network. An important element in the success of RCA Laboratories and other successful big, central labs was a management style and culture that merged individual initiative and corporate needs. My experience convinced me that creative people will focus on solving important industrial problems when they can do so in an environment that recognizes their achievements and the broader impact of these technologies. In fact, talented people may prefer an industrial environment over an academic one because of the satisfaction of seeing their work impacting the world. That is why RCA Labs management encouraged researchers to learn about industrial problems and participate in moving their innovations into products. The response varied. Some individuals were best suited for academic research, but some researchers took up residence in RCA product divisions during the course of new product introductions based on their ideas. When the product launch was completed, they went back to the labs and started other projects, applying the valuable experience that they had gained, plus an appreciation of what it takes to deliver a product. They derived great satisfaction from seeing their inventions make a direct impact. The endless task of lab management was to promote creativity, keeping business objectives always in mind. To promote creativity among researchers, young PhDs were encouraged to define their own areas of interest. My experience offers an example. After completing my PhD, I decided to research semiconductor lasers, then considered useless laboratory curiosities because of their poor operating characteristics. Given the freedom to experiment, I quickly discovered why the lasers operated poorly, and I co-invented a new heterojunction architecture for the devices and developed a better manufacturing technology, which was transferred to the RCA solid-state division. These new lasers lasted for many thousands of hours and eventually found their way into the most demanding communication systems, and even into air-to-air missile guidance systems. In just 2 years, this revolutionary device went from laboratory curiosity to the first broadly useful commercial semiconductor laser, introduced by RCA in 1969. This rapid effort was only possible because the lab's organization and staff were so flexible. Talent needed for specific programs could be assembled very quickly. Similar successes were achieved many times throughout the history of RCA Labs. During the 1960s and 70s, RCA Labs, renamed the David Sarnoff Research Center in 1951, pioneered such important devices as liquid crystal flat-panel displays, high-power silicon transistors, thyristors, and rectifiers, the first metal oxide semiconductor (MOS) transistors, the first CMOS devices, the first practical solid-state imagers, solar cells, semiconductor lasers, rewritable optical storage disks, the first magnetic core memory, and a host of new microwave devices. Not all of the work was R&D, divisional support was ongoing, and the staff consisted of more engineers than scientists. When other organizations within RCA did not have the talent they needed, the lab stepped in to complete prototype systems and products. For example, we developed key components of the radio that connected the Lunar Orbiter with the Lunar Explorer module on the Moon during the 1969 Apollo mission, which used a microwave power device that I developed. Another example, the labs developed the first lightweight portable TV quality color camera used by mobile TV crews, built with the first solid-state imager. It was initially used by NBC, another example of the value of being part of a vertically integrated company. The achievement won RCA Labs an Emmy Award in 1984. By the late 1970s, the central labs were in decline primarily because foreign competition put pressure on profitability and because corporate structures and strategies were rapidly changing. The enormous effort to rebuild the industrial base of Japan, starting in the 1950s, soon produced a formidable competitor. 6 Japanese companies, with the collaboration of their government, had organized themselves to achieve leadership in selected industries, and electronics were at the top of the list. By the 1970s, the full force of this competition began to hit American corporations. Impacted companies mobilized all of their resources, abandoned loss-making products, and cut costs by moving manufacturing out of the United States. Research funding for long-term projects was often the first victim. Product division management had to make short-term decisions on their strategy to counter competition. Under this sense of urgency, central research laboratories and their longer-term projects looked like a waste of money, so staff was reassigned to short-term, product-specific projects expected to produce short-term paybacks. As a result, some of the most creative scientists with established reputations left to take academic positions, and as a result, universities such as Stanford acquired highly experienced research professors. As corporate funding waned, the Department of Defense stepped in to support these laboratories and leverage their talents with increased funding for electronics research. This led to the development of new technologies for military applications, producing many different kinds of semiconductor devices now used in computers, communications, or microwave systems, radar. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and the National Space and Aeronautics Agency, NASA, were the major funding sources for electronic devices and systems of all types, which eventually found their way into commercial products, in many cases by startups. For example, the CMOS chip technology universally used today came about because of the DoD's need for power-efficient chips not then available through commercial technologies. The laser development that I headed was similarly a recipient of DoD funding to enable fiber optic communication systems. But income from DoD contracts was ultimately not enough to sustain the central laboratories. Such organizations gradually became engineering contractors for product divisions and lost their ability to conduct long-term projects. Their funding became tied to specific product objectives set by the divisions. By the late 1980s, the big corporate electronics labs with significant long-term research programs were largely history. The 1984 breakup of AT&T split up Bell Laboratories, and the pieces ceased to be viable contributors. When General Electric acquired RCA in 1984, RCA Labs, later renamed Sarnoff Corporation, became an independent subsidiary of SRI International, a major government-funded not-for-profit research institute. The Xerox labs were also spun out as the company abandoned its diversification strategy and the interest in broader electronic products to focus on printers and copiers. Both the GE and IBM labs were downsized and largely abandoned broad-gauge research. As the big labs disappeared or changed their mission, electronics research became largely the work of universities. This is reflected in the contributions to scientific literature. Between 1988 and 2004, corporate lab paper contributions to Applied Physics Letters, a leading research journal, dropped from 40% to 5%, while contributions from universities increased from 45% to 70%. Achieving innovative R&D lessons from history. Can or should the old model of big, interdisciplinary corporate labs be resurrected? This is highly unlikely even if we increased R&D funding. One of the strengths of the central laboratories was also a liability. Moving into new areas where technology was not available was difficult. The expertise they had built up over many years in selected areas of technology was not necessarily what the corporation needed to rapidly satisfy new, changing market needs. It requires time to hire and train people, and making corporate acquisitions to move into new products seemed to offer a quicker path to market. More flexible organizations are preferred today, and this is the subject I now address. Any successful strategy will need to allow for demands of increased flexibility without ignoring the lessons or advantages of the large corporate labs. Over their lifetimes, the leading central laboratories produced remarkable breakthroughs, so what are the important lessons from their operations that are still relevant and may be missing today? 1. It starts at the top. Risk-averse and ignorant corporate management cannot be expected to foster or bring to market breakthrough innovations. Innovative organizations require senior leadership that understands risk and knows how to manage it in its chosen industrial environment. The management of creative people to meet industrial objectives requires an unusual set of management talent, of which David Sarnoff was an excellent example, which was a distinguishing feature of the leading corporate laboratories. 2. A select number of the most creative people should be given the freedom to follow their instincts. For this effort to be productive, careful selection of team members is required. In my experience in managing such organizations, I found that the best contributors were scientists and engineers who have demonstrated unusual levels of initiative in an engineering organization. They were people driven by the desire to create and make their reputation by the success of their creations, not people just attracted to research in an abstract sense. Such people define new product ideas and have the mental and organizational skills to achieve practical results. 3. Selecting and scaling major projects from the many ideas that are generated is critical. The decision to proceed with product development should be made by an informed group that understands the expected costs and opportunities of novel products or services. This selection committee should be small, 3 to 5 people, with experience in the sector and prior product development history. That selection process is critical because it is always easier to say no than to incur new development costs on risky programs. I am not talking about a single committee for all projects, but a number of committees devoted to various sectors that require deep knowledge and experience. It sounds difficult, but growing innovative companies always is. 4. Once a decision is made to proceed with a potentially breakthrough new product, the concentration of multidisciplinary scientific, engineering, and marketing skills in one corporation speeds the path to market. 5. How funding is managed can determine the success of programs. Short-term funding is appropriate for early feasibility work, but programs need a mixture of funding sources that allows long-term programs to be conducted separately from short-term product milestone funding. To implement the above strategy in the absence of multidisciplinary laboratories, corporations are experimenting with more flexible organizations. Often called innovation centers, the goal of these organizations is to move from concept to product by promoting creative thinking at the working levels. Innovation centers are dynamic organizations within corporations that focus on specific technology areas. The number of people involved may not be large, though the size of the teams should change with the scope and skill requirements of the projects. But the idea is to give creative individuals the freedom to develop new ideas, initially providing limited budgets to prove concepts and then moving to product implementation on the basis of promising early results. For such innovation centers to be effective value creators, there are a number of important guidelines. Such a center should be entirely dedicated to creating new product concepts. It should report to the CEO or corporate head of R&D and have a separate budget. The corporation should incentivize business units to move innovations to the market and to defray costs, while also recognizing specific employees who contribute to commercially valuable innovation. The projects within an innovation center must have breakthrough product potential. The value propositions of these projects should be developed from concept through commercialization. In some cases, completely new business units might eventually be established around a core innovation center team if the anticipated products do not fit within existing product organizations. Once a promising product concept is generated, its commercial implementation requires that teams be established from all corporate units involved in the commercialization process. The team members should come from the innovation center, be matrixed or assigned from the operational divisions, or be recruited from the outside. The teams require experienced leadership that has the respect of the organizations involved in the transfer to the market. Most managements hate change. Conventional product line management is often faced with the difficult task of prioritizing among projects. The development of near-term products demanded by customers, evolutionary product development initiated by their own engineers, and riskier long-term projects which they view with more skepticism than those with shorter horizons. RCA's approach to break down this barrier was a budget for innovation projects, which was provided to business units to help defray the cost of getting a new product through final development and into production. The above concept of flexible innovation teams has been implemented. The creative ideas of a small team led to the creation of a revolutionary defense product in Israel at the Rafael Advanced Military Systems Company. This profitable company with multi-billion-dollar revenue is owned by the Israeli government but operates as an independent, for-profit business exporting innovative military products. Israeli startups receive considerable attention and admiration, but most of Israel's important military technology comes from big, multidisciplinary manufacturing companies such as Rafael. And the example of the Iron Dome short-range missile defense system shows how it happens. A small group of engineers who had worked on aircraft technology came up with the idea of applying the principles learned to short-distance, low-flying missile ground defense. They put together an exploratory feasibility study program funded by management and the Israeli Defense Ministry. When the results proved promising, the ministry funded the next stage of development, bringing into the program the interdisciplinary skills needed to build a prototype and conduct a field test. As the success of the program continued, more resources were added in order to get to the next step, but the project remained autonomous until the production stage. A key factor in the success of the program was the personal support of the Israeli defense minister, who was its champion against many detractors who did not think that the system could work. In short, this structure allows for flexible but high-risk development. Within the engineering organization, Rafael encourages ground-up ideas that can be the seeds of breakthrough products. And once a promising concept is demonstrated, resources are pulled in from various engineering and production departments to achieve a product result. Managing such a process obviously requires a great deal of discipline, but this model has the advantage of providing both flexibility and sufficient resources, while motivating staff to innovate and gain the satisfaction and recognition that come from participating in major new developments. As noted earlier, many industries requiring manufacturing investment, even those based on American innovations, have largely moved overseas. The result is that leading-edge technologies essential for ensuring American defense superiority are at risk of not being available domestically. Advanced communications products and semiconductor memories, for example, are now produced largely in Asia. Addressing this problem requires that the Department of Defense conduct a thorough analysis of technology requirements and capabilities, extending some years into the future, and establish priorities. Prioritized programs then must be pursued with appropriate funding, extending from research and development to manufacturing and production. Various agencies, such as the National Security Agency, have technology development roadmaps, but it is necessary to fully map the future requirements that impact all parts of the defense effort. We also need to examine our ongoing defense programs in the context of these needs. On that basis, we can set priorities and select institutions for funding and managing the transition from concept to product. This inevitably means tight collaborative programs between corporations, universities, government labs, and independent research organizations. In this regard, DARPA has historically played a key role in managing the funding of leading-edge technology development, including microelectronics, lasers, and the Internet, for example. This organization has demonstrated great skill in working with the various parts of the Department of Defense in establishing priorities and managing funding, and its role should be expanded to lead this larger strategic effort. Because many technologies and sophisticated systems are best developed in multidisciplinary environments, organizations selected for funding must be of sufficient size and adequately equipped to turn concepts into reality. As discussed earlier, the model of innovation centers offers a basis for building creative corporate environments. To that end, it is important to fund centers of innovation for selected technologies that will attract top talent and be provided with sufficient resources to manage a transition to product deployment in collaboration with appropriate partners. To ensure that the transfer to market happens, government funding may be needed in some instances to offset the costs of turning marketable products into military systems, particularly in process industries associated with manufacturing. Universities are key participants, too, but their work needs to be linked to practical ends once the feasibility of new technologies is demonstrated. With the demise of basic and applied research in corporations, university researchers have performed seminal work with government funding. Yet, while these activities have led to a great deal of creative work, there is a severe bottleneck in the transfer to useful products. That transfer process is critical in building value from innovative concepts, and it requires industrial development and investment. There is no substitute for sophisticated product development work performed by engineers familiar with practical requirements. A successful example is SRI International, the former Stanford Research Institute, which led an R&D software program in machine learning development. This program received over $150 million of funding from DARPA and involved a consortium of universities, national laboratories, and corporations. In addition to military applications, one of the results of this program was Siri, the popular iPhone feature. Apple acquired it from SRI, and copies have hit the market from other companies. But the target for selection of DoD funding priorities should be based on defense needs. History has shown that subsequent commercial outcomes follow once the risk of proving the value of breakthrough innovations has been validated with DoD funding. Finally, a word about private venture capital funding. In general, such funds favor capital-light startups based on software businesses with relatively low infrastructure costs, not companies offering new technologies for manufacturing sophisticated electronics. For example, in 2016, venture capital investments in information technology software was $1.8 billion, while investments in information technology hardware companies was $230 million. Capital-intensive process technologies inevitably have fewer venture capital funding opportunities. Established corporations with more resources are the better outlet for such developments. The United States is in the perilous position of losing its technological edge in critical manufacturing industries, including those that underpin leading-edge defense technology. Historically, DoD funding helped create many of the technologies that underlie the modern world. These technologies also made the United States an international leader in advanced commercial and defense industries. If the United States is to continue fostering the kinds of technologies that create both economic prosperity and defense superiority, then a concerted effort to support research and development is needed. The development and implementation of transformative technologies require the collaboration of corporations, universities, governments, and R&D laboratories, all focused on bringing innovations into practical use. There was a time when big corporate laboratories were at the center of such innovation. But those labs are gone. And although they are not coming back, certain of their core functions must be replaced. New, more flexible organizational structures, staffed with the most creative scientists and engineers, must be created and funded to achieve the long-term technological breakthroughs needed to ensure U.S. economic and military leadership. The economic success of the United States in creating the digital world owes a great deal to two key factors. The first is the ability to innovate great technologies, and the second is the ability to turn these innovations into major industrial products. This creative success was not the result of a lack of international competitors. Other countries in Europe and Asia have developed large engineering facilities and, combined, trained far more engineers and scientists than the United States. What, then, accounts for this competitive success? In my view, a major factor is the cultural climate in the United States that encourages and rewards individual innovators free to pursue new ideas and concepts. This is combined with the availability of risk capital to develop such innovations into world-leading products. That combination creates great new industries based on innovations. This discussion is particularly important as the United States now faces powerful competition from nations such as China, which have marshaled great academic, industrial, and technological resources aimed at building world technology leadership. We need to fully understand America's innovative strengths and ensure that these are nurtured and properly supported. I believe from many years of industrial experience that committees of engineers don't invent anything useful. Creative individuals with the talent and guts to pursue risky concepts are the spark plugs of technological innovations that change the world. But they must be matched with organizations under capable leadership that are able to marshal the required resources to succeed in big commercial markets. My opinion is based on the fact that as we look back at the creation of the digital age, we see that many of the key inventions originated in the research laboratories of a few big corporations. These key innovations came from corporate facilities that enabled talented innovators to make extraordinary contributions because they were able to pursue original concepts full of risks, but also opportunities. I learned this firsthand. I had the good fortune to be part of one of these institutions' RCA laboratories, where I led the development of many important innovations as a researcher and executive. The invention of the transistor at Bell Laboratories in 1946-47 started the digital age. The invention of color television at RCA Laboratories in the 1950s launched modern consumer electronics. Other great innovations came from big corporate laboratories, notably GE, Xerox, IBM, and Westinghouse. The big multidisciplinary corporate laboratories that were responsible for these innovations no longer exist, for reasons I discussed previously in this journal, in a piece titled Edison's Legacy, Industrial Laboratories and Innovation. But leading-edge product innovation is a continuing necessity in a dynamic economy and particularly important in the United States, and great sums are spent annually on research and development in dispersed and specialized research and development centers. The productivity of such corporate centers is a key factor in business success. So how can we ensure their productivity? I believe that there is much to learn from the management of the former big laboratories. I spent more than 20 years at RCA, rising in the ranks from a researcher to a managing vice president. My intention here is to highlight the organization and management process of RCA Laboratories, one of the major corporate laboratories that over its nearly 50-year existence was responsible for important innovations including color television, semiconductor lasers, flat panel displays, power transistors, integrated circuits, CMOS, solid-state imagers, and TV broadcast cameras, among a long list of contributions that changed the world in many ways. My purpose here is to distill lessons applicable to technological enterprises in their management of research and development facilities that bring out the best creative efforts of their staff. I learned that creative people free to pursue their original insights are key. This must be combined with talented management with a dedication to commercializing valuable innovations and ensuring successful execution by the organization. This is a hard-to-realize organizational structure, which is why so few institutions of that caliber have existed. But excellent corporate laboratories still exist in specialized technologies under capable management. The original big corporate laboratories were part of conglomerates offering unrelated products in diverse markets. Such diversified companies have largely disappeared. The major corporate strategies have since evolved to more specialized businesses, and a common management idea is that new products can be acquired by buying companies offering new attractive products rather than developing them internally. Still, many companies have continued to rely on internal innovations in specialized laboratories. Noteworthy in that category are Applied Materials in chip manufacturing technology and Corning in glass technology. Let me begin with a description of the RCA laboratories. The Radio Corporation of America, later RCA, was founded in 1919 to commercialize wireless technology developed primarily by Marconi and General Electric. The leader of the company as it grew into a major public corporation was David Sarnoff, 1891 to 1971. A poor immigrant from Russia, without formal education, his first job was as a telegraph operator at Marconi, and he never lost his love of technology and its applications. There were stories circulating during his lifetime that, as a Marconi telegraph operator, he received the wireless SOS from the sinking Titanic, but this is not true. Sarnoff was an opportunistic and brilliant market strategist who saw the potential of consumer radio broadcast networking in the 1920s. As a result, RCA built the National Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, to provide consumer radio services. Sarnoff became CEO of RCA as it became a publicly traded company and global electronic technology leader. It became the darling of Wall Street before the Depression. Sarnoff saw the potential of television broadcast in the 1930s, and RCA demonstrated its TV broadcast technology at the World's Fair in 1938. He was never concerned about corporate profitability as the prime RCA objective. His goal was technology market leadership. World War II stopped commercial development, as RCA focused on developing products for military needs. In fact, Sarnoff received a commission as Brigadier General from President Roosevelt for his services, and for the rest of his life preferred to be addressed as General Sarnoff. At the end of the war, Sarnoff returned to his focus on television and the laboratories were formally organized as a separate organization. Developing color television became its major activity, and in the 1950s, the first commercial broadcast was made by NBC using RCA-developed technology. This was a great achievement, with the important feature that existing black and white television receivers were able to display color broadcasts in black and white, which allowed commercial color broadcasts to be made while color receivers were still reaching the market. RCA had, in effect, established a color television monopoly, but by broadly licensing the technology, the benefits became available globally while producing a big licensing income for RCA. By the 1950s, the RCA laboratories, now located on a beautiful campus in Princeton, New Jersey, had demonstrated their capabilities and were well funded by RCA to develop new products for all of the company's electronic product divisions, including the Defense Products Division. The labs had about 1,600 employees divided into units with different missions. The largest units focused on television receivers and broadcast systems and worked closely with the RCA division that manufactured and marketed these products. Other units focused on microwave communications and applications such as radar systems. The semiconductor units focused on materials, processes, devices, and applications. The funding for the labs came from the RCA annual corporate budget and was in addition to the R&D budgets of the individual product divisions. In fact, the operating costs of the labs were much less than RCA's patent licensing annual income. Most of the licensed patents came from lab personnel, so it was generally accepted that the labs were in effect self-supporting. But this did not mean that determining the size of the budget was not an annual management challenge, particularly when corporate profits were under pressure. Because of this, the budget of the labs remained constant for many years, increasingly dependent on government contracts to fund new initiatives in areas like wireless communications and semiconductors. I joined the RCA solid-state division in 1959 and the labs in 1966, after completing my PhD in material science as an RCA Sarnoff Fellow. After 4 years of product development in the solid-state division, I joined the Semiconductor Research Department. There was a hierarchy in the staff that determined their role and degree of professional independence. The technical work was the responsibility of the 300 members of the technical staff, MTS, all with PhDs. They were supported by technicians and other personnel that assisted in experiments and operated the facilities and infrastructure. In effect, the MTS were the creative backbone of the labs, and the position carried a great deal of prestige. At the top of the pyramid were a few fellows of the technical staff. These people had a unique position and were free to use their time as they deemed appropriate for productivity and reported to the vice president who headed the labs. Fellows were appointed to that position as a result of extraordinary achievements. I was struck by the staff's attitude. MTS people loved their work. Scientists in the semiconductor unit were pursuing research in new phenomena, either through experiments or theoretical calculations. Researchers mostly worked in individual laboratories, using whatever equipment was needed to conduct tests and measurements. A central manufacturing facility prepared samples of devices and materials for study. While there was a product objective, it was not merely incremental or evolutionary. This was very different from the atmosphere in the product divisions, where engineers focused on meeting deadlines on specifically directed product developments, as I had become familiar with when I joined the solid-state division. While many of the projects being worked on in the labs appeared unrelated to commercial products, I discovered later that this kind of exploratory technical research set the stage for many of the breakthrough contributions that the labs made, including displays, integrated circuits, light-emitting diodes, and imaging devices. Each year, the projects were defined and staffed. Some projects were self-generated by researchers, others were designed to meet division needs. Management encouraged projects that promised big steps forward in product performance. So I looked for such a project in the semiconductor field. My first task was to find a project to work on, and in that spirit I spoke to many researchers about their projects and possible opportunities to collaborate. Nothing of interest came up. I was looking for a project that I could conduct as an independent researcher and started to do a lot of reading to become familiar with ongoing research in the semiconductor area. Much of the work was not exciting. I then came across research results on semiconductor alloys and the defects introduced by the addition of certain atoms. Given that semiconductor devices were all being made with materials that included atomic additions, this promised to be a big field. I was also very much alone at the labs in my interest, although there were publications from other laboratories. This turned out to be characteristic of my project interests later. I somehow got interested in technical areas that appeared to me neglected. I believed that discovery opportunities were likely to be found in these fields as many others pursued more popular areas. The reason I mention this personal history is that many innovations at the labs got their start from such initiatives to explore new areas. The fact that researchers had the freedom to pursue such interests was a major strength of the management of the labs. They had the freedom to discover and the good sense not to waste time and resources on ideas that proved to be unproductive. My first project was an illustration of this beneficial process. As I studied the alloy gallium arsenide, which had emerged with promising optical properties, I decided to study the impact of atomic additions on its properties. I studied the optical properties of gallium arsenide and the light-emitting properties of LEDs made with this material, and I discovered that the addition of silicon enhanced the optical efficiency of the crystals by a big factor. This led to the construction of very efficient light-emitting diodes emitting infrared light, and one of the product divisions commercialized these diodes, part of a switching system, after I worked with them to develop a commercial process. I found this application because I visited the product division in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, to discuss my work with the engineering manager. I mention this story because it illustrates how innovations from the labs created new product value. No manager told me to work on gallium arsenide materials and LEDs. and I took the initiative to explore applications with the product division and contributed to develop a process to manufacture a revolutionary new product. My experience also shaped my approach to creative management as my managerial responsibilities grew. Self-driven innovation by active researchers was an important feature of the labs. This was complemented by two other factors. The first was informed management, with the talent to identify worthwhile developments and provide the support to reach the product stage. The second was the internal culture of participatory project work and the practice of identifying problems standing in the way of practical results and getting the right resources to solve them. How practical semiconductor lasers emerged. How the semiconductor laser became a commercial product illustrates this process. It shows how the flexible organization of the labs made it possible in record time, and I was in the midst of it. My introduction to semiconductor lasers came in 1967 during a chance meeting with Dr. George Dusmanis, a Greek-born physicist who was studying these lasers under a contract from the U.S. Army Signal Corps. The objective of the project was to develop an infrared light source for night battlefield illumination. Vacuum tube light sources were used, and the idea was to replace them with solid-state laser light sources that would be more intense and more reliable. Dusmanis invited me into his lab to show me his lasers. The lasers operated best refrigerated and with short, high current density pulses of 100,000 amperes per square centimeter of device area. As I watched their light output under a microscope fitted with an infrared viewer, one laser after another failed after a few minutes. I asked Dusmanis whether what I was watching was the state of the art. We are very early in the development of these devices, so this is not surprising. At this time, I am focused on understanding the physics. Practical results will come later. These were laboratory curiosities, and Dusmanis did not live to see the eventual realization of their immense value. He died suddenly shortly after our discussion. I went to see my supervisor and offered to take over the responsibility for the contract. No one else had an interest in the subject, so I found myself responsible for a project about which I had no prior knowledge. What intrigued me was the possibility of improving the performance and solving the reliability problem. I felt that useful applications would emerge if that was done. This project also started my working partnership with Herbert Nelson, a gifted chemist who had developed a crystal growth method for gallium arsenide structures called liquid phase epitaxy. He had worked with Dusmanis and built the lasers he was studying. I also started my work with Frank Horlow, a very talented technician who worked with me for many years until I left the labs in 1983. I focused our initial work on determining the causes of laser failure. We discovered two causes, one related to the high optical power at the facets and the second to crystal defects that initiated laser failure. We published those results, which were the first to show that laser failure was caused by factors that could be controlled. In fact, I was invited to Bell Labs to present a seminar on the subject. This left the problem of excessive current density needed to produce lasing and the need for refrigeration to reduce that current density. I had carefully studied the scientific literature on the physics of lasing, and I became convinced that the way to reduce the operating current density was to reduce the internal volume of the lasing region by somehow restricting the injected carrier flow and optical activity to a low volume near the injecting region. We conducted a number of experiments changing the laser structures and, in fact, the lasing operating current density was reduced even at room temperature. The breakthrough came from the addition of an aluminum gallium arsenide layer at the lasing region edge, producing a gallium arsenide-aluminum gallium arsenide heterojunction structure. The result was spectacular. The lasing threshold current density at room temperature was reduced to 10,000 amperes per square centimeter from 100,000 amperes per square centimeter in previous structures. Later work produced lasers with 500 amperes per square centimeter as the laser structures were enhanced and their reliability improved to many thousands of operating hours. Nelson and I were not allowed to publish these results until 1969, while the RCA product division started manufacturing these new lasers for commercial sale. We also discovered that, in parallel to our work, other laboratories had conducted similar work on aluminum gallium arsenide laser structures. But we were the first to market with practical and reliable devices that found applications quickly. These became commercial products produced by the RCA division in Lancaster in 1969. Two of the earliest applications were military. The first was the Miles program in field infantry training and consisted of the following. Each soldier was provided with a rifle fitted with a laser diode, and the laser pulse could be aimed as if a bullet were being fired. He was also fitted with a light detector. When hit by a laser beam, the detector would record it as a hit, hence a casualty. This technology allowed several hundred soldiers to be trained in situations that simulated battlefield conditions. The second application was in air-to-air missiles, the Sidewinder being the major one. These missiles were originally fitted with a heat sensor that detected the exhaust stream of the target aircraft and exploded upon reaching the target. In practice, however, sharp turns by the target aircraft would allow its escape, as the missile continued its path parallel to the target. The kill effectiveness of the Sidewinder missile was greatly improved by placing a light pulse emitting laser diode and light sensor in all 4 quadrants of the missile. In effect, each laser/detector combination was a proximity fuse. When pulsed laser light was reflected back from a metallic surface, the missile would explode. So fitted, a missile would be effective flying in the proximity of the target aircraft, greatly improving its kill possibility. Such missiles were first used by British planes in the Falklands War, with results that indeed showed the value of the technology in combat. This became standard on all Sidewinder missiles globally. It is interesting to note that such systems combining pulsed lasers and sensors are now called LiDAR and are used in range determination in autonomous vehicle navigation systems. In such systems, the time between the laser pulse emission and its return light from an object is measured and gives the range. Multiple laser/sensor combinations on the vehicle provide the computerized description of the surface encountered by the vehicle. The laser application with the biggest commercial impact, however, was fiber optic communications. Today, fiber optic communication systems enabled by semiconductor lasers link the digital world, which would not exist otherwise. This project started when I met Corning Corporation's head of fiber optic development, Dr. Robert Maurer, at a conference and kept abreast of the development of fiber optics that moved into 2 directions: single-mode fibers with glass cores of about 5 micrometers and multimode fibers with thicker glass cores. I made a trip to the Corning laboratories and traded one of my lasers for several kilometers of single and multimode fibers. We set up an optical communications demonstration with a laser emitting pulsed light into a 2-kilometer length of fiber that was detected at the other end by a sensing circuit. We did this at about 100 kilobits per second, and the exhibit was in the lobby of the labs. Visitors would usually look at this little exhibit without comment, not recognizing the ultimate value of the technology. One visitor, an expert in communications, did notice. "Very interesting," he said, "but I can't see a big market for such systems. If you are right and many megabits per second of digital data can be transmitted on a strand of fiber, you will need only a few such links. For example, one between New York and San Francisco. So much for visionary communications experts. Our work paid off. We developed a prototype fiber optic communication system for the Navy used in undersea communications, the first such system, and the RCA commercial lasers were used by many other companies. With rare exceptions, the lab's policy was to promote managers from within the organization on 2 principles. First, a record of technical achievements that showed them to be outstanding contributors, and, second, a record of team leadership in turning ideas into products. As a result, the managers combined proven technological competence with business skills in product development acquired through working with product divisions. I discuss my experience as a young scientist to illustrate how the organization was able to be so flexible in converting important innovations into valuable products. The laser project illustrates how ideas were translated into products because of the collaborative resources available that could be focused as needed, and the ability of product divisions to quickly turn prototypes into commercial products. The key to success was the collaborative culture focused on realizing successful products. The organization was built around exploiting individual talent and drive. The job of management was to ensure that all parts of the organization worked toward meeting desired objectives, bringing important new products to market by the product divisions. To that end, there was a necessary team effort between creative talent and execution talent. Lab inventors commonly lacked the ability to actually complete successful products on their own. Talents had to be linked to achieve practical results, including product division staff. All shared recognition for successful products. An open spirit of inquiry allowed problems to be identified and then addressed by talented people working toward practical solutions. The organization worked because of excellent management experienced in technological development and minimal bureaucracy. Once a project was deemed on track for a product by the agreement of lab and division management, the typical next step was to appoint a project leader who organized and coordinated the work in all needed departments. In the laser development project, that person was me. The leader would be a member of the technical staff or the group head who would have access to the needed resources, with the support of the managers in each department, who were kept informed of resource requirements. When product divisions became involved, a division leader became part of the team. An important part of the project was funding from special funds managed by the labs to provide the initial capital needed by the product division to get the new product to market. In effect, the lab funds paid for the research and development and the early parts of the transfer to product divisions. The idea was to avoid delays due to unplanned expenditures in new product introduction. In effect, the whole organization was geared to create successful new products and avoid impediments in moving innovations to the market. To facilitate this process, senior researchers maintained contacts in the product divisions with people in marketing, product development, and manufacturing. Such contacts brought to light problems or competitive issues and enabled the participation of lab experts on a timely basis. Another big benefit from such interactions was that good personal contacts were maintained, smoothing the transfer of good ideas and ensuring that difficult problems could be solved. Such relationships were particularly important in fast-moving technologies such as semiconductors, where expert help would be provided to address manufacturing problems. The culture of the labs was one of sharing experience toward meeting objectives. Help was solicited from all departments. The common practice was for research project teams to give periodic seminars on their work, at which attendance was expected of division management and related technical professionals. The objective was to solicit helpful insights to solve problems or even get the temporary participation of new people on the project. I remember examples of such open meetings that had great consequences. I gave a seminar on my work on semiconductor lasers, and in attendance was a new MTS, Mike Ettenberg. I showed how the laser power emission increased with the current flowing in the laser, and Ettenberg then asked whether this was the total power emitted or just that captured by the light sensor. I answered that this was the power emitted by one side of the laser because the other half of the power emitted was in another direction not captured by the sensor. How about building a mirror as part of the laser that would redirect internally the light power now being wasted? He asked. I pointed out the difficulty of doing so given the microscopic laser dimensions. Ettenberg joined my team and invented a method of actually building a microscopic mirror in the laser structure that resulted in a great increase in the emitted power for the same operating current. The patented Ettenberg mirror became a standard laser feature in RCA's laser products and launched his very successful career as an innovator in laser technology. The open system of information sharing was important in uncovering roadblocks to major innovations. Here is another example. Recognizing the limitations of existing transistor structures in scaling integrated CIR-Qt chips, a researcher designed a new structure involving silicon oxide layers, denoted field effect transistors. As the team leader described the device in a seminar, he also mentioned that its performance deteriorated with operating time. This led to a discussion about the possible cause. One chemist suggested that the failure was due to the electric field-induced motion of some atomic species. This led a new team of researchers to successfully eliminate contamination of devices. This field effect transistor device became the basis of most future integrated circuit devices operating with great reliability. These examples illustrate the impact of information sharing at the working level that enabled unrelated researchers to solve important problems. But it was also a delicate managerial problem that could lead to chaotic project work if people felt free to take on new activities and neglected their existing project commitments. In my experience, I never found this to be a sustained problem because each researcher lived in an environment where a key to success was spending his time on productive endeavors. To that end, a key to making the organization productive was the role of group heads in allocating resources. Group heads were experienced researchers who were highly knowledgeable about the activities in the labs and the importance of the projects in their areas. When something came up that required a full-time change in a researcher's activity, it was the responsibility of the group head to manage the process on the basis of priorities. This brings me to the motivation factor that drove the lab's performance. The organization did well because the contributors loved their work and the environment of creativity where personal discovery was rewarded and appreciated. Most were ambitious. They worked for recognition from peers and management at the labs and reputation in the industry. This is why the ability to publish, after review, original research was so important. Publication in the technical literature was allowed with confidential information protected. Outstanding work was widely recognized. Each year, achievement awards for outstanding work were given to selected individual contributors. A cash bonus was part of the award. A great deal of effort went into staff evaluations by management to maintain a high level of staff quality. But an important feature of the labs was the modest voluntary loss of personnel. Those who left joined RCA product divisions in managerial positions or joined universities as professors. Because many researchers were not subjected to fixed budgets controlled by product divisions, they were able to pursue long-term projects. In some cases, these projects produced important results, but not always RCA products for various reasons. A big missed opportunity was in the flat panel displays based on liquid crystals that today are ubiquitous. The flat panel liquid crystal concept began with the observation of a researcher that certain chemicals that he identified, specific liquid crystals, placed between two pieces of glass exhibited the unique property of switching from opaque to transparent when subjected to an electric field. This observation led to a team of chemists studying the effect and building the first display. There was immense interest in such displays. But the technical challenges were daunting, the first being the fact that the liquid crystal displays stopped switching after some cycles. Gradually, a growing team of scientists improved the reliability of the displays, and RCA set up a product line for making such displays for use in electronic watches, the first flat panel displays to hit the market. Of course, corporate RCA's larger interest was in eventually producing flat television receivers that would hang on the wall. But this was far in the future because it was not known how to produce color images with such displays. It was clear that investments in the hundreds of millions of dollars over years would be needed to reach major product objectives given that all aspects of the technology were new. But there was no longer interest in such risky ventures at RCA corporate headquarters, which by this time was committed to lower-risk corporate diversification through acquisition of consumer products and services, and skeptical of taking big technology risks. The corporate decision was made to license the liquid crystal display technology rather than pursue internal product development. So it was licensed to the Sharp Corporation in Japan, which invested many millions of dollars to bring displays to the market, initially for calculators and computer terminals. Flat panel television receiver products came much later as the production technology matured. Today, of course, flat panels have totally replaced the vacuum tube devices, and the value of the displays produced annually is in excess of $100 billion. Would David Sarnoff have decided otherwise? Probably, but he was gone. This was the biggest missed opportunity for a technology created by RCA Research. The cause was the different character of the corporate CEO. Unlike the color television project dear to David Sarnoff, the corporate will to undertake this risky project was absent. But the product divisions needed innovative products, and this continued to be the major focus of the work at the labs. Until the 1970s, the United States was the clear leader in global electronic industries. But the world was catching up. Starting in the 1970s, the market pressures on the RCA Corporation from Japanese competitors intensified, particularly on color television and other consumer electronic products that were big contributors to RCA corporate profitability. At the same time, military and space system electronics required dramatically improved solid-state devices. Hence, lab projects shifted increasingly to semiconductors, with many defense and NASA-funded projects. Semiconductor devices were improving rapidly and becoming part of practically every electronic product. The labs had to restructure its activities to meet the growing needs for solid-state technology. This meant investments in increasingly sophisticated equipment and larger teams displacing the work of researchers in small laboratories. The result of these developments concerning semiconductor research was that the labs became more focused on big projects and new equipment needed to process sophisticated devices. To that end, we built new and costly facilities to meet these needs. As a result, the previous way of operating, centered around individual researchers working in small laboratories, gave way to work in large facilities as part of a team. Many researchers working on semiconductors had to learn a new way of innovating. The transition generally went well as individual researchers adapted to larger teamwork and acquired software skills. We recognized early the importance of software in electronic product design and system performance, and invested heavily in computer systems and training. These new facilities allowed new processes to be developed that were transferred to RCA production facilities because they had been developed on equipment that would eventually scale to commercial production. For example, the CMOS, complementary metal oxide semiconductor process for making integrated circuits was developed and eventually reached production. So was the technology for solid-state imagers and lasers. These contributions changed the industry. Note that CMOS has since become the basic process universally employed for constructing integrated circuits. It was one of the landmark RCA contributions to the technology. RCA was acquired by GE in 1986. GE under CEO Jack Welch would become much more focused on M&A and financial optimization. The labs were spun out by GE as an independent corporation, the Sarnoff Corporation, that derived its income from product development contracts with corporations and the government. It later merged with SRI International, a not-for-profit technology contract company, formerly called the Stanford Research Institute. For some time, I served as chairman of the board of directors of the Sarnoff Corporation before its merger with SRI. Corporate research aimed at truly innovative results through long-term project work is vital to sustain a growing economy in a technologically driven world. The big labs that pioneered so much of our current technologies are not coming back. They were killed by new foreign competition, the increasing capital intensity of research projects, and changing executive attitudes and incentives that led to an increased focus on M&A and financial strategies to produce quick returns rather than pursuing technological leadership. All of these factors combined to bring about the demise of the labs, and these issues are still present. So what do we do now to recreate some of these successful conditions, even if we cannot recreate the lab's institutional framework in its entirety? We should begin by disabusing corporate leaders of the idea that building valuable technology companies is easiest without significant research investment. Many executives today believe that technology moves quickly, and hence buying businesses to acquire new products is the smart long-term strategy. It may sound smart, but it is not in reality. Even if acquisitions are made, mismanagement by an acquiring company not equipped to compete in the relevant technology markets can lead to failure. There is no easy shortcut. From my experience, the strategy of avoiding product research risks by using mergers and acquisitions to stay competitive is not viable long-term. Acquisitions to expand products cannot be planned, hence missing market opportunities is common with such a strategy. Having been a technology company investor for many years, I can testify to the importance of internal research complemented by acquisitions to build valuable companies. But this reality needs to be publicized in management and investor circles, because it takes great skill to manage research organizations. There is no choice if building valuable technology businesses is the objective, and many examples show that it can be a winning strategy. It is in the nation's economic interest to grow corporate research funding. In this regard, we need to make investors, business managers, and the public at large aware of the value created by research investment. Successful corporations continue to derive much of their value from outstanding proprietary products developed through creative research management. We mentioned two examples, Applied Materials and Corning, but it is not well recognized that Apple and Google owe much of their success to outstanding creative research. This did not happen by accident, but was a result of the policies of the founders and senior management, who recognized the value of proprietary software, patient project management, and hiring the most talented and best rewarded researchers. The second activity to promote research is through special government policies. Preferential tax treatment should be provided for research funding. The most useful government programs, however, should focus on improving the flow of research results into commercial products by funding programs to subsidize, at least partly, strong collaboration between corporations and academic institutions. Today, universities and government laboratories produce many innovative developments that never reach the market for lack of the right resources. I mentioned earlier the funding we used at the RCA labs to fund the transfer of new products to product divisions. Without such funding, the financial restrictions in product divisions would have discouraged such programs. Finally, better academic management programs should focus on research management, replacing the faulty concepts that short-term return on capital investment is the path to building valuable companies. Everything in my experience has shown me the folly of short-term financial management. It is the path to ruin in the technology-driven world we live in. My purpose here was to discuss through example an organizational process that combines the discipline needed to commercialize great new technologies with the individual researcher initiative that maximizes rare innovative talent. From my experience, I know how challenging this is. Excessive freedom results in wasted resources and failure. Too restrictive an environment kills smart risk-taking and leads to Me Too products. But organizations that manage this process well emerge as winners. And for the United States, that is what is needed to maintain a world-leading competitive edge. The lesson about fostering creativity that has been most useful to me is the importance of linking individual initiative and organizational needs through proper attention to all aspects of the complex chain of development from invention to product. This process made possible the great innovations at the RCA labs and other great laboratories. As technological fields have grown increasingly complex, with new software playing a key role, the idea of the individual innovator being the key starting point for great innovations appears obsolete today. Not so. Consider the experience of Catalin Carrico and Drew Weissman, 2023 Nobel laureates in medicine for their work on mRNA vaccines, who began their great collaboration after a chance meeting in a laboratory copier room. Their vaccines were turned into products by the company BioNTech. With increasing complexity, however, comes increasing importance of execution and efficient management to turn great new ideas into practical reality. Innovators start the process. Great organizations turn great ideas into great products.